the duck, it go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom.
Reason it was so abrupt, I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from, I don't care about you, I got me a chick that's Caribbean. It's a push start, I ain't gotta put the key in. Whip it real nice like a good human being. 24 East, I'm in Chattanooga 10. Yeah, the barbecue Korean and my shorty boy been. Ay, we just went from dive bars to the Coliseum. Man, he's a try-hard, wouldn't wanna be him. PG, I'm the GM, go ahead, copyright it to him, go ahead, copyright it. Nah, I wouldn't wanna say too much. We ain't take her from you, now she came to us. Ain't no steak dinner, but we made through brunch. 2-4 on the beat, you know he came through clutch. No, he came through clutch. I know that we got it, I might even guarantee it. When she took me up and turned me right into a paraplegic pair of shoes. I got the MB on them, make you stare and see him. We ain't paying for him, now you ought to know I'm wearing free ones. When you go to me, I gotta know, is there a reason it was so abrupt? I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from, I don't care about you, I got me a chick that's Caribbean.
Warned you ain't no time for no when you sleeping on the stretcher like I'm saying hey trying to live day by day. None of these neighbors say nothing if you see a and them is coming. They dumping, they kicking, they punching, they jumping, they you in front of the Baptist church. The trappers they job, they don't have to work. If this stitching they act berserk and expos up like afterbirth. My mama told me go to church. I was sitting 10 rows from the first day, dreaming about everything I probably get if I took the lady in front of me's purse and run out the back door. And if he ask for my relationship with the Lord. You can tell at the service I'm bored. Oh no, I'd rather be on a resort. Oh no, I'd rather be service I'm bored. Oh no, I'd rather be serving this to a sort of thinking I knew she was. I'm drowning, swimming in this, got me drowning. I'm drowning. Ice, yeah, this water got me drowning. I'm drowning. No flow chasing, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. No flow chasing, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. Cool by the boat, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. Ice, yeah, this water got me drowning. I'm drowning. No flow chasing, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. No flow chasing, I'm from a place where they pull up on you with a going bang bang bang. No one warned you, ain't no time for no bang bang bang. You sleeping on a stretcher like late. I'm saying hey trying to live day by day. None of these neighbors say nothing if you see a and them is coming. They dumping, they kicking, they punching, they jumping. The reason I'm
Yo le llamo la reina del party. Ella lo torquea como Cari. Ella le dice que sea la Mari. Le gusta cuando freno en el Ferrari. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Esta noche hay bailoteo. Puesto para el discotequeo. Si salimos guerra romo, así que esto se puso feo. Mami, si tú quieres me calienta.
Right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Another day, another game of bot ball. Getting things started off today with my good friend Chris Sachi here. We got for you today a game with two teams under 500, Red Sox and the Orioles, looking to get things going here late in the season. Anything you can tell us about these two teams, Chris?
Yes, I can. You're right. These teams have both struggled this year, and it's no question that they are, at least for this year, the afterthoughts in the AL East, but they're both trying to build, too. The Red Sox, they did win the World Series 2 years ago. It was quick, really, Miles, how kind of their fall was so fast, but they're building now. They traded Mookie Betts. They got a great prospect pool for him, and so both of these teams are looking for guys to stick in the lineup. You see the lineups to the left. The Red Sox do have some pieces, but there are some missing as well. And hey, beautiful Fenway Park too. You can't hate it. So Nate Eovaldi, the Red Sox still have him. He's taking the ball for him at Fenway.
Absolutely right. Another thing we can take a look at, hitters. For the Red Sox, they just aren't hitting well this year. Another thing that's attributed to that collapse after the World Series win, you have a lot of guys that just aren't doing their job. Guys like JD Martinez, who, well, he is leading probably one of the better hitters on the team. He's still not having a great season by regular standards. So that just goes to show that and a guy like him, who's not having the best season of his career, is still leading hitter on the team. The bats are really struggling here for Red Sox. On the mound, we have Nathan Eovaldi. He's got that 2-for-10 record, which it's not by no means great, but it can a lot be attributed to that. And that it's very subpar, as we were just talking about. First pitch comes in, swings and misses, low and outside.
7-10.
So yeah, Jose Iglesias leading it off for the Orioles. 0-1 pitch catches the top left corner of the strike zone there, called strike 2.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
And the 0-2 pitch misses just a bit high. Eovaldi down behind 1-2 here. Close. Swung and grounded. Base, that'll be in ground out 3. For those of you who are scoring this one. And the 2 slot for the Orioles, Anthony Santander, the left fielder. He got a 2.12 average on the season, batting just above the Mendoza line. Pitch the at-bat, high and inside for ball 1.
Yeah, he's one of those guys, Miles, that we mentioned at the top. Orioles looking for someone to stick. He's been pretty good for them in the power department. He had 20 home runs last year. He's on his way this year, but like you said, he's flirting with the Mendoza line, and the Orioles probably looking for him to make some more contact, more of a impact bat instead of an all or nothing kind of bat at the top.
And this is a second at-bat in a row where Orioles hitters have gotten off to a 1-2 start, as Eovaldi misses there low and 2. And that's something you need to work on if you want to on base. Wow, Eovaldi up 1-2 and then missing on 2 straight pitches to bring it to a full count. The payoff pitch here. We'll do it over. That one is popped up deep into right field if it stays fair, which it won't. It places foul just to the right of the pesky pole. That one's grounded to shortstop, where Bogarts bobbles it, and that should be an error. Let's see what the scorekeeper calls it. I know we had a couple of less than great calls by the scorekeeper in our last Red Sox game. They won't tell us. I'm assuming that's an error, and the Orioles have one aboard with a man out here in the top of the first.
Yeah, when you have a 2-10 season, Miles, and you're not loving that error made by Xander Bogaerts.
Absolutely not. He's I want his fielders to step up a bit, especially when it's Xander Bogaerts, who's expected to be one of the better players on this Red Sox team. That pitch gets away from Vasquez. Luckily, he holds the runner at first. Here, Renato Nunez facing 1-1 count. He'll foul that one over the right side.
Yeah, saw Nunez foul off that pitch at 99. Despite the tough year for Eovaldi, his velocity is still there. And this is a guy who's had an interesting career, Miles. He came up with the Dodgers in 2011 and traded to the Marlins. Had arm troubles there with the Marlins for a long time. Went to the Yankees, was all right. But his career really took off after a trade from the Rays to the Boston Red Sox in 2018. I mean, Eovaldi was huge down the stretch. I'm sure you remember as a fan how big he was in that World Series run.
Thank you.
I'm not sure where Miles is at. So, for now, I'll say, look at that double play. 6-4-3. Bogaerts picks up his pitcher after the error. Although it doesn't look so on the box score. So, Bogaerts made a misplay. But they come back with a double.
Sorry about that.
Oh, welcome back, Miles. Problem?
No. We're just getting a look here at Akin's stats on the season. He'll be taking the mound for the Orioles in the bottom of the first. Facing Jose Peraza for the Red Sox, who's up there in that All-Star voting. In base position. First pitch, low, misses, ball one.
Young southpaw, the rookie, drafted just 4 years ago in the second round from the Orioles out of Western Michigan University. But he's been pretty good for them. You see ERA just over 4. Orioles are trying to look to get some more young pitching into their rotation, and he could be a long-term piece, especially as a lefty.
Getting off to an efficient out there, 2 pitches, and Peraza grounds out to second base. One man down in the bottom of the first. They'll bring up Kevin Pillar, turning man, makes his way to the Red Sox earlier, and he's found himself a good spot in their starting lineup, getting in right field, and he's been a good bat too. Last game going 1 for 3. Falls behind in the count 0-2, stares at a pitch right down Main Street. And he goes down looking on 3 straight pitches. Akin was serving up meatballs there. Large just wasn't eating them. Thought about
He's got those 2 different fastballs, 2-seam, 4-seam. And it was very simple. He just did 2-seam, 4-seam, 2-seam, respectively, on the outside corner. And yeah, no trigger there at all from the Red Sox. And now we'll see JD Martinez, someone you mentioned, having a solid season, but not up to his usual par. I know those are pretty good numbers, but I mean, we remember JD in an 18 season was fantastic. If it wasn't for Mookie Betts, he probably would have taken on the MVP.
Yeah, Martinez moving up the count at 1-1 here as he takes that ball low for ball 2. That one swung on, popped up into shallow center field, under it, and Austin Hayes will make the play for the final out of the bottom of the first. So we head to the second. Austin, their game tied 0-0. We get a look there at the game signed on pesky pole hallmark, one of the many hallmarks of Fenway Park.
I love Fenway so much, Miles. And as
Yeah,
you're somebody, you've probably been there a couple times, huh?
yeah. It's you can't live in the Boston area without attending a few Red Sox games. Fortunately, never got those green monster seats. That's definitely one for the bucket list.
Yes, sir.
Such a historic piece of baseball. Oldest ballpark in America. So Eovaldi misses on 3 straight pitches there. White Smith getting the count to 3-0. Yeah, it's as you're saying, it's really a trademark to baseball. That huge wall out in left field as Eovaldi delivers a walk on 4 straight pitches. Wow. Already up to 25 through just 1 inning pitched.
And not too hard for the former first-round pick Dwight Smith Jr. And yeah, none of those pitches were even that close. So leadoff man for the O's, and here's another young hitter coming up.
That's Rio Ruiz, first baseman today for the Orioles. In those first cracks, with the man on first. The first pitch catches the outside edge of the strike zone, strike 1. Delivers, misses low, ball 1.
Yeah, Ruiz is a bit of an older guy than some of the others in here. The line. I know I called him a young hitter, but when you look at the rest of the O's, he's 26 years old, drafted by the Houston Astros in the 4th round in 2012, out of high school, California guy. But last year, his full season with the Orioles, after time with the Atlanta Braves, 232 with the 306 on base. Certainly is improving this year, given a shot to play here in Baltimore.
And the 1 pitch is swung on and missed for strike 2. Eovaldi getting those pitches up there. That last one, a 4-seam fastball at 99 miles an hour. And that one popped up into center field, and it'll get down. That'll go for a single. Jackie Bradley Jr. can't quite make it to get under it. So, Orioles get 2 straight on board here. And it's probably second. And that was thrown out by Bradley Jr. I apologize, I didn't see that there.
Yes, the unusual 8-4 putout to get it out. So he lets it fall, but then fires a bullet to get the runner. Good play. That's why he's a Gold Glover, folks.
So Ruiz on first, DJ Stewart at the plate now, batting .392. He takes that one for a called strike. And 0-1, low and inside ball 1.
Stewart, another first rounder, back in 2015 from Florida State.
That one just barely misses low. Eovaldi's trying to catch corners here. He doesn't want to throw to too many of these guys after giving up 2 straight hits. So an out was recorded. That one was a big swing, fouls it off to the right side. 2. Ooh, that one's way high. Ball 3. Easy payoff there for Stewart.
See if the Orioles decide to send the runner 3-2 with just 1 out. Although Eovaldi's been so inconsistent, you probably don't need to.
That one popped up into deep right field, and that'll be an out. Second out of the inning. Runner stays at first.
Batting 7, the center fielder, Austin.
Good thing they didn't send him. That could have been a double play. The Red Sox have a really fine defensive outfield. You saw Bradley make that play just now. Kevin Pillar is known as a great fielder in his own right. He's out there in right. And Andrew Benintendi can make some plays too.
And that's a wild pitch. That'll get past Vasquez. The Ruiz stays at first. Not biting there. 1-0 count now. Probably be ruled as a wild pitch, if you ask me. Second pitch is also a ball, low and outside.
Yeah, Eovaldi has had to battle back a lot of these counts. He just doesn't have the command today, but still fighting enough, and his fielders are helping him out.
He's behind now. 3 balls, no strikes to Austin. And he'll walk in. Orioles got a man in scoring position now with 2 outs in the top of the second. Tie ball game, 0-0.
Alberto.
Yeah, second walk of the inning for the O's. Should stay patient here. Although if you get a Eovaldi fastball down the pipe, but how hard he throws, you can really give it a ride.
Yeah, Eovaldi's going to want to be careful with that fastball here. And first pitch is swung on, put it into shallow right center field. Jackie Bradley Jr. gets under it, and that'll end the inning. So the Orioles strand 2 here in the top of the second, and we'll head to the bottom half of the inning. You know, it's if you're the Orioles, you really don't want that to happen. Not only because it prevents you from scoring a run, but because it prevents you from scoring the first run. When you're in a stadium like Fenway with all these fans, you want to get on the board first. You want to take the crowd out of it, and they just had the opportunity to do it, and they couldn't quite manage.
Yeah, that's a good point. And also, you want to get your youngster a run or two. Also, you know, this is a rookie pitcher who's been pretty successful so far, but I mean, you're right. Pitching at Fenway Park is different than really pitching anywhere else. And you got to worry about the monster for one. You know, some pitchers are so scared to come into righties because they can just yank it over the monster. But I also know a lot of pitchers have said that they weren't successful when they worried about the monster so much. They weren't their own selves. They didn't pitch to what their strengths are. And so for Akin, after taking that into account, just pitch your game.
Kluber attacks that one foul, leaving it 1-2. And the 2-2's way outside for ball 3. Full count now. Bogart's another one of these guys. It's having a decent year, but still managing to lead the team in a lot of categories as he swings and misses at that one. Strike 3. He'll go down swinging 4. Akin's second strikeout of the game. Bringing up third baseman Rafael Devers.
Yeah,
Devers is 5th.
Sorry, go ahead.
Devers is 5th in the American League third base All-Star vote. Having a nice little year there in the field. First pitch missed, and he swung at that one, fouled it off to the right side, 1-1 count. and he takes that one. Strike 2. Good side edge of the strike zone. And fishing foul, staying alive in the count.
I got to count 2 and 2.
Akin misses there, way outside for ball 2.
We got 3 and 2.
And that one outside, trying to get him to chase. Ball 3, full count. And he swings at that one, grounds it to second base. An easy put out there for the Orioles infield. And out of the inning.
Yeah, Akin not looking too bad so far. Retiring the Red Sox in order. And interesting story about him, when he was a minor leaguer, over the winters he wanted to improve himself and get better, but he didn't really have access to any facilities. You know, he wasn't a big name at all yet, and really still isn't. And so what he did was, in his Michigan ranch, he built himself his own facility. He built a mound, he built lights, eventually he built heat and a painted tarp. So he's a guy who's resourceful, and now that he's in the big leagues, he can have access to the Orioles training facility however he'd like it. But pretty rugged story, huh?
Yeah, shows a lot of
own
determination
training
out of the
set,
young guy.
yeah. Shows a lot about him.
1-1 pitch is popped up deep into center field at the warning track, or edge of the warning track, and that'll be the third out of the inning by Austin Hayes. So due up for the Orioles, 1-2. That's Rutschman, Iglesias, and Santander. We'll tie ball game here in the top of the third.
Leading off for the Orioles, the catcher, Adley Rutschman.
Rutschman on a bit of a cold streak, as you can see there. Last 5 games, he's 3 for 18. And pick that L here. Eovaldi delivers. First pitch called, first strike.
Yeah, Rutschman, of course, #1 overall pick just a year ago. Great to see him already in the bigs. First top overall pick since Joe Mauer was taken years earlier.
And the 1-1 pitch is popped up into center, easily tracked down by Bradley Jr. for the first out of the inning.
The batter, number 11, shortstop.
Rutschman had 4 years at Oregon State. A switch hitting catcher, too. He was .408 in his senior season. That's 67 games, too.
Jose Iglesias, who did not get aboard in his first at-bat, will look to show in his second. It's the first pitch for ball high. Thought about going there and decided against it. Takes ball 2.
That's ball 3.
Ooh, that one inside, ducks away from it for ball 3. 3-0 count now for Eovaldi, in danger of walking yet another Orioles batter.
You have some chin music there, my goodness, especially with Eovaldi. I mean, he's coming at you with 100. And then no surprise that Iglesias took that next pitch. After, I mean, this Orioles team's got to be a little patient. Eovaldi doesn't look too effective today, but they've also, you see Rutschman went down in just 2 pitches.
That one inside corner of the strike zone, big 2. And they'll swing at that one, chop it into left field. That one will be off the monster. And get back into play. That's a double or a hitter. Oh, no. Not sure what happened there. That got out of here.
Wow. That was the top. I've never seen that. I mean, pop ball, you can see anything. That was the top of the monster, and I guess they say it didn't clear it enough, and it came back down.
Baseball's a game of inches, a few inches one way. That was a home run. He's popped up at a play, and Vasquez will get under it for the second out of the inning.
Now batting,
avoiding the bat boy there too.
Renato Nunez.
So Renato Nunez, the plate with 2 outs and a runner in scoring position. He's 0 for 1, ended out first at bat.
All one's the count.
Swung on and missed for strike 1. Nunez leads his team with 16 home runs so far this year.
Too high. Ball.
0-1 is taken high and outside for the ball 1. And that one's not deep into right field. It'll go foul once again. The Orioles are taking a leaf out of Pesky's book.
Yes, I thought that one was going to curve around, and sorry there, Miles. I thought that one was going to curve and eventually get out of the ballpark with Pesky's pole, but it was hooking, but I guess not enough.
These Orioles can't seem to find that last little push that almost made it over the monster, and these 2 shots deep into right field. And none of those 3 managed to earn them a run of any sort. The count's moved to 2-2 now. For foul ball over to the right side, staying alive in the count.
Yeah, Nunez has had himself an interesting career too. 2019, he's got his first full season. First time he played over 100 games. He played 151, hit 31 homers. After spending time with Texas and Oakland, he looks to have found a home here in Baltimore.
He is definitely working this count, fouling off pitch after pitch. Go look here at the ball boy. Perhaps about to give that ball to a lucky fan. And another foul ball there. Eovaldi definitely going to start feeling fatigue. 60 pitches through 2 1/3. Nunez is just hacking away at him, and he finally gets him to swing and miss. Strike 3, gets out of the inning, leaves the runner on second. And all scoreless here in Boston. We head to the bottom of the 3rd. There it is, Boston Red Sox team stats. There's only 3 stats there. They're in the top 10, not one in the top 5. And not one in the top 10 of the entire MLB at all. Hitting too well. So they're just 105 team home runs. We are season by now, almost halfway. Christian Vasquez is the catcher leading us off here in the bottom of the 3rd. He's got 35 of those 105 home runs to his name. 3rd in the American League All-Star voting for catcher.
Inside, ball 1.
Pitch misses inside, ball 1. And that one's way outside, ball 2. Another ball, 3 straight balls. And
yeah, that
pitches aren't even like he's trying to get them to float out or anything. They're just balls fair and square.
Yeah, he tried 2 straight sliders, and yeah, they weren't really close. Neither was that pitch.
And he'll walk him on 4 straight pitches.
Batting in, the first baseman, Fedde.
Yeah, Akin is the guy who he wants to improve his walks. He said that, and in 2019 he finished 2nd in the entire International League, which is AAA, in one half of AAA, with 61 walks. But he also led the league in strikeouts, 131. So kind of a boomer bust season in 2019 in terms of command and yet striking out hitters. And we'll see how he rebounds after walking the first man here.
0-1.
Mitch Moreland in, they'll send the runner to, and it's safe.
Wow.
So the man in the scoring position, that was an incredibly close play there.
Yeah, Christian Vasquez, the catcher. But, I mean, we saw the graphic. The Red Sox don't have the strongest offense this year. So this is a good way to start a rally.
Moreland swung at that pitch. Sure why, if he was given the steal signal. That one's outside, so now we're at a 1-1 count. That one off over to the left. Nobody out and a man on second for Moreland. Yeah, back going. On and off to the left once again.
Nope, inside, ball 2.
And that one by his elbow. Wayne's for ball 2. 2 count. Delivers. And it's side for ball 3. So Lucky Bradley Jr. comes back from a 1-2 count. They bring it full. And Akin walks him. Can walk of the inning. After going up 1-2 in the count.
Yeah, he is really trying to find the changeup and slider in this inning. Look, he was cruising. He retired every batter through the first 2, but now 2 walks, and his off-speed stuff hasn't really found the zone besides that pitch.
Pitch. Outside the edge of the strike zone for strike one. A miss is inside ball 1. 1-1 count.
Hey, you see what can make him dangerous. Fastball 93, 94, changeup and slider around 80 miles an hour.
That pitch is chopped into left field. And the first out of the inning. Santander gets under it and they stay at first and second.
I don't know what you
top of the order.
I don't know what you think there, Miles, but the bunt would not have been a bad idea there for Bradley to get back to the top of the order, second and third. But also Akin's been pretty wild, so maybe you thought you could have waited him out for another walk or a mistake.
Yeah, definitely something that if you're the Red Sox manager, but regardless, now they've still got 2 men on. Just not in scoring position for Jose Peraza. There's the counts evened up at 1-1. And he stares at that pitch. One inside, strike 2.
Ron Renicky doesn't like it. He's fired up.
Good to see managers getting into it.
I do wish, Miles, we could see some ejections on Bob Ball.
So that would be very entertaining as a diving play by Santander is missed, and he tries to get the run at third. It was off the mark, and the Red Sox have the bases loaded now. Kevin Pillar coming up.
I thought that one had a chance. Good play, though, to keep it in front. Usually when you dive, the risk is the ball gets by you. But at least he got his glove on it to prevent the runs from scoring.
Now Kevin Pillar will put some runs on the board for his team. He takes ball 1 high and inside, as you can see behind us. The Fenway faithful getting into it. You know, there's a chance their team can get some runs on the board this inning. And Pillar chops at that one deep into right field, and where it gets under it. 1 run scores, and the runner heads to second. So 2 outs. The Red Sox have runners on the corners and a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the 3rd.
Yeah, I mentioned Akin had trouble with command and walking guys in the minors. And in this inning, it came back to bite him. 2 walks with nobody out. Especially, it was troublesome, and the Red Sox capitalized.
JD Martinez, not the kind of guy you want to be facing with runners on the corners right now. Come to the plate. He takes first pitch outside of the strike, inside the strike zone, outside of the plate for strike one.
No ball, 2 strikes.
On and missed 2. Akin's got him on the ropes. 0-2 now.
Nope. That's inside.
Look at that one inside, ball 1.
Yeah, he got him to swing and miss on the fastball up. I liked the pitch. Then he went slider. If I were him, I'd go back fast.
Ball, that's in.
Instead, he's trying to get him with the slider. But the slider doesn't look good this inning, Miles. He's missing inside a lot on that pitch. So either go back to the fastball or try to find the change. But it's tough when you're a pitcher out there trying to find your pitches in the middle of an outing.
Especially when you might be getting a little shaky there, as he's nothing but a pair of shoes. You got him to look at that one. Strike 3 called, but the damage is done. Red Sox a 1-0 lead. 1 recorded hit through 3 innings play here for the Red Sox.
Leading off for the Orioles, the designated hitter, Dwight Smith Jr.
Smith Jr. leading off the inning for the Orioles. Gonna strike back. Pitch called strike. Look inside the Red Sox bullpen where Martin Perez is warming up. Eovaldi deals. Whoa, that one was high. Ball 1.
Yeah, this is a fun parallel here, Miles. Both pitchers have struggled with control, but Eovaldi's got the veteran, wherewithal and the smarts to try to get out of things. While Akin, his counterpart, the rookie, walked 2 guys last inning and allowed 1 to score.
Yeah, and something to note too, the field, the defense of both teams. The Red Sox have been performing better, as you can see with plays like Bradley Jr. throwing out the runner at second. Well, the Orioles, you have that missed catch by Anthony Santander. As Eovaldi, some looking, check the swing, and Eovaldi gets the strikeout, looking for the first out of the top of the 4th.
Ruiz.
Nope, that's the ball. Count 1-0.
Pitch. And that one, big swing and a miss there, strike 1. Shooting for the fences on that one.
Right. I got the count 2-2. We got full count.
Good at bat here from Ruiz, fighting up there. He fouled off a tough pitch and now has run it full against Eovaldi, who throws 100 miles an hour.
Now batting, number
2 up,
24.
2 down for the Orioles here in the first of the 4th.
Yeah, Eovaldi working efficiently this inning, unlike the rest of the game, already up to 72 pitches. Martin Perez might be coming in sooner than expected here. The first pitch is called a strike on the edge of the strike zone.
Yeah, that might have motivated him, Miles, to see Perez in the bullpen, because ever since he's been at his sharpest. And maybe with the lead, too, gives him some confidence.
That definitely is going to play into it, knowing his batters have his back as he misses for ball 1. 1-2 strikes now against DJ Stewart. And that one fouled off to the left side. Vasquez giving chase, but can't quite get to it. It's out of play. 1 and 2.
Here you go.
And third base umpire rules he did not go. 2 and 2. Ball 2.
3-2.
And trying to play around with that low and inside fastball there. Isn't that on that one? 3 and 2. Payoff pitch from Eovaldi. And he went. It's a strike. Not sure if it was swung on or called, but Eovaldi delivers the third one nonetheless. It's out of that inning without allowing a base run.
Heidi Watney doing her report, maybe reminding us to donate to NAMI if you so have the funds, a mental health organization. And certainly in this strange year of 2020 with everything going on, it doesn't hurt to reach out to NAMI and support if you do have the ability.
Yeah, absolutely great organization over there. Some wonderful things, and we are happy to be supporting them. Bogarts plate now leading it off for the Red Sox in the bottom of the 4th. First pitch in there for strike 1.
1-1.
Ooh, that one's low and way inside. Bogarts dodging out of the way. Ball 1. And foul went back. Big 2. Akin maybe regaining a bit of his composure here. And that's more direct jinx.
No.
That ball in the dirt. 2. Bogarts will foul off that one. Below the strike zone. And he'll foul off another one. And work the pitch count up. Says if I'm going to strike out, I'm going to make you own it. Another foul ball off to the right side.
Yeah, Bogarts is on these pitches. He knows Keegan doesn't have much control of anything besides the fastball.
And he'll get him looking or swinging strikeout. 4th strikeout of the game for that was a low. 4th strikeout of the game for Akin. Like you said, he's a still hit or miss guy. He'll walk a lot of guys. He'll strike out a lot of guys. He's got 4 through 4 here in Boston. And first pitch swung on, popped up into right field. Easy play there for Stewart, and that'll be the second out of the inning.
Now back, left fielder. Andrew.
Yeah, just such a battle to Bogarts. Good one pitch out there for the young rookie left-hander. He also credits John Means, who was an all-star starter for the Orioles last year, and Alex Cobb, a veteran starter for the Orioles, and helping him with his routine. And he was with them in spring training for the past couple of years. And those guys are veterans that showed him the way and how to act like and prepare like a major league pitcher.
And Tendy fouls that one off in the deep right field. 1-1 count. Nintendi on a bit of a hot streak, batting .471 this last stretch of games. He's going to look to continue that here today at Fenway. He's 0 for 1 so far. And the 1-2 pitch is sliced into left field. And Santander gets under it for the final out of the inning. So we go to the top of the 5th. And Sox leading 1-0. bottom part of the Orioles up now. 7, 8, 9. That's Hayes, Alberto, and Rutschman.
Your attention, please.
And so Eovaldi gets the yank. Perez coming in a relief effort. Just in 33 games this season, perfectly average at 4-4 on decisions.
The center fielder, Austin Hayes.
That pitch is chopped foul by Hayes.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, Perez is signed out of Valenzuela by the Texas Rangers. He spent the first 7 years of his career with Texas, then moved on to the Twins last year. And now here with the Red Sox, he spent his entire career in the American League, in the junior circuit. He was a starter as a youngster and still made 29 starts last year. He's been part of the Red Sox bullpen in 2020.
The 2-2 pitch is hit deep into left field, and he'll get under it in foul territory for the first out of the inning. That was a shot. Needed a couple more feet to the left to get out of here, to get foul. Benintendi gets under it for the first out. Alberto will come to bat with nobody on, 1 down. This pitch in there for a strike. That by Alberto. That one grounded to shortstop. Bogarts plays this one and make the easy throw to first for the second out of the top of the 5th.
Adley Rutschman.
And Orioles offense continues to get into outs here. It'll be up to Adley Rutschman, former #1 overall pick, to try to extend the inning. So interesting day. Sorry there, Miles. Interesting day for Nate Eovaldi. He only goes 4 innings, but gives up just 1 run, and ends up on the high side. Gives up no runs. So yeah, he's on the high side, but he did not go 5, so he's not eligible for the win today. Can't improve on the 2-10 record.
And that'll be an easy ground out there to second base. Rutschman to end the inning. Head to the bottom of the 5th. Vasquez is due up for the Red Sox. They're still leading 1-0. Low scoring game here at Fenway.
Leading off for the Red Sox, the catcher, Christian Vasquez.
Vasquez walked earlier in the game. He was only at bat so far.
Ball, that's inside.
It's the first pitch inside for ball 1. Vasquez got 5 runs scored in his last 4 games. One chopped into right center field. Get down. And he'll turn the corner for second, and he'll have it. End up double for the catcher.
Yeah, this catcher's had his running shoes on today. He stole a base earlier after a walk, and this time, no hesitation, pulling into second base. He started a rally for the Red Sox last time, and we'll see if the bottom of the order can come up again.
And Moreland looking at an RBI opportunity here. Vasquez in scoring position. At the first pitch, right up the middle, strike 1. Holmes batting .307 this year with runners in scoring position. Second pitch also looked at, strike 2.
Yeah, no one warming in the Orioles pen, so it looks like this is the rookie's job to get out of here.
I got to count 1 and 2.
Man on second, nobody out. This is a very risky decision by the Orioles management. A 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 3 by Moreland. First out of the inning.
That might have been the best slider that we've seen all day from the rookie southpaw. He struggled with that all night. He walked Moreland last time, mostly on missing with the slider pitch, but this time gets it done. 1 out.
Ball 1, no strike.
First pitch to Jackie Bradley Jr. misses, ball 1.
One ball, 1 strike.
In there for strike 1. Evened up at 1 apiece. And that one swung on in the shallow right center field. And tracked down, runner Vasquez stays at second. Oh, Akin 1 out away from getting out of the inning, leaving Vasquez on second.
And he's got first base open too. So if there's any matchups he doesn't feel comfortable with, he can just, put the man on and get the force. But I do like the aggressive nature here, especially because you have the top of the order. And Pilar and then Martinez coming up.
Peraza's 1 for 2 on the day. First pitch.
1 and 1.
And don't miss with that second one. 1 and 1. That one got away from him. But Vasquez staying at second. Not wanting to take any risks with 2 outs. One count. Inside, ball 3. He said Akin might be thinking about walking Peraza.
Nope. Ball 4.
He does so. As a taken ball 4. Akin he prefers the matchup with Pilar, right fielder for the Red Sox. We'll put Peraza on first. The Red Sox have 2 aboard now, 2 outs. Are knocked in an RBI with that sac fly. The only run on the board so far. Andy hacks at the first pitch. Net foul over the left field. 1 count.
The count 1 and 1.
So that one way outside, ball 1.
Yeah, he hasn't been able to find the outside corner today.
Are eager to keep adding on to that RBI total. Keep swinging there. In the right field foul territory as that one is put on the ground into shallow right. They send the Vasquez home and he is safe. Austin takes a 2-0 lead here in the bottom of the 5th. And that'll earn Akin a mound visit if it's the night for him.
Yeah, Akin was so close. He got the walk, but Pilar, he was fouled off a fastball the pitch prior. Hits it into right field. And they're going to keep the youngster out there, which is a good move. I mean, not every game is so important for the Orioles anymore. Might as well let the young rookie try to get out of this, because either way, this is probably his last inning. He's thrown over 20 pitches. It's been pretty strenuous. The runners on base since the start. So Christian Vasquez today, by the way, Miles, he's been running a lot. He stole a base, he hit a double, and then was sent around home to score.
Hey,
good way to start a rally.
He scored from second base on that shallow single in the right field. Very impressive effort there.
Yeah, he's been the rally starter, the energizer bunny so far for the Sox. He's scored both runs for them, both times after leading off the inning.
Very impressive night. Vasquez One swung on, put deep into center field at the edge of the warning track. And that'll be the end of the inning. Austin Hayes making the grab. And the Red Sox strand 2. Let's send one in. Nothing Red Sox in Boston.
Leading off the Baltimore.
Jose Iglesias will lead this one up. Hitting off the top of the order for the Orioles. He swings at the first pitch, puts it into left field. He's at the wall, and it's off the wall. He'll stay at first. Happy with the single there, and just like that, Baltimore's got a man on.
Anthony Santander.
At the top of the order, too. This is a chance for them to get some of those runs back. Perez is out there for his second inning. He was good in the 5th, but 2 innings out of reliever. Now he does have some experience starting. They're going to stick with him here against another right-hand batter.
Santander is 1 for 2 today. Singled back in the first. Hasn't gotten on board since. .1-0 pitch, swung on. That one's popped up into shallow left. Bogarts is able to get under it for the first out of the inning.
Now batting, the third baseman, Renato Nunez.
Sure, Nunez wants to snap out of it. 0 for 2 in this game. Once again, leads the Orioles in home runs, and here's a chance. I'm sure he's looking at the monster and puts a big swing into that one up the elevator shaft.
Doesn't quite have the distance there. He'll pop that one up in the shallow center. Jackie Bradley once again getting under that. Outs now and a man on first for the Orioles. Dwight Smith Jr.
A couple pop outs for the O's. Leadoff runner on. They probably were looking to tie the game instead of starting the rally. And instead it's 2 outs. Runner still at first base.
Ball, that's inside.
Take a look here at the Red Sox bullpen. 2 righties, Workman and Bryce, getting some pitches in. That's taken over after this inning. Or maybe later if Perez is able to work efficiently, as he's been doing. It's the runner at first. That one into left field. That'll get down for a single. And Baltimore's got a man on first and second now.
Now batting, the first baseman.
Look at that. He lined that shot. Off the wall into the corner. Play to make for Benintendi. A single though. And held the runner at second.
1-0.
Pitch from Perez to Rio Ruiz. The ball. And the 1-0 swung on and missed. Strike one. That one was way out of the zone, but he got him to chase and he fouled it off for strike 2. He tried to get him to chase again, putting that ball almost exactly in the same spot the last one was. Ruiz learns from his mistakes and holds off 2-2.
Hey, why not? I would have done the same thing. Ruiz looked foolish, but now has shown some more patience. So the runners will get a head start here on 3-2, which will help out in the shallow left field at Fenway in case the ball gets over there. Try to score the runner from second. Biggest chance for the Orioles all day.
And that one swung on into shallow right center field. Jackie Bradley gets under it for the final out. And Perez gets his way out of that one. And 2 runners as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning here at Fenway.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for the Orioles, number 23.
And that'll
Wade.
end of Akin's day. Wade LeBlanc coming in. 12 games pitched in. Just a 1-2 record in decisions so far.
Leading off.
Only working a more reliever role.
Shortstop. Sander.
Yeah, LeBlanc. I mean, he's been around a long time, huh?
Yeah, definitely.
Drafted back in 06.
Bogart's getting on with a line drive into left field off the monster there.
That's for the Red Sox. The third baseman, Raphael.
Beautiful shot. My goodness. They should give us some more of those shots at Fenway, huh? Give us some fans perspective, excuse me.
Yeah, sometimes these camera angles don't exactly show it all. Pitch just taken inside for
there
ball
it
one.
is. They must be listening. There's another good look there. Beautiful.
There's really nothing like Fenway at night. The lights on.
I've been to Fenway. Sorry there, Miles. I've been to Fenway 3 times. And once in a night game back in September. And you're right. There is really nothing much better than Fenway Park at night. Especially under the lights. I mean, it's just so historic. But at night, you know, you can really feel that. There's another shot. Beautiful. One of those toothbrush type lights up top, lighting the way here at Fenway Park.
And that pitch grounded to second base. He'll try to turn 2, get the man at second, and he'll get both of them. Will play there for the Orioles infield. 4-5. He will play. It's work there, getting 2 outs on the board. They don't want the Red Sox to start any rallies, especially with Andrew Benintendi up. The first pitch to Benintendi is taken for strike 1. While we're on the subject of Fenway, I was actually at the field during the 100th anniversary back in 2012. Got to take a tour, walk around the warning track.
That's a dream.
Yeah. Experience. Ball there, and 2 count now. And that pitch into right field, easy play, shallow pop fly there, and that'll end the inning. We'll head to the 7th, 6, 7, 8 up for the Orioles.
Leading off for Baltimore, the right fielder, number 24.
See how the Orioles respond here, Miles. They had their best chance last inning. A couple of runners on, but squandered it. And Perez is going to be out there for inning number 3 of work. He started 29 games last season. He's got the ability to do so.
Nice heads-up play there by Perez. A little dribbler of a ground ball. Picked up, turnaround, flip to first for the out. One pitch, 1 out here. The top of the 7th for Perez as he faces Austin Hayes next. And that one, liner right to Mitch Moreland, who is able to grab it for second out. So Perez working very efficiently. He's still warming up 2 arms in their bullpen.
Yeah, 2 pitches, 2 outs. If Alberto swings to this pitch, and I'm the O's manager, he's not coming back. Yeah, there he is. He's got to take it. And there's the shot of the manager. You cannot have a 3-pitch inning whatsoever, especially for a guy who's out of the bullpen. I mean, he can go 4. Why not?
That one into center field. I'll get down for a single, but Perez still has the 2 outs on.
Now batting, catcher, Adley Rutschman.
One in there, strike one. Rutschman 0 for 2 today, still searching for his first hit. And that one called strike 0-2 now.
Yeah, Rutschman, he was drafted only a year ago. He's looked a little overmatched at points this season. But trying to snap out of it today.
And he swings it.
Foul that one off.
Yeah. Staying alive in the count. Maybe trying to get some of them going in the top of the 7th. Trailed by 2. The foul there.
Yeah, Rutschman's such a cool prospect to have. You know, he's a switch hitting catcher, is so unusual, especially a guy you could build your franchise around.
Definitely, and he lays off that one, ball 1. And he'll ground that one right to Bogarts. He flips it over to second to get a final out of the inning. Red Sox. The Orioles strand one there. And we'll head to the bottom of the 7th. Red Sox still leading 2-0.
Leading off for the Red Sox.
Vasquez will lead things off for the Red Sox. The man of the hour. He's got 2 runs already. He's 1 for 1 with a double. And he does have that stolen base, too.
Yeah, he has been the guy so far for the Sox. Each time he led off an inning, he scored. We'll see if he can keep it going.
Pitch taken for strike 1. And he'll pop it up into right field. And Hayes gets under it. First out of the inning. Vasquez breaks his streak there. Goes 1 for 2. Moreland up next. First baseman. Walked in the 3rd, but he hasn't gotten a hit since. Pitch. And it misses low, ball 1. Blanc delivers, fouled off by Moreland. Another foul ball there, 1-2.
A couple of veteran guys going at it here in this at-bat, lefty-lefty. LeBlanc drafted in 06, Moreland 07.
That's ball 2.
One lays off that one, ball 2. The 2-2. And he gets him. Painting corners there. Strike 3. One did not think that was a strike. That's LeBlanc's first strikeout on the day. Very good control there, putting it where Moreland will think it's the ball. Bradley Jr. has flown out twice so far. Takes strike 1.
Well, Miles' trade season is coming up. You know, trade deadline on the 31st. Red Sox are a team, like the Orioles, that are outside looking in to a great degree in the playoff race. And maybe Mitch Moreland's a guy some team will want to acquire. He's got World Series experience on multiple teams. Not a bad lefty bat, too.
Yeah. The Red Sox are one of those teams. They're about as far out of the playoff race as you can get without officially being out. But sources within the Red Sox organization tell me that they are looking to buy. They don't want to read any of their guys just yet. They might be looking to add a few big names to see if they can make that last half push to get back in the race. Not sure how much hope there is there, but you can never really count a team out of it until they're mathematically eliminated.
Yeah, that much is true. I mean, a recent example from just last year's, at the deadline, both the New York Mets and Cincinnati Reds were under 500 when they acquired Marcus Stroman and Trevor Bauer, respectively.
LeBlanc will put down another one through the inning without allowing a run. Nothing Red Sox as we head to the top of the 8th now.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Red Sox.
So Brandon Workman will come in for Perez. Workman not having the great year as far as wins goes, but he's 11 for 16 on saves. And that ERA, definitely something you're worrying about. 5.65, especially in a 2-run game now.
Yeah, he's a guy who was part of that 2013 Red Sox team. You know, all those guys who grew out the beards, he was one of them out of the pen. One of the longest tenured Red Sox. Trying to keep it at 2-0.
Ball grounded to Rafael Devers at third base. Trying to make the play, and he gets him. Post play there at first. Quite running out. So, the first out of the inning.
At the ball.
Out here for Anthony Santander. Takes ball 1. No. Fouled off. 1.
Yeah, Santander, another piece for the Orioles that they're looking at. A switch hitter. He's hit for some good power this season and the last couple. Maybe someone the Orioles can look to long term.
Foul that one off. Strike 2 now. Santander's 1 for 3 today. And he swings and misses. He was time zones behind that one. 3.
Now batting, the third base.
Yeah, you're right about that. Look at this. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. He's swinging a miss there, so Workman retires his second of the inning.
0-1.
And a miss for Nunez for strike 1.
Yeah, you saw Nunez. He was a bit ahead of that fastball. Maybe a little overeager. You know, he's trying to snap out of that 0 for 3. And he probably looks at the green monster in left field. Probably looks about 100 feet right now. Trying to extend his team-leading home run total.
2 balls, 1
I'll take all 2 low and outside. 2-1 now.
ball. That's just out. Oh, come on.
3-1 count now. Workman in danger of walking Nunez. One swung on and missed. A lot of movement on that knuckle curve by Workman. And Nunez fouls that one off. Staying alive, 3-2. And he'll hack at that one, putting it into right field. Pilar gets under it. And it'll be a 1-2-3 inning for Workman. Top of the lineup due up for the Red Sox. Oz is 1 for 2 today. He had a single in the third inning, hasn't done anything since.
Third inning of work there for the veteran Wade LeBlanc. Facing the top of the Sox order, like you said.
More lefties in the bullpen for the Orioles. lefty heavy lineup today. Pitch was a ball. That one swung on into shallow left, and it'll get down. It'll be a single for Raza. Second hit of the day.
Right fielder, Kevin.
Yeah, Red Sox could look to add some on here. They do have the lead. Orioles bats haven't shown up today, but just 2-0. And their bullpen has struggled this year in the past couple seasons. Certainly look for some insurance here at Fenway Park before the top of the 9th inning.
0-1's the count.
Or take strike one there.
Hey.
And that's strike two.
Yeah, Kevin Pillar, free agent signing from the San Francisco Giants. He played 160 games for the Giants last season, one of their everyday players, but his market this offseason was quite slow. For the Red Sox finally signed him late into free agency.
And that'll get past the catcher, and runner moves to second. Peraza taking advantage of that pitch that got away from Rutschman. He scored a wild pitch on LeBlanc. On 2 now.
Ball, that's out.
They'll miss outside, ball 2.
Yes, that's interesting, Miles. You said the Red Sox were looking to buy. I mean, this is a team that still has a lot of offensive talent. You have guys like J.D. Martinez in that lineup, Benintendi, Bogarts. Peraza's been all right at the top of the order. So maybe looking to add some pitching to that group.
Yeah, well, there is a lot of offensive talent. It just isn't cutting it this year, as you can see by the record. 4th in the AL East. I'm not really sure where a big name would fit in. Notable weak spots include Mitch Moreland, the first baseman. He's going to get up there in years, but not having a great year, to be frank. They can find a team willing to send over a bat at first. That would definitely, in addition to our lineup, would be they help us past this hump.
Yeah, could certainly use a long-term piece, at first base. Moreland's been good for them over the past couple of years, but you're right. He's a guy who, as Pillar goes down, and he doesn't like it, he's a guy that maybe doesn't fit in long-term with the Red Sox as they kind of transitioned here from that 2018 team that won the title.
And what the Red Sox cannot do is hang on to that 2013 team. They have to move on. Another pitch getting away from Rutschman. A 1. Runner stays at second.
Yeah, that's something I did want to mention earlier about Mr. Rutschman. He's coming up so early. Just drafted a year ago, almost.
That's ball 2.
Oh, pitch misses. Ball 2. And he misses again, ball 3. Danger of walking Martinez. Scenarios would be good, but Xander Bogarts is up next. It's not a guy you want to bring up with 2 men on. 1 now. On grounded past the first baseman, and that'll be a single. Raza stays at third, not trying to stretch it into a run. It's a 7-game hitting streak for Martinez. Ends it with that. So just barely getting past the glove of Rio Ruiz.
Sorry about that little glitch just now, Miles. Looks like the Red Sox are trying to get something going here. Add some much-needed insurance here in the bottom of the 8th.
Yeah, with the closing pitchers having a historic, or not historic, they are historically not the best in the league over here on the Red Sox. They could definitely use some insurance runs. It's 1 for 3 today, and he's got runners on the corners. Ran out. The pitch just barely misses. He was trying to catch the top edge of the strike zone.
Yeah, let's see if the O's, they might just stick with LeBlanc here no matter what. You know, this could be the last inning you have to put pitchers out there and maybe trying to save some arms for the rest, for the rest of the series and for this season. And LeBlanc, the veteran, is in inning number 3. He's got a lot of experience start.
First pitch lined right up the middle, and that'll be a single for Bogarts, an RBI single driving in Peraza from third. The Sox now lead 3-0.
Third baseman, Raphael Devers.
How about your Sox, Miles, huh? 3-0 lead. All you got to do is hold that and maybe they can get some more. And the Orioles will make a pitching change. Another lefty coming in.
Tanner Scott hasn't made a decision yet, or hasn't earned a decision yet. He got 7 holds. We'll be looking to prevent the Red Sox from putting any more on the board. 1 man out, 2 on for Raphael Devers, who's 0 for 3 today. Pitch misses for ball 1. One's a round out. We'll play for the, and then 3rd out to the inning. So Baltimore gets out of it. Just 1 run allowed. The Sox able to get some insurance. Look for Josh Taylor to hold this one. Not in line for a save right now. Hold, definitely. He continues his performance, a .85 ERA this season. Phenomenal. 36 strikeouts to just 10 walks. Taylor is having a great year, especially among most of these closers, the Red Sox. First pitch taken for a strike by Dwight Smith Jr. Swung on and missed, 0-2 now. Two count. Up into left center field. Jackie Bradley Jr. gets in front of it. He's the runner at first. And the Orioles have a man on.
Now batting, the first baseman.
Nobody out.
Dwight Smith Jr., former first-round pick. Orioles desperately needed base runners. They seem to have struggled with that all game. Only Raleigh came in the 6th with 2 on and 2 out. They squandered it. Leadoff man aboard here with their last licks.
0-1.
Ruiz hitless so far, 0 for 3 today. This is outside, ball 1. It's even up at 1-1 apiece.
Ball. 2 balls, 1 strike.
One count now for Ruiz after that one missed. Taylor delivers, swung on and missed high and inside, strike 2.
Yeah, great pitch there right by Taylor. Only in the second full season, but he attacks hitters with that fastball up and in. Good find for the Red Sox. 3 ERA last year as a rookie. Under 1 this year.
He adds another strikeout to that total this year. That'll go down as the first out of the top of the 9.
Yeah, and Josh Taylor is a guy who went to Georgia College and State University after a stint at Scottsville Community College. So he's the one who took the JUCO route, wasn't exactly highly touted, undrafted out of Georgia College and State University, but has made the uphill climb all the way to the big leagues. And no matter where you start from where you finish, if you can get batters out, you'll find a home, and the Red Sox have found a good young piece here.
Definitely a steal. Another pitch on and missed by DJ Stewart. Behind 0-2 now.
Yeah, I know as a Sox fan, Miles, you can attest to this. Even in the Red Sox World Series year, just a few years ago, their bullpen has been a struggle. And
definitely.
He can be a long-term piece. He's got a lot of arbitration under his belt, or in the future, excuse me. He won't be a free agent until 2026.
Yeah, hopefully he can continue to perform well and find a spot in the starting lineup if he's with us long enough and get some years under his belt. That one popped up into shallow at center. Track down easy out there for Peraza. Sticking out of the end.
Now batting, the center fielder.
Be last up for the Orioles. Outs. A runner on first for Austin Hayes.
Yeah, giving us one last look maybe at beautiful Fenway Park. You see the fans are on their feet hoping that this could be the last one. I'll tell you what, so many great ball games at Fenway, whether it be 2004 with Dave Roberts stealing the bag. Red Sox are trailing 3-0 in the series against the Yankees, who beat them the year before in the ALCS. Battled all the way back from 3-0. Yeah, the Red Sox-Mets series in 1986, Bucky Dent home run game, just to name a few. Here at Fenway.
Forget 2013 ALCS, David Ortiz with the game-tying grand slam. David Ortiz, such an iconic figure for the Red Sox.
Oh yeah, no matter what, he multiple different playoff runs where he was putting the team on his back.
Taylor got Austin Hayes behind in the count, 1-2 now. He's 0 for 2 today, hoping to snap that streak and keep his team in this one. Delivery from Taylor. And that's a called strike 3. That's the ball game, folks. Taylor coming in the top of the 9th. We'll close this one out. Doesn't get the save, but the team won the game nonetheless. And that was a showing there by these Red Sox, even if it takes facing off against the Baltimore Orioles to get one. It's a good showing nonetheless. Good to see.
Yeah, certainly. Sending these home fans to their cars, to their trains, or wherever they may be leaving, quite happy. A shutout performance, only 4 innings out of Nate Eovaldi. But Perez out of the bullpen gave him 3 strong innings. And Taylor closes it out. Yeah, he does close it out. Christian Vasquez, by the way, I called him the Energizer Bunny earlier. He scored 2 of the 3 Red Sox runs, had a double and a stolen base.
They left 6 men on base.
I absolutely earned that player of the game
For
right
the
there.
Orioles, no run.
Not often, you know, catchers don't often steal bases, but today Vasquez, standout performance, 1 for 2. That double and the walk led to the stolen base, scoring both of the times he got aboard.
We'd like to thank the Red Sox
And for the Orioles, their rookie lefty Keegan Akin was solid but not good enough. Those 2 walks, including one of them to Vasquez, as we'll see later, was his Achilles heel today.
Now we'll take a look at some highlights. There's Kevin Pillar's sacrifice fly in right field, within the first run of the game, and Red Sox the lead there and never gave it up. Low-scoring game, but nonetheless.
A good day at the dish for Kevin Pillar.
2 RBIs and his performance.
Great job by Taylor. What a find for the Red Sox. Once again, this guy was undrafted and spent some time at community college. But look at him dealing here in the 9th to close it out after the Red Sox got that much-needed insurance. And hey, you don't have to scratch out too many runs if your pitching can shut out any major league team over 9 innings.
Yeah, definitely a great performance out of these Red Sox. Hopefully a few additions. The trade line can spark, given that spark they need to get in that wild card spot, but although it is highly unlikely there, look at that, 16 games back, as we can see, is the over to the left side.
Yeah, you mentioned it in the broadcast, Miles. Shane Bloom, former advisor for the Rays, now the Sox. There's some rumblings in Beantown that the Sox might be buyers this year. Maybe set themselves up for a run in 2020 or for 2021 too.
Yeah. Looking ahead, we've got the Tigers facing off against the Astros. Tigers, both teams looking to get something going. They're not having the best of years, either of them, especially the Astros, now that their trash cans were taken away. We've got on the call coming up next, we might have a change in broadcaster. Carlos Zimmermann had a personal issue, but he should be on. And then, yeah, that was a great game to call, honestly. Great game to watch, I assume. 3-0 ball game. Nothing like when one team has a dominant pitching performance and they're able to keep the other team from scoring at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Even with Eovaldi, only giving you 4. Perez was great out of the pen. He really earned that win. 3 hits, but no runs over 3 full innings out of the pen, and Taylor closing it out. And looking ahead the next game, 2 Miles, the Houston Astros, I think, talking about a team that's gunning for it in the wild card race. It didn't start out too hot. New manager with Dusty Baker. You talked about, the aftermath of the whole scandal, but they still have a potent offensive lineup. And they're really losing Garrett Cole is also something that they had to overcome. But Dusty Baker and crew, I think, will be a dangerous team coming into the second half. Will they make a move to bolster their pitching staff? Maybe try to get some of that replacement in production from Garrett Cole.
Yeah, talk about a team that's or a player that's having a great year. Yordan Alvarez is
oh my goodness,
absolutely killing it. He's leading the team in RBIs, other categories if I'm not wrong, but I just remember he's just having a dominant performance this year. Definitely up. He's up there in voting if he's not leading.
Yeah, there he is. My goodness, look at those numbers.
354 average, 5 runs and 107 RBI for the All-Star break.
Yeah, and then his teammate Alex Bregman right behind him. I mean, when you have those two guys, Miles, that's why if I'm in the AL, I'm very scared of this Houston Astros team.
And I'm not sure how mathematically it is, but Yordan Alvarez definitely on pace to break the single-season RBI record of.
Yeah, Alvarez came up last year as a rookie with Houston, and he seemed to just coast on his pure talent and ability. But once he got into that playoff series with the Yankees, the ALCS, and then the World Series, teams started to figure him out, learned how to pitch to him. And it looked like he came into the 2020 season much improved as a hitter after his rookie season, much more of a smart hitter, and he's put it all together. When you have talent like that, making a few adjustments, watch out. We've seen him have an unbelievable year so far.
And definitely, he is working out the math in my head. He's on pace to become the first player to hit over 200 RBIs in a season. To be monumental. Great performance. And really slowing down all the critics of him after that, after last year's scandal. For showing that he can still hit if they're not stealing signs.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I mean, we haven't seen, like you said, we've never seen 200 ribbies in a season. Hack Wilson, 191 is the record from almost a century ago. Lou Gehrig, 185. Hank Greenberg, 184. That was in the 1930s. Jimmy Fox. Yeah, we haven't seen anyone threaten this record. It just seems like one of those that could never be beaten. But that would really be something, just to see him chase that. I mean, and he's hitting 354 while doing it too.
You know, if he just stopped playing right now and didn't hit another RBI, he'd be pretty high up on the American League single-season RBI leaderboard.
I mean, yeah, you look at those numbers right there. If he stops playing, you're right. He's still an over 5-win player with WAR. He's still hitting with the batting title. He still has 34 home runs. This is a season that most players would dream to have, and we're not even at the All-Star break.
Definitely a triple crown contender, possibly. Definitely could happen. First one since Miggy.
Yeah, you're right. And it might just be his own teammate that might prevent him from getting some of those triple crown categories. But yeah, I mean, you look at the Astros lineup to the left, it's still very potent, very similar team to the one that won the World Series 3 years ago and made it last year. We can talk all we want about the scandal, but it doesn't take away the talent that they have. And new manager Dusty Baker as well, putting in a different look, a different culture to the team that maybe they could use here in the second half. Baker is known for taking teams to the playoffs as his run as manager. Took the Giants to the World Series in 2002. Dusty's still looking for his first championship ring, though. Maybe a confluence of factors could help him get that.
On the other hand, you have the Tigers, who, you know, low expectations, low performance is the story of their existence. 36-58, 24.5 games. Not much hope here for all the Tigers fans, but maybe they'll be able to pull off the upset against the Red Hot Astros.
Yeah, the Tigers, just like the Orioles we just saw in our game, Miles, are just trying to find pieces, pieces that they can look for long term to help them out, especially in the lineup. But you have the good young pitching crop coming up for the Tigers, headlined by Casey Mize, first-round pick back in 2018. He's already in the bigs. So Jordan Zimmermann, you got him starting for the Tigers today. He can be a good mentor for some of these young guys. I mean, not to go on too long here, but I mentioned how Akin, the rookie starter for the Orioles, credited Alex Cobb and John Means for helping him lead the way, show him how to be a big league pitcher. And the Tigers, I mean, if you put together a rotation, anything is possible. We saw in 2019, the Washington Nationals snuck in as a wild card team, but the strength of their rotation helped them win the World Series with Strasburg, Scherzer, and Corbin. Those are 3 aces. Tigers trying to do a similar kind of model. There with their, sometime a team, 21, 22, 23. Maybe soon they can become a team that could sneak into the playoffs and make a run.
Absolutely. Definitely something that could happen. And nothing is impossible in ball, as we all well know by now.
That is true. That is true. And one of the funniest things about ball is the randomness we saw in our game just now, Miles. A ball hit off the top of the monster and then go back into play.
Definitely takes a lot of precision.
Yeah, and you'll see some strange managerial choices too. You have pitchers, they're not pinch hit for, and then they come out of the game anyway, and different things. But I'll tell you what though, about all the weirdness, the randomness you get in ball. I mean, you look at these standings, you look at the numbers. Nothing is too far off whatsoever. I mean, this is a great simulation of the 2020 season. Things check out about right. You have your surprises like the White Sox playing so well in the American League Central, but that's all part of baseball. That's all part of randomness anyway. So this MLB show simulation has done a great job, really, if you ask me.
That's definitely it's entertainment. That's what you can say. Really fun to watch. And if you had a time listening to this or watching this game, please, with the means, donate to NAMI. As we mentioned during the broadcast, they're a great charity doing great things. So yeah, if you can, don't feel pressured to do so, but if you can, they're the National Alliance on Mental Illness. They're doing great things. So.
Yeah, that's right. We do this for the love of the game, get everyone their baseball fix, and even though the real MLB season's on the horizon, ball still has that classic 162 game schedule. The marathon. Because this 60 game season will be more like a sprint. It will be so much different. Some players won't even be there. It remains to be seen who plays and who doesn't. So this one is, honestly, it's strange to say it, but the 162 game season feels already like a throwback kind of feel to it, especially during 2020. I believe we'll have Jordan Smith joining us soon. We'll have Carlos Zimmermann, who might be showing up a bit late. They have Tigers, Astros. We got a full slate of game, though, on ML Ball. Started out today, Rangers, Yankees coming up with Dane Richardson. And then Brother Beard's Seattle Mariners taking on the Oakland A's at 5:30. So if you're a fan of American League Baseball, we got you. And then, of course, we have ball until 10:45 at night is the Eastern time is the final game.
Looks like we have our next two broadcasters in here. So for myself and Chris, we're saying goodbye from Fenway. Hope you all enjoy the next game. Austin Jordan, take it away.
Alrighty then. Hello, friends. Welcome to the next matchup here. We'll head over to an interdivision matchup. It's the Tigers and the Astros coming up next live from Minute Maid. Jordan, how are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. I had to book it back over here, back to my house. I had to get my dad from work, but we are good to go. And we're about a minute out, and we'll get underway. Tigers-Astros, Jordan Zimmermann versus Jose Urquidy today. Jordan, before we get the ball rolling, give give me your thoughts on this pitching matchup and how it's going to go today. It's two guys that are really the back end of the rotation, so this should be hitter-friendly today.
Yeah, I think it will be. I think you still get some good production out of both of these guys, but I think today you're going to see a few more runs than you were probably expecting. It'll probably be somewhere around 4 or so runs for each team. It'll be a good showing either way by both of these sides. You'll see some good pitching performances from Urquidy and Zimmermann, who at times can show flashes of some really good success. It just seems like sometimes throughout the season they just haven't been able to find the right groove during games to allow them to be able to be, I don't know, I guess as successful record-wise, stats-wise, and everything when you look at that. But honestly, regardless of that, these are still two really good pitchers that can, when they have their stuff, they can really put on a show.
Still waiting to head on out there, and it looks like we're going to be about ready to go. This is this Astros team coming in as we have as you see it there on the calendar. We are approaching fast to the All-Star break. Home Run Derby and All-Star games coming up very soon, as we are now rejoined by Chris Sachi. But that game before us, a 3-0 shutout for the Red Sox, a team that is kind of been struggling, oddly enough, this season, Jordan.
Yeah, they really have. You take a look at both sides. Obviously the Tigers, you see you're at their 36-58 on the year. They're not really expected to do as much, this year, as they're really still trying to, rebuild, if you will, and try to regain the glory days, if you will, of the World Series years with Cabrera, Hunter, Verlander, all of them in Detroit. And then if you take a look at the Astros, you see the numbers right here for the pitching matchup. Urquidy obviously having the upper hand record-wise, a few more innings pitched, allowing fewer walks, the ERA lower. So definitely the advantage pitching-wise on the Astros side. But you take a look at the Astros season overall, and you see something interesting. They usually they'll struggle a little bit right out the gate to start the regular season. But for whatever reason, usually in about late May, early June, they really get it going. This time it took a little bit longer than expected. About late, basically the end of June, they're able to find it. Now they've got a whole different season going right now. 2 games above 500, about 5 games or so outside of first place. You see Jose Urquidy there taking the mound. This seems like a new Astros team that we're seeing here on July 10th.
We're now inside Minute Maid Ballpark, folks. My name's Carlos Zimmermann. Jordan Smith alongside of me here. As you get a look at Jose Urquidy, he will get ready to tackle these Tigers hitters. And here is the leadoff hitter, Nico Goodrum, to get the ball rolling here today in the beautiful city of Houston, Texas. First pitch from Urquidy is high for ball 1. Get a look at this Astros infield highlighted by Alex Bregman, then an outfield highlighted by that man there, the former Indian Michael Brantley. A really good defensive core for Houston. Next pitch from Urquidy is low, 2-0. Got the roof open today, crisp 75 degrees in the virtual Minute Maid Park. In real life, it's more like 100 degrees in the Houston area, as that one's fouled off by Goodrum. Yeah, no, they're expecting a heat index of 111 today here in Houston.
Good thing I'm not in Houston right now.
Yeah, good thing for you. You're still up by our school. Fouled off there by Goodrum, runs the count even.
Luckily, it's not that hot. I think we're just getting about to 90 on the temperature, so on the scale there. So.
3-2 pitch from Urquidy, called strike 3 in the top half of the zone. Strikeout to start the game as he gets Goodrum.
Batting second,
And that's always what you want as a starting pitcher. You always want to start off strong, and getting a good strikeout, especially having to battle for it at 6 pitches, a good way to start the ball game. Really gets that early confidence going for yourself.
First pitch to Harold Castro in there for a strike. Astros defense goes as follows: left to right in the outfield, Michael Brantley, George Springer, Josh Reddick. Infield, Alex Bregman third, Correa at short as that one misses. Altuve at second, Gurriel at first. Behind the plate is Garrett Stubbs, and of course Urquidy on the mound. Next pitch to Castro on the 1-1 in there for strike 2 on the inside half. Now the 1-2 from Urquidy just misses up and away. 2-2. This Astros defensive lineup, Jordan, is quite something familiar that we've been able to get familiar to, as that one's fouled off by Castro. Springer back in the order, Reddick out and right. It's a very, very familiar defensive set.
It is, and I think that was done on purpose when they drafted and brought in a few of those players from their system, as that one swung on and missed, forced out number 2 and strikeout number 2 of the game for Urquidy. I think this is something that they purposely try to do, is make sure that whoever they did draft and whatever players they did bring up when it was time, like Alex Bregman, Carlos Correa, Jose Altuve, George Springer, the main 4 of the team, if you will, those being the anchors and the players that really solidify this lineup. And whenever you're a manager and you have those 4 year in and year out, keeping their same positions so you don't have to worry about them, makes your job a whole lot easier.
Now here's Jonathan Scope, the former Oriole, who has a count even right now against Urquidy. Trying to get something started for the Tigers here, but 2 quick punch-outs by Urquidy has stifled that. The 1-1 just misses low. Rest of the order for the Tigers: Kristen Stewart, C.J. Cron, Miguel Cabrera batting 6th, Heimer Candelario 7th, Austin Romine 8th, and then Cameron Maben in the 9-hole. 2-1 from Urquidy. In there on the outer half of the plate, 2-2.
Maben, a former Astro, was on that 2017 World Series team, was a late addition, I believe, at the trade deadline by the Houston Astros, and he ended up being a pretty good pinch runner for him.
As a swing and a miss from Scope, Urquidy, 3 up, 3 down, sets them all by virtue of the K. We're through 1/2 inning here in Houston, no score. Now the Tigers will take their defensive positions. This is now Jordan Zimmermann, a 3-10 record so far this year. Definitely not the start he's wanted. Jordan, what else do you have on Jordan?
Of course, there it is. No, I mean, you pretty much hit it right there. It's not the start that you want as a pitcher, especially for Jordan Zimmermann, a veteran who really looks to set an example and set a tone in that starting rotation. That 5+ ERA, something that you never want to see, and something that is a contribution to just his struggles this season. It just seems like in a majority of his outings, he's just not able to get the control that he wants and get the command over hitters that he has in the past, and it's really weighed on his performance so far this season.
To get a look around at some of the Tigers players, Jordan Zimmermann, first pitch to Altuve was for a strike right down the pipe, 0-1. Next pitch is swung on and hit in the infield. Just behind the mound, over to get it is the first baseman Cron, and that will be out number 1. Lineup for the Astros: Michael Brantley bats second right now, Alex Bregman third, Yordan Alvarez cleanup in fourth, Carlos Correa fifth, Yuli Gurriel sixth, George Springer seventh, Josh Reddick bats eighth, and then the 9-hole hitter will be the guy behind the plate, Garrett Stubbs. Here is Michael Brantley. First pitch is a nice breaking ball from Zimmermann in there for a strike. That's interesting about Jordan Zimmermann. He's got your first name, he's got my last name. It was a perfect day for us to call this one.
Oh, man. Yeah, it was. It basically was. It was, like you said, perfect match.
Brantley floats this one into the right center field. Back to get it is the second baseman, Scope, for a quick out number 2. 4 pitches and 2 outs for Zimmermann. Good start.
Yeah, definitely a great start for Zimmermann so far, even for the first 2 batters of the ball game. That's what you want. You want quick, efficient at-bats. You want to get hitters to swing early and miss their swings and make contact they don't usually make, and get in the ground ball, or like the last 2 outs, the first 2 outs really, getting them to pop up. Just get quick, easy outs and get out of the inning quick.
First pitch to Bregman is skied into left field. First pitch swinging, and that ball is out of here. 413 feet off the bat of Bregman, his 21st on the year. And the Astros lead early, 1-0.
I tell you what, that's classic Alex Bregman right there. Just going up and saying, well, I'm going to go ahead and just attack you just because I want to. And so, just going first pitch swinging right there and sending it over the Landry Crawford boxes here at Minute Maid. Just a great job there by Bregman, especially swinging on a pitch there that maybe was a little inside on him.
Zimmermann floated in the breaking ball, but Bregman read it all the way and just pulled it out into left field, like you said, into the Crawford boxes. That one actually snuck behind the foul pole, so that was kind of looping. But 412 feet off the bat of Bregman, the Astros on top 1-0, and now if I'm Zimmermann, I'm really scared, because now you got to face this guy who's at a career high in home runs, Yordan Alvarez.
Yordan having a pretty incredible, I would say, first 365 days of his Major League career, especially this season, coming off his Rookie of the Year award last season. You see the shift there with the right side of the infield. Definitely a 1-2 punch that'll scare any pitcher.
1-0 pitch from Zimmermann is grounded foul by Alvarez. Tigers defense goes as follows. Left to right field, Kristen Stewart in left, Harold Castro in center, Maben in right. Third base is Heimer Candelario, as that one floats in there for a strike. Nico Goodrum over at short, Scope at second, CJ Crone at first, Austin Romine behind the plate, and then, of course, Jordan Zimmermann on the mound. 1-2 count, 2 out here in the bottom of the first, 1-0 Astros, and the pitch is swung on and fouled back by Alvarez. Now he sets again, does Zimmermann. The 1-2 pitch again is just fouled off again. Could have been ball 2, but Alvarez hacks at it. Zimmermann's got to be careful here not to pitch him in, or Alvarez can put it over the right field wall. He pitches him in, but he pulls it to left and into the seats.
Yeah, like you said, a dangerous pitch there. Anytime you get something inside, that's his bread and butter in Alvarez.
Alvarez hits this one into center. After it is the left fielder Stewart, but he can't get it. Castro will pick it up. It's going to be a 2-out double for Yordan Alvarez. Another hit for him. Keep racking up the bat. That's his 30th on the year, and the batting average will continue to climb.
Yeah, just a great job for Alvarez fighting for his pitch, getting those foul balls to then set up this opportunity where he gets one into that deep part of center field right there at the padded wall, just about a little under 400 feet on that one. A good job there by Alvarez, and now gets a runner in scoring position early on.
The man to try and bat him in will be Carlos Correa, batting .277 this year, 11 home runs, 47 RBIs. Now he'll dig in here to face Jordan Zimmermann. Here's Zimmermann. He had a good, effective start as that first pitch misses. 4 pitches, 2 outs, and then everything fell apart when Bregman just went deep. 1-0. Just misses up high, 2-0 on the 89-mile-an-hour fastball. That's the unfortunate thing with Zimmermann. Showed a lot of prowess when he was with the Washington Nationals. Had a no-hitter with them. But now that he's just kind of gotten away from them, he is really, really regressed. 2-1 swung on and missed by Correa. And runs the count even. Now the 2-2. Ooh, Correa just held up at that one. He wanted to swing, but good thing he didn't. Runs the count full with a runner at second.
think Zimmermann was a little frustrated there. May have thought that Correa went around, so we'll see what happens here on a 3-2. Wouldn't be surprised with the high-end fastball.
Jordan goes, and it misses for ball 4, so that'll be a walk for Correa, and now that'll turn things over to Yuli Gurriel, who, don't let his age fool you, folks. He's only been in baseball for now his 4th season, even though he's in his mid-30s. Batting .260 this season with 8 dingers. 2 on. Here's the first pitch to Gurriel, and that one is hit into left center. After it is Harold Castro, and he will make the catch for out number 3. But the Astros get a run across off the bat of one of their young guns. Alex Bregman pulls that one in just around the Chick-fil-A foul pole. 1-0 Astros through 1. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv.
Leading off for the Tigers, the left fielder, number 14.
Back around to the top of the second, Kristen Stewart at the plate, swings at the first pitch and fouls it off 0-1. One from Urquidy, swung on and fouled to the right side, runs the count to 0-2 for Kristen Stewart. Batting .238 this year, trying to get something going here for the Tigers, and that one's fouled off. Good speed and velocity from that fastball from Urquidy.
Absolutely. That's something that is a tribute to the first inning, feeling confident in his performance so far.
That one's hit into left, but Brantley moves over a few steps and makes the catch. 1 out.
That is it. The first baseman, CJ.
Another quick out here for Urquidy, getting it done. 22 pitches through an inning and a third. Having some pretty efficient work so far.
That'll bring up the journeyman C.J. Crone, a former Ray and Texas Ranger, as the first pitch is swung on and missed by Crone. Right out in front of it was Crone, 0-1. Which I'm going to correct myself. I don't believe he was with the Rangers. Twins was the team I'd missed. Swings again at a pitch there, 0-2. The Angels was another team that he was on. That's, I believe, is the team that he started his MLB career with. Had some good years with the one of the Astros' rivals in the AL West. The 0-2 pitch to Crone is swung on and missed. 4th strikeout on the day for Jose Urquidy. And that's 2 out here in the top of the second.
The designated hitter, Miguel.
You notice there in that at-bat, most of those pitches were outside of the zone, just getting Crone to chase. A good testament there on pitch selection and location by Urquidy. A good job hitting his spots.
And now here comes the power bat in Miguel Cabrera. Hasn't really shown much of it this year. Currently on an 8-game hitting streak in games he's played in. So he's looking to keep that going today, batting .246 this season in a year where the Tigers are just, well, they're just trying to salvage what they can as that one misses 2-0.
Yeah, it's an interesting time for the Tigers right now, really just trying to, they're in a bit of a limbo. They want to find that structure and be able to get back to where they were, but they're trying to rebuild, but it's, it's a matter of patience, and that's something that these Astros fans can tell you. They did a while back. That's something they can tell you takes a bit, but you have the right pieces in that front office taking care of things. And eventually, once the players that you get do come up, it turns into a thing of beauty.
Full count offering to Miggy, and swung on and missed by Miguel Cabrera for strike 3. 5 strikeouts for Jose Urquidy. He's through 6 batters and 5 of them via the K. On to the bottom of the second, 1-0 Astros. Jordan Zimmermann back out to work again in the bottom of the second here. Here's George Springer, who missed a couple games earlier this week due to a day-to-day injury on Springer. Looks like he's doing a lot better, though, as he's back in the lineup, Jordan.
Yeah, it definitely is. You see there day-to-day with that injury, but glad he's back here in the Astros lineup. obviously a player that they much need in that outfield. Someone that they rely on heavily for his defensive output. And of course, when he can get his bat to go around the right way, and he can get his hitting on a level field, excuse me, it's something that quite amazes you with the raw power and the hitting ability that George Springer has.
1-2 to Springer is popped up. Underneath of it is Candelario. He will make the play for out number 1.
Batting 8, the right fielder.
Springer just trying to find some of that magic that he had just a couple years ago through the Astros postseason run. Hasn't really found it this year so far. Hoping to rebound. Here's a guy who's been hot as of late, Josh Reddick, on an 8-game hitting streak entering today. First pitch misses for a ball. Reddick skies this one into left. Will it stay fair? Yes, it will, just by the line. Reddick hustling over his way to second, and he is in with a sliding double.
Batting 9.
Yeah, that was a good job there. Just hitting it in the right spot. I think he may have heard the catcher behind him shift over to the outside. But he knew this one was going to be outside. Just waited on the pitch and got a good swing in and just squeaked by into fair territory. Got a good bounce off the wall too. If that doesn't bounce off the wall and go and elevate as much as it did, he may not get to second base in time.
That will now send it over to the catcher, Garrett Stubbs. Spent a lot of years in the Astros farm system. Now finds himself settling here in the lineup as Stubbs hits this one into right. Thought that looked a lot louder off the bat, but catching it there is Mabin. Reddick will stay at second base as we now have 2 outs here in the bottom of the second.
Now batting, second baseman, Jose.
I could hear the disappointment come into your voice when you saw that wasn't going over the wall. I felt it with you. That one looked pretty good off the bat as well.
Stubbs will be 0-1 for the afternoon so far. Here is the 2019 ALCS MVP, Jose Altuve, who hit that walk-off last season against the Yankees to send the Astros to the World Series against Washington, as this next pitch is inside for ball 1. Zimmermann to 30 pitches now. Pitches that one as that one catches the outer half of the plate. 1-2 the count. Runner at second is Reddick. Altuve digging in here, 1-2 count, and here is the pitch from Zimmermann. Swung on and fouled off. Going after it was Crone. Thought he had a play on it, but it meets the seats. One-two pitch again. Altuve just fouled down the third baseline. Good at-bat brewing here, folks. 1-2 pitch is down the line. Actually, a fair ball as it lands fair. Altuve on his way over to second. Couldn't quite see it. Scoring is Reddick, and the Astros jump further in front. 2-0 on an RBI double by Jose Altuve.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, that one just squeaked by. A hard hit liner down the first baseline. Somehow stayed fair. It brings in the second run for the Astros now. It gives Altuve an RBI.
Now you got to have another righty on lefty matchup in Brantley. It was 0-for-1 today. Popped out in the first. With 2 out here in the bottom of the second. Good virtual crowd on hand here at Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas. As Jordan Zimmermann will deliver the 0-1 to Brantley. That's grounded to first. Grabbing it is Crone, and that will be the third out of the inning. But Jose Altuve bats in a run to get the Astros up to a 2-0 lead as that one scored Josh Reddick. Heading to the top of the third, Urquidy back to work. 2-0 Houston. You're just joining us here on Twitch.tv. This is ML Ball's presentation of the Detroit Tigers against the Houston Astros. I'm Carlos Zimmermann. Alongside me, Jordan Smith. if you love what you see, please donate to our charity of this week. This week it is NAMI, a very good organization. We would love it if you would send your money their way. It will be very much appreciated.
Count 1-0.
Yeah, absolutely. A great organization indeed, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, helping out those families affected by mental illnesses and such, and really a great cause to help those families cope with medical costs, with treatment plans, etc., to help their loved ones in need.
Absolutely. Urquidy back into work here against Heimer Candelario. Batting just below the Mendoza line. He's got a 1-2 count on him right now, and this one is skied into center. Underneath of it will be George Springer, and that will be out. Number 1 here in the top of the third. Good at bat and pitching effort by Jose Urquidy. As you take a look at the AL West standings, the Astros climbing up out of 4th after spending so much time down there. They move their way into 2nd, above 500, 5 games behind the really strong Oakland Athletics. The Astros are hard charging, but Oakland is really tough, Jordan.
They absolutely are, and obviously Oakland has tailed off a little bit from their early season success, but they still remain a pretty strong and pretty prominent team, regardless of whether or not they're on a hot streak. I'll tell you what, that'll be a matchup to watch here as the season goes by, especially as we near the second half of the season starting next week. That'll definitely be something to watch here, is that matchup between the Athletics and Houston, because whoever wins that matchup in the second half of the season, more than likely will take the AL West title.
2-1 count here to Austin Romine. Now it's a count run even, 2-2. Urquidy, good action there with the two-seamer. Look to maybe come back here with the breaking ball. 2-2. It is breaking, but fouled out of play. Romine batting .227 this season. I know the Tigers still looking for their first hit of the game, as that one's fouled off again by the Detroit catcher. Two to Romine in the dirt. Stubbs will throw it down to Gurriel for the strikeout completion put out. 2 out now in the top of the third. Here's Cameron Maben.
Once again, a good job there. 4th strikeout of the game for Urquidy. Just a great job of really handling his own and getting control, as you see there, getting control and getting command over hitters throughout this entire game so far. And very efficient with his stuff.
This one just misses inside. 1-1. The count runs even. Like you said, Maben, part of that 2017 Astros squad that went to the World Series and won against the Dodgers in 7 games. Was an integral piece down the stretch, making some good defensive plays for the Astros in games 6 and 7. So he was very useful. Now has found himself in Detroit. 2-1 pitch is grounded to the second baseman, Altuve. Throw on to Gurriel, and that will be the end of the third. He's through a frame. Urquidy has been stellar. Heading to the bottom of the third. Astros still on top. 2-0. Bregman, Alvarez, and Correa due up. Take a look here at the hitting stats for the Astros. First in the major leagues and the American League, obviously, in batting average. So that tells you that the team's trending in the right direction. But they're top 5 in 4 categories, Jordan. So very, very impressive start, our first half of the season, and comeback for the Astros.
Leading up for the Astros.
Absolutely has been. That's been something that really, like you mentioned earlier, they're accustomed to making that quote-unquote comeback, at earlier parts in the year, usually late May, but just took them a little bit longer, as that one's going to be a pop-up to the shortstop where Goodrum's going to catch it for out number 1.
Now that
It just, it took a little bit longer for the Astros to really find their identity. Once they did, now they're on that roll. You see here, as you take a look at the AL Central, Detroit, not the last team in the division, but right there with the Royals, just two teams that really are just in the midst of a rebuild, let's admit it.
And then you have to play in a division with two teams that are at 60 wins, and then a team that's before long they'll get the 60 wins in the White Sox. So Minnesota, Cleveland, and Chicago, that's going to be a duel to watch the rest of the season. See who falls out and who will rise to the occasion in one of the tightest divisions in Buffalo.
And you can say the same exact thing about the AL West too. I mean, as of right now, every team still has a chance of getting that division title. Now, granted, Seattle, more likely than not, on the outside looking in. But you take a look at 1 through 4, all within 8 games of the division lead in the Oakland Raiders. My goodness gracious alive.
They're not even in Oakland anymore.
Exactly. So they've won the world, but the Oakland Athletics, you really see as Alvarez gets the lock there, put a runner on, but you really look at the AL West. It's a division that's always a very, very close, hard-fought battle. And this year, with the performance of the AL Central, really the only way you're going to get in the West is if you win the division. There's no real shot, more than likely, unless a team falls off in the Central, of making it to the wild card.
Oh, yeah, you're right. As Correa's here at the plate to face Zimmermann. It very well could happen. You have 3 teams from the Central make the playoffs, with Cleveland, Chicago, and or Minnesota taking the wild cards, along with the team that's not included in the wild card. They win the division. So this is also going to be a problem for the East, as Correa lines one into the gap in right center. That one will get all the way almost to the wall. Coming around third, no, Gary Pettis gives him the stop sign, and Alvarez will hang at third, but it is another double for the Astros. Correa 17th on the year, and there you see it. This team really, really good at hitting doubles, Jordan.
Absolutely, and that's one way, that's pretty much their main way of being able to get so many runs on the board during games, especially during this hot streak they've had now for the past couple of weeks. Pretty much a home run or a double is what's going to get them their extra base hits, and what's going to bring them their run support for their pitchers. As that one's fouled away for strike 1, that's really what's going to get them going in the run category.
The 2 on, in scoring position, both of them, Alvarez and Correa. Gurriel digs in, grounds one to Candelario at third, and that is a quick out number 2, so it'll change things over now for Springer to try and drive the 2 runs.
Once again, first pitch swinging, that's what the Astros do. If they're not first pitch swinging, more than likely they're second pitch swinging. They like to attack early in pitch counts. They like to try to get some pressure early on for the starting pitcher.
First pitch to Springer in there, 0-1. You see Springer's career against Zimmermann, 2 for 9. Not ideal, but again, Springer just trying to find what that mojo again of him that got him in that leadoff spot for so many years, as he tried to with that pitch there, but it is foul. Runs the count to 0-2. This one is popped into right. Camping underneath of it is the right fielder, Maben, and that will be the end of the inning. Top of the order due up for the Tigers, and I'll hand it over now to my colleague here, Jordan Smith, to cover the middle innings. 2-0 Houston through 3.
Thank you, Carlos. Back here at Minute Maid Park for the top of the 4th inning. 1, 2, 3 hitters due up for the Detroit Tigers. Nico Goodrum up to the plate, 0 for 1 in the game. He struck out looking his first time up. Right now, Urquidy has been absolutely sensational. 30 out of his 46 pitches have been called for strikes. That one, the outside, way outside for ball 1. Really, Urquidy has had a sensational day so far. as the 1-0 just misses inside for ball 2. Ready now, the 2-0. Swung on and fouled away, 2-1 the count.
If Urquidy is going to get good room here, he's got to pitch him low and in, get him swinging up over his shoe tops.
That one swung on, shots with the shift. Bregman barehands it, throw to first in time. One away here in the 4th. A great defensive play there from Bregman as he barehands it on a short hop.
And that's what you gotta love about Alex Bregman. He showed it in the playoffs for every year the Astros have been in it, and since he's been on the team, and he's just been stellar, and that's why he's the mainstay over at third.
First pitch to Castro is low for ball 1. He's 0 for 1, struck out swinging his first time up. Being in that first inning. That one's in their first strike where Urquidy went 1-2-3 with 3 strikeouts. This one swung on, hit sharply to Bregman again. Able to field it cleanly and throw to first in plenty of time for out number 2.
The batter, number 8.
Yeah, they're going to be keeping Bregman busy over there in the hot corner.
Go.
Now Jonathan Shoup into bat here with 2 outs and nobody on in the top of the 4th inning. Looking to get on base for the first time. He struck out swinging his first time up. 2-0 here in the top of the 4th. First pitch from Urquidy will be inside for ball 1. Swung on, fouled away on the high heat. 95-mile-an-hour fastball. 1-1 the count. Big swing and a miss on the breaking ball. 1-2 the count. You see the pitch breakdown.
Urquidy's got to pitch him up and in here.
I got to count 2-2.
Outside 2-2. Maybe setting up that inside pitch. We'll see what happens here. Now it's swung on. Fielded by Altuve. Easy throw to first. 1-2-3 go the Tigers here in the top of the 4th. We head to the bottom half of the inning. Still 2-0 here in Houston. Heidi Watney there with that broken microphone. I'm not sure how they haven't fixed that yet. We'll have to see if they can fix that there in the truck. But you see in the Twitch chat, the rules have been set for the trivia question. They've asked the broadcasters to hold off on answering for just a few innings. We can give the wonderful fans a chance. But the question is, which numbers are retired from the Houston Astros? And which people do they represent? We have the rules in the chat as well. So if you're watching this, be sure to go and give your input on what you think the answers are. Well, swung on first pitch from Reddick. Easy grounder, second to first. Throw in time from Shoup. There's one away in the inning.
Looking at that trivia question, I can name a few. I won't name them now, obviously, but I can name a few. But I know there's a few I'm missing in my head.
I've been to the ballpark way too many times. I can pretty much name almost every single one.
Well,
I've been to the ballpark way too many times.
In all fairness, the last time I was in an Astros game in Minute Maid, I've been in Minute Maid more times for non-Astros things, so that's going to be a hit.
There's a base hit for the Astros once again. That's hit number 6 in the game, and Stubbs getting his first hit in the game, now 1 for 2.
Like I said, as Altuve walks up, I've been to more non-Astro related things in Minute Maid in the last 10 years than I have actually Astros games. I think the last time I was on the team, Jason Bourgeois was the center fielder for the Astros.
Oh, you have not been since the Dark Ages. Oh no. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. That one swung on. That will go into right center. Going over to it is Mabin making the catch. Here's out number 2 as Stubbs retreats back to first base.
The batter, the left fielder, Michael Brantley.
And me and my best friend will usually go, at least try to go at least, for the past like 5 or 6 years, we've been going to at least a game a month whenever we're not, you know, cities apart for school and everything, but usually we'll go to at least like a game a month. So I've been quite a few times, I'll say, in the last few years or so, as that one's ripped past the first baseman for a base hit. Stubbs will round the second, head to third, and Brantley will slide in safe at second base. That's a double for Brantley, his 26 on the year. Extends his hitting streak now to 12 games.
Man, this one is just a screamer off the bat of Brantley. Crone just stuck his glove up and tried to nab it as it was just over his head. And then Brantley stretches a ball that normally would be a single. He stretches it into a double because he wasn't even at second base when that ball was relayed into second base.
Alex Bregman up to the plate, 1 for 2 in the game. His only hit so far coming off the solo shot, just past the left field foul pole. That one is fouled away. 0-2 the count now. You see the .327 batting average with runners in scoring position. 0-2 swung on, grounded to third. Will not field third base, instead throw it to first. Will still get the out regardless, and that will do it for the bottom of the 4th inning. The Astros strand 2, head to the 5th, still up by 2 in this one. Like you said, Carlos, a great crowd here at Minute Maid Park for this one. Friday afternoon fireworks coming up after this matchup is done with between the Astros and the Tigers. One of the fun things about Astros games at home, they have the fireworks, I would assume like most teams do, for all the Friday night home games. One of the cool things about going out to the ballpark, they make it different themes for every single Friday night fireworks that they do. It's a pretty cool thing that they have here at Minute Maid. First pitch will just find the zone. It'll be in there for strike 1. 0-1, good breaking ball action. Swings and misses on top of it. 0-2.
I got to count 1 and 2.
High for ball 1.
Yeah, no, you mentioned the things at the ballpark. I stand by this, and all bias aside, I think the Astros fan base at the ballpark itself is one of the best in ball, in all honesty.
Swung on, hard hit ball, but fouled away. 1-2 the count.
Man, he gave that one a ride.
Swung on, hit sharply. Bregman catches it on the line, though. Here's out number 1.
Man, I've noticed something about the Tigers so far. They've had some really good hit balls. Just like that one, they're off the bat of Stewart, but this Astros defense has just been ready for it.
Astros defense has been pretty stellar so far, especially Bregman there on the hot corner at third. As that one is high for ball 1 to CJ Crone. That one just missing the zone for ball 2. Crone 0 for 1. Struck out swinging his first time up to the plate. Now nobody on with 1 out here in the 5th.
Ball 3.
As that one looked to be in the zone, but that will be called ball 3. Rio right down the pipe, strike 1. Crone obviously not having the green light on a 3-0 count like most batters. Expect some breaking ball action potentially here as that one looks to float. It's a 95 mile an hour four-seamer. Excuse me as I stumble on my words there. 3-2 the count. Now the full count pitch. Swung on. Grabbed by Correa. Looked like the shift to the left side of the infield. And fielded for out number 2.
Now batting. Designated hitter.
Man, oh man, Urquidy almost lost Crone there, but he's able to fight back. Run the count full as bullpen action for the Astros here as Urquidy's pitch count is running up.
Hey.
2 outs here is the first pitch. 2 Cabreras in there. 4-strike-1. You see 2 arms in the bullpen. Austin Pruitt. Framber Valdez. Valdez to the right. Pruitt to the left. Opposite is their throwing hand as the 0-1 will miss the zone. The 1-1 count. That one swung on and a line straight to Altuve. Scoops it off the ground. It'll be made for a catch. We head to the bottom half of the 5th inning. It's a 2-0 score here in Houston. Four, 5, 6 due up for the Astros. Here in the bottom of the 5th, Jordan Alvarez. Step up to the plate, like you mentioned earlier, raising that batting average with a double in his first plate appearance. Also walked his last time up. 1 for 1 today, raising that OBP as well. 1-0, misses inside 2-0. Jordan Smith here, Carlos Zimmermann alongside me for this one. Here at Minute Maid Park, otherwise known as the Juice Box. As that one just misses outside for ball 3.
You know, I think that's one of the more unique nicknames for a ballpark. And, you know, this is a very hitters-friendly park. Tigers haven't really figured that out today. How to hit in this ballpark as Alvarez has walked. Again.
Yeah, the second time he's been walked today, and you see the frustration there from Zimmermann building up. He throws his hat on the ground, obviously not pleased with his performance so far today, and obviously he feels like there may be some calls that should go his way that just haven't today. You see Orbit firing up the crowd.
Yeah, no, there's a couple pitches on that one that looked pretty questionable. That 2-0 pitch looked pretty good, and then the 3-0 pitch looked pretty good. So I understand the frustration.
That one swung on, chopped to second. The first is the second to show up. The first in time, and that's a quick double play to empty the base paths.
Well, Zimmermann, he might be okay after that. Bang bang at first.
Real steps up, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. 0 for 2 in the game. Grounded out to third his last time up. This one swung on, hit on a line to first. That one caught. The outstretched by Crone. We head to the 6th. 2-0 the score here in Houston.
Leading off for Detroit, the third baseman, Gamer.
Candelario up to the plate to get things started here. Top of the 6th inning. That one swung on a pop-up. Full foul. 7, 8, 9 hitters due up. The Tigers here in this bottom half, or the top half of the 6th inning. As that one runs inside for ball 1. One outside, 2-1 the count here. More than likely, this could be the final inning for Urquidy, depending on how many pitches he throws. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw Pruitt or Valdez in the 7th inning, though. One is swing and a miss. Strike 2. One outside. Ball 3, a good location to try to get Candelario to chase, but now full. 3-2 just floats on him. There's the first walk, I believe, of the ball game given up by Urquidy.
Now batting,
Runner on first here with no outs in the top of the 6th.
And he had been dialed in up to that point.
Swung on, fly ball, heading into left center. Springer makes the catch. There's out number 1 here, as Candelaria retreats back to first.
Right fielder, number 4, Cameron Maben.
That'll help your Urquidy a bit with first pitch swing.
Absolutely, as the number 9 hitter, Cameron Maben. Head to the plate. Astros more than likely in a double play defense as this one squeaks by the middle for a base hit. It's just got past the foot of Urquidy. There's the first hit of the ball game for the Tigers coming in the top of the 6th.
May have been a good piece of hitting there off the end of the bat and just squeaks it up to center for a base hit. Urquidy loses the no-no through 5 1/3.
On fouled away for strike 1. Nico Goodrum 0 for 2 in the game. Grounded out his last time up. Right now, for the first time today, the Tigers are the runner in scoring position. Goodrum represents the go-ahead run as the tying run on first. See there now, Valdez taking a seat as the right-hander Davinsky will head into the pen to get warmed up. Outside, 2-1 the count.
I think if Urquidy were to lose Goodrum here, I think you go to Davinsky to try and get him out of the jam.
One swung on, fouled away. 2-2 the count. Yeah, you could definitely see a situation where Dusty Baker, the manager for the Astros, comes in if Goodrum gets on base as he fouls that one away. Keep it at a 2-2 count. More than likely, I would only see it if they give up a run here, if Goodrum's able to get an RBI hit. Maybe it right there, as that one is laced into left field, but we'll keep everybody at base. So base is loaded. Here with 1 out in the top of the 6th. This has not been a good inning for Urquidy.
Dials in perfectly for 5 innings. 15 up, 15 down, and then he gives up a walk, a hit, or he had an out first, and then a walk, and then a hit, and now another one to juice the bases.
Castro will watch one go by for strike 1. 0 for 2 in the game, grounded out his last time. He's also struck out swinging, and right now the Tigers looking to get on the scoreboard for the first time today. And the first hits in this inning is that one. Grabbed by Altuve, throw to second. That one gets past Correa, heads in to third base foul territory. All of a sudden, they slide in at third safe. Goodrum now standing at third, but 2 runs score. And what a nightmare. All of a sudden, the Tigers have tied it up.
A rare mistake from Jose Altuve throwing against it. At that point, you just throw it to first, you take the run, and you still have a 1-run game. You make that mistake, and look what happens. Tie ball game.
There you see Dusty Baker. After the runs come up, they will head to the pen. We'll see which right-hander will come in. Like you said, would not be surprised to see Davinsky to just make quick work of the inning. Set up for Pruitt going in the 7th and 8th. Instead, we'll go to Peacock, who hasn't even warmed up yet.
An interesting move by Baker. We're in the 6th. I get that the situation is dire, but you go to your long arm out of the pen?
Not only that, yeah, no reason to really go out with your long reliever, but also your only long reliever. Interesting move for sure is Peacock will head into the ball game with 1 out and 2 runners in scoring position. Go ahead run 90 feet from home plate as that one is in there for strike 1. Shoop at the plate, still looking for his first hit. He's 0 for 2 in the game. That one a big swing and a miss. 0 to the count.
Yeah, I'm still questioning the move to Peacock. I mean, you have James down in Round Rock. So yeah, Peacock is your last option, but he's making good work here of Scope.
Big swing and a miss. That will keep the runners second and third. Now with 2 outs here, Peacock gets his first strikeout of his outing.
Yeah, Scope's just not having the day he wants to have. That one way up and away. You know better to take that, but he tried to put something in play to give the Tigers the lead, and it backfired.
Christian Stewart now looking to get on base. This will be a ground out to Bregman. Throw to first. And that keeps it a tie ball game. Very interesting stuff here in the top of the 6th. Astros lose the lead. And now all of a sudden, we've got a ball game. 2-2 here in the 6th.
Leading up for the Astros, the center fielder.
Springer will get things started here for the Astros in the bottom of the 6th inning. 7, 8, 9 hitters due up. Blue and orange here in this bottom of the 6th inning as the first pitch from Zimmermann is swung on and fouled away for strike 1.
And now, all of a sudden, Jordan Zimmermann, that would have been bad. 63 pitches now, 64 as he fouls that one off to Springer. He's in the 6th, and his pitch count looking not as horrible now.
0-2 swung on, and that will get into left field and bounce off of the left fielder and Stewart, but a base hit for Springer. And as if you're Springer right now, with the way that your season has gone at the plate, that's got to feel really good.
Yeah, that one just caught a lot of the plate, and Stewart tried to play it on a hop. Got to be careful with those kind of things. Lucky he didn't hurt himself, but it's 1 on for the Stros, and here's Reddick.
Outside, that's a ball.
Ball 1 to Reddick as that one misses outside. 1 for 2 in the game. Got on base with a double his first time up. Came around to score. As the second run the Astros have had in this ball game is that one ripped into center field. Ground ball single. Runners on first and second with nobody out.
Now batting, catcher.
Yeah, looks like Gardenhire is going to go to his pen.
That's exactly what he will do. Zimmermann's day is done. 67 pitches and 5 innings of work. Final numbers we'll get you here in just a bit. New arm out of the pen, the right-handed pitcher, Kyle Funkhausen. What do you have on him, Carlos?
Hasn't really had many opportunities to play. 8 games, 1-0 record, and then an ERA way up over 5, so this is an interesting move by Rod and Gardenhire. But he goes to Funkhauser, spent a lot of year in AAA, hoping to maybe get and bail out Zimmermann here. He's going to have to face Stubbs, who's 1 for 2.
That one gets in the dirt, but everybody stays put. 1-0 the count here to Stubbs, who got a single back in the 4th inning. 1 for 2 in the game, looking to bring in that run from second as the go-ahead run.
Yeah, it looks like his orders from Baker are move the runners over.
Going on, fouled away. 1-1 the count.
I thought he was going to square around again. My mistake.
Swung on. There's the bunt. They will go to second in time for the out. They get Reddick out at second, so a fielder's choice on the bunt there from Stubbs, but now runners on the corners and the go-ahead run 90 feet from home.
Good play by Funkhauser going against his momentum. Stubbs has got to put that one a little bit closer to the line for that sacrifice to be effective, or even get him on base with a bunt hit. But not the case, but runners at the corners for Altuve.
Nope.
Outside for ball 1. You see the 2 righties in the bullpen for the Tigers as both of these teams looking to make it a what looks to be a heavy bullpen game here. 3 or 4 pitchers more than likely used on each side here out of the pen. That one is fouled away on the high heat for strike 1. One and one swung on. That one fouled into the seats on the first base side. 1-2 the count.
Funkhauser just needs to try and blow some heat by Altuve here.
That's ball 2.
Russo right there to try to get in the chase. Doesn't work though. 2-2 the count. I gotta tell you what, that high fastball right down the middle, that is as tempting as ever for a hitter. To see Altuve just watch it go right by him is a testament to the plate discipline ability that he has. It's this 2-2 pitch. It swung on and popped up. Will go into foul territory. Making the catch on it is Romine. There's 2 away here in the inning.
Hey, you make a good point with that high fastball. It's tailor-made for hitters like Altuve and guys like Bregman to want to go after it. But then Funkhauser comes back at Altuve with an off-speed and just gets him to pop it behind the plate.
First pitch in there for strike 1 to Michael Brantley. We'll go ahead and get you those answers to the retired numbers. Obviously, the main one is Jackie Robinson, which is retired league-wide, number 42, for his impact on the game and what he did to break the color barrier in Major League Baseball. You also have Jeff Bagwell and Craig Biggio, the 2 playmates there at first and second, number 5 and number 7 for their careers. Jimmy Wynn, one of the greatest power hitters in Astros history, at 24, followed by Jose Cruz at 25. Mike Scott and Nolan Ryan, numbers 33 and 34. Larry Dierker, one of the greatest all-around Astros of all time. Player, manager, broadcaster, number 49, as that one's a fly ball. So we get the third out here in the inning. And we'll strand the 2 runners. We'll keep it tied at 2 as we head to the top of the 7th. I'll give you the last bit of the answers here. Jim Umbricht, 32, and Don Wilson, number 40. Those are the retired numbers and players for the Houston Astros. It's a great history if you look back at the almost 60 years of history in Astros history, as we now give you the 7 through 9 play-by-play courtesy of Carlos Zimmermann.
Thank you very much, Jordan. Top of the 7th, Astros tie game with the Tigers now after Urquidy was very well through 5 innings, and then it just all fell apart in that 6th inning. That it's got the Tigers where they're at now. Brad Peacock back out to work now. Now, talking about those retired numbers, the names I knew the chat and even in here in our Discord would have trouble with is Jim Umbricht and Don Wilson. Because all the other names you listed off, very well-known players in Major League Baseball over the years.
Absolutely, and that's something that you take a look at the Astros history. That was just a ground ball up the middle for out number 1. You take a look at the Astros history, they've had some pretty good players come up through their organization and make their impact on Major League Baseball. Another one that you don't see on this list is he wasn't retired officially by the Astros. Ended up being a Hall of Famer. Joe Morgan, Cincinnati Red, long time, one of the greatest infielders that we've seen in baseball history. Is that one? Wow, gets by him.
Wow, that kind of skated away from Springer there. The lucky thing for him is that Candelario doesn't really, or not Candelario, Cabrera doesn't really have any speed anymore. Well, he didn't really have any to begin with, but he'll get on base, and that extends his hitting streak to 9 games for Mig. The runner on. You mentioned guys that didn't have their numbers retired, as that one misses from Peacock. A couple names come to mind also. Lance Berkman. number 17 for the Astros for so many years. And then another guy, Darryl Kyle, number 57 for the Astros, played with the Cardinals as well, unfortunately passed away in 2001. That's another guy that I'm surprised neither the Astros or the Cardinals had retired. He pitched very well for both teams.
He did, and while they didn't retire his number, they have out there on the left field to center field wall. I'll go ahead and let you call this one.
Oh man, that one almost dropped in front of Brantley, but he makes the play there for out number 2, keeping Mig over at first. Go ahead.
They have a little, I guess like a wall sticker, if you call it, for DK, and that's for Darryl Kyle. That's their kind of tribute. They even wore the DK patch for that 2002 season as well. And I believe the next year after that, obviously a good friend to most of the players on the roster at that time, and to the Astros organization. Fans still remember him. Just a wonderful guy.
Had a no-hitter with the Astros in the earlier 90s. And found fame with the Cardinals. Just an excellent all-around pitcher. You can't ask for much better, and it's just unfortunate that he had passed away. I think that was brewing into possibly a Hall of Fame career. But it unfortunately was not meant to be, but still in the hearts of Astros and Cardinals fans everywhere. 2-1 count on Austin Romine. Peacock's been able to work around that hit from Miggy, but currently he's not trying to lose Romine here. 3-1 count with 2 out, as Peacock will deliver his 18th pitch, and that is skied towards the seats and right, and trying to get after it was Reddick. If this was 4 years ago, he might have gotten to it, but his age is showing a bit. Runs the count full.
Nope, that's ball 4.
And he walks Romine on a pitch that he thought was strike 3, did Peacock. He did not like that one bit. 2 on for the Tigers and 2 out here for Maben.
I think pretty much everybody in the ballpark, even the Tigers, thought that one was in the zone as well. And it looked like from our vantage point it did, and I'm not really sure. It seems like the home plate umpires really had a few of those calls here tonight where he's expanded and shrunk the strike zone whenever he really wants to, but more times than not, he's shrunk it.
There's a perfect term for that. It's called inconsistently, or consistently inconsistent.
Yes.
You can name a couple umpires in the major leagues that have that, but I won't do that to them because that just goes without saying. That one looked outside, but that one called a strike. 0-2 on Maben as the sun has gone down here in virtual Houston, Texas.
That one was a IOU call.
The count was 1 and 2.
Called that makeup calls in the National Football League. Good waste pitch from Peacock, runs the count to 1 and 2. 2 on, 2 out, and the pitch to Maben is skied into the left field seats for a foul.
NP squared 42 in the chat. Yeah, you are correct. Bagwell was drafted by the Red Sox and traded to Houston in a steal of a deal.
Maben strikes out there to Peacock. Not happy with himself, obviously, but a good work by Peacock to get around the walk and the hit from Mig. Keeps the game tied as it's stretch time at Minute Maid.
Leading up for the Astros, the third baseman.
Kyle Funkhauser out for another inning of work, and here's the guy that got the ball rolling for the Astros in the first inning. The first pitch to Bregman was hit out of the ballpark to give the Astros at the time a 1-0 lead as he tries again, but fouls it off 0-1. He has been really big on first pitch swinging today. Swings at another one, and it misses. 0-2.
One ball, 2 strikes.
Kyle Funkhauser trying to keep this game tied. Bregman trying to change that with one swing of the bat. The 1-2 pitch swung on and missed. For a strikeout for Funkhauser on the slider. One out here in the seventh.
The batter, number 44, designated hitter, Jordan.
Yeah, Bregman didn't like that one, Jordan. Alvarez now digging in for the Astros here with one out here. 0-1 pitch to him. Swung on and missed again. 0-2. Alvarez been hitting very well for the Astros this year. Leads the team in home runs. Definitely the perennial guy for the All-Star game. Either at DH or in left field. Take your pick, American League. As he fouled that one off here. He's 1 for 1 today. He's been walked twice. As the 0-2 from Funkhauser is, he half swung at that one and he just skies it into second baseman's glove, Jonathan Scope, as the shift was on. 2 out now in the bottom of the seventh. That will bring up Carlos Correa, 1 for 2 today. Double back in the third inning. Trying to get something started here. Funkhauser trying to just make this a 1-2-3. Correa, very good for the Astros over the years, being the guy who bats just after the cleanup hitter, as that one is called a strike one, as Correa did hold up. And now the 0-1 from Funkhauser swung on and missed, as that one was down the pipe at 95 miles an hour, 0-2, and Correa couldn't catch up to it. Funkhauser will kick and deliver to try and send this to the 8th, but misses way outside, 1-2. This one is swung and hit into right. Underneath it is Maben, and that will be the end of the 7th. This game does remain tied. Nico Goodrum, Harold Castro, and Scope, top of the order, due up for the Tigers in the 8th, 2-2 in Houston.
Leading off for the Tigers, the shortstop, Nico.
So the Astros send Brad Peacock out for another inning of work here to face this top of the order for the Tigers. Interesting move by Baker. Good idea, though, to protect your arms in the bullpen, as it's been quiet over there, because Peacock has been able to get somewhat of a handle of this Tigers hitting, as Peacock will kick in and deliver the first pitch to Goodrum, and it's in there for strike one in the bottom left corner. Again, Peacock kind of used to these kind of situations, Jordan. Usually used to be in the Astros rotation, but now has found himself in a different role out of the pen.
Yeah, and it's been an efficient one. Some pitchers usually aren't able to make that transition as quickly or as efficiently. Brad Peacock did both. He's been absolutely sensational for the Astros out of the bullpen, and they could not have asked more from him as they add more and more pieces to their starting rotation and make it even more of a solidified rotation.
Swing and a miss from Nico Goodrum, and that's the second strikeout for Brad Peacock. That one had him swinging up out of his shoe tops. A good off-speed pitch that just sunk out of the zone.
Absolutely. Great breaking ball action from Brad Peacock. I'll tell you what, that's something that'll help him in this ball game very, very much. We've seen him so far in the outing. He likes to use that breaking ball in late parts of the count, and it's obviously seemed to work so far.
Yeah, he's got a 1-0 count as Castro fouls that one off to run the count, even 1-1. Yeah, he's got a good mix of pitching, so that's why these hitters, they got to be on their toes and expect anything from Peacock. 1-1 pitch is swung on by Castro and hit to Altuve. Throw on to Gurriel for the second out here in the top of the 8th.
The batter number 8.
Good job there by Altuve. Getting the clean throw. Obviously, the error on Altuve earlier in the game. Only error by either team so far, but either way, really that error of the difference, as they were able to get 2 runs to score off of that in the top of the 6th, so good job by Altuve to not let it affect him.
First pitch to Scope is a strike. Folks, coming up next in approximately half an hour, depending on how the rest of this game plays out, the Rangers are friends to the north on I-45. They're out in the Bronx against the New York Yankees. Corey Kluber against, I believe I read Masahiro Tanaka. I don't think I read that right. But either way, that's it. That's up next. Rangers and Yankees. Hope you stick around for that one. Count even now, but now goes to 1 and 2 on Scope. 1-2, off speed in there and got Scope looking for strike number 3. Good piece of pitching by Brad Peacock. Sends this one to the bottom of the 8th. Tigers and Astros still tied at 2. And no, I did not read that wrong. It is Corey Kluber versus Masahiro Tanaka. Dane Richardson will be on the call for that one coming up at 3:45 Eastern, 2:45 Central. Still working a good ball game here in Houston. If you've just joined us, Carlos Zimmermann, Jordan Smith on the call. Bottom of the 8th as Yuli Gurriel is facing Kyle Funkhauser, who's quickly up in the count, 0-2.
A great start here in this at bat. Funkhauser really just attacked him with 2 straight high-speed pitches right down the middle of the plate. Challenged Gurriel.
0-2 pitch, just misses on the outside half of the plate. Good pitch from Funkhauser, 1-2 the count.
Funkhauser not happy with the call, thought that one was on the outer edge. See what happens here if he throws there again.
Gurriel waits the 1-2 from Funkhauser. Here it is, swung on a pitch that was ducking inside and low and fouled off by Gurriel. Kyle kicks and delivers, misses way off the plate, runs the count even on a curve that was way out. Two-two pitch, fouled off again by Yuli. Good piece of at-bat here for Yuli Gurriel. That one is hit into right over the head of Jonathan Scope, and that'll be a lead-off hit here for Gurriel here in the bottom of the 8th.
Good job there fighting by Gurriel to get the hit that he needed. And see, there's a good piece of hitting just getting by the outstretched glove of Scope. Now puts a runner on for Springer.
George Springer entered today 9 home runs. Tried to put that one up into the tracks and left, did not. 0-1. Astros led early on 2-0 by a good pitching outing by Jose Urquidy, who was perfect through 5 innings. And then a disastrous 6th inning just derailed the Astros' hopes of getting out of here with a good win to move 3 games above 500. Right now, that's still in limbo as this game's tied at 2 with the Tigers fighting back. And Springer right now is working out a good count here. 2-1 against Funkhauser.
That's ball 3.
3-1 as that one misses up.
I wouldn't be surprised to see one inside on Springer to try to get him to swing.
Instead, he pitches a little bit outside of the plate, and Springer can only foul it off, so it'll run the count full. Three-two pitch, fouled again into the seats. Another good at-bat here.
Love to have that one back. That one right down the heart of the plate. Just missed it.
Full count offering from Funkhauser is fouled off again. So with that pitch count running up for Funkhauser, you gotta start thinking Gardenhire might look to his bullpen again if he were to walk him here or Springer gets a hit. We'll see what happens. As here's another full count offering and it's fouled off again.
Good job by Springer. Now 8 pitches in the at-bat. Like you mentioned, just a great battle between these two so far in this AB.
That one misses, so Springer wins the battle. 2-on, nobody out for the Astros.
Up next for the Astros, the right field.
Good job there. Now you got runners on first and second with nobody out here late in the ball game. This is where the Astros like to shine, especially when they're on these hot runs. As you see the pinch runner and Miles Strauss, and that will be it. And George Springer in the ball game, but really see a late game heroics by the Houston Astros. That's something that they have done very well over the past few years.
And now you go to a guy like Reddick who's going to square around here, but he pops it up, and Funkhauser off the mound makes the play. Not really a good bunt from Reddick there, who's now 2 for 4. And now any ball on the ground here, if with the shift, could end and get Funkhauser out of this inning, as here is Garrett Stubbs, who's 1 for 3. That one hit, fouled. Oh my goodness, that was so close to being fair.
Yeah, it was. Another 1 or 2 feet sitting on, to the right of where that landed. That's a fair ball, and that's a go-ahead run crossing home plate.
Especially because that could have caromed off the wall, and I don't think Stewart would have had a really good beat on it. So with the speed of Straw, it wouldn't surprise me if he scored. Now Stubbs finds himself in an 0-2 count against Funkhauser, and he chops one off of Funkhauser. He's got to quickly get it, flips it over to first, and it's in time to get Stubbs. It'll probably go down as a sacrifice as the runners both moved over. Oh, wow. That could have been disastrous.
Absolutely. That was too close of a call there. If he would have fielded that cleanly, that would have been a double play to end the inning for sure. But luckily, it bounced right off of Funkhauser's leg. He was able to get both runners to advance into scoring position.
Can't ask for a better guy other than maybe Bregman or Alvarez this season. You got Altuve in the leadoff spot, there to get hits, and he's trying to get it here. 2 on, 2 out, bottom of the 8th, tie ball game at 2, 1-0 count. Here's the pitch from Funkhauser, and it just misses 2-0.
As you said, couldn't ask for a better hitter at the plate right now in Jose Altuve. All he needs to do is just get one past the infield.
And that one is into left field for a base hit. 2 runs are going to score, and Altuve trying to hustle over to second. They get him out, but the damage is done regardless. Jose Altuve tried to stretch a single into a double, but gets the runs anyway. 4-2 Houston as we head to the 9th.
Your attention, please. This game for the Astros. Now
so with Springer out of the game, Miles Straw will now take over in center field, and now they'll hand it over to the closer, Roberto Osuna. What can you get for us on him, Jordan?
Osuna, a player who can really lock down ball games. You see the 163 ERA, 21 out of 22 saves in opportunities. Done a really good job this season. One of the better closers in all of the BOP ball season. We'll get a chance to see that once again right here.
He's going to face the 4, 5, and 6 of the Tigers. 1-0 pitch from Osuna, misses 2-0. Osuna trying to battle back here in this at-bat against Stewart, and he will with that pitch as it's 2-1. One offering again, swung on and missed by Stewart, who's 0 for 3 today. 98 on the gun from Osuna. Two-two pitch, just got a piece of it, did Stewart.
Yeah, you talk about that 98-mile-an-hour fastball. You can barely see that thing getting the home plate. Once you get to about 95, 96 miles an hour, it's hard to see that thing get to home plate.
That one misses low and inside, and that runs the count full. Tying run in the on-deck circle in C.J. Crone. 3-2 misses high for ball 4. A rare leadoff walk from Roberto Osuna on 7 pitches, and that will bring the tying run to the plate.
Like you said, a rare missed opportunity there for Osuna. Brings on the leadoff walk. Like you said, brings up the tying run of the plate. See how he responds here in this one.
Crone fouls off the first pitch is 101 miles an hour from Osuna. Yeah, that tells me he wasn't happy about walking Stewart. One misses outside, runs the count even to 1-1. Any ground ball here could induce a double play. Swings and misses does Crone, 1-2 the count.
100 miles an hour on that one. Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. Definitely not happy with giving up that leadoff walk. Wouldn't be surprised if he did it again here.
1-2 to Crone is hit on to third. Bregman to Altuve to Gurriel for the 5-4-3 double play. That's how it's done, and quickly the Tigers are down to their final out.
99 miles an hour on that pitch. It just shows you Osuna is dangerous with that high heat. Gets a swinger to hit on top of that one for the 5-4-3, like you said. Now all of a sudden, more favorable position for the Houston Astros with the base paths cleared.
And representing the final out potentially will be the longtime Marlin and Tiger, Miguel Cabrera, who's 1 for 3 today. Luckily enough, extends his hitting streak to 9 games with that hit earlier. But now is in a tough spot here as the first pitch from Osuna misses 1-0. That one just in there for a strike. 1-1. Cabrera takes a good clean hack at that one. And the Tigers now down to their final strike. Astros up 4-2. 1-2 pitch to Cabrera. Misses. Count even again at 2. Two misses. Runs the count full. On deck is Yeimer Candelario if the inning continues. Osuna looks in on a full count offering here to Miguel Cabrera. And the pitch is hit just foul again.
I wouldn't be surprised if we win off speed. Lone Insider challenged them with that high heat once again.
3-2 pitch from Osuna. It is a high heater, but he misses for ball 4. 99 on the gun. Second walk for Osuna, and the inning will continue.
The third baseman,
trying to get hitters to chase on that one. Miguel Cabrera, obviously the longtime vet, has seen that more times than not. But you see, it's obviously not working here so far. 2 walks in this 9th inning. Not something you see pretty much almost ever from Osuna.
And now you have a righty on lefty matchup in Yeimer Candelario against Osuna. Not favorable for Roberto, so we'll see what he can do here. The 0-1 is hit to the first baseman Gurriel. He'll step on the bag, and that will be the ball game. Astros bounce back after being up 2-0 and then having it tied at 2-2, and then Altuve does the good work to get the Astros up in the bottom of the 8th, and that is the tale of the tape today. A 4-2 win for the Astros, 3 games above 500, and now 4.5 games behind the hard-charging Oakland Athletics in the division. Man, a very, very up and down ball game today for both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw, flashes of great pitching performances and offensive performances. Really, for the Tigers, their offensive performance came in that 6th inning. But they were able to get all 3 of their hits in that 1 inning. They were able to come around and score off of an error. That's how they got their 2 runs in the ballgame. You see Alex Bregman, the player of the game, with that solo shot bottom of the 1st inning. Peacock getting the win, his 2nd win
for the Tigers.
This week alone, Funkhauser with the losses he gave up to lead in that bottom of the 8th inning. Osuna getting the save, but yeah, definitely. It was really up and down for both of these teams. Flashes of both stellar defense and pitching, and offense as well, and then the opposite for both sides as well.
So as we're running a bit early, we'll take a look at these highlights. There's the Bregman home run that just snuck inside the Chick-fil-A foul pole. And that was the first bit of production from the Astros. Then Altuve here has that double to right field that got all the way down just inside the fair territory and up to the wall. That brought in another run. And just like that, Astros were up 2-0. And then here's the top of the 6th. Maben getting the first hit of the ball game for the Tigers, ending the no-no bid for Urquidy. And then the error by Altuve, Jordan.
Yeah, that was really the Achilles heel in that 6th inning. It seemed like things were just going wrong for them in that inning, and then that was really the breaking point. You see there, the throwing error by Altuve just completely changed the momentum in this game for a good portion of the actual latter half of the ball game. Really, it went in favor of the Tigers.
But then coming in to save the day, much to our chagrin at first, but then ended up working out, was Brad Peacock. And here's the hit by Altuve that just snuck past the third base bag that scored 2 runs in Gurriel and Straw for the Astros. And then Candelario makes the final out here to Gurriel on a 3 unassisted, and that was the ball game today for the Astros. The Tigers falling once again, closing in on that 60 loss marker. And as you said, Jordan, Peacock the win with his 2 2/3 innings of work. I think you ought to give him the save. I know Osuna came in the 9th, but man, Peacock really saved the day for the Astros. And then Funkhauser the loss, and then of course Osuna the save, his 22nd on the year.
Yeah, so that's another testament to the adjustment that Peacock has had to make, going from the rotation for a good amount of years, 2 or 3 years, being one of the mainstays in the rotation, to really being that main and only long reliever for the Houston Astros, being steady and being that role, adjusting to that, and doing pretty well.
As we're about 14 or so minutes out from the next game coming up in the Bronx, we're joined by our next broadcaster, Dane Richardson. Dane, how are you doing this afternoon?
Good, how are you guys? The Astros pulling out a close one, but some more AL West baseball. You got the Rangers coming up against the hottest team in ball right now, the New York Yankees. They've won 8 in a row.
Yeah, and that's something that you can't go without saying. It's absolutely sensational from the New York Yankees so far. Getting those 8 straight and really helping out their case in the American League East. Of course, you talk about the Rangers as well. Right there in the thick of it in the American League West. At one point was up to 2nd place in the AL West. A team that caught some fire for a little bit. Obviously, they've cooled off just a tiny bit, but they're still right there in the thick of it. Should be a very good matchup between both of these ball clubs who have playoff aspirations.
Great pitching matchup coming up as well. You got Corey Kluber, Masahiro Tanaka, 2 right-handers, clutch pitchers that know how to get the job done. And you mentioned the Rangers, Jordan. Their starting rotation hasn't been that bad. It's really been the bats and the average. They really haven't hit that well, which has really put them sort of toward that middle ground of the American League West.
Exactly, and I've gotten a chance to call a few Ranger games, so I've seen it firsthand. You mentioned it, the starting pitching has been pretty good for them so far this season. Just the bats go cold more times than not. And that's what you don't want to see for a team that, not automatically considered a big contender for a World Series, but at least a playoff contender nonetheless. You see there on the left side of your screen, 45 and 49 right now. You take a few of those games where they struggle offensively, give them a couple more runs, and all of a sudden they're probably sitting 2nd in the AL West, probably only a couple games behind the Oakland Athletics.
and you never really knew, especially with the Astros scandal coming into this year. The AL West was more wide open than a lot of people thought it would be. Obviously, Houston was the favorite coming in. Oakland's a good team, but the Rangers were a team that probably came in with better chances than a lot of people thought they had in previous years, but they've yet to capitalize. Yes, there's a lot of time, but if they're going to turn it around, I think it needs to be around right now.
Exactly, and I think that's something that, we'll have to see coming out of the All-Star break. Usually there's those teams that make that hot run right before the All-Star break, and then there's those couple teams that make that quick hot run right after the All-Star break, and some of them continuing through the All-Star break as well. So we'll have to see if the Rangers use that break, kind of refocus a little bit, and find their identity again, because it seems like they've somewhat lost a little bit of that identity in the batting lineup. So we'll have to see what this break does here for the All-Star break, what that does for the Rangers, as well as a very interesting trade market as well. You see some potential moves coming in the AL West, as well as some roster changes. I hear a little rumor that the Houston Astros may be bringing up Forrest Whitley on the other side of the All-Star break to replace Josh James in the starting rotation, to give him some work in the starting rotation. So we'll see how that goes, as well as I'm sure the Astros will use Forrest Whitley in a matchup against that Rangers lineup at some point.
Forrest Whitley is a guy, obviously a high-touted first-round pick. He's a really hard thrower, and he's a guy you'd be excited about if you're a Houston Astros fan. Houston has had a ton of success with pitchers. You just think of Garrett Cole, who's now with the Yankees, Justin Verlander, and a few other guys here. Urquidy's turning out to be quite the pitcher. We saw him pitch today. So a guy you're really excited about. And you mentioned the trade market. The Rangers have some guys in Shin-Soo Choo and Elvis Andrus. If they continue to lose, you wonder if some of those guys will go on the market. There's a lot of money to be paid to them through their last few years of the contract, but they're toward the end of their extensions they signed with Texas or their free agent deals. So I'm very intrigued to see what Texas is going to do, because if they keep losing, I could very well see them selling some pieces to some championship clubs.
Absolutely, and that's something that we'll have to watch for, because for Shin-Soo Choo and Elvis Andrus, like you mentioned, those two are really not only really the mainstays in the lineup, but really they're also two of the franchise's favorites and the fan base's favorite players as well. Obviously Elvis Andrus, a long stay there at shortstop, used to be, battling buddies with now retired Adrian Beltre. We'll have to see what happens there, because if they're going to give up either one of those two, they're going to have some big returns for them, as those two, those values for the franchise higher really than I would think anybody else for the most part. Really, they value them at such a high rate, and they should. Those are two really talented players. You mentioned if they continue to struggle, we'll see what happens. We'll see if they make a move before the trade deadline, potentially with either one or both of them. We'll have to see how this next couple weeks goes. It's going to be a very, very wild trade market here in baseball.
Andrus, I think, would get more of a return. He's 31 compared to Choo, who's 37 toward the tail end of his career. But Andrus is a guy who's still pretty fast, can get some outs for you defensively at shortstop. I would think one of the better defensive shortstops in the game. And he's a guy that's going to hit for average. He has that postseason experience. He had it young in his career when the Rangers made back-to-back World Series. And if a team that needs a shortstop or needs a middle infield bat, I know Andrus has played shortstop his whole career, but if they need to move him over to the other side of the middle infield, I think he would be just fine with that, because this guy hasn't been in the playoffs since the early part of his career, really, or in a few years. I know he was with when they played the Blue Jays in the mid-2010s. But he's looking for a chance again, and I wouldn't be surprised, again, if Texas continues to lose, if someone like that could go on the market. Not Andrus specifically necessarily, but someone in their lineup.
Absolutely, and that's something that, nowadays you see it more evident than not. Playoff experience is huge for any roster. You saw it as an example with the Houston Astros back in 2017. Such a young core. Yes, you had a couple guys on the roster at that time. I believe Colby Rasmus was a part of that roster. You had Evan Gattis, who was a part of that roster too. You had a couple guys who had playoff experience, but that was about it. You had you had a couple of starting pitchers. You had McCullers. You had some really good talent, but you had a lot of young pitchers and a lot of young position players who had not had that playoff experience. You fast forward to 2017, winners of the AL West. They have Justin Verlander. They have a couple more guys. They have Reddick. They get a couple more guys who really round out that lineup. You get Brian McCann as well on that 2017 roster. Such a talented group of veterans to mix with the young guys. And that's something that you really find as a mold for most of these contenders now. You have a lot of that young talent, the young starting, coming up talent from their own system. And you mix in a few veterans with a little bit of playoff experience, you can create some magic there on the diamond.
Jordan, you mentioned that combination. The team that's coming up next has a lot of that combination in the New York Yankees. Their pitching has been pretty good as well. Their starting rotation, their bullpen's been a little bit shaky at times, but the story for this team has been their prolific lineup. 1 through 9, any one of these guys is capable of hitting it out of the ballpark at every single at-bat. Their lineup, in my opinion, is one of, if not the best in baseball.
I was going to mention, sorry to cut in here, but I was going to mention that lineup is really, really solid, and I think that's really helped the Yankees this year. Also, the fact is that they haven't gotten hurt. They've been able to stick it together, keeping Torres healthy, Judge, Stanton, and all those guys healthy. I literally looked through that lineup, and I can't pick a bad name out of there. When I'm saying that Luke Voit is, quote-unquote, the least best hitter of that group, that's saying a lot about this Yankee lineup.
Exactly, and like you said, Carlos. I mean, just it's almost, maybe a little presumptive here, but it's almost kind of like a somewhat glimpse of a return to the old Bronx Bombers. The way they have this lineup, just 1 through 9, like you mentioned, Dane, they are stacked throughout. You got hitters who can get extra base hits, who can get home runs, guys who will hit for high averages, who will get runners into scoring position, who will bring in those runners and really set up a great foundation for your starters and your bullpen pitchers. It's really a all-around great lineup for the Yankees, and we've seen that in the past few years where they've made some pretty deep runs into the postseason, going to the ALCS, multiple times in the past 3 years. I believe 3 times, all 3 times of the past 3 years, if not at least 2. Going against the Houston Astros in 17 and 19. It's been a very, very good, return to the Yankee style, if you will. They had about a 10-year stretch where they weren't quite themselves, really, ever since that last World Series. Granted, they did get the World Series, in the new ballpark, the new Yankee Stadium, the year it opened, as called the house that Jeter built. But other than that, they really hadn't had too much consistent success over that little bit of time. But to see the Yankees come back into really their old dominance again is something that I think baseball really, for the most part, enjoys.
Yeah, and every single year, you know it, Jordan, you know it, Carlos, the expectation for the New York Yankees is to win a World Series championship. And again, you haven't gotten it since 2009. They've been on the cusp of it. They've been in the playoffs, at least in the American League Division Series, the past 3 years. And the ALCS 2 out of those 3 years. So Yankee fans, they're on the edge of their seats wondering, is this finally going to be our year? We got our ace in Garrett Cole. We're doing well this season. Who's going to hold us back? We don't have the injuries like we did last year, so guys aren't coming back in mid-season form. So what's going to hold us back? And Yankee fans, if they think it's their year this year, as of right now, I would agree with them. But you never know. Over a 162-game season and the playoffs, anything can happen.
Absolutely, and that's something we'll have to watch for. Like you said, it's baseball. Anything can happen. Obviously, a good race out there in the American League East as well. With the Yankees, that'll be something they will have to go for. The 57-35 record obviously helps them with their quest. Should be a very interesting race to the postseason for the Yankees, as well as a very interesting ball game here that we will leave you with here at Yankee Stadium.
Once again, your final score from Minute Maid Park: Astros 4, Tigers 2. We'll send it off to the Bronx in Yankee Stadium. Dane Richardson, please take it away. Y'all have a good one.
Thanks, Jordan. Thanks, Carlos. 3:45 matchup, your third game of the day here. First game of a 3-game set here from Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, New York. The Texas Rangers visit the New York Yankees, the red-hot New York Yankees, winners of 8 in a row, while the Rangers 4-6 in their last 10, 45-49, sitting tied for third in the American League West. Joining you here in the broadcast booth, I'm Dane Richardson, going solo for this broadcast. Quite a pitching matchup we have today. 2 veteran right-handers. We'll start with the Bronx Bombers on the bump, the Japanese right-hander Masahiro Tanaka. Fairly solid year so far, 9-4 with a 3.52 ERA. As you look at his numbers in 2020. Workhorse, 117 and 2/3 innings. Aaron Boone willing to go, sometimes 8 and 9 if he has the pitch count with Tanaka. Also 98 strikeouts. Has really developed that slider in the latter part of his career to go along with that go-to splitter as an out pitch, as the South Korean Shin Soo-Choo, the veteran, 37 years of age, will start it off here from a drizzling Bronx, New York, as Tanaka's ready, Chu's ready, and here we go, and the first pitch is in there for strike one, and we're underway. Chu signed a huge extension for the Texas Rangers, 7 years. Well, not an extension, excuse me, a free agent deal, 7 years, $130 million. But the interesting fact was, I believe back in late 2013, the Yankees offered him 7 years, $140 million. So he had a chance to become the right fielder for the New York Yankees. And who knows? Guess who's the right fielder for the New York Yankees now? Obviously, Aaron Judge. If he took more money with the Yankees, who knows what would have gone down? I think a lot of people forget about that. Tanaka quickly ahead 0-2, goes a little bit of an off-speed pitch inside, 1-2. Chu had more speed early on in his career, but still a decent runner. Andrus behind him also with some speed as he'll go down the left field line foul. This Rangers lineup has really sort of been the problem. The starting pitching hasn't been too bad. Sort of the bottom of the order, middle half of the order. They need to hit for average, get more hits. And up and in, a dead ball. Look out. Hopefully Chu's okay. A dangerous pitch right there, as we'll see where it got him. My goodness, you never want to see that as it goes up and in, and looks like it got him on the upper shoulder, so not around the face area. So the Rangers will a leadoff man on, and Masahiro Tanaka is one of those pitchers that's very hard on himself. Can't be too happy about that one, as Elvis Andrus will step in. He's first on the Rangers in stolen bases. Like you mentioned, a little bit of speed at the top of that lineup. Does have 10 bags taken. Hitting around 291, one of those solid shortstops. And if you were listening into the pregame, I was talking with Carlos Zimmermann and Jordan Smith. If the Rangers continue to lose, Andrus is really toward the end of his extension. I believe he has a couple more years left as Tanaka deals a strike. Is he one of those guys that goes on the market? Because a playoff team, Andrus has some playoff experience, mid-2010s, playing against the Blue Jays, and making a couple of World Series as well, playing against the Giants and that tough loss against the Cardinals. He came in around 20 years old as the starting shortstop for Texas, and he's a long-time vet, but he's only 31, so lots of years ahead of him if he continues up this play. Tanaka quickly ahead again, 0-2, looking to get his first out of the ballgame. Chu off first, Sanchez with a cannon of an arm. 0-2 pitch, and again, a slider this time, misses away. Home plate umpires, you got Dave Lawrence behind the plate, Ricky Holiday at first, Daryl Parker at second, and Matthew Ross over at third. Andrus, one of those high-contact guys, tough to double up. Let's see where Tanaka goes here with a 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three. Got him with a slider on the outer half, well out in front. So Tanaka rebounds from the leadoff man with a hit-by pitch, with a strikeout, his first of the game. He's been following. Recently, obviously on July 4th, Tanaka got hit with a line drive in a simulated game by Giancarlo Stanton. A scary moment, but only a mild concussion, came back just fine, and hopefully he'll be ready. Again, a scary moment as Willie Calhoun steps in, but Tanaka all healthy and ready to go with bat ball. This Yankee team has been healthy mostly throughout. As that pitch in the dirt, and Sanchez almost let it get it away, and they'll throw over to first, but Chu not thinking second. Willie Calhoun's one of the youngsters in that 3-4 lineup. You got Calhoun, then Gallo. Pitch coming in there for a strike, 2-1 as Tanaka bounces back. Sort of a short, stout guy, but has some pop. And you think about Calhoun and Gallo, this is a good ballpark for them to hit in. I know they only come here once a year, but the ability to hit it over that right field wall, and Calhoun looking to do just that. But again, out in front of a slider, 2-2. Again, those young hitters, Tanaka does have that off-speed stuff, and the keys for him, fastball location and keep that slider and splitter down. Those breaking balls, if he hangs it can be trouble. A 2-2 pitch, and goes with an occasional curveball there as he shows you that. Down the right field line, foul from Calhoun, 2-2. Chu likely not get a steal. Another 2-2 pitch coming. Let's see if Tanaka will go heater. He does actually, 4-seam, bottom half of the zone, and we'll do it again. Calhoun was actually in the Yu Darvish deal. Former Los Angeles Dodger. That's when Darvish went over to LA. Another 2-2 pitch. That's hit on the ground, up the middle and through for a base hit. Hicks quickly gets it into Torres. But a good at-bat from Calhoun. 7 pitches, and the Rangers in business with the first. 2 men on, 1 man down. You take a look at that pitch. Looks like another fastball, bottom half of the zone, sort of same pitch. And Calhoun just hits it where it's pitched. Hits it on the ground, finds a hole. Nice piece of hitting as the dangerous Joey Gallo steps in.
Outside, that's the ball.
It's outside, 1-0. These are one of those matchups. You look at Joey Gallo. His swing is tailor-made for Yankee Stadium. Of course, he can hit it out of any ballpark. But Tanaka's one of those guys that you feel like he's one of those savvy veteran pitchers that has a lot of pitches in his repertoire, can locate quickly behind 2-0. But he's one of those pitchers you feel like would strike out Joey Gallo. Gallo, of course, a huge strikeout guy. Tanaka trying to get back in the count, was behind 2-0 to Calhoun and throws in a strike. Again, 2-1 here to Gallo. 2 men on. Gallo certainly a double play candidate. Wonder if the Yankees are shifting. Double play hopefully in order for Tanaka, and this one's popped up in foul territory. Sanchez looking for it, calling everyone off, and he'll make the play. 2 outs. Big out for Tanaka in the first.
That is it.
The Yankees again winning 8 in a row. Had a day off yesterday, so their bullpen should be juiced up and ready to go. Todd Frazier steps in. Frazier was actually a former Yankee back in 2017. Some people remember was a big part of the clubhouse in that playoff run. Traded midseason from the White Sox, then spent a couple years with the crosstown New York Mets. Hometown favorite in Cincinnati, won a home run derby there when the All-Star game was at Great American Ballpark. Now with the Rangers here on a 1-year deal, not too hot this year. As he takes a strike in there, 0-1. Todd Frazier, I think he's going to be a guy the Yankees always love, even though he played for the Mets. Just think about it. The Little League World Series championship with Toms River, New Jersey in '98. The picture standing next to Derek Jeter. He grew up a Yankees fan. The enthusiasm he had in 2017. I mean, what's not to like with Todd Frazier, but he's looking to do some damage against his former team. Quickly down, though, 0-2. Tanaka controlling the strike zone here. 15 strikes, 7 balls. Now, a pretty high pitch count for the first inning. 1 strike away from working out of trouble. The 0-2 to Frazier.
Count is 1-2.
Goes low, 1-2. See if he'll try and attack with that slider down and out of the zone. Frazier, one of those guys that is willing to chase out of the zone. You've seen that throughout his career, but a lot of natural raw power, especially toward left field. A 1-2 pitch and another slider. That one misses away. Didn't really have the dip down in the way that Tanaka's looking for. Again, I mentioned in the beginning of the game, Tanaka is one of those clutch pitchers, and you think back a couple of years ago, Tanaka, Kluber, they were in that 2017 ALDS. I don't believe they pitched against each other, and Tanaka finishes the inning strong. There's a good slider, so Tanaka gives up a hit-by-pitch and a hit. But unharmed here in the first. Half an inning through in Yankee Stadium. Still 0-0 on bat ball. Welcome back. Bottom half of the first, and Corey Kluber in his first year with the Rangers, 2-time Cy Young Award winner in 2014 and 2017, 3-time All-Star. Fairly good season, obviously not probably what he'd like, but he's getting older. 34 years of age, 7-7 with a 3.77 ERA. Doesn't throw as hard, and fastball location's going to be key. You've got to use that big curveball, keep that down, and work in the occasional changeup just to keep these Yankee hitters off balance. Arguably the hottest lineup in baseball. Again, they've won 8 in a row as DJ LeMahieu will step in and take a strike. LeMahieu, a free agent after this year. Just an absolute steal as you take a look around at the Rangers defense. An absolute steal for the Yankees. A guy that came in, thought about signing with Tampa Bay before the Yankees offered him a little bit more money, and He's sort of that contact hitter the Yankees need, especially with a lot of those strikeout guys in the middle of the order. You think Aaron Judge, you think Giancarlo Stanton, and you think Gary Sanchez. And LeMahieu's really been that tone setter at the top of the order. And in the beginning of 2019, this guy didn't even start an opening day. A lot of people don't know that, and he goes after the third pitch of the at-bat, the third Frazier across the diamond in time to Hunter Cole at first base. So, one batter, one out for Kluber. The Yankee lineup, of course, potent all throughout 1 through 9, and that's been one of the main reasons why they have the record that they do, sitting atop the American League East. And this guy's been a huge part of it. Third on the Yankees with a .316 average. That's only third on the Yankees. I mean, that's one of the better averages in the American League, as Torres takes a breaking ball in there for a strike. But Torres, along with Aaron Judge, he could be the face of the Yankees for many years to come. He's only 23 years of age, and he's that good of a hitter. And that was pretty much a fleece for, I wouldn't say a fleece if you think about it. It's now 1-1 on Torres. Theo Epstein and the Chicago Cubs, they got Aroldis Chapman, and without him, they don't win the 2016 World Series championship. He was a huge, vital part to that run, no doubt. But then the Yankees get Chapman back, and they get Gleyber Torres, their shortstop for the future. In terms of the Yankees' point of view, what else could you want? You helped out the Cubs win their first World Series in 108 years. I get that. But in terms of the Yankees, you have to think, hey, we won this deal. We have a franchise cornerstone for 10-plus years likely. And the Yankees, of course, have the money to sign him. Torres should be due for a payday in the years coming, but down 2-2 in the count to Kluber. Looking to attack here. A lot of people wondering, when is the Yankees' winning streak going to end? And they're back home. We're so great in Yankee Stadium. And Torres, that's going to go down the right field line. Foul. Stays 2-2. Battling Tanaka was worked in the first inning. We'll see if Kluber has to do the same. Second 2-2 of the at-bat coming to the Yankees shortstop, and that's outside, working full 3-2. You see Judge awaiting on deck. And again, 1 through 9. I talked about it in the pregame. Every one of these guys can hit it out of the ballpark, and that's what makes them so dangerous. Payoff coming to Gleyber Torres, and that's hit on the ground to the right side, fielded by Cole. Running over is Kluber. Nice little PFP there. So 2 hitters, 2 outs for Kluber as Aaron Judge comes to the plate. And I talked about the great Yankee lineup. If you're Corey Kluber, you're probably pretty happy not to see Didi Gregorius in this lineup. Of course, now with the Philadelphia Phillies, back with his old manager, Joe Girardi. If people think back, that 2017 ALDS Game 5, Gregorius, huge in that game. 2 home runs, a solo shot in the first, and then a 2-run shot in one of the later innings, I believe the third or the fourth. And that put the Yankees up 3-0 and put them up for good. Brett Gardner with a huge at-bat later in that game. And Kluber won the Cy Young that year, and a lot of people were thinking the Yankees did have momentum, but got a guy like Kluber coming in. The Indians, they won the AL pennant the year before. So a lot of people were thinking maybe they're going to come back. They were 1 game away from beating the Cubs to win the World Series, but unable to do so. And Kluber clearly shipped off to Texas as he looks to work a 1-2-3 first, but Judge lays off the slider 1-2. Excuse me, a curveball. Looks like a curve/slider. Not as much depth necessarily as some other curveballs, but that's been his go-to off-speed pitch all throughout his career. 1-2 coming to the big man Judge, and he'll swing through a cutter on the outer half. Kluber strikes out Judge to end the first. A 1-2-3 inning. We played 1 here in the Bronx. Kluber looking sharp so far. Stay right here on Bot Ball. Top half of the second. It'll be 6, 7, and 8 for the Texas Rangers. Believe it'll be Rougned Odor leading off. And Odor, like Elvis Andrus, is one of those young guys that came in very, very early into the major leagues, around 20, 21 years old, and really hasn't materialized so far. He signed another big extension, I believe, 6 years a few years ago. And the Rangers are looking for him to do more, and it looks like he went around there. Not a great career against Tanaka. 3 for 18, good for a 167 average. And an average MLB fan, if you think of Rougned Odor, what do you think of? You think of him punching Jose Bautista straight in the face. 100%. That's what I think of. I don't know about other fans. Maybe the Twitch chat will let me know. But that's what I think of when it comes to Rougned Odor. But he's a guy with some talent. And the Rangers really have a lot of left-handed bats that are fitted for Yankee Stadium. We'll see if they can take advantage of that throughout the series. Tanaka, sort of toward the middle of his Yankee career, had some struggles giving up a lot of home runs. 2-2 here, Odor with some speed. And again, this Rangers lineup, you think they do a little bit better, especially Danny Santana on deck. I'll talk a little bit about him coming up. It's a 2-2 pitch, hit on the ground, and right back to Tanaka. Throws over to first in time. And speaking of that, Tanaka fielded that pitch. I don't think he's won a Gold Glove. I could be wrong on that, but I don't think Tanaka's won a Gold Glove. But he is one of the best fielders for pitchers in baseball. Any ball that is hit to the right side, his reaction time to go over to first and cover first, potentially, sometimes he doesn't even have to do it. Sometimes it's just a grounder to second, or the first baseman will take it himself and the step on the bag. As you take a look at the shift for Santana, LeMahieu in short right, while Torres standing up the middle. But Tanaka, one of those guys, I don't know if that's because the Japanese, I feel like, maybe train their pitchers a little bit better in pitchers fielding practice, but Tanaka is absolutely spot on when it comes to fielding his position. Standing in, 1-1 pitch to Danny Santana. Signed a minor league contract with the Rangers last year, a switch-hitting guy, and had a career year last year. 28 home runs last season. Hasn't really been that good of a hitter this season. But another bat in the Rangers order that has the ability to go deep. Previously with Atlanta for a little bit, as he'll swing at that one upstairs, 2-2. Previously with Atlanta a little bit, but more known for his time in Minnesota. He started there. 2-2 coming. Tanaka looking for his second strikeout. Pitch swung on toward right field, but down the line foul. We'll do it again. Another 2-2 coming. Tanaka looked like he got away with that pitch. Let's see if he'll try and go more down in the zone. He does, and gets him swinging. A fastball toward the bottom of the zone. Third strikeout, for the Japanese right-hander Masahiro Tanaka. The 8-hitter Hunter Cole steps in. First shot in the bigs this year in Bop Ball. Not too many games so far, only 38 games. But he is hitting .303. One of the better averages. Took a look at his last game, hitting .303, but struggling a little bit of late. His last game did go 0 for 4 with 2 Ks. Cole, more known as an outfielder, but he's playing over at the right side of the infield at first base. And that's another thing I was going to mention. The Rangers have a multitude of guys that can play a multitude of positions, or a variety of positions, I guess you could say. Nick Solak's a guy that can play multiple positions. The guy on deck, the catcher Isaiah Kinner-Falefa, is another guy that can play a multitude of positions, which is a huge asset to have, especially defensively. And you look at the teams with the most offensive runs saved, that's such a huge asset as Tanaka looks to continue to keep Cole struggling ahead. 1-2, looking for a quick 1-2-3 bounce back inning as the right-hander deals. Just missing at the upper half of the plate. Went fastball again, looking for his second consecutive strikeout in the fastball. Take a look, the ball strikes 25, strikes 15 balls. Tanaka, one of those guys that really attacks the strike zone. He prides himself on getting ahead, and gets ahead on Cole right there with a slider. 4 strikeout through 2 innings as Tanaka works a 1-2-3 second, getting him with a slider to end it. Through 1.5 in the Bronx. Texas nothing, Yankees nothing. Stay right here. Dane Richardson on Bop Ball. Welcome back. Corey Kluber with a 1-2-3 first and 4-5-6 for the Yankees. It'll be Stanton, Sanchez, and then the center fielder Aaron Hicks. Giancarlo Stanton has a 13-game hitting streak, and he's already got 32 home runs, 79 RBIs. We're not even at the All-Star break, and he's hitting .302. Talk about a bounce-back year. He's not up to the numbers that he had in 2017, but the Yankees, they put a ton of pressure on this guy to do well. And if you look at his numbers, he had over 30 home runs and 100 RBIs in his first year in 2018 with New York. 2019 obviously was very injury-laden. for him, and that put a lot of pressure on him. It's 1-1 here. But he's arguably been the most productive hitter on the Yankees team, along with Gleyber Torres, DJ LeMahieu, Luke Voit, and the fact that I'm naming 3 other names is ridiculous for one single lineup because everyone's doing that well, and Aaron Judge isn't even doing that bad. But a fantastic year so far for Stanton. A lot of people would think with those numbers, 32 and 79 before the All-Star break, this guy should be in contention for the MVP, and I think he is, but Yordan Alvarez is still clearly the favorite. 1-2 coming to Stanton, and that's been one of the things as he takes low. The plate discipline has been so much better this year. The ability to hold off on those breaking balls down and in the zone and take advantage of fastballs as he fouls off a sinker there. It'll stay 2-2. To take a look at the Twitch chat, Michael Memis, friendly guy from Ithaca College, he predicts Stanton will hit a home run this game as he chops another one foul. I don't know, Michael. Maybe he'll hit one this game. I guess we'll find out. It'll be number 33 on the year if he does. Good pitching matchup with Kluber and Stanton. Enticing right here, 2-2 inside, 3-2. I got to ask you, Michael, what type of pitch is it going to be? What type of pitch is it going to be that he's going to hit a home run on? Is he going to take advantage of a fastball? Is it going to be a hanging breaking ball? Guess we'll find out. Or maybe he won't hit one at all as a payoff pitch coming to him. And there's a high fly ball toward right. Back goes the right fielder, back at the wall, and you called it. A solo blast to start off the second for Giancarlo Stanton. How about that? A great start, number 33 on the year for the Yankee DH, and it's 1-0 New York. That was an absolute blast right there, and the ability to use right field by Giancarlo Stanton, absolutely great. As Chu, one of the better right fielders in the game, unable to go get that one, and Judge Stanton, one of those guys that can go back in right field and can really go deep the other way. And another guy that can go toward the opposite part of the field is Gary Sanchez, but really hasn't been doing that. You take a look, against righties, he's been fantastic. Hitting .325, 7 home runs, but against lefties, not so much. And that's interesting because you usually see right-handed hitters do better against lefties. Sometimes they're specialists against left-handed pitchers. So, interesting. Is Gary Sanchez doing okay so far this year? There's been struggles about his defensive problems, all this type of stuff about Gary Sanchez. Joe Girardi, I think, was a big help to him, quickly behind 0-2 to Kluber, especially defensively because he was a former catcher, and really didn't have a good 2018 at all. Made the All-Star game as the starting catcher, actually got a nice hit in that 2019 All-Star game, but the second half really fell off. And you think about the 2017 playoffs, you think about that big double in the ALCS Game 4, 1-2 now to Sanchez. That's really the last huge hit, along with the home run in Game 2 of the ALDS in 2018. But he's a guy with so much power, and you think about the production he had in the beginning of his career that happened. It's been amazing how much really he's fallen off, and the Yankees really could expect a lot more out of him. 0-2 works it all the way back to 3-2 as Hicks awaits on deck. Good discipline from Sanchez. And that's one of the things you see. If you see Stanton and Judge have the discipline, maybe that'll help you out, working with them a little bit. Kluber doesn't want to let his first 2 guys on. The 3-2 pitch hit on the ground toward first. Cole will flip it over to Kluber. Second, 3-1 put out of the game as Kluber bounces back from the home run, 1 away.
The center fielder, Aaron Hicks.
Stepping in is Aaron Hicks. He's upped his average a little bit through the last 2 games, hitting around 252. Switch hitter, hitting from the left side of the plate. More power from the left side, to say the least. Hicks is one of those guys, I'll tell you. If he hits a home run, you probably know it, especially from the left side. And another shift. Rangers shifted for Stanton. In fact, he went the other way. He usually goes the left side on the ground, but they shift toward the right side. Second baseman Odor is in short right field. The 1-0 pitch, and that's going to be hit on the ground and through the shift into left field. So it's the way to beat the shift. So Hicks is 1 for 1. 2 men on already for the Yankees here in the second, as Hicks gets his first hit of the game. And Luke Voit, one of the better hitters for the Yankees this season, will come to the plate. Voit, 19 home runs, 52 RBIs, 320 average, 330, excuse me. That's good for 6 in the American League. Voit, one of those breakout years a lot of people were questioning. wasn't put on the American League Championship roster, I don't believe, last year against the Astros. Who was going to get it, as that one's going to go foul down the line? Who was going to get that starting first base slot? Mike Ford, who had produced quite a bit in his short time with the Yankees, had that walk-off home run against the A's last year. It's going to be low and down the way, 1-1. Or Luke Voit. And Voit has made a lot of noise this year, really sealing that spot, saying, hey, I'm the starting first baseman for this team. That's hit out toward left center field. Gallo going over to get it, diving, and won't be able to make the play. A fantastic effort from the big center fielder. We'll see how they rule that. It should be a hit for Luke Voit. So he continues his hot hitting as Brett Gardner comes to the plate with 2 men on. You're the Rangers. Kluber, you need to stop the bleeding right here as he deals a first pitch strike to Gardner. You can't let these guys get ahead early. If you let these guys get confidence, they think they can come back against anyone if they get a deficit. But if you let these guys get ahead, and Tanaka's a veteran pitcher, you look like he had some rhythm in the second inning, that'll be tough, as this one could be 2, 6, 4, 3 double play, just what the doctor ordered, as they double up the speedy Gardner, but not before a leadoff blast. Number 33 on the year for Mr. Giancarlo Stanton. 2 through in the Bronx. It's 1-0 Yankees on BAL ball.
Leading off for the Rangers.
9-1-2 here in the top half of the third. Isaiah Kinner-Falefa, the catcher. He's one of those guys that can play multiple positions, like I mentioned in the last top half of the inning. Can also play third base or some of those corner outfield spots. Tanaka worked a 1-2-3 second quite smoothly. Chu on deck as he deals upstairs a rare first pitch miss. Usually Tanaka, one of those guys that likes to attack with first pitch strikes. And the reason why he's so effective with that is he deals a strike 1-1. He'll go with variety on those first pitch strikes. He'll deal a fastball in the inside corner or the outside corner. He'll vary that location. Or he'll go with a sort of backdoor slider. He'll try and splitter at the bottom of the zone. Or like that, he'll try and get me over curveball just to get rid of that. Show them that pitch. Maybe slow a pitch down and then speed it up with the fastball. And a 1-2 fouled off the other way, as we'll do it again with Kinner-Falefa. Another 1-2 coming. 46th pitch of the game here in the third for Tanaka, and you knew that one. A backdoor breaking ball gets him looking. 5 strikeouts already for Masahiro Tanaka as he's cruising here in the third.
The right fielder, Shin-Soo Choo.
Second time around for the Rangers order, looking to get on the board here. Shin-Soo Choo. Had his life flashed in front of him on that first at bat. Got hit in the upper shoulder, was able to get out of the way as it takes a curveball downstairs. 0-1. Chu looking to get on again. Got on second in the first inning. Got in scoring position, but was stranded as Tanaka worked out of the jam. That's one of those things those veteran pitchers can do. Kluber bounced back from the home run. Tanaka bounced back from getting 2 men on in the first. Whereas you take a look at a young pitcher, that's one of those things that's really tough. You get runners on base, you just need to breathe, calm down, and bounce back. That's one of those harder things to do, especially when you get to the major leagues where every hitter is just a professional. Chu ahead, 2-1 here. Andrus 0-1 on deck, has a strikeout. Chu was actually behind in the count, I believe 0-2 his last at-bat. 2-1 coming to Chu. Takes low. Chu, again, I mentioned signed that big extension, was actually a 2018 All-Star at age 35. And I mentioned he was offered more money by the Yankees for that extension. 3-1 coming, still drizzling here in Yankee Stadium. Pitch coming to Chu, 3-1. That's a breaking ball, outer half of the plate, and that's going to go down the left field line. Foul, full count. Good looking pitch right there. Tanaka kind of slowed it down, good location. Interested to see here where he goes with a payoff pitch, and it's a breaking ball, inner half, skied out toward right center. Hicks racing over, has plenty of time, and will put it away for the second out of the inning. If you're just joining us, Yankees lead 1-0 here in the top half of the third. Giancarlo Stanton DHing this game with a solo blaster right off Corey Kluber to give the Yankees a 1-0 lead. Dane Richardson here, just me tonight here with the Yankees and Rangers. Thanks for coming along. As Elvis Andrus steps in, he's 0-1, one of Tanaka's 5 strikeout victims so far. really locating well. First pitch swing on the ground toward third. The sure-handed Urshela across the diamond. And a second consecutive 1-2-3 inning for Masahiro Tanaka. 9-1-2 for the Yankees coming up. 2.5 through in the Bronx. Stay right here on BAL Ball. Our sideline reporter, Hadi Watney, reminds you to donate to NAMI. Anything you can. Pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, dollars, $1 bills, $5 bills, anything you can. We truly appreciate it here on ML BAL Ball. As you take a look, I mentioned the Yankees hitting stats. They're first in runs per game, second in average, first in OBP, first in slugging, first in home runs. Stolen bases, well, that's really a lost art of the game. I've talked about that in my previous broadcast. Stolen bases and bunting really have gone away, which has kind of been sad. But especially for the traditionalists in the game, as home runs and launch angles have become all so much more important. And the Yankees are fantastic at that. Gio Urshela steps in for his first at-bat of the game. Been a hotter hitter of late. Last 9 games, does have 3 doubles and 6 RBIs, as I just mentioned. Been a hotter hitter of late. Fantastic last year, really broke out. Always been known for his defense as he made the putout to end the top half of the third. Played with the Indians for quite a while, as did play for the Blue Jays. And I was talking from EB from Toronto in my last broadcast with the Yankees and the Blue Jays as Urshela quickly down 0-2. John Gibbons, then the Blue Jays manager, purposely kept him out of the lineup so the general management would get rid of him. The Yankees, I believe they did something with his swing, got more power into it, and he's just been a revelation for them and really has kind of pushed Miguel Andujar, who I think is an absolutely pure hitter, to the bench, which has been really tough, especially for a young kid. But that's a good problem to have, as Urshela will take a cutter right down Broadway. Second strikeout for Kluber.
Up next for the Yankees, the second baseman.
Back to the top half of the order with DJ LeMahieu. So many hitters nowadays are so pull-ridden, but LeMahieu's one of those guys that has the ability to go the other way all the time. Career versus Kluber does have one leave the yard, 4 for 10. Solid average at 400. 0-1 coming, and swing and a miss. 0-2, excuse me, that one was fouled off. Kluber doing a good job getting ahead. LeMahieu, of course, nicknamed the Machine, La Machine, by Gary Sanchez. If you didn't know that, many probably do. Sinker chout foul. One of those contact guys, and I may have mentioned this already, but the Yankees have been such a strikeout team that LeMahieu is one of those contact guys that you need at the top of the order, especially in the playoffs. And I think some of the Yankee power hitters can learn a thing or two from a hitting approach like DJ LeMahieu. And I think they have this year. Just look at the numbers from all their hitters throughout the order. LeMahieu took inside on the last pitch in the 1-2 offering coming from Kluber. Goes high fastball, a cutter right there. And the ability to battle as well. You think of Brett Gardner when you think of the Yankees of battling, fouling off pitches, but LeMahieu is one of those guys that knows how to spoil a pitch until he gets one he likes, and another tough take inside works it to 2-2. Two and two, again coming to LeMahieu. Kluber, the pitch, and that is just low in the zone. So inching around the zone as Gleyber Torres awaits on deck. Kluber not happy with that one, wincing a little bit. 46 pitches so far. Clean first inning with the second inning. Again, the solo home run to Giancarlo Stanton. Torres awaits on deck as LeMahieu from 0-2 to 3-2, the payoff. Hit on the ground toward first, or excuse me, that's going to be popped up, and Hunter Cole will go over and get it for the second out. So a good job on that 3-2 pitch jamming LeMahieu. Usually you don't see that. He's got that inside-out swing, the ability to go the other way. But Kluber looks like he got him with a cutter there. He's used that a lot. It's been effective so far. 2 down as Gleyber Torres will step into the batter's box. 0-1 with a ground out. Talked about how he's one of those young studs in the game, and you're seeing players in the major leagues come up and be effective at such a younger age more and more. Another guy that comes to mind is Juan Soto, and the number 1 prospect in baseball for the Tampa Bay Rays, Wander Franco. He's one of those guys. You think Jason Dominguez, who the Yankees we might see in a few years. Again, I believe he's only 17 years old right now. They've nicknamed him the Martian for how already physically developed he is, and that's a trend. You're seeing younger and younger guys come into baseball and really take over the game. As an 0-2 pitch flied out toward left. Calhoun goes back near the track. Put a can of corn for him, and that will do it. So a bounce back third inning for Kluber goes 1-2-3. 3 through in the Bronx. New York still clinging to a 1-0 lead.
Leading off for the Rangers.
Rangers still looking to scratch that first run across the board here tonight. The Yankees starting pitching has been fairly good so far this season, as has the Rangers, but again, the lineup obviously has been the difference. 3-4-5, heart of the order for the Rangers as Calhoun singled up the middle in his first at-bat, and they get me over curve for a strike. Yankees did not shift the first time because Chu was off first with Calhoun, but the second time up they do shift LeMahieu in short right field. See what Calhoun will do is a little bit of a splitter, 1-1. Early on in his Yankee career, Tanaka was a guy that relied so much on his splitter, was a guy that could dial it up to 96, 97 when needed on his fastball. But he's relied so much more on that location and developed that slider, really, is another splitter. And that splitter's still a go-to pitch. It's still a pitch that gets people out. But you notice sort of toward the middle of that 7-year contract with the Yankees, he started to leave that splitter up in the zone, and that slider was another pitch that he really developed, that he could get down and in and keep hitters guessing, so that splitter can be more effective. And now he's really got that 2 off-speed pitch repertoire that can keep hitters off balance to go along with an occasional curveball and, of course, his fastball. Looking for yet another strikeout as the 1-2 to Calhoun, as he'll spoil a 7-pitch at-bat, fouled off a couple of pitches and singled up the middle his first time. So you're noticing a trend here. Another 1-2 coming to Willie Calhoun, looking to be 2 for 2 on the day, and that's well inside 2-2. Calhoun, like I mentioned, he's a guy with some pop. 17 homers, 43 RBIs. So has the ability to go deep, a 2-2 delivery, and yet another foul ball. This time looked like it was a splitter up in the zone. Tanaka always usually gets mad at himself, even when he gets outs if he'll hang a pitch. Is yet another 2-2, and that's down in the zone. Tortorella on the left side, cleanly over. 2 Voit and 1 away here in the top half of the fourth.
The center fielder, number 13.
Tanaka cruising so far.
Gallen.
Road to the show report. The AAA Scranton Wilkes-Barre Rail Riders defeated the Buffalo Bisons 4-0 yesterday. We mentioned Mike Ford might have gotten the starting first baseman job, but instead it was Luke Ford. He's hitting .409 the last 10 games. Doesn't have any homers, but a guy that can hit. And then AA Trenton, Kyle Holder, always really known for his glove in the minor leagues, really starting to get the bat around, hitting .500 in his last 10 games. Guy with some speed, but sort of toward his mid-20s, a guy that the Yankees, it's tough to find a spot for him. And speaking of tough to find a spot, is Joey Gallo, always dangerous, steps in there for a strike, 1-1. The Yankees outfield is so cluttered with talent. You think about Stanton's DHing, yes, your best defensive outfield is what the Yankees have right now, as Gallo goes toward the left side and through for a base hit. So Calhoun couldn't beat the ship, but Gallo goes a little bit more toward the left, and he's on with a 2-out single. 1 for 2 on the day as the Rangers continue the inning here with 1 out, and a 10-game hitting streak for Joey Gallo. As you take a look at the pitch, sort of toward the middle of the zone, that's not what you want. And Gallo, that's a pitch you could probably think, hey, maybe he could take that deep, but sort of a defensive hack, gets the hit anyway. Todd Frazier will step in. He struck out in the first. Was Tanaka's second victim of the game at the time. But going back to my point, the Yankees outfield, cluttered with talent. Your best defensive outfield right now is what you have now, with Gardner in left, Hicks in center, and Judge in right. And Judge is a guy that I do not think gets enough credit for his defense out there. Everyone knows him for his bat, but he is superb out there in right field, of course, with the Judge's chambers, as everyone knows. But Mike Tauchman was fantastic last year, especially with all those injuries. The Yankees have stayed healthy this year, but he's a guy that's been so great. Stanton can play the outfield. And you think an interleague play, and sometimes you need to get him some outfield work, so you got to bench some other guys. And Clint Frazier. At this point, if you're the Yankees, get rid of him. If you're going to keep these other guys, he's such a good talent. And by this time, if he was with another major league club, look at it this way. He could have already had 2-3 full seasons in the big leagues. 3 years ago, I had a memory, I think, pop up on Twitter or on my timeline or something, and this guy was hitting a 3-run home run off Corey Knebel 3 years ago to walk it off for the Yankees against the Brewers, off like a 98-mile-per-hour fastball that he absolutely blasted left. So much talent. As Brian Cashman noted, legendary bat speed. His defense has been a problem, but he's a guy that would be a starting big league outfielder for more than half the teams in the probably more than 2/3 of the teams in the major leagues. Like, you need to give him a chance. I mean, there's so many guys out there. As Frazier will swing through another one. 6 strikeout for Tanaka. Frazier has 2 of those. 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts, 2 away. Toward the middle of the zone, but Frazier just looking off balance so far today as his struggles continue. Still 0-2 as Odor will step in 0 for 1. He led off the top of the second inning. Takes a strike. So you hope Clint Frazier eventually can find a spot because, yeah, someone might get injured in the Yankee outfield. Frazier will step in, but what happens when that guy comes back? Exactly as a check over on first with Gallo. Gallo, surprising speed, not the slowest guy on the block. Actually from Nevada. Getting back to the game here, 0-1 to Odor, and that's chop foul. So Tanaka, nice little splitter right there. 0-2. Odor at 14 doubles, second on the Rangers. 0-2 coming, Tanaka. Looking to work 4 scoreless. 0-2 pitch. That's fouled off a fastball up in the zone. Odor certainly ahead of that one, so you'd assume Tanaka would likely go off speed, maybe slide her down in the zone. 0-2 coming to Odor. Boils that one. He does go slider down in the zone. I predicted right. Maybe he'll try and go splitter. I wouldn't go fastball inside. Odor's probably looking for something such as that. Doesn't use the curveball much, but maybe he'll try and strike him out with it here, as that's in the dirt. A good block by Sanchez, 1-2. Again, Sanchez, he's had his struggles with his defense, and his blocking has gotten better, but that one attribute that really keeps him as a stud catcher is that cannon of an arm, as Odor did go around, and the throw to first is in time, and that'll do it. So Tanaka, 4 scoreless and 7 strikeouts. Absolutely dealing. 3-4-5. Dangerous part of the order coming up for the Yanks. Bottom half of the 4th. Stay with us on BAL Ball. Again, Heidi Watney reminding us to donate to NAMI. Again, BAL Ball supports it. We really appreciate it. Anything you can do. Pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters. $1 bills, $5 bills, $100 bills, you name it, anything. Again, BAL Ball really appreciates it and support the cause. Taking a look at our Twitch chat, what would the Yankees get in a Clint Frazier trade? That's really interesting, and it depends. You would hope he gets some more playing time this year and get a chance to really show that he can still be a real big league outfielder with all-star potential, because then you could get more in the trade, obviously. The Yankees, I don't think they're so stacked at every position right now, so it's tough to think, hey, what would we get? The most I would think pitching. I would think pitching, because you don't need outfielders right now. Your infielder, you got a stacked at third base with Urshela and Andujar. First base, you saw Ford's hitting well in the minors. Your middle infield, you got Tyro Estrada there. So I would think maybe a minor league arm or something like that. A couple good minor league arms. No one necessarily at the top of the system per se, because I don't think people would be willing to give up on that. But a good minor league arm with some potential that the Yankees could turn into a very good pitcher, whether relief or a starter. 2-2 coming to Judge, and a slider swing and a miss. Judge chases out of the zone. Third strikeout for Kluber as he makes quick work of the big man, and now Giancarlo Stanton, already 1 for 1 with a home run, steps in. It would be tough to think the Yankees would get any big league players in return. That's what I would think, because their bullpen has been so good. Chapman, Canely, Ottavino in the back of the bullpen. I don't really think they need any more arms. I get they lost Betances, but Chad Green has been good in some tough spots. So, I would think some good minor league arms, and maybe you can throw in a young outfielder in there that's kind of unproven with a lot of raw talent. I would only think a couple guys would go for Clint Frazier. But, again, he's a guy that I feel like needs to get a chance with another team. Again, getting back to the game here, Stanton already homered in this game. 1-1 is chop foul, 1-2. Kluber, even though he's 34, still has the ability to strike out a lot of guys, and we've seen that so far. 9 strikeouts already, and we're not even through 4. 9 strikeouts for both pitchers. Tanaka with 6, Kluber with 3. Is Stanton doesn't bite on the high fastball, 2-2. Kluber, decent pitch count so far. 59 pitches, bottom half of the fourth. 2-2 coming to Stanton. Looking to do some damage again. 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. So Kluber making quick work of the heart of the Yankees order. Back-to-back Ks, 4 in the game for the right-hander. Take a look, that's just a good pitch. That's tough for Stanton to go the other way. He's really got to be early on it if he's going to want to pull it. And it's a cutter sort of toward that borderline part of the strike zone. So beautiful location and a get-me-over slider. Curveball in there for strike 1 to Sanchez. Grounded out in the second. And I mentioned Sanchez is really going well in his last at-bat. I talked about this. When he goes the other way. Quickly down 0-2 here. But another guy I see that with is Brett Gardner. When those two hitters have the ability to use the whole field, that's when they're most dangerous in the Yankee lineup. Gary Sanchez always with that pop, always could take you yard. But when he uses the whole field, especially with that short right field porch in Yankee Stadium, look out. Because that's well inside 1-2. Kluber looking to strike out the side would be quite the feat. Getting Judge, Stanton, and Sanchez. All big strikeout guys, so I guess you could say maybe not quite too big of a feat, but certainly a difficult task, especially with how potent the Yankees lineup has been so far this season. 1-2 pitch, and Kluber does just that. Striking out 3, 4, 5, striking out the side in the fourth. Through fourth, a pitcher's duel going on here in the Bronx. 1-0 Yankees. Welcome back. Dane Richardson here, going solo in the broadcast booth. If you're joining us here on the Twitch chat or watching anywhere else on Twitter, thanks for coming along. Corey Kluber, Masahiro Tanaka, fantastic pitching matchup so far. The Rangers only with a couple hits. Joey Gallo, Willie Calhoun slapping some ground balls, finding some holes in the infield. 7-8-9 is still drizzling. It's been drizzling the whole time. It looks like the rain's starting to pick up here in the Bronx. You wouldn't want to stop the game, especially with these pitchers in rhythm. Maybe the hitters would maybe be in favor of stopping this one. Because Tanaka and Kluber, they've pretty much been unhittable so far as Santana goes down the line foul, 1-1. Tanaka has been able to keep hitters off balance, good mix of sliders and splitters, as well as fastball location. And Kluber, with the exception of that Stanton home run, has done the same. His curveball has been effective. His fastball, he's mixed in that cutter really well. He's gotten a few strikeouts with that. So both pitchers superb so far through 4. Tanaka, if the Yankees won this one, only needs one more inning to qualify for the win. 2-1 coming to Santana, and that's going to be inside 3-1. Tanaka yet to walk anybody as the struggling Hunter Cole waits on deck. Three-1 swing and a miss. 3-2, a splitter. Santana looking for a fastball. Big payoff. Rangers need a leadoff runner on. And swing and a miss, strike 3. Goes after a slider low. Would have been ball 4 and strikeout number 8 as Tanaka continues to roll. You know, that pitch really looked like a splitter to me because of how down in the zone it was. But that depth of the slider, that ability for Tanaka to have it up in the zone for a while, and then all of a sudden it drops. And hitters are already committed because of how fast it is in the mid-80s. So they swing and miss. So a beautiful pitch there from Tanaka, and again gets ahead of Hunter Cole here. Already one of Tanaka's 8 strikeout victories. 0-1 coming to Hunter Cole is down and away. 1-1. Last game didn't do too well, but last 3 games does have 4 RBIs, so I guess you could say he's not struggling too bad. But 0 for 5 in his last 5 at-bats with 3 Ks. Tanaka looking to make quick work of him here. 1-1 pitch coming. And that's going to be swung on and fouled down the left field line. Tanaka absolutely commanding the strike zone. The one problem, though, 85 pitches already in the top of the 5th. He's been very good, but he's had to work for his outs, as that's going to be through the right side and in for a base hit. Boyd and LeMahieu couldn't get it as they played Cole straight up, no shifting. 3rd hit of the game for the Rangers, and that one kind of tailed back toward the middle of the plate, and Cole does a good job slicing it the other way. So all 3 hits for the Rangers. That's a little bit of a dribbler right there. All 3 hits for Texas have come courtesy of the ground ball base hit, and you're going to see some guys up for the Yankees already. Chad Green, Tyler Lyons. See who they go to as Connor Falefa goes foul. He's already 0 for 1. Did strike out back in the 3rd. You wonder if this is the last inning for Tanaka, especially if he gets out of it. He's been so effective, and if he does get out of it, you wonder, do the Yankees go Green in the 6th? Do they go Ottavino in the 7th? Do they go Britton in the 8th, Canely in the 9th? That would be the formula, and we've seen Aaron Boone do that. Or if Tanaka can get a double play here, do you send him out in the 6th? So lots of options right now. Still going is Tanaka ahead of Connor Falefa 1 and 2, another pretty slider. Connor Falefa, born and raised in Hawaii. Actually, he's also of Japanese descent, of course, Tanaka. So I guess you could say a little Japanese matchup as that's on the ground slowly toward third. Urshela going to be a tough play across the diamond, making it look too easy for the second out. Cole does advance to second with a 1-run gain. This is huge, especially with the top half of the order. Chu coming up for his 3rd at-bat of the game. Did get hit by a pitch to start it off. Cole off second, and that's one of the valuable things that Gio Urshela brings. The ability to be so sure-handed defensively. And around the infield, you look at it. G.J. LeMahieu's also very good defensively. Voigt's been pretty good so far at first base, but Gleyber Torres continues to improve. He's so young, and he's been pretty darn good at defense as well. And you look at the outfield, the same way. Aaron Hicks, a ton of speed. You think about that catch in that incredible game against Minnesota last July. I think we're coming up a year ago on that game. I believe it was mid-July. I can't remember the date. Brett Gardner, he's been one of the best left fielders in the game. He has a gold glove. And Aaron Judge, along with Mookie Betts, 2 of the best right fielders in baseball. So along with the offense and the defense, that's hit out towards center field, but right at Hicks, and that'll end the inning. So Tanaka surrenders a hit. But again, no runs allowed through 4.5, halfway through in the Bronx. Yankees still hold a 1-0 lead on Bot Ball.
Leading off for the Yankees, the center fielder,
Corey Kluber continues to go along. Much better pitch count than Masahiro Tanaka. Already 64 pitches to start the 5th. Shouldn't say already, but only 64 pitches to start the 5th. Hicks did get one of those hits. 1 for 1, singled back in the 3rd. Excuse me, the 2nd inning. 1-0 coming to Aaron Hicks. One of those switch hitters, 1st-round pick, and I guess you could say he was a steal. The Yankees sent John Ryan Murphy to Minnesota to get him, and he's been a valuable asset. He's dealt with some injuries, and you wonder if that big extension that he signed, I think it was 7 years, $70 million, will actually work out. And that's another one of the reasons I was mentioning why Frazier could go, because these guys are going to be locked up in New York forever. It's not like they're leaving anytime soon, and Hicks blasts one out toward right field. There's that 1st-round talent way back to right and gone. 2 solo blasts for the Yankees. An absolute laser over the short porch and right as the Bronx Bombers take a 2-0 lead. Yes, Michael, Hicks to the sticks, as the Yankee radio announcer John Sterling would say. And this one toward middle in, right in that wheelhouse for Aaron Hicks. And that quick bat speed in Kluber. Ooh, he knew that one. Sort of and I think that pitch was a cutter toward the middle of the zone. And if you're Hicks, you're probably sitting on that pitch. Not a good decision right there from Kluber. And a big run, especially with how Tanaka's been pitching. The Yankee bullpen has been better of late. We're sweeping Baltimore, then sweeping Toronto, and then the 2-game series against the Mets. So they're looking for their 9th in a row. First game of a 3-game set here from the Bronx. As Voigt goes toward right center field, that's going to be a base hit. Cutting it off is Chu with some nice speed, preventing it from going any further. So Voigt, I believe, is 2 for 2 in this game. So the 6-7 hitters for the Yankees certainly doing some damage. Coming up now is Gardner. Rare double play, 6-4-3 back in the 2nd inning. He'll take inside 1-0. One of the faster guys, but it was really tailor-made for Elvis Andrus to start the 6-4-3 double play. Looking for a different result here. And I mentioned earlier in the game, stolen bases is a lost art in this one. It's a lost art in the game, as is bunting. Gardner's himself not a bad bunter. I get it's a 1-1 count. I don't think he's going to do it. I would bunt in this scenario to start the at-bat. Obviously, it's 1-2 now. But it's rainy. It's wet conditions. Why not get a guy on? I wouldn't think the Rangers would be expecting it. You have some speed with Gardner. That's just my opinion. So ground one up the middle. Andrus to second for one, on to first, not nearly in time. Fantastic play by Andrus to get the force, flipping it over to Odor. He may have glove flipped that one, a little backhand action. So Gardner up the middle, but Andrus saving a hit right here as the 9-hitter Urshela will step up. Urshela 0 for 1 with a ground out. We talked about him having a career year last year. And him being a hot hitter. 4 for 11 his last 3 games. Kluber had the ability to bounce back in his first time after he gave up a home run. Let's see if he can do it again. Gave up a leadoff home run to start the inning. On the outside corner, so quickly ahead of Urshela, 0-2. Coming to Urshela.
Nope.
It's upstairs, 1-2.
I got the count 1-2.
You wonder in a rainy day, Connor Falefa isn't too good defensively behind the plate. He doesn't even catch all the time. So do you try and steal with Gardner, put a runner in scoring position, especially with a guy like DJ LeMahieu on deck, who has been so fantastic with runners in scoring position? As Urshela, that's down the left field line. Hit hard, but foul. One-two again coming to Urshela. Kluber taking his time, and the 1-2 pitch is a breaking ball, just misses outside. And Kluber not the quickest delivery to the plate. He's not really mixing it up, so he doesn't need those side steps, those quick steps to the plate. So Gardner would have some time to go as Urshela works from 0-2 to 3-2, and LeMahieu awaits on deck. And I talked about Gardner stealing 1-2 or 0-2. It's 3-2 with 1 out. I'd be surprised if Aaron Boone does not send him here. Payoff pitch, big pitch for Kluber coming to Urshela. And we'll do it again as he fouls off a curveball toward the bottom half of the zone. Urshela waits. I believe the 8th pitch of the at-bat, and we'll do a 9th. That was the 8th pitch of the at-bat as he got a fastball middle of the zone. Good pitch to hit right there with a curveball. That may have looked a lot faster than what it actually was. 9th pitch of the at-bat, that's out toward right field. Chu going over to get it, and that's going to be a fair ball. Toward the stands, Chu will field it in, as Gardner speeds over to third. It's a big single for Urshela as the Yankees continue to look to tack on with DJ LeMahieu coming to the plate. And the pitching coach is going to come out and talk to Corey Kluber. Couple guys warming up in the Rangers pen. Colby Allard, one of the young left-handers, is actually a first-round pick. He's one of the guys warming up in the Rangers pen. LeMahieu's been one of the Yankee hitters that hasn't gotten on the hit board today. 0 for 2 with a pop-out and a ground-out. But an opportunity here to give the Yankees another big insurance run, I guess you could say, with how good their pitching has been. On the inside corner, good location from Kluber, 1-1. And it is the veteran right-hander, so 2 long relievers, Volquez and Colby Allard. And you wonder why the Rangers have Chris Woodward, the Rangers manager, why he has some long relievers up, because this is a high-leverage situation. And you're already in the 5th, so I don't think you would need some long relievers, but you never know, especially if you're losing as LeMahieu. That's toward short, could be 2, 6, 4, 3. Double play as Kluber gets out of the jam. But the Yankees strike back. Aaron Hicks with a no-doubt blast to right, making it 2-0 Yankees after 5. Kluber works out of another jam, but not before he surrenders another run.
Leading off for the Rangers.
To the 6-2-3-4. Good part of the Rangers order if you want to strike back. Elvis Andrus will start it off. Struck out his first time up, then grounded out his last time. The Yankees do stick with Tanaka at 93 pitches to start the top half of the 6th. I mentioned at the start of the broadcast, Boone is more willing to go longer with Tanaka. We've seen him have his fair share of complete games, sometimes complete game shutouts with the Yankees. James Paxton's another guy, Garrett Cole. So other than Jordan Montgomery, really, Aaron Boone's willing to push his pitchers if they're in a rhythm toward that 100-pitch mark, and that's looped toward first. Just what Tanaka needed, a quick out to start the 6th as Voigt retires Andrews. Up next, Willie Calhoun. He's been a tough battle. Mo Tanaka got him in his second at-bat. 1 for 2 with a single in the first. He's had to throw his fair share of pitches to get by Calhoun. First pitch swinging, that's out towards center field, and Hicks, plenty of room, backing up a little bit, and he'll make the nice catch. So 3 pitches, 2 outs for Tanaka. Just what he needed. If you're the Rangers, you're attacking first pitch. I get you're trying to get on the board, but they don't have a line drive base hit this game. They've just hit ground balls. That's credit to Tanaka, but there's been plenty of there's been 4, 5, 6 pitches where Tanaka's left it up in the zone and the Rangers have had the ability to capitalize. But the trend continues. Maybe you can blame the weather with this drizzly day, but the trend continues for Texas where their hitting just isn't up to par with their pitching. Corey Kluber is pitching a very nice game so far, I guess you could say. 5 innings, 2 runs, and I don't know how the bullpen's going to do as Gallo slaps that out toward left field. And that's going to be his second hit of the day. So Joey Gallo using the opposite field twice, beating the shift as the Rangers looking for a 2-out rally.
Up next for the Rangers, the third baseman.
Maybe I riled some of the Rangers hitters up. Maybe Joey Gallo right there. He did already have a hit, in the first inning. In the second at bat. 2 for 3 now. He's been the best hitter on the day. This guy coming up to the plate hasn't been too hot. It's Frazier. A game-tying blast. The former Yankee, a no-doubter to left. And in the blink of an eye, this game is tied at 2. I talked about Tanaka had hung a certain amount of pitches and the Rangers hadn't capitalized. He hangs a breaking ball the first pitch of the at-bat. And the Todd father makes Masahiro Tanaka pay. And the Yankees, looking like they had control throughout the whole game, all of a sudden, were knotted up at 2. So just when you think Tanaka's going to have a quick 1, 2, 3, 6, he gets a couple outs, then a couple hits. All of a sudden, Texas is up, and now the Yankees, could their 8-game winning streak be in danger? We'll have to find out. Still plenty of time left. Top half of the 6th, Odor comes up 1-0. Chad Green warming up for his second time. That was the 100th pitch for Tanaka. 1-0-1 is outside, so good count for Odor. See Green warming up for the second time along with right-hander Jonathan Holder. Both guys have had their fair share of struggles. Were both sent down to AAA last year because of their deficiencies on the mound. 2-0 is fouled back 2-1. But at the same time, Green and Holder have both had their fair share of success as well on the mound. Holder's more of a location guy. Green's more of a spin rate fastball guy. But both can be effective. Tanaka's just looking to get out of the 6th with no further damage, and he's 1 strike away from doing just that, 2-2. Todd Frazier with a 2-run blast to tie it at 2. A 2-2 pitch to Odor, and there's a breaking ball, misses down and in. And we'll do it with a full count. Payoff coming to Odor. Tanaka looking to work 6 innings of 2-run ball. The right-hander deals. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Tanaka probably not too happy with that inning as he gets Odor with a splitter, but not before the former Yankee, Todd Frazier. A no-doubter out to left. 5.5 through. All of a sudden knotted up here in the Bronx. Stay right here on Pop Ball.
Leading up for the Yankees,
Kluber sticks in there to start the 6th with his pitch count up at 86. And if you're the Yankees, if you want to bounce back, who better than 2, 3, 4 with Torres, Judge, and then Stanton. Stanton has a home run in this game along with Aaron Hicks. But Kluber, after he's given up those home runs, has gotten 2 huge double plays to get out of things. He's gotten one from LeMahieu, and he got one from Gardner back in the 2nd inning after he gave the home run to Stanton. Outside, 1-1 to Torres. Couple guys warming up in the Rangers' pen last inning after Kluber got into some trouble, but after the pitching coach came out and talked to him, settled some things down and got a ground ball to LeMahieu, who's uncharacteristically 0 for 3 on the day. Quickly ahead 1-2 here to Torres. Let's see if we'll go curveball or that cutter that's been effective inside all afternoon. He does, and Torres with a protective hack striking out. Looks like it's a little bit of a sinker. 6 strikeout for Kluber, quickly 1 down. Torres clearly looking for something more toward the outer half of the plate, probably trying to go the other way toward right field where both of the home runs have been. Does have a quick bat, but unable to get a hit right there. As Judge, good pitch to hit, but fouls it back. 0-1. He's 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. I will say Todd Frazier coming up against Tanaka, he was 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts, and then all of a sudden, snap your fingers, he hits a 2-run home run off Tanaka to tie the game. Maybe Judge can do some damage against Kluber. Second on the Yankees in doubles, 19. Was hitting .288 coming into this one. So again, with all these Yankees having solid seasons, Judge is having one too, but so many Yankees are having even better seasons as Judge continues his tough day 0 for 3, a ground out 6-3. As Andrus takes care of him. You take a look, this is a fantastic 0-2 pitch from Kluber. A slider that may have clipped the outer part of the zone, but Kluber really spins it well. It could have been a ball, I'm not sure, but one of those borderline pitches when you're protecting with 2 strikes that you really can't take. And Judge really wasn't able to go with the other way with that pitch. He really would have had to put a good swing on that. So Kluber, a nice 0-2 pitch. As here's Stanton. Home run back in the second, but struck out back in his last at-bat. Kluber actually struck out the side, I believe, in the fourth, 3-4-5. And Stanton, that's on the ground into left field, so he's 2 for 3. The Rangers scored both their runs with the 2-out rally themselves back in the top half of the 6th. And Stanton, his second hit of the game, a home run and a single. Take a look at the team leaders for the Yankees in hits heading into play. 3 of them already over 100. LeMahieu, Torres, and Stanton. And like I mentioned, Judge is having a good season with 92. Voigt's leading the Yankees in average with 91. But those guys, LeMahieu, Torres, and Stanton, those are the guys that are making the most noise. Those are the guys that are getting most of the media attention. When other guys are having fantastic seasons, and if they were on another team, let's say like the Texas Rangers, I'm not making any scenarios here, they would be getting a ton more attention because they would be the only hitter really leading the team that's having a successful season at the plate. Another dangerous power guy, Gary Sanchez, steps in. Takes a strike in the top half of the zone, 0-1. Last game out against the Mets, Sanchez had a nice game, 2 for 4 with a home run and a ribby. Yankees could certainly use some of that power right now to retake their 2-run lead. 0-1 coming to the Kraken, the Yankee catcher, and that's upstairs, 1-1. Couple of games broadcasting the Yankees. Sanchez had an absolute no-doubter against Baltimore, but looking to do the same, but chasing way down in the zone with an effective sinker. 1-2. Kluber looking to throw 6 innings of 2-run ball to match the stat line of Tanaka's, although he has a few more strikeouts. Good discipline there. 2-2 here coming to Sanchez. Kluber deals. Low 3-2. That will release Stanton from first. On deck is Hicks, who's 2 for 2 on the day. His last at-bat hit a solo blast to right. Stanton will go from first. The payoff coming from Kluber to Sanchez. Lined out toward right center field, and that's going to be a base hit. Stanton speeding his way toward third as Gallen will cut it off. Big hit for the Yankee catcher. As 2 for 2 on the day, Aaron Hicks steps to the plate with a chance to give the Yankees back the lead. The Rangers elect to stick with Kluber even though Hicks has gotten a couple of hits tonight. Still a little drizzly here in Yankee Stadium as that's inside, 1-0. On deck is Luke Voigt, who's also the other hitter that's 2 for 2. Hicks got a cutter middle in on the half of the plate. That one was more inside, but really got all of it. And I said in his first at-bat, you really know when Aaron Hicks goes yard. He did last time as well, as 1-0 swinging, fouls it off, 1-1. average with runners in scoring position hasn't been too good, to say the least, this season for Hicks. 167. But a chance to redeem that stat right here is that's outside, ahead in the count, 2-1. You would assume this could be Kluber's last batter or last hitter. 104 on the pitch count. Does have the ability to go a little bit farther. Big 2-1 pitch coming. Inside, 3-1. Voit awaits on deck. You walk Hicks, you load the bases, and Voit again. Highest average on the Yankee team, 335. The 3-1 from Kluber. Swung on, hit toward the right side. Off Cole. Going to be a close play at first. The flip. They got him in time. That'll end the inning. A dangerous play to end it, but Hunter Cole gets the job done. Kluber, 6 innings of 2-run ball. 2-2 in the Bronx. Stay right here on BAL Ball.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the New York Yankees.
First relief pitcher we're going to see in this game is Chad Green. Interesting here. 6-0, but a 5.88 ERA. Think about the Yankees offense. That's how good they've been. That makes Chad Green look like have a great record, but a terrible ERA. Again, like I mentioned in the previous inning when he was warming up with Holder, he's a guy that's had his struggles, but a guy that's had his successes too. And one of the higher spin rates with his fastball in the major leagues, which is why it's so effective, especially up in the zone. So it might say 95 on the radar gun, but with that spin rate, it'll come in late a lot faster. So hitters, it'll look like maybe 98, 99. 7-8-9, so a good part of the order to face for Green. Santana, Cole, and Kiner-Falefa, the catcher. Quickly down 2-0. If you're Tanaka, fantastic outing still. Probably very disappointed that he gave up that late 2-run homer to Frazier with 2 outs in the 6th to tie the game. Now it's up to the bullpens, likely, as Kluber got out of a jam. There was a third jam, really, he got out of, as Green yet to find the strike zone here since he's come in 3-0. Looking to find the K zone. Chad Green will not do that. So a 4-pitch walk. Not what you wanted, to say the least, for Chad Green to start off the 7th. The Rangers get the leadoff man on. I think it's the first time they've gotten the leadoff man on since back in the first inning when Chu was hit by a pitch. Unable to score a run in that inning, as Hunter Cole will step up. And 2 guys that have already warmed up before, Lyons and Holder, warming up. Lyons the left-hander, Holder the right-hander, as Boone probably doesn't like what he sees right away from Chad Green. Cole singled in his last AB, found a hole through the right side and a short dribbler. .10 pitch. A double play would be just what Green needed, and finally his first pitch as a strike, 97 toward the top half of the zone, 1-1. Cole, like I mentioned, he struggled 0 for 5 in his last 5 at-bats coming into last at-bat, but before that was one of the better hitters on the Ranger team, as that skied out toward right field, Judge over toward the line, plenty of room, and a big first out for Chad Green. And I was going to say, if the bottom part of this order, say a Hunter Cole, obviously not anymore, but a guy coming up like Isaiah Kiner-Falefa can come up with a big hit and give the Rangers the lead and maybe give them a confidence-boosting win. If they can get a confidence-boosting win on a tough Friday night against a fantastic Yankees team, maybe take 2 or 3, maybe that can give them the confidence moving forward as runner goes. Throw down to second, not in time. A fantastic jump for Danny Santana. Pitch was in the dirt, got plenty of time to run. Green, pretty easy guy to run on. As now a runner in scoring position, an even bigger opportunity now for the Ranger catcher. Hey. 1-0 in there for a strike, 1-1. Even if you're kind of Falefa, just try and hit it toward the right side. That was a pitch you could do that with. Get that runner 90 feet away, and you really eliminate that breaking ball from Green. Not that he goes to it a lot, but he does there. Low, 2-1. Big pitch. You don't want to get back to the top of the order without 2 down, especially with Chu coming to the plate with possibly 2 men on. 2-1 coming. Ooh, tough call for strike 2. Looked like ball 3 to me. But gets the benefit of the doubt from the home plate umpire, Dave Lawrence. 2-2 coming now to Kiner Falefa. Green looking for his first strikeout of the night. And ground ball towards short. Torres will field it from one knee across the diamond and in time to get the hustling Kiner Falefa. So 2 down. Green looking to work out of trouble after that leadoff walk, as Chu with an RBI opportunity with 2 men down. I haven't mentioned, Chu, I believe, donated $1,000 to over 130 players in the minor league system for the Rangers because of COVID-19. And another one of those guys that was fantastic helping out with that process. Probably not thinking about that right now, though. Probably thinking about giving the Rangers the lead, but he's only got 2 more strikes to take, 0-1. Green utilized that fastball in the first pitch, but will miss well up and away, 1-1. I think that's an interesting choice by Chris Woodward to go with Danny Santana. Not a big stolen base guy, but a good decision, in my opinion. You get a guy in scoring position. You put your hitters in a better spot, just make them put it in play, put pressure on the Yankee defense. Green behind to Chu, 2-1 like he was to Kiner Falefa. We'll see what he'll do here. 2-1 pitch, and a tough pitch inside, 2-2. Certainly would have been ball 3, but the best slider of the day from Green. 1 strike away from a scoreless 7th inning. To send it to the stretch, Green from the stretch, a 2-2. Did he go around? No, he did not. The same exact pitch, a slider on the inner half of the plate. So that'll work it full. Santana off second. He led off the inning with a walk as Andrus awaits on deck. Big pitch coming. The righty Green to the lefty Chu. 2-2 game. 3-2. 2 out. Santana off second. Green deals. Upstairs, ball 4. So Chu works a 2-out walk. 2 walks by Chad Green. That's where the 2 runners on base have come from. Elvis Andrus 0 for 3 with a chance to get rid of all that. Popped out back in the 6th in his last AB. Lions and Holders still warming up, but it looks like Aaron Boone's going to elect to stick with Chad Green to try and Houdini his way out of this one. Andrus starting off. If I were him, I'd look for a first pitch fastball, but instead he'll take in 1-0. Green hasn't really been around the strike zone much. He got behind, I believe, everyone except Hunter Cole, who flied out to right for the first out of the inning. See if he can strike back with Andrus. Sanchez setting up inside, and instead Green misses up and away, 2-0. Andrus, I'm sitting dead red right here. I'm looking for a fastball. It's geared up, ready to go. Good hitter's count. If I get anything else, I'm probably not swinging at it. But Green having trouble finding that center of the plate, and a 2-0 flied out towards center field. Hicks coming in, plenty of room, and Green works into and out of trouble. So a couple of walks doesn't cost the Yankee reliever. It's time to stretch. And the Bronx still 2-2 on Botball.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
New pitcher. Only 3 games this season. The veteran, well-traveled right-hander Edison Volquez. Spent his time in Cincinnati, spent his time in Miami, some in Pittsburgh. And he's going to face Luke Voigt. He's 2 for 2 on the day. Volquez getting a chance this season and putting, I guess you could say, a high-leverage spot. You're tied with a very good team in the bottom of the 7th against one of the better hitters in the bigs so far this year in Luke Voigt to start off the 7th. And even though you're thinking, oh, you're putting him in, but it's 7-8-9. Yeah, but it's 7-8-9 for the Yankees. It's so much different. With Voigt, Gardner, and Urshela, I mean, that could be the middle of the lineup for half of the major leagues, or 10 teams in the major leagues. That's how ridiculous this lineup is. And goes with 2 straight curveballs to start off the at-bat. Knuckle curve there from Volquez as Voigt swings through the second, 1-1. Guy that had a lot of velocity early in his career, but has definitely tickered down. One of those guys that I guess you could say has had to reinvent himself a little bit. 2-1 pitch laced out toward left center field, but going to be right at Joey Gallo. So Voigt, he's 3 for 3 in hard balls hit, but 2 for 3 is gets out there. Volquez catches a break, 1 hitter, 1 out. Here's Gardner. 0 for 2, grounded out, I guess you could say, sort of toward the same place. 6-4-3 double play his first time up back in the second. Second time, Andrus made a fantastic play up the middle, flipping the second on a fielder's choice. Gardner, another one of those clutch hitters. A couple of right-handers warming up in the Rangers' pen. Former starter and former Oakland A Jesse Chavez, along with Luis Garcia, getting ready. 1-0 coming to Gardy. Hits middle of the zone, fouled back. A sinker around 94. Gardner looked a little bit late on it. Volquez has used his fair share of curveballs already, so maybe that's what Gardner's sitting on. 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball outside, 2-1 with a changeup. Trying to mix it up, Volquez. He's a guy with 5 pitches. Again, a former starter for a long time, so a lot in his repertoire, a lot to go to. Just has to choose the right pitches. Urshela waits on deck. 2-1 coming to Gardner. In there for a strike, 2-2. I was going to say, if that was a ball and it moved to 3-1, not a guy you would want to put on base because Gardner has that speed, and in a tie game, maybe Aaron Boone would send him. Again, the Yankees 28th in the MLB in stolen bases. So you never know. 2-2 pitch is fouled off. A sinker at 94, and we'll do it again. Another 2-2 in the dirt, full count. Urshela waits on deck, and LeMahieu hasn't been great at all. He hasn't gotten in the hit column. He'll be in the hole in the 3-2 pitch as Gardner. You talked about him battling. That's what you think of when you think of the Yankees team. Who's going to battle the most for you guys? Only player from the Yankees left from that 09 World Series club. One of those tough hitters to get out, and continuing that trend, talking up my point as he fouls off yet another pitch. I believe the 8th pitch of the at-bat coming to the Yankee left fielder, and he'll work a 1-out walk. Not the guy you want to put on because one's hit to the gap. It could quickly be 3-2 Yankees, or he could steal a base. I know LeMahieu hasn't hit too well today. Of course, first up is Urshela. But a guy like LeMahieu on deck, he's so good with runners in scoring position this year and last year. It's a tough spot for Volquez, and you wonder how long of a leash does Chris Woodward have with him. Urshela, first pitch swinging, way out toward left. Way back goes Calhoun, and a game-leading home run for Gio Urshela. Just what the Yankees needed. He's been struggling of late, but finally breaks through. His last 4 games have been hot, and Urshela with a huge home run, a 2-run blast, and the Yankees retake the lead. It's 4-2 New York. And I got to give credit to Urshela right there. Just a fastball more toward the middle of the plate going after first pitch. Volquez is a guy that's trying to come in and throw strikes. He hasn't been in the majors much this year. So he's trying to come in, throw strikes after he just walks somebody. So what are you going to expect? A first pitch fastball, Urshela jumps on it, and a no-doubter again toward left. And I will say, all our home runs have been no-doubters today. So now the formula is set up for New York to win this one, back with that 2-run lead. Holder was warming up previously a couple times, as was Tyler Lyons, but you wonder, Ottavino, Britton, Canely, all options in the 8th inning. LeMahieu 0 for 3 on the day. Got into a double play his last time up, and quickly down 0-2 here to Volquez. And like I mentioned, Gio Urshela has been a dude as LeMahieu. Another swing and a miss, 0 for 4. Like I said, uncharacteristic day for LeMahieu, 2 away for Volquez. Urshela's been hitting better during this 8-game win streak and had such a glorious last year. If he can start getting back to that form offensively that he was before, I mean, this Yankee offense will just continue to be otherworldly. I mean, if you think about it, it's not like they need him to, because 1 through 7 has been so crazy good. But that just gives the Yankees another added element, and their bench hasn't been too bad either. Andujar's been okay. Mike Tauchman's been pretty good the past few games. So it just adds another element to the Yankees offense and why they're the best in baseball. Here's Gleyber Torres, 0 for 3 as well. So the top half of the Yankees order hasn't done too well, as he'll look to go through the shift and will indeed for his first hit of the ball game on the ground. The Yankees looking for some 2-out magic to extend the lead. As Judge still hitless, he'll step in, looking to give the Yankees some more insurance. Here is Aaron Judge, and coming into the at-bat, all top 3 hitters, like I mentioned, 0 for 3 coming into this one. So Kluber had done a nice job retiring them. Probably very careful, but 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 have not done too shabby. Running a little over schedule. No, I don't think we are, actually. It's only 5:08. 0-1 coming to Judge. Swing and a miss there. 0-2 is Judge struggling today, just looking a little off balance, looking a little pull happy. Quick 0-2 coming from Volquez. Again, quickly ahead, looking to bounce back after that 2-run home run, and that's in the dirt, and off goes Torres. Throw to second, not in time. And I'll tell you what, that is just heads-up base running. You're reading dirt ball read right there in the dirt, even with 2 outs, right? Kiner Falefa's not a guy that's going to throw a lot of people out. But immediately, you see that ball break down in the dirt, you're reading dirt ball read, Judge does a nice job of holding off that. You're immediately going to break. You immediately break, and Kiner Falefa throws down Torres with enough speed. For a young player with that baseball IQ, that's just another reason to like what Gleyber Torres brings to this Yankee team. And now he puts Judge in position to give them another run, even with just a single. 1-2 pitch, and Judge will stave off a sinker. It'll stay 1-2. Another 1-2, Judge looking to erase some of those 0 for 3 numbers, and that one is blocked by Kiner Falefa, another one in the dirt. Volquez's breaking stuff hasn't been too hot, I guess you could say. He did give him a home run on a first pitch fastball to Urshela. 2-2 coming to Judge, hanging breaker hit out toward left field. Calhoun goes back, way back there, and long gone. Second 2-run blast of the inning. This one, courtesy of All Rise. Here comes Mr. Aaron Judge around third. Another 2-run homer, and the Yankees breaking this one open a little bit here in the 7th. It's 6-2 New York. And this one's just a hanging breaking ball. 439 feet, 108.9 miles per hour off the bat. That's the exit velo, and it hits second deck. And that's going to do it for Edison Volquez. Unable to get through a whole inning, as it'll be the long man, actually. Colby Allard, first-round pick by Atlanta, left-hander, will come in to try and shut it down, at least in the 7th. You would figure now down 6-2, Allard would get a longer leash. And Stanton will come to the plate. He's 2 for 3. Take a look back in the 2nd inning. Scored the first run of the game, a home run out toward right. Not just getting over the right field wall, but Shoe running out of room. Didn't get out toward the bleachers, but just got enough. Of course, Judge and Stanton with all that strength, the ability to go the other way. So, a youngster versus veteran matchup right here. And Stanton swings first pitch, a good pitch to hit. A fastball, but he'll hook it foul, 0-1. And now you wonder, Chad Green likely not to pitch. So you could see a Jonathan Holder or a Tyler Lyons definitely come in. I saw, Michael, you mentioned maybe Tyler Lyons is going to come in. You never know. And with the way the Yankees have been hitting, if you're Stanton, you probably don't have much on this kid with a scouting report. He hasn't been in the bigs too long. Pitched a little bit with Atlanta 2 years ago, pitched with Texas some last year. But I guess you could go with a base hit approach, but a couple of homers as he'll laser one off the screen foul, 1-2. Maybe you're looking for your second home run of the game. You never know. Allard 1 strike away from getting a strikeout of Stanton, and Cole strike 3 on the inside corner. Stanton not too pleased, but not before the Yankees strike with 4. Urshela and Judge, 2-run blasts apiece. 6-2 New York after 7 on Bop Ball. And it will be Tyler Lyons coming in to start the 8th for the Yankees. 4.34 ERA, 0-2 record in 19 games this season. Strikeout to walks is okay, 18 and 11. And interesting to see, hitters that are lefties hit 344 off him, while righties hit 111. You usually see more lefty specialists, but Lyons is a little unique. Spent some time with St. Louis as well. It'll be 3-4-5, Calhoun, Gallo, and Frazier. Frazier, of course, in his last at-bat, hit a 2-run home run to tie the game back in the 6th, but the Yankees again retaking the lead. well in position to win their 9th in a row, the hottest team in BOP ball.
1-1.
Lions deals low 1-1. You take a look at the attendance. Lots of people here on a Friday night. Friday night, so a lot of people come out, but considering the weather, good attendance. 45,009 people here at Yankee Stadium tonight. Been some raindrops all throughout the game. If you're just joining us, Giancarlo Stanton led off the scoring with a home run in the second as Calhoun shoots one out toward the gap in right center, but Hicks eases over for it. 4 pitches, 1 out for Lions here in the 8th. Calhoun hit it hard. He's been a tough out all day, but Lions retires it. Like I said, if you're just joining us, Giancarlo Stanton led off the scoring with a solo homer. Then Aaron Hicks did the same as he just retired Calhoun right there. Gave the Yankees a 2-0 lead. Masahiro Tanaka was pitching quite beautifully throughout the 6th. Then this guy, Joey Gallo, with 2 outs, hit a single with 2 outs. And then Todd Frazier came up, tied the game at 2. Then bottom half of the 2nd, bottom half of the 7th, Gio Urshela hits a 2-run shot. As you take a look at Ottavino and Holder, again warming up for New York. Gio Urshela blasted the fastball off Edison Volquez to make it 4-2, a 2-run blast. Then Aaron Judge 0 for 3 coming up to the plate in the 7th. He hit a long hanging breaking ball 439 feet. Out into the bleachers and left to give the Yankees a 6-2 lead. That's where we stand right now. Dane Richardson again doing this solo, so if you're joining us, thank you very much. The Yankees again looking to win their 9th in a row. 1-1 here to Gallo. He's 2 for 3 on the day. He's gone the other way both times, beating the shift. Lions again behind in the count 2-1. Big swing and a miss. Look, Gallo looking to pull that one into the upper deck and right, 2-2. You wonder maybe if the Yankees get another run or two in the bottom half of the 8th, maybe they bring in Jonathan Holder for the 9th, or maybe if this gets a little closer or it gets a little dicey with Tyler Lyons, maybe that's why you see Ottavino warming up. Gallo with a chance to get on for his 3rd time today, and a payoff pitch fouled back. We'll do it again. Another 3-2 coming from Tyler Lyons, and that's hit out toward right field, but twisting foul. Next pitch will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat. Gallo, like I mentioned, went the other way, but pulling this one in this at-bat. 3-2 pitch and goes the other way again. This is going to be hit number 3, as that'll bounce up against the base of the wall. Gallo will chug in the 2nd with a 1-out double, and 3 hits all courtesy Akbo Taco for Mr. Joey Gallo. Best hitter in the Rangers lineup so far today, as he's looking to start a rally in the 8th. Here's Todd Frazier. Chance to cut into the lead here and a home run back in the 6th. That tied the game at that point. Tanaka had hung a certain amount of pitches, and then finally Texas was able to capitalize as Lyons steals a strike. Again, much better against right-handers in that success. Again, 2 left-handers, both have hit the ball hard. And coming into this appearance, 344 left-handers have hit well against Tyler Lyons. Is a swing and a miss there, though. 0-2. Lyons much better against righties. 111 for righties against Tyler Lyons. Maybe it's that slider down in or the location with fastballs that makes it better, but a miss right there, and Frazier unable to put a hurt into that one. Stays 0-2. Oh-2 pitch, got him on the inner half, a slider, and I mentioned that slider inside, that's what makes him effective. Breaking down and in, so 2 down now as Odor coming to the plate. He's 0 for 3. Odor takes a strike. Not too good with runners in scoring position, but if you're the Rangers, 1 run at a time, you don't have too many chances. You're down to your final 4 outs. And this is a tough series. This is a series you could very well see the Yankees continue to roll because they're not playing a tough team. Right now, again, they've won 8 in a row. You could see very well 9, 10, 11. And Texas really tied with that 3rd place spot with the Angels. The Astros won today in the game before. And coming up next, you got the A's and the Mariners. want to miss that one. Brother Beard, Team Mr. 3 on the call. And swing and a miss, strike 3. So Lions, 2 nice strikeouts to get rid of that Gallo double. Through 7.5 in the Bronx, the Yankees hold a nice 6-2 lead. Stay right here. Dane Richardson calling it on BAL Ball.
Leading up for the Yankees, the captain.
Bottom of the 8th coming here. Gary Sanchez. It'll be 5, 6, 7 for the Bronx Bombers. Sanchez, Hicks, and Voigt. Sanchez will take low, and again they stick with Colby Allard. Excuse me. Good appearance for Tyler Lyons, and this is some good experience for Colby Allard. You don't have necessarily much pressure on you, I guess you could say. It's a 6-2 game. But you're facing a really tough lineup in the Yankees. You got rid of Giancarlo Stanton with a good pitch. Really showed his potential. He's got a hard fastball, and if he can locate it like that and really sort of start to polish his off-speed pitches, then that's maybe where that first-round talent could come in that Atlanta saw. Of course, the Braves drafted him. 2-1 coming to Sanchez behind in the count, and there's a breaking ball skied out toward right center field. Gallo going back, Chu going back, near the wall, and that is gone. To lead off the home run, a breaking ball. Gary Sanchez using right center field. The 5th home run of the game for the Bronx Bombers, living up to their name. It's 7-2 Yankees. Like I mentioned, when Gary Sanchez is going well, this is a pitch, a breaking ball, kind of down and in, sits on it, waits back, and uses that right center field. And Gary Sanchez so strong, the ability to go the other way. Beautiful piece of hitting to give the Bombers a 5-run lead.
The center fielder, Aaron.
As Hicks swings at the first pitch, that's in the right field corner and it'll go to the wall. That'll his 3rd hit of the day as Chu gets it in quickly. But Allard, not a good start as Hicks, first time hitting from the right side of the plate. Going the other way there with a fastball in the inner half. Voigt steps up now. He's 2 for 3 with 2 singles. Lined out towards center last time. So he's hit the ball hard all 3 times today. We'll see what he can do here. Trying to do some more damage. For the Yankees, maybe you stick with Lyons, maybe you stick with Holder. We'll take a look at our Twitch chat. Michael, you're predicting that the top 3 teams in the AL Central, of course, the Indians, the Twins, and the White Sox, they beat up each other too much, and the Yankees end up with the best record in the American League. That very well could happen. That very well could happen, especially with the Yankees. They're rolling right now. Again, they've won 8 in a row, and you never know. And it'll be an interesting playoff race in BAL. I don't know who's going to make it to the top. Garrett Cole, is he finally the difference for the Yankees as Voigt slices 1 foul, 2-2? We'll have to see. Is the Yankees bullpen going to be consistent down the stretch? They was really shaky early on in the year, but maybe those fixes will continue as Voigt gets a piece, and we'll do it again at 2-2. And that AL Central, just a huge competitive division. Minnesota has been so good this year. Of course, another big home run hitting team is Voigt again. That's foul. The White Sox have surprised a lot of people. A lot of people thought they were a real up-and-coming team, but not a team that would be at 60 wins through 93 games. Of course, 60-33. And Cleveland's a team that's really bounced back. Lindor is a guy that's been the core of their team, but they traded Corey Kluber to this team, the Texas Rangers. And Cleveland has had a fantastic season, and the Yankees trying to catch up to them. They're still a few games behind all those AL Central teams, more close to Cleveland than anyone else. 0-1 on Gardner. Allard trying to prevent any further damage as he's quickly ahead 0-2. Usually a better against lefties, not surprising for a youngster. It's been raining all game here at Yankee Stadium, but it hasn't knocked away any offense. 5 home runs for New York. Hicks will go off first. Not much a threat to runner. Urshela awaits on deck. His last AB gave the Yankees a 4-2 lead. All of a sudden, when Frazier hit that home run, you were thinking, hey, maybe the Rangers, they got some momentum. Maybe they could halt this win streak. But the Yankees, such a good team, said, no way that's happening, as Allard will just miss the outside corner, 1-2. 3 straight AL West teams coming up next in the broadcast. You got the A's visiting the Mariners, a little first place, last place matchup there on the American League West with, of course, Oakland in first, Seattle in last. Throw over to first, and Hicks gets back safely. Another 2-2 to Gardner, and that's low, 3-2. Likely won't send Hicks. Again, on deck is Urshela. He's upped his average all the way up to 250. Last home run was his 6th of the year. If you're Allard, probably just want to get Gardner here. You don't want to walk, continue this inning, or this could really put a smudge on your ERA or your resume. There's another throw over, kind of wasting some time. Hicks, again, with a 7-2 lead, probably not likely to go. Again, Gardner, a tough guy to double up, but did it already in his first AB in the second inning, so it's possible. Another 3-2, and Gardner slaps that one down the left field line, foul. Probably will be running a little late on schedule as the next game scheduled to start for 5:30. Another 3-2 coming to Gardner, and that's looped out toward left field, carrying actually pretty deep as Calhoun will go back and make the catch, 2 down.
Now batting, number 29.
I gotta say, doing this broadcast solo, this is the most I've talked, I believe, in probably the past 5 days combined. But it's been fun for all you listeners out there. So thanks for joining us here on Bop Ball and Twitch. Urshela comes up. As mentioned plenty of times, already homered in his last at-bat. That's the game-winning hit right now, that 2-run blast. We'll see who's the player of the game. I'd have to imagine Hicks, 3 for 4, probably. Maybe Luke Voigt. But I would probably think Aaron Hicks to me. Sanchez, Judge, Stanton, the big 3 for the Bombers, all with a home run. Think about it. 3, 4, 5, 6, all have homers for the Yankees, as well as the 9 hit for Urshela. 1-0 pitch here is Urshela. Will hit one out toward right field, and going over to get it is Chu, and that will do it. But not before the Yankees sneak past another. I wouldn't say sneak past, actually. Gary Sanchez with a long fly ball into the Yankee bullpen. Yankees 3 outs away from their 9th in a row, have a 5-run lead.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the
Another new pitcher is Tyler Lyons through a scoreless 8th inning. It's Jonathan Holder to work the 9th. 0 for 3 in save opportunity, so that's a smudge on his resume. But other than that, he's been pretty good. 6-2 with an under 3 ERA. He'll face 7-8-9. Santana walked his last time up, also stole a base. He'll step in, and there's a curveball in there for a strike. I mentioned before with Green, Holder had his struggles last year, but really relies on that fastball location and his breaking ball. He's never been one of those guys that's sort of been those back-end sort of type high leverage situation bullpen pitchers, but he's been fairly reliable. Quickly ahead of Santana, 0-2. And the pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. Goes curveball, fastball, then changeup. So 3 pitches, 1 strikeout, and 1 out for Jonathan Holder.
Hunter Cole.
If you're the Yankees, you really can't ask for much more. I mean, these aren't I get the Mets series with some close wins, but these aren't close wins. They're doing what they're supposed to do against bad teams. And the Rangers, I wouldn't say they're a bad team. They're sort of toward the middle of that pack. But the Yankees, they're just showing the superiority against these teams toward the middle of the pack, toward the bottom half of the major leagues. And you got to give them credit. They have just absolutely crushed every type of pitching. And although they really worked Corey Kluber, but all of a sudden they bring in the Rangers bullpen, boom, home run, home run, home run. You take the lead. And I mentioned Holder, a quick 3 strike to Santana to strike him out, but all of a sudden, quickly behind 3-0 to Hunter Cole. Cole, his first shot in the bigs this year, played solid in AAA last season, but he's been pretty good so far this year. 1 for 3. today. (3-1) coming. Cole probably sitting fastball, but I'm going to guess breaking ball here. We'll see. And he does go a little bit of a breaking ball, or excuse me, a cutter on the inner half of the plate. Good location. So from 3-0 to 3-2, Holder looking to fight back and win this battle. Payoff coming from Holder. And that's a laser out toward left field and past Torres in for a base hit. So Hunter Cole continues his nice streak of hitting. 2 for 4 on the day as Connor Falefa will come to the plate with 1 man on and 1 down. Oh for 3 today. Does have 5 doubles on the year, Connor Falefa. 22 hits in there for a strike. You wonder if you're the Rangers, I mean, where do you go from here? You have to try and bounce back. The Yankees are likely going to win this game, but you have to try and get 1 out of this series to not get swept. And it's going to be really difficult to do that against this hot of a New York Yankee team. But you got to try and get 1 out of this, or maybe be hot going into the All-Star break. Or who knows, maybe they're going to be a team that sells at the trade deadline. They do have some young pieces in their lineup in Calhoun and Gallo, but think about a Lance Lynn. The starting rotation hasn't been too bad. Maybe they could sell one of those guys. Jose Leclerc, their closer, has been really fantastic. But who knows? Maybe an Elvis Andrus. He's toward the tail end of his extension. I talked about that in the pregame with Jordan and Carlos. So the Rangers really, if they're going to start winning, they got to start winning now. And it's going to be tough to really win this series against the Yankees now, as Connor Falefa will loop one down the left field line. Gardner going to get it, but it'll be fouled 2-2. So where do you go from here? That's the question. So it's going to be tough for Texas, and like I mentioned, you got to get 1 out of this series and then go from there. Doesn't look like it's going to be today, and this could end it. Urshela to second for 1, on to first, double play, and that'll end the ball game. The Yankees win their 9th in a row, a finisher on the 5-4-3 double play. Urshela to LeMahieu to Voit. 5 home runs for the Yankees. Judge, Stanton, Sanchez, Hicks, Urshela all go yard with Gio Urshela. The game-winning blast to win it 7-2. Masahiro Tanaka and Corey Kluber, both pretty darn good starts, I guess you could say. Both 6 innings of 2-run ball as Chris Woodward hands on the head. Another tough loss is 4-7 in their last 11 games. The Yankees pounding out 13 hits. No errors in this one, so the defense was clean. Edison Volquez coming in his 4th appearance of the season. A tough loss right there, giving up 2 homers. A 2-run homer to Urshela to left, and then a 2-run hanging breaking ball homer to Mr. Aaron Judge. Coming up, we'll take a look at the highlight. Player of the game is Aaron Hicks, 3 for 4 with a home run. Chad Green gets the win. Tough for Tanaka not to get the win, after he gave up the home run to Frazier. Did give up a couple walks back in the 7th, but Green managed to finagle his way out of the 7th inning. Aaron Hicks, again, player of the game. Made some nice catches out there in center field as well. Take a look. Game coming up next. We have the A's and the Mariners. Again, first place, last place action. See that one coming up. We'll take a look here. Probably take a look at the highlights soon. The box score, Todd Frazier, 1 for 4. Joey Gallo was really the star of the Rangers lineup today. He was 3 for 4 on the day. Willie Calhoun also got a hit. Willie Calhoun, I got to give him some credit, though, was really a tough out. It was really a tough out all day. And Hunter Cole also with a couple hits as well. Again, Volquez, that's just tough for him to finish that one. 2 innings pitches. Now we'll take a look at the highlights. Finally, I was waiting for that one. As Stanton leads off the second with a home run to right off Corey Kluber. That was a tough pitch in on the zone, but Stanton able to push his way out toward right, out of the reach of Shin-Soo Choo. 378 feet. Home run. That gave the Yankees a 1-0 lead, and then Masahiro Tanaka in the 5th. We mentioned how good he was all day. That slider really effective. Danny Santana swings through that. I believe 8 strikeouts on the day for the veteran right-hander for New York. Gets him in the top of the 5th. The Yankees would get another run later. Aaron Hicks, 389 feet. This was a cutter middle in, right in Hicks' wheelhouse. He made sure he didn't miss it. And looks like, yep, he did go second deck on that one. That gave the Yankees a 2-0 lead. And if you're a fan watching this game, you're thinking, man, the Yankees are going to win their 9th in a row that easy, but it wasn't that easy. Todd Frazier, top 6. Finally, the Rangers get to Masahiro Tanaka. A 2-run long home run out to left. That was Frazier's only hit of the game. It's 2-2. And then all of a sudden, the Rangers in the 7th, a little bit more of a threat against Chad Green, who did get the win today. Danny Santana swiping second. Chad Green would induce another base on balls, but Elvis Andrus with a chance to take the lead. And he gets a good pitch to hit, but flies out towards center field toward our player of the game, Mr. Aaron Hicks. Makes the catch. Really got under that one, but then the Yankees, they would capitalize in the bottom half of the 7th with 1 on and 1 gone. Gio Urshela and a no-doubter home run to left off Edison Volquez. That gave the Yankees a 4-2 lead, but only a 2-run lead, not safe. Maybe the Rangers could strike back. The Yankees certainly need some insurance, and that would come in the same inning, courtesy of Mr. Aaron Judge. 439 feet, a hanging breaking ball, absolutely clobbered to say the least. Brought home another run. 6-2. The Yankees were not done there. Again, a huge lead at that point. Not necessarily a huge lead, but 6-2. And then one more home run. Gary Sanchez, the 5th home run of the game as the Sluggers really came out to play tonight for New York. 412 feet. Good to see Sanchez going the other way on that one. Into the Yankee bullpen. That made it 7-2. In the bottom half of the 8th, Kyler Lyons, a good bullpen appearance. Then Jonathan Holder getting Isaiah Kiner-Falefa to ground into a game-ending 5-4-3 double play as the Yankees again winning their 9th in a row, winning the first game of this 3-game set. Probably take a look at the box score coming up. Again, Chad Green with the win, Edison Volquez with the loss. Both good starts from both pitchers. Got a nice game coming up. Another AL West matchup. We had the Astros and Tigers before this game. We had the Rangers, but 2 AL West teams coming up. We got the first place A's and the last place Mariners. If you take a look at the box score right there, I already pretty much described what went down in this one. But coming up next, we got Brother Beard, P. Mr. 3. What should we expect in this one, guys, between the Oakland A's and the Seattle Mariners?
Well, hey, Dane. This is going to be, well, it's going to be it's going to really depend on which Mariners bats show up today. As I mentioned yesterday, it's when this team can get their bats together and they've got some solid pitching behind them, they can make it a competitive ball game. You know, we've seen in the last week or so, Mariners have ball games that are 2-1, 1-0, and all the way, 10-6. Like we've had it all. I'm just excited to see how this series plays out coming into the All-Star break.
The Mariners, a relatively young team, need to turn it around. And you mentioned those close games. You never know. And the A's, a chance to really kind of got to stay up in that lead. They do have a pretty comfortable lead in the American League West. But the Astros did win today, sitting in second place. And they're always a team that's really dangerous. As we take a look, we're going to get to the game right here out at T-Mobile Field in Seattle. Sending it off to you guys. If we take a look at the lineups, Athletics and the Mariners. Some more AL West action. Take it away, guys.
Well, it looks as though apparently my microphone was off. It had a nice, wonderful intro for everybody. Here we go. Wei and Chen going to start this ball game off.
Leading off tonight for Oakland.
Oh boy.
Marcus.
Wouldn't be another game here with you, P. Mr. 3, if I didn't have some sort of technical difficulties. How you doing, friend?
Oh, I'm doing just all right, Brother Beard. Looking forward to this
AL West clash of the Titan and the Fallen, I guess we can call the Mariners right now. They're still in the hunt, but they're a pretty decent ways out.
Yeah, they're about 13 and a half games back from these Athletics. Wei-Yin Chen's going to get the first out here. A hard hit ball off of Mark Simeon's bat over to Kyle Seager on the second pitch here of the ball game. A little bit later start than intended. 2:38 is going to be first pitch recorded here today. It's going to bring up Mark Canha. Canha jumping up into the number 2 spot after Ramon Laureano going down with the hip inflammation last night. He's going to be playing out in left field today. Batting second behind the shortstop, Marcus Simeon. 1-0 pitch here from Chen. It's going to miss high, 2-0.
Yeah, Chen today, with that last one, just testing the zone here, seeing what the hitter's going to swing at today and what he's going to lay off on.
2-0 pitch. Ooh, misses that top corner there. Umpire apparently going to have a small strike zone today.
Yeah, that last pitch.
Yeah, that was something else, as we get a strike call here on a swing and a miss, 3-1.
Yeah, the pitch 2 ago is any indication. These guys are going to have to hit almost straight down the middle in order to get a strike today.
Well, Chen making his 4th start of the season. Small sample size, but still been rather dominant through his first 3 starts. We'll see if he can continue that work here today. Evan White's going to dive and try and make the defensive stop here. He's able to stop it laying out, but they'll score that a base hit. Mark Canha able to beat out the defensive play. Evan White all by himself on the first base side of the diamond here.
Yeah, it was a great diving stop and nearly pulled off the force out at first there. Just maybe a half second short on the throw there, but great defensive effort there to only hold him to the single, because that could have been real nasty if it got to the wall in the outfield.
This one's going to get fouled off. Counts even at 1 here on the designated hitter, Chris Davis.
Did I see that graphic right coming in? Did Wei-Yin Chen, is he like a 1.76 ERA over his start so far this year?
Yeah, over his 3 starts so far, he's a 1.67 ERA, a 1.37 whip. He's been getting a lot of ground balls, getting into jams, but getting out of them, much like he does here. 5-4-3 double play to end the first. You know, as we end the top of the first inning, a couple of ground balls over to third base gets it done here for the Mariners. Yeah, Wei-Yin Chen, 15 1/3 innings of work across his three outings, 0-1 record, and he's racked up 12 strikeouts, so he's getting the outs where he needs to. He's not having long outings, but for a guy that did not pitch a single start last season, he's done. He did pretty good down in AAA to start off the season, and then got called up here when a spot opened up from Justice Sheffield. Of course, Wei-Yin's counterpart on the mound, AJ Puck, the rookie pitcher from the Athletics, is going to make his start here. Going to be his 19th start of the season. A 7-3 record with a 4.19 ERA.
Whoa,
so he runs a fastball in on Malik Smith, makes him dance out of the zone. 98 miles an hour on that pitch.
If that hits you, that's going to be a nice stinger for a while.
Well, Malik Smith, of course, bats kind of slowed down the last couple of games. Probably should look to get on base any way that he can.
Yeah, definitely. And he's I believe one of the top contenders for the All-Star game, so we might be seeing him next week out in LA under the big lights.
Yeah, he's sitting in second for All-Star voting at the center field position. Of course, the show doing the outfield All-Star voting a little bit different than in real life. Malik Smith drawing the leadoff walk here in the top of the first on 5 pitches. Malik's is probably the Mariners' best shot at a All-Star appearance this season.
I believe that gets announced Saturday, if I remember correctly. Saturday, Sunday?
Sunday, possibly Monday, I believe is what I was hearing last. I could be wrong.
Yeah, we could all be wrong and just being speculating, but yeah,
stay tuned. If you're in the Discord, stay tuned to the announcement channels under the Welcome tab. I'm sure it will all be announced once we get it all figured out. Ooh, Kyle Lewis grounding into a double play here in the bottom of the first. Not a great way to start off this bottom of the first inning.
Yeah, especially with Malik Smith, one of the top speed guys in the league on first there. You really would like him on second, so that way he can maybe scoot over the third and give Mitch Haniger a chance here to put a run on the board.
Malik Smith, you touched on it there. One of the guys, one of the fastest guys in the league. In fact, one of the best base runners in the league by the stolen base metric, leading the entire major leagues with 40 stolen bases on the season. I believe he's got about 6 on Trey Turner right now.
Yeah, Trey Turner must have really pulled off then, because I remember they were in a heated race about 2 or 3 weeks ago, practically one-upping each other every night.
Indeed. Of course, Malik's is cooled off a little bit here. Mitch Haniger driving a well-hit ball into the gap in center field. That's going to be an easy double for Haniger. And so that double play hurting extra here, as there would have been at least 1 run scored off of that big double.
And that's just a really good piece of hitting. Just seeing the ball, see it's a high breaker, and just putting that into the gap, not worrying about putting it over the wall, just putting it in a spot where you can get on base here and leave it to the next guy.
So in steps the big bopping bat of Kyle Seager. We'll watch the first fastball high for ball 1. Haniger out there at second. Puck takes a look. Kicks and delivers the 1-0. Kyle Seager puts a right into this one. And perhaps a little bit preemptively, as that's a fly ball into right field to end the inning. No score here through 1 on a beautiful day here in Seattle. We'll go to the top of the second. And we're going to get a look at Matt Chapman.
The third baseman.
Back-to-bat Matts coming up to bat.
I saw what you tried did there. That's not a bad attempt there. But yeah, Seattle here with an extreme shift over the third base side. Just hoping the guy pulls it into an easy grounder for them to pick up.
Well, that shift not quite in play yet, as I like to have my own little headcanon that they just have that much faith in the defensive glove of Evan White. He can cover all 90 feet of that one side of the field.
I mean, we saw it last inning. He can at least cover 60 feet of that side with the great time he stopped there.
3-0 pitch finally gets over for strike 1 here on Chapman.
Yeah, Blues definitely calling a really tight zone today, so pitchers got to be on their game today.
And Chapman's going to flare one out into right field. That's going to go all the way down the line. Not quite all the way, about to the half wall there, where Haniger corrals it. And that'll be a stand-up double for Matt Chapman.
Yeah, just a little slap shot there, opposite way. If they were sitting normal, that would be an easy fly-out, but with the shift on, it kind of came back to bite them this time.
As seems to be my constant refrain every time I see a shift on. The shift comes to bite him again. First pitch here to Matt Olson, in there for strike one. 2019 Gold Glove winner Matt Olson having a solid season so far for these Athletics, hitting .261, double digits, home runs and RBIs for him. Ground ball through the gap on the right side. Kyle Lewis is going to throw it in. They're going to try and score from second, and he's able to get in there for the first run of the ball game.
Yeah, just a good job getting the bat and the ball there, finding the 2-foot hole there in between third and short. And not the best throw in the world, probably would have been safe either way, but you have to try to get that a bit more on line to home to at least test the play at home.
Well, we're going to see Chad Pinder step in here. The injury replacement in last night's ball game. He's going to move over to the right side of the outfield. Getting his first crack at the Mariners in this ball game here. Wei-Yin Chen over for strike one with a off-speed pitch. So Oakland out in front with the first score of the game. We'll see how much of a back and forth sort of an expedition this is. As Chad Pinder is going to chase a ball way that Way put about on his shoe tops.
I mean, sometimes you just get those real nasty breaking balls that you're 2/3 of the way through swing when you realize it's low. So it's just kind of let's see if I can hit something.
Well, he connects with this one and gives it a ride into left field, but it's not going to have enough as Kyle Lewis camps underneath it. And the runner is going to have to retreat back to first base here with one away.
Batting seven, the center fielder, number 8.
Yeah, and this is kind of the double-edged sword when you're kind of a ground ball pitcher, is that you give up a lot of fly balls, you give up a lot of grounders. If the other team's able to string 2 or 3 hits together, you can be in deep trouble because you can't really get strikeouts too often.
First pitch to Robbie Grossman, misses for ball one. And already we've seen it from Wei-Yin Chen. More often than not, he's working around the zone as opposed to attacking the zone. A hard hit ball to the hot corner. Kyle Seager going 5-4-3 for the double play once again here to end the inning. Mariners due up in the second, but the Athletics take the lead 1-0.
Am I getting a little bit of deja vu? Was that almost the exact same double play as the first inning to get him out of the jam?
Yeah, that was exactly the. I mean, the base runners were different, but yes, that was the same 5-4-3 double play. We've seen that hard hit ball to the third base 3 times already off of an Oakland bat. So these Oakland batters able to get good contact against the Wei-Yin. Here's hoping the Mariners are able to do the same against the young lefty AJ Puk.
And so far, Carlos Gonzalez fanning at the first 2 pitches he sees. Maybe wants to take this one just to see where it goes.
Swing and a miss. Somebody get him a big old fan as he's giving AJ Puk a little bit of extra wind out there coming off the bat. 3 pitches, 1 out. I believe they call that, what do they call that? A strikeout?
I think there's a letter K in there involved somehow. I'm not sure.
Evan White's going to dig in and foul off the first pitch. 0-1. AJ Puk, the 24-year-old, making his first major league full season appearance here for the Athletics, induces a fly ball from Evan White. This is a young pitcher with a lot of upside. You know, just on the physical side of it, he's 6'7", 240 pounds coming into the season. You know, that's a big guy throwing with a lot of weight behind him.
And a lot of velocity behind that fastball if he gets it cooking.
You know, he's already recorded 88 strikeouts coming into this ball game across 86 innings of work. a 7-3 record to his name this season. Like we mentioned before, he's reaping the benefits of Oakland having a good season, or perhaps of the rest of the West just kind of laying a big old goose egg.
It's probably a mix of both, but yeah, Oakland always seems to have the great, the next great young talent, and then they sign off with another team in free agency, or they get traded off for essentially more prospects, and that's kind of how the whole Moneyball system runs in Oakland. Is you start your career here, you make a big name, then you sign the big contract with New York or in LA or Boston.
Yeah, and we were talking earlier about big market, small market sort of a deal, and much like Seattle, Oakland is another one of those smaller markets having to share the Bay Area market share with the San Francisco Giants. It's definitely not easy on a franchise that has trouble bringing the fans in the first place. Winning ball games definitely helps. AJ Puck's gonna give up a walk here to the catcher Austin Nola, getting another start here tonight.
Some of that attendance issue might be due to the fact that they play in arguably the worst ballpark in the majors right now in the Oakland Coliseum. They have a plan in place, I believe. It's just I think they're waiting on their city approval and a couple other things to come through.
Well, we're going to see the second baseman Jake Shiner dig in here with a runner at first and 2 men out.
Nope, that's the ball.
First pitch is going to miss low. Ball 1 over the outside corner. Shiner, big old goose egg last night. He drew a walk, but struck out when going 0 for 2.
Hey, sometimes a walk is just as good as a hit sometimes.
Swing and a miss here from Shiner, 1-1. Way out in front of that 83-mile-an-hour changeup. High fastball. Running that one in there at 98 miles an hour.
Yeah, and that can be attributed a little bit to his frame there. Being 6'7", you get a lot more arm motion and a lot more chance to put some force behind the ball into the zone.
2-1 pitch outside, 3-1. And this is as a fan of pitching and seeing what the Mariners have done with their pitching prospects through the years. Austin Nola is going to get a base. Jake Shiner is going to get a base hit here, moving Austin Nola up to second base. These big lefties with the power behind that fastball are really the prototypical pitchers that I've seen come out of the Mariners system so many times before. It'd be interesting to see how AJ Puck develops over the next 5-6 years. He induces the pop-up here to get out of the inning. Mariners strand a couple on base after getting the hit off a Puck. Still no score from the Mariners. Oakland leads 1-0.
Leading off for Oakland, the catcher, Austin Allen.
Well, from one catcher to another, Austin Allen going to dig in here to lead off the third. We'll see the 8, 9, and 1 hitters out of these Athletics.
Inside ball.
Wei-Yin Chen misses inside, ball 1.
Yeah, and this inning in the fourth are going to be really important for Chen as far as setting himself up for a decent outing. Sitting at 25 pitches, which is okay, but been tagged a lot, a lot of hits, a lot of them to that third base side, and a couple pop flies that have gotten down for a hit. So he just has to try to settle down, maybe get a strikeout or two to help build his confidence.
Let's see a foul ball here off the bat of Allen, going the other way into the stands, 2-1. Chen kicks and delivers. Big sweeping ball on the outside, 3-1. Of course, the second baseman, Franklin Barreto, in the on-deck circle, ready to go here. Chen delivers. This one's going to get popped up. In comes Kyle Lewis, already in the left center position for the first out as he gets underneath it.
Batting 9, the second baseman.
Yep.
Franklin.
Seattle kind of following the Red Sox style a little bit. Have a really solid outfield. And the infield's not half bad either, but the pitching seems to kind of be a rotational, who's ever hot at the time as far as the starting rotation for the Mariners this year.
Yeah, the pitching has definitely been lacking comparatively to previous seasons. Of course, with the loss of Felix Hernandez, there's your every 5 days guy for the last decade and change. So those are some big shoes to fill, even with the downgrade of his performance over the last couple of years. Ground ball hit back up the middle. Chen doesn't able to get a glove on that, as it'll get right past the second baseman for a base hit.
Yeah, those little grounders right in the middle are arguably the hardest grounders to try to get to, just because you're so set off. And also, if that catches the pitcher's foot, it's ricocheting anywhere in the infield, so it's a tough one to read and tough one to make a play on.
Look over to first here, and they get him.
Oh!
He's picked off for the second out. Wei-Yin Chen erases that base hit with a good pickoff motion here. Evan White. Ooh, that's a really close call. Get another look at it from this side. Bang, bang play, and the first base umpire says that's out.
Well, that's being alert there from Wei-Yin Chen. Seeing the guy take a little bit too much of a lead and just throwing a quick one back to first to get the out.
And this is the sort of outing that we expect out of Wei-Yin Chen. He comes out, works around the strike zone, gives up a base hit or so, and is able, in whatever reason, to get out of the inning. That's why his ERA is still sitting sub 2 with a more elevated whip rate. This one's going to be a ground ball. Shortstop Sam Haggerty's going to get there deep in the shortstop position behind the bag. A good throw over to get the third out. Wei-Yin Chen gets out of a jam here in the third. We'll go to the bottom as Heidi Watney here to remind us that we are raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance for Mental Illness. Go ahead and hit that donate button down below to support us and support NAMI. We thank you for doing that.
And it looks like we've been visited by the Oakland Rally Cat, Oakland A's Rally Cat. Maybe he can enlighten us on the new stadium situation, because the last time I heard of the thing was a couple years ago.
Fouled off here as Malik Smith digs in to lead off the third.
Ooh.
He tries to lay down a bunt here, but it goes foul 0-2.
Not a half bad idea considering the speed he has there.
So a ground ball back up the middle. That'll get through for a base hit. Worked on the other end. Might as well work here as well.
Yep, and now Seattle with a chance here with Malik Smith's speed to potentially get a run on second here with no out. And especially with the upper half of your lineup coming up, you have a real good chance to get that run back.
Count 1-0.
First pitch here to Kyle Lewis is outside, ball one. Surprisingly, they lead off with an off-speed pitch with Malik Smith standing over there at first base. 1-0, that's going to be a fastball high and inside, 2-0. Of course, Puck the lefty able to keep a better eye on Malik Smith over there. We've seen Malik's take off more often than not against right-handed pitching. Look over here.
And that's probably the reason why he isn't taking off, because that's the third pickoff on both times Malik Smith has been on base. So they're definitely keeping a close eye on him.
A bigger lead here from Malik, but he dives back in time to keep himself on base. 2-0 pitch Kyle Lewis is going to foul it off. Big breaking ball on the outside, 2-1. Two-one pitch from Puck. Kyle Lewis turns on this one and rips it past the third base coach for strike 2.
One of the most underappreciated positions out there is the base coach, letting you know without having to look into the outfield whether to try to break for home or stay right on the base.
Without a doubt, this there's so much that goes unrecognized on a baseball in a baseball organization, including all of the pitching coaches, hitting coaches, fielding coaches. Everybody is contributing out there every day, and especially in the games, that make a huge difference in how these games play out. Kyle Lewis going to strike out swinging here against Puck.
Yeah, on a nice fastball low, and then you can't really do much with it. Nearly was able to time that up correctly, and that could have been a launch fly ball, but just barely missed, and he struck out on it.
That's going to bring in Mitch Haniger. He had that big double back in the first. Could have driven in a run at that point had they not grounded into a double play previously. But he'll get a shot with Malik still over there at first base. Another look over. Smith back in plenty of time. One and one. AJ Puck already 42 pitches here through the third inning. Working right along here. Smith takes off and easily steals second here.
You just have to wait for the one lapse in concentration, and they were able to find Puck's slack there. He's able to take a second and now give Seattle a really good shot with just the ball into the gap to be able to score him.
The 2-1 pitch to Haniger here. That one gets over for strike 2. And don't sleep on Smith. He can take third over there at any point. It's going to be that was going to be a line drive into left field, but it bounces off the first baseman's glove. Matt Olson tries to make the snag there, but it's going to end up being a base hit. So one away, runners at the corners. In steps Kyle Seager. Ooh, that was a big cut from Kyle. Trying to put that one out to the Hit It Here Cafe. 0-1.
Yes, and if someone does hit it into the Hit It Here Cafe, everybody in the ballpark will get a free steak later.
Kyle Seager dribbles this one out in front of him. That brings AJ Puck off the mound to get the out at first. They go to first as opposed to coming home to prevent the run.
Yeah, that's especially with Malik Smith being 2/3 of the way down the base path. They basically had him dead to rights there, so I'm surprised they didn't try flipping it to home, getting the runner out at home.
Well, nonetheless, the game is tied. There are 2 away here in the bottom of the third. Kyle Seager gets a sacrificed RBI, and Carlos Gonzalez here with a chance to drive in another run. Well, he connects with this one, but it's going to go foul. 0-1.
And you just have to look Googling on the Oakland Stadium. It looks like they got all the government paperwork going. They just need to settle some final terms between city, county, and the team, basically, to get that new stadium project down by the water off the ground.
Word. Well, at least Oakland won't lose both of their professional sports teams.
No, and if anyone's seen any of the renderings in the stadium, it looks absolutely gorgeous right down by the water.
I would hope so. Hopefully they'll have something that can rival the Giants Stadium out there. You know, it gets more, brings some more life to the Oakland side of the Bay Area.
Right. Maybe they can have a pontoon rally boat, the pontoon series instead of the Subway series when Oakland and San Francisco face off.
There we go. The BART series, I think is what they actually call it.
Oh
Bay
yeah,
Bay Area Regional Transit, I believe. I could be wrong, but I feel like I've heard that somewhere.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah.
2-2 is the count here on Cargo. AJ Puck, 52 pitches here. Carlos Gonzalez going to foul this one off. We'll see another 2-2. 23 pitches already in this inning alone.
Ooh.
Strike 3 here on Carlos Gonzalez. Even AJ Puck is a little bit surprised by that one as we get the third out here in the third. We'll go to the top of the fourth in a tie ball game here in Seattle.
Leading off for the Athletics, the left fielder, number 20, Mark Hanna.
Wei-Yin Chen back out to work the fourth. Starts off here with a strike.
Yeah, Chen being fairly efficient so far despite giving up the one run. Only at 36 pitches, so if he's able to keep that run and hit count with reasonable, he might be able to go deep and give Seattle's bullpen a chance to recover a little bit and only send 1 or 2 guys out.
Well, first out's going to come on a ground ball to the shortstop,
Now that
Sam Haggerty, here to start the fourth. Wei-Yin Chen going about 5 innings on average across his 3 starts. Looks like he may be able to get a bit deeper here today. Don't want to jinx it too much, knock on wood.
Ball 1, no strike.
So he starts with a ball high here to Chris Davis.
Ooh.
The Rally Cat confirming that it is indeed the BART series and the Battle of the Bay.
Yeah, especially with the 2 ballparks now down by the water. I wonder if they do like a 2-game home-and-home series if people are just going to rent houseboats for the weekend and go to the games and just sit out in the bay.
Well, this one's going to be a ground ball to what should have been the regular second base position, and the shift strikes again here against the Mariners.
Yeah, and that's kind of the general trend we see in the majors is that even though you do put the shift on, it's only 50, 60% effective at getting the out. So you're almost better off just leaving the guys in the normal 2-2 positions.
You know, I could see maybe shading over a skosh, to account for the pull tendency. But so many times this season in bot ball, we've seen guys get into what should be routine ground ball situations that are getting base hits out of it because of the shift. You know, it's the game of baseball obviously is constantly evolving, and the shift is kind of one of those things that has taken more prominence with the rise of the statistical analysis in baseball. Sometimes you just got to let the guys go out and play ball. You know, don't try and overanalyze every particular thing all the time. Then again, maybe that's just me being curmudgeon old guy.
No. The radio guys out here in Boston the exact same way about, especially with the Red Sox and how long the games take sometimes. They keep saying the stat nerds are taking over the game of baseball instead of just letting the guys play.
Well, and, you know, that's not to say that I think that might actually help confirm that maybe this is a curmudgeon old guy position, but, you know, that's not to say that the rise of the the use of sabermetrics in the running of baseball organizations isn't a good thing. It's good to get these guys that are overall really good ball players that can come up and make a name for themselves at a major league level. I think that's something that Oakland has done a fantastic job of doing. As we're going to see a ground out on a little dribbler out in front of the first base position. Runners move up to second and third, but there are 2 away here in the 4th.
Yeah, I agree with the sabermetric as far as, talent recruiting and, actually getting the guys on your team. But once they're out in the field, just let them play. Don't try to mess with their stuff too much. There's a reason why they got those numbers, and they are that good.
The 1-0 pitch here to Chad Pinder is going to miss low, ball 2. So we see here in the 4th inning, Wei-Yin Chen in a bit of a jam once again. Runners in scoring position. The 2-0 pitch. Ooh, I don't know where that missed, Blue, but ball 3.
He's been calling a real tight zone all day. I'm not sure I like it that much. I mean, I do think sometimes umpires have a too liberal zone. This one's really tight for what it normally is.
Well, he finally gets one over that is acceptable to the home plate umpire. 3-1. Nola gives him the sign. Chen looks in, kicks and delivers. Ground ball up the middle. Haggerty's there in plenty of time. They'll go to first to get the easy out. And that'll end the inning. So another runner in scoring position, jam. Oakland leaves a couple stranded and will go to the bottom of the 4th. 6-7-8 due up for the Mariners.
Wei-Yin Chen once again getting out of a pretty big jam there with runs on second and third with just an easy ground out. Sometimes that's all you need to get out of a jam.
We said it's going to be 6-7-8. Evan White leading off here for the Mariners in the 4th. Lays off the first pitch. In there? Question mark, question mark?
Question mark, exclamation point, table flip.
Yeah. I'm Ron Burgundy? The 0-1 pitch is going to be swung on as Evan White trying to do it all himself here. 0-2.
Nope, ball 1.
High, ball 1.
Ball left outside.
Mills, ball 2 on the outside. 2-2 now. Buck. Another fastball. 3-2. So from 0-2 to 3-2. Evan White showing patience here. Making AJ Puck work. Payoff pitch. Fouled off once more. We'll see another 3-2. It's going to be a ground ball back up the middle. And a really slow roller beats out the infield attempt from Franklin Barreto. Evan White with a base hit.
I hope
it just pops over the mound, doesn't hit the mound, and slows down through the grass, and still not able to come up with it. A fancy little base hit.
Oh boy.
Evan White's going to take off with the ball in the dirt. He's able to get into second. Some really good heads-up running there from the first baseman, showing his skills on the pace path.
Yeah, that's just a good job of paying attention and believing in yourself there. That one didn't really get too far away from the catcher there. So good job getting in there, but both pitchers hopefully are wearing steel-toe shoes there. That's about the 5th one that's come back up the middle so far.
Ball 2 here to Austin Nola. As the unlikely Evan White perhaps putting AJ Puck on his heels, not expecting him to move up second. Fouled off here by Nola, 2-1.
If you see out here, you're just looking for that one swing to try to break this game open, and right now would be a good chance here. Puck throwing one in the dirt and costing them base position.
And this one's going to be hit into the gap in right field. Runner's going to come around to score from second. Be an easy stand-up double here by Austin Nola. Changing places with his counterpart out there at second. That's going to put the Mariners out in front, 2-1.
Just a good piece of offset hitting there, finding the gap out there in right center. And just like I was saying, one swing of the bat and you could put one on the board here. And now they're going to put Puck in hot water here as two guys are up in the pen warming up.
And this production coming out of the bottom half of the lineup. Number 6 and 7 guys. Jake Shiner already a hit on the day, looking for his second here in his second AB. He'll watch a fastball over for strike 1. Shiner on a bit of a cold streak with his bat of late. Already off to a good start here. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Well, double barrel action out in the bullpen as Paul Blackburn back up here for the second day in a row along with his counterpart Chris Bassett. 1-2 misses outside, 2-2. Well, AJ Puck just delivered the nicest pitch of the ball game. And he'll look to get something going here. Jake Shiner takes this for a ride deep into center field, but it's perhaps stays up a bit too long. Ends up being a sacrifice that moves Austin Nola up to third base, and now there's one away. Robbie Grossman getting underneath that one to record the out.
And that one's just hanging up there maybe a half second too long as that nearly got down there.
First pitch here from Puck is going to get fouled off. 0-1. Swing and a miss. Strike 2 from the young Haggerty. The utility man coming up from Tacoma of recent with the injuries up the middle in the infield. Perhaps getting some opportunities here as this team looking to develop their young hitters. And with Jared Kelenic out with the broken foot, not able to bring him up to fill that bench role. Haggerty, a good option to come up here. Not able to get anything done here, as that's going to be a strikeout in the dirt. Swinging strikeout that they'll have to chase him down to first to record the out.
Yeah.
Evan White's going to stay over at third.
Yeah, I'm not sure that one kissed the dirt. That seemed like he caught it fair and square in the air, so good idea just to throw it down to make sure, but that was very close to being just a regular out.
Strike 1 here to Malik Smith. He leads this team in hitting and in stolen bases. Have I mentioned he leads the American League and the Major Leagues in stolen bases yet?
I think it was a little feather in the cap back in the second or third inning there as he ropes one there.
Big hit out into right field. That drives in another run. And very Ichiro-esque. It's an RBI single into right.
This could be seen the rise of the next Ichiro here. Malik Smith putting a very Ichiro-like hit there. just a little flyer into shallow right field, and that's all you need sometimes to get on base.
Another opportunity here for Kyle Lewis, 0 for 2 on the day. A pitch out here. Malik Smith takes off anyways. Throw down is in time, and they catch him stealing. A good defensive plan there, and a great throw by Austin Allen as he gets called out on the throw. Well, checking in with the Twitch chat, Oakland Rally Cat is asking where Laureano is. He is on the 10-day injured list. He went down last night with with hip inflammation. He laid out on a diving catch and ended up having to come out of the game. And hence we have Robbie Grossman out in center field and Chad Pinder over in right. Wei-Yin Chen back in to pitch the 5th. He gets over a first strike.
Sitting at 54 pitches here, so he's setting himself up very nicely to be able to go 7 here, but again, you have to wonder at some point, when does the arm start falling off? When does he get into a little too much trouble?
Well, he's working right along so far today. And if he can get through this, it'll match what he has given us so far to start his appearance here at the major league level with the Mariners, that is. Strike 3 looking from Wei-Yin Chen. That's going to be his first strikeout of the ball game.
And if that's his only strikeout of the day, that's one to put in the highlight reel. Just a beautiful ball in the upper inside corner.
He's shown success, able to get the strikeouts with those high and inside fastballs to both lefties and righties in his outing so far. So I'd like to see him go back to that maybe just a little bit more often. I think he can rack up some Ks against this Oakland lineup here today. 1-1 here to Austin Allen.
Yeah, and that high and inside fastball, unless you're looking for it, it's very tough to be able to put a good swing to it because it jams on your hand so much.
And Austin Allen's going to lift this one deep into center field. Malik Smith is going to have to track it down, but he's able to at just about the warning track line for the second out.
Well, that's one way to redeem yourself. Get picked off trying to steal second, and then come back and basically run a county mile to get that ball out in left center.
Strike 1 here to Franklin Barreto. The 0-1 from Chen. This is going to be lifted in center field, and Malik Smith is going to be there in plenty of time to camp underneath it to record the third out. Wei-Yin Chen showing no signs of stopping here as he gets through the 5th. Seattle's on top 3-1.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the A's, number 40, Chris Bassett.
So we're going to see a pitching change for the Athletics. Chris Bassett's going to come in and relieve A.J. Puck here in the 5th.
Interesting to see this change because Puck wasn't doing terrible. Gave up a couple bad hits to put 3 runs on the board. But beyond that, he was a pretty decent pitcher today. So it's a little shocking to see him pulled this early.
The 0-1 here to Kyle Lewis gets him to swing through it. Big breaking ball at 69 miles an hour.
Ooh, boy. It's always rough when it stops dipping around 75, 60 because he usually used to dealing with balls, 80, 90 miles an hour. And just that change in speed can throw guys off so many. That's why the eephus pitch, when rarely used, is highly effective.
The 0-2 here to Kyle Lewis. He's going to foul it off. Takes a big ol' swing at that one. Kyle Lewis in summer camp here at T-Mobile Park in the real world has had some really impressive batting sessions. Seattle Mariners have been broadcasting on YouTube a lot of their summer camp sessions. For those of you Mariner fans that are unaware, get a live look into the summer camp situation. I've seen quite a few really good dingers coming off of Kyle Lewis's bat, as he makes me eat my words here, giving him praise, looking like a fool swinging his bat out there for the first strikeout.
Every great hitter has their rough days, but yeah, all major league teams starting to get back into the flow of things. I know the Red Sox were live streaming their inter-squad scrims this afternoon on their Facebook page.
Yeah. And of course, with the way that the world is how it is, we're not going to be able to have fans in the stadium, so they're going to have to figure out a way to get that to the fans that want to see it. Mr. Haniger is going to ground out to the third baseman, Matt Chapman, corralling it and making the throw across the diamond for the second out.
Yeah, if you want a case example of how this may look, if you go back a couple years ago, I believe it was a Chicago White Sox Baltimore Orioles game. There was some unrest and a couple riots outside the stadium a couple days prior, so they actually closed the stadium to fans. So it was just the players, the announcers, and a couple other staff people in the building, and that was it.
I do remember when that went down, seeing clips from that game and hearing the announcers all doing their best golf announcing impressions all day long. It was eerie, but it was fun to watch.
Yeah, well, just think about it now, brother. We're going to get a whole baseball season like that.
60 whole games.
Plus playoffs if you're able to make it.
Right. Well, 60 games. Kyle Lewis is going to fly out to right field once again, as Kyle Seager flying out to right field to end the inning. We're through 5. We'll go back to the top of the order for these Athletics. Trying to come back from a 2-run deficit, Marcus Semien leading off.
The shortstop, Marcus.
Wei-Yin Chen back out to pitch the 6th. 62 to his name so far. It's going to be a ground ball against the shift once more, as he gets a hit here in the ball game. I believe that's going to extend his hitting streak for Marcus Semien.
Yep, and again, just good job putting that one the other way. I believe that was against the shift once again on Seattle.
Yeah, another ground ball, which should have been an easy out to the second baseman, ends up being a ground ball into the outfield. 1-0 here to Mark Canha.
No
2-0. See there, Canha with a hot bat of late. 3 home runs, driving in 5 RBIs over the last couple of games. Hard hit ball down the third base line. That's going to go all the way to the corner. Kyle Lewis gets there to corral it. Runners move from first to third. And a big double down the line.
Designated hitter.
I like to call that the double a la Edgar.
Yes, as that one just roped down the third base line. Just a good job being able to hold that one fair. And you have to wonder if you're Seattle here, when do you get the bullpen warmed up here?
Yeah, Wei-Yin struggling here to start the 6th inning. Still a 2-run cushion, but those 2 runs are in scoring position already here. Of course, there were a couple of guys already up and warming up in the bullpen, so they can come in at any point here. Still only, well, we have reached the nicest pitch of the ball game here from Wei-Yin Chen. See if he can get himself out of this one. Swing and a miss from Chris Davis, and that's a big one. 2-2 here. Chen comes set, delivered.
Uh-oh.
And this is going to be a pop-up deep to left field. Kyle Lewis is at the wall, and the runners will take up and move. The throw into third base is going to pull Kyle Seager off the bag, so they will successfully move up on a sacrifice fly to left field. And now the Athletics have cut the lead to just 1 here with the runner still at third. And Matt Chapman already 2 for 2 on the day. I'm gonna say if Wei-In can't get Chapman out here, that's probably got to do it.
Oh, easily. Especially at a tie game, it's just your day's done, kid. I'm sorry.
Then again, I just had a thought. Perhaps Servius is thinking that this being his 4th start, they really want to see him go further into this ball game than just 5 1/3 innings. Win, lose, or draw. You know, want to see him get deeper into this ball game.
Yeah, you want to try to see that, but at the same time, you have to realize this is only his 4th start in the majors. You may still have a couple blood flies kicking around, so you don't want to let him go too loose here.
Well, his 4th start in the majors in 2 years, because he was a starter in Miami before last season when he got shuffled out to the bullpen.
Yeah, and just for the record, I think Miami was that back when they were fighting for the playoffs, or was that the year after Stanton left?
That I don't know. A ground ball. Ooh, an infield play. They bring it home to get the runner. A good heads-up play by Jake Shiner prevents the run from scoring. They get the second out of the inning. Take another look here. A ground ball up the middle. Wait. He can't get his glove on it, so Shiner charging. A good throw to Austin Nola at the dish in plenty of time and on target. They get the runner trying to score from third. A huge heads-up play by the rookie Shiner.
Well, George, I'd be darned. That's grade A baseball right there. Seeing the guy from third just putting his head down and charging home. Good job to switch up the throw and throw it back to the catcher for the out at home to prevent the run and potentially save the game here for Seattle.
The 0-1 pitch here to Matt Olson.
Whoa.
Strike 2, says the home plate umpire. Interesting. Okay.
Our camera angle might be a bit askew here, but that one looked at least a foot outside.
1-2 here to Olson. His way in. Misses below the zone. Kicks and delivers. Gets him to chase this one out of the zone, and Wei-In Chen works through the 6th inning for the first time this season and gets out of a jam, only giving up the 1 run, and a huge defensive play from the second baseman Shiner gets the second out.
Leading up for the Mariners, the designated hitter, Carlos Gonzalez.
Well, we're going to see Carlos Gonzalez dig in here. 1 for 5 on the series so far between yesterday and today. You see the lefty and the righty out there in the bullpen. Yusmiero Petit and Jake Dean. Yeah, Cargo trying to rip it down the line, but it hooks foul.
Just in the Oakland Rally Cat and NP Squared is saying that Seattle has a monorail somewhere, or am I going crazy?
No, it definitely does have a monorail. It was built back when Seattle hosted the World's Fair. It's very much its own tourist attraction at this point. Now, it's not a great means of public transportation, unless you're already downtown. It runs from the Seattle Center by the Experience Music Project and the Science Fiction Museum, all the way down to Westlake Shopping Center, right in the heart of downtown Seattle, where a lot of community action tends to either end up at Westlake or start at Westlake. Evan White's going to ground out to his counterpart at first base position there for the second out here. In the bottom of the sixth, we're going to see Austin Nola dig in. He doubled, drove in a run, and came around to score.
Ball, that's off the plate.
First pitch just missing, says the home plate umpire. That corner has been off limits all day long. At least he's consistent, I guess.
Yeah, it seems like the upper 6 inches of the strike zone are just non-existent today.
They've just shifted over to the right-handed batter's box side about 6 inches.
Very true.
Swing and a miss here from Austin Nola, strike one.
Nope, upstairs.
Strike one, 3-1. Chris Bassett trying to get out of the sixth here. Three-one pitch. That'll be ball four. That high part of the zone has been the bane of every pitcher here today.
At least the umpire's consistent on that call. And honestly, as a starting pitcher, that's all you want sometimes is a consistent zone. Not one of these ones that'll move around all over the place depending on who's up.
Mariners Moose trying to get everybody on their feet. Give these guys something to cheer for. The bottom half of this order has been able to put it together for the Mariners. Jake Shiner in for another go here. Fouls off the first pitch. The 0-1 from Bassett. Shiner's looking foolish with that little swing. Way inside, 0-2.
That was a nasty one. Looked like more a 3-iron swing than an actual baseball swing.
And he follows it up with the K. So Bassett gets Oakland out of a jam. They end up stranding a runner on first here to end the sixth inning. We'll go to the seventh here in Seattle, where the Mariners are still out in front by 1.
Your attention, please. Now pitching forward.
And that's going to do it for Wei-Yin Chen today. He's on the hook for the win, pitching 6 full innings. We'll see Eric Swanson come in to get some work here in the 7th.
Yeah, Chen there having a pretty good outing today. Obviously, you'd like to see him in the 7th, but just the way both the 5th and the 6th innings kind of wrapped up, you don't want to risk it at this point in the game. So, smart idea to go to the bullpen here, and hopefully Swanson might be able to ride this game out as the first one's a strike down the middle.
Swanson, of course, a solid arm out in this Mariners bullpen, making his 47th appearance on the season. Fouled off 0-2 here, attacking the zone on Chad Pinder. Swanson kicks and delivers a fastball outside, 1-2. Take a look down at the bullpen. Yoshihisa Hirano and Matt McGill up and warming up. Hirano coming in and pitching last night as well. Probably going to see McGill tonight.
Nope, inside, ball 2.
2-2 now on Pinder. He's still got a pitch to work with here, does Swanson, but I would really like to see him attack the outside corner of the zone. See Nola setting up there. Misses high, 3-2.
He's looking for a fastball low and in here.
3-2 pitch, and it sails. That'll be ball 4. Not exactly what you want to see out of your relief pitcher. The first batter gives up a walk. Take a look at the pitch sequence here. First 2 pitches over the zone, couple of balls outside, and this one missing a high, that slider missing high and outside, and then coming back with that fastball up and out of the zone. It's going to bring up the center fielder, Robbie Grossman. He shows bunt and pulls it back for ball 1.
Yeah, Swanson's got to try to find the strike zone here because he can't give up many more balls here, or else he's going to be in real trouble and potentially get yanked here in the inning.
Shows bunt again. Drops it down on the first base side. Evan White's going to field it. Swanson's going to have a foot race over to the bag, and he gets there in time to record the out. Sacrifice 3-1 is the scorer's decision. A good defensive play there by Evan White, showing his acumen on that corner.
Yeah, that was definitely a little bit of an interesting play there. Basically just handing it off like a running back to Swanson to be able to run down the first.
Evan White, of course, wearing number 12. Coincidence? Seattle fans, you tell me. Runner out at second, 1 away here in the top of the 7th. 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss by Austin Allen, 1-2. Pulls the string on that changeup. It's going to be fouled off here. We'll see another 1-2. Fans on their feet here. Swanson looking for a K. Another foul ball on the fastball over the outside part of the plate. One-two pitch. Below the zone, 2-2. Swanson taking a moment, getting set here on the mound. Takes a look at Pinder. Returns to the dish. This one's fouled off. We'll see another 2-2.
Let's see what the catcher wants here. It looks like he might be setting up outside here to try to get in the fish a little bit.
Runs it in, 3-2. Back-to-back full counts here out of Eric Swanson. Not what you want to see out of a reliever. Payoff pitch coming now. In there for strike 3. A little bit of help on the outside corner as that's going to be Swanson's first strikeout of the ball game.
Yeah, and that one way out there, almost 2-3 ball lengths, and you have to wonder if you're either manager, how can you tell your hitters to try to swing at that one?
Well, when you got a full count, you got to swing at everything close.
The problem was that wasn't even close. That was way out there, almost in Saskatchewan for Pete's sakes.
And Eric Swanson's going to luck out here as he induces the pop-up basically straight up as Austin Nola just stands up behind the dish to record the third out. Get up and stretch, folks. We're through the top of the 7th here in Seattle.
And unfortunately, the usual musical stylings of Shark Shafery has gone on the DL for a couple weeks, so get well, buddy. We'll take it back in the booth when you're ready.
All ones the count.
Sam Haggerty's going to lead off here in the bottom of the 7th. 0-1.
No balls, 2 strikes.
Bassett just making Haggerty look foolish up there with that last one.
Well, he connects with this one at least. 0-2 once more. A big breaking ball left over the plate. Induces the ground ball to the first baseman. Bassett covering the bag to record the out. This one out, perhaps outside the zone, but Haggerty's able to connect with it. Malik Smith digging in here, 2 for 2 on the day with a couple of singles. And an RBI to his name. The 0-1 pitch now from Bassett. In there for strike 2. Good sinker. A lot of action, just catching the bottom of the zone.
1 ball.
High fastball, ball 1. I like your rendition of the stretch there, Rally Cat. M-Cat can confirm.
I got to count 2 and 2.
Buy me some kibble and tuna snacks. Very cat.
Yes, I'm surprised both my cats aren't starting to claw me right now for some tuna snacks right now, but my door shuts, that way they don't get in here, along with the random vendor that somehow keeps sneaking in trying to sell me this hot dog thing called Red Hots. I only hear it's sold in Maine, and it's basically a hot dog, but with a giant red casing on the outside, and it snaps when you eat into it.
Are those the ones that you guys turn into? I think they're called rippers. Like you deep fry them and they rip open. Is that something different that I'm thinking of?
I think that might be something different, but I wouldn't be surprised if someone did something like that, because again, that being coming from Maine, and if anyone in the Northeast knows anything about Maine, it's basically the Alabama of the Northeast.
Whoa, why you gotta be so rude to Alabama?
I'm not being rude to Alabama. I'm just going off general stereotypes that happen to exist in the media. Don't blame me.
The 1-0 pitch misses low, 2-0. Well, Malik Smith draws a walk while we go off on a tangent. And Bassett not paying enough attention out there as he's able to rack up another stolen base here tonight. That's his second of the day. Taken off easily against the righty, sliding in well under that throw. Yes. I believe that pushes him to 43 stolen bases.
That would sound about right. So heads up, Ricky Henderson, your number might be coming down this year.
3 balls, 1 strike.
Still 2 more games to go before the All-Star break. It's quite impressive heading into the All-Star game. One might say All-Star worthy. And that'll be ball 4 here to Kyle Lewis. They set up the double play here with 1 out in the bottom of the 7th. Of course, Mitch Haniger with the hot bat tonight as well. 2 for 3, a single and a double to his name so far. First pitch to Mitch is going to be over for strike 1.
And actually, I stand corrected. I highly doubt he's going to hit Ricky Henderson's number, just looking at the number now.
Isn't it like 120 something?
It's 130.
Yeah.
And in that same season, he got caught stealing 42 times, which is also a single season record.
I mean, so he tried to steal 170 plus times in one season. He's tried to steal every single day, is what you're saying.
More or less, yeah. I think out of 182 games, he's stolen about 95% of them, or at least attempted to.
Yeah.
Just bonkers numbers.
It's like at least once a day. I don't know if he had many off days that season, but at least once a day he was stealing 1, probably 2 bags.
Right, and honestly, that's just crazy. And the fact that now Smith is eating up around 50 is borderline crazy, especially as we're approaching the All-Star break here.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit of the video game numbers in play. Mitch Hanigers with some video game action here. A 3-run shot out to the bullpen. Fly away indeed. A little souvenir out there to the statue of Dave. My, oh my. A 3-run shot by Mitch Haniger. This one's going 370 feet out into the bullpen and beyond.
Yes, that one just barely getting out of here. Not much extra room for luck there, and now Seattle's really blowing this game open.
Number 58.
That's going to bring in the star of last night's game, Paul Blackburn. He'll get another shot to shut down this hot Mariners bat.
Now batting.
Kyle Seager digging in 0 for 3 on the day. Base is empty, swinging at the first pitch. He hits into the shift and records a ground ball out.
Yeah, it looked like the throw there was going to head into the Seattle dugout there, but just got down in time for the out.
Well, Carlos Gonzalez digging in here, looking for some sort of success on his line today. 0 for 3 so far. Hard hit ball out to center field. Perhaps too hard, as that's going to be an easy fly ball for Robbie Grossman, patrolling the center field area. But the damage is done. This big 3-run shot by Mitch Haniger puts the Mariners up 6-2 here in the 7th.
Leading off for the Athletics.
Back to the top of the order for these Athletics. Marcus Semien digging in 1 for 3 on the day.
Swanson going to get another inning of work here. See if he can keep his number low and potentially have a chance to go with the three-inning save here.
Well, we see some backup out there. Matt McGill and Taylor Williams up and stretching. We saw Flash just before that cut to the bullpen. 39,560 fans here tonight on a Friday evening, as this is a hard hit ball deep into left field. Back to the wall. That one's going to get into the bullpen. Marcus Semien with a solo shot here. Eric Swanson gives up the big fly.
And that's probably going to be the day for him. But are we trying to play Wild Shores home run here? As that one, again, just barely getting over the wall at 362 feet. I'm surprised he didn't try to make a play on that out on the left.
I mean, 360 is still relatively far over the wall. That one's about 5 or 6 feet into the bullpen.
Number 6.
That's going to chase Eric Swanson for sure. It's going to bring in Yoshihisa Hirano. 29 2/3 innings of work across 32 appearances. 3.03 ERA. He'll look to shut him down here in the 8th.
Number 20.
Mark Canha is going to swing and a miss at the first pitch. 0-1.
That's the thing. Yoshi's been a little bit of a hit-and-miss pitcher out of the bullpen for Seattle so far. His nights when he's been absolutely dominant, and then there's other ones where he's been really hit or miss.
Well, he deuces the ground ball here. An easy play for the shortstop Haggerty to get the out here.
Number 2. Designated hitter. Chris Davis.
Nice little conversation in the chat about traveling up to Vancouver if you're ever in the Northwest. Highly recommend it, although it's going to be a lot harder to do as the border is closed.
Yeah, you could always try to take a little boat putt around, but I think you'll get arrested if you try to land on Canadian shores.
I do not recommend it.
No,
as somebody who lives in the what could very easily be considered a border town here on the Canadian border, I don't recommend trying to get past the Border Patrol. They're not very nice.
Yes, no, they are not very nice, especially because they have attack moose that'll come at you out of nowhere.
Moose and squirrel. Can't forget the squirrel.
Squirrel. Especially red squirrels. Those things are little buggers.
The red squirrels actually are not the worst ones here in the Northwest. It's the little black squirrels are the most. They're the bravest by far. They will come. I'll be sitting out on my porch, and they'll just come right up, within a foot of you, and snag whatever they can get from you. Evan White, some good defensive play there in the shift on the first base side to get Chris Davis with the ground ball out for the second out here. Yoshi covering the bag. But yeah, no, those crazy little squirrels. There's something else.
Yeah, it's unfortunately up here in the Northeast, red squirrels about as worse as we get, and those things, they'll literally eat through anything to try to get you food.
Sounders fan chiming in. It's the gray squirrels that can be territorial. Well, I mean, they're all pretty territorial. In my experience here, I've found the gray squirrels to be the tamest. The red ones to be much more active and chittery, and the black ones to be even more so. It's kind of interesting when you get a chance to just sit out and watch them. Man, now I feel old because I distinctly remember making fun of my grandfather and his friends for being entertained by watching squirrels, and now I feel old once more. They get the strikeout. They'll have to chase him down to first to record the out. But Marcus Semien tries to continue battling back here. They're running out of outs as we go to the bottom of the eighth. Mariners still on top, 6-3.
And I occasionally forget up here in the Northeast, it's very rare, but you occasionally get an albino squirrel, which is really something to see.
Yeah, that would be something indeed. Swing and a miss by Evan White to lead off the inning here. Paul Blackburn back out to work the bottom of the eighth. 1-1 here. Evan White with a hard hit ball through the gap. That's going to get into left for a base hit. Leadoff single here to White's name.
Up next is Seattle. The catcher, Austin Nola.
Brings in Austin Nola. His bottom half of the order has really turned it up here. Deucing today.
If you're Blackburn here, you're just trying to get through the inning unscathed, give your team the best chance to be able to mount some type of comeback in the top half of the ninth. But I feel like Seattle might be changing pitches just to try to keep this game under control.
Yeah, I fully expect Dan Altavilla to come out and pitch the top of the ninth. He had a great close to the game last night. And with the 3-run difference here, I expect they'll do the same tonight. Austin Nola grounds into a fielder's choice. They try and turn 2, but they're able to only get the 1. It'll be a 3-4. Was it 4 or 6? I couldn't tell.
Yeah, it's tough to tell from way up here in the booth, but yeah, I think I didn't see Altavilla up in the bullpen, but I think I saw McGill. You think he could potentially come in for the couple outs?
Possibly. I just know that with the safe situation, they tend to like to go straight to the closer. If the Mariners are able to put another run on the board, then I'd say it's much more likely that we see McGill Williams or even Edwards Jr. Here in the ninth. It's going to be a ball hit right back up the middle. Blackburn's got to get out of the way. Austin Nola around second and going all the way to third, and he's able to slide in. Perhaps not a hit and run situation, but heads up base running. He's able to stretch it out to third. One away here for Sam Haggerty, digging in the number 9 spot. Still hitless in the ball game, but the Mariners on a roll here in this latter part of the game.
Yeah, not sure if that's heads up base running or just the guy has a lot of stones on him, but good job getting in there under the tag.
Austin Nola not getting a lot of work this season so far, perhaps trying to make his name known to manager Scott Servius. With the injuries out at second base, you know, this is a guy that can play the infield as well as catch. Haggerty tries to rip this one down the line, but it's going to hook foul. 0-2. A good waste pitch outside by Blackburn. 1-2. Haggerty rips one, but it's going to be an easy ground ball out to second. 4-6. They tried to get 3, but no dice. Haggerty, beady guy down the line, able to beat out the double play.
And brings the roll.
Paul Blackburn able to induce 2 ground balls for what should be solid double plays twice in a row. Not able to get it either time. Well, Malik Smith is going to lift this one out to center field, and that's going to do it here in the 8th. Seattle extends their lead just one more, 7-3, as we'll go to the top of the 9th. As we were talking, it's a 4-run difference. You had it right. Matt McGill is going to come in and make his 50th appearance of the season. Talk about a workhorse out of the bullpen, having 50 appearances here before the All-Star break. He'll get some much-needed rest over the next week. Runs a fastball in there for strike 1. The 0-1 to Olsen in there for strike 2. Taylor Williams, the lone man, out in the bullpen.
More just an insurance policy at this point than anything else.
Which is interesting because if that, if they're able to push 1 run across the board, it becomes a save situation, in which case I fully expect to see Dan Altavilla.
I think Servius might be trying to give Altavilla the night off here just to kind of rust up the arm a little bit as he takes a tag on that one.
Matt Olsen, get out of the ballpark with this one. The golf shot out to right field. It's going to be his 24th home run of the season. 424 feet.
And we might have to go to the tail of the tape because that could have hit the cafe for a free steak for everyone in the ballpark tonight. So we're going to have to go video replay on that one.
Well, we'll take another look here. Good extension by Olsen, the good follow through, and he knew it. See this moonshot get about 15 rows deep into. Ooh, that's going to go to the very last row in the first level.
The right fielder.
And we see Dan Altavilla get up in the bullpen, getting ready to go here in the 9th, just in case McGill can't get out of this one.
Yeah, so unfortunately no free steak for everyone, but still just an absolute mammoth homer to try to give everyone a little surprise on the way out.
Checks his swing at a fastball run up and in here, 1-1. McGill delivers the 1-1, low for ball 2. Mariners still with a comfortable 3-run lead here in the 9th. Chad Pinder is going to swing and a miss at this one, 2-2. Fastball run in there to make the count full, 3-2. Looking down at the Twitch chat, MP squared 42 saying Oakland's not going down without a fight. Indeed, the division leaders trying to not drop this 4-game set already out the gate. McGill, another 3-2, gets him swinging. A big first out here in the 9th. Mariners are just 2 outs away from the win here today.
And at this point, any win you can get off the division leader if you're Seattle is big. Just trying to claw back in that AL West to try to be relevant here as we head towards August and September.
And stick around, folks, after this game. We got more coming up tonight. We got Jake and Mark Colley going to be on the call next after this. Blue Jays and Twins at Target Field. And then after that game, we're going to head out to Chicago on the south side. Diamondbacks and the White Sox. Stick around for more bot ball all night long and every day here on twitch.tv.
Can I take a stab and say Duggo's on that D-backs call?
He is. Duggo and... Well, it's not Jake, because Jake's doing the game before that. But, yeah.
Now pitching for the Mariners, number 53, Dan Altavilla.
And then in our block ball after dark feature tonight, we got the Phillies heading down to DC to take on the Nats. Mike A and Tars are going to be on that call, so that should be a real humdinger down in the nation's capital.
That's the last game of the day. That's right.
Yeah. For some reason, stuff really got flip-flopped today because this game is starting at, what was it, like 2:30 out on the West Coast there, Brother Beard?
2:38, the first pitch underway here today, yes.
Yeah, and then for some reason we have the 10 o'clock slot being an East Coast baseball game. Stuff got kind of flipped around, I guess. Blame Manfred as that one gets tagged.
Austin Allen puts a shot out into right field and not going down without a fight indeed. Of course, Dan Altavilla comes in to pitch to Austin Allen and gives up the solo home run. Clawing back here in the 9th.
And again, everyone hold your tickets on that stake. We're going to go to the video replay for the homer.
A 406-foot shot. I'm pretty sure we're safe on this one, and it's out a little bit more towards center.
And just like that, Oakland's now only down 2 runs, so stuff's going to get real interesting here.
Well, the number 9 hitter, Franklin Barreto, digging in, looking to capitalize on this magic. Ooh, Altavilla running a slider in there, right over the zone. 1-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2.
It's an ARG.
Just like that, the Athletics are down to their last strike.
It's ARG wanting extras here. I don't think that's going to be the case as we're kind of running behind on schedule as is.
Just break the rule.
I didn't break the rule. ARG broke the rule with Twitch chat. You can check the tape.
Yeah, but you're in the booth. And it's a moot point anyways, because that's the ball game. T-Mister lucking out once more as it pops up to end the ball game. A close one here in the late innings as Oakland trying to claw back. Dan Altavia gets the save here after giving up the big shot to bring him within two, excuse me. Wei-In Chen gonna get the win. Gonna be his first of the season. AJ Puck taking the loss. Dan Altavia with his 25th save. 21 hits recorded today by both teams. 10 for the Mariners, 11 for the Athletics. Final score of 7-5. Mitch Haniger, 3 for 4 on the day. A single, a double, and a home run, just one shy of the cycle. He gets player of the game.
Time of the ball game, 3 hours and 29 minutes.
Well, a beautiful outing out of these Mariners. Some sketchy pitching late out of the bullpen makes it close. We'll go to the top of the second. Matt Olson with the RBI single through the left side of the infield gets the scoring started. Austin Nola drives in a run here with this big double to center. That put the Mariners out in front in the bottom of the fourth. Alex Smith with an RBI single out to right. That drove in Nola from third base. Put us up 3-1. Chapman, the fielder's choice. A crucial defensive stop here from the Mariners. Jake Shiner with the heads-up defensive play, charging on that ball. They get the out at home instead of over at first, preventing the run from scoring. And then Franklin Barreto with a big out here, popping out to end the top of the seventh. That crucial seventh inning, keeping the score close there. Then Mitch Haniger putting him out in front, and this was the real difference maker here. These 3 runs being the insurance they needed. The big 3-run bomb out into the bullpen, put him out 6-2. Oakland wasn't done, of course, as we popped ahead to the 8th inning. Marcus Semien with this solo shot out to left. And in the 9th, Oakland tries to rally back. Matt Olson with an absolute moonshot out to right. Chipping away at that Seattle lead brings them to within 3. And of course, they weren't done. Austin Allen puts up one of his own. Luckily, they were of the solo variety, and the Mariners were able to close it down after that. Of course, the closer, Dan Altavia, giving up that moonshot. And then getting the outs here, Franklin Barreto popping out to the second baseman to end the ball game. And saving my broadcast partner from the broadcaster's curse.
Oh, there was no broadcaster's curse there. He 100% had that under control.
Well, from one broadcaster to another, we bring in our fellow Jake Dean. How you doing, my friend?
Oh, that was a fun game. For a second, I thought my A's might have a shot there, but the jinx didn't work for us. I was cheering it on.
Yeah, it definitely ended up being an interesting game of those last couple of innings. I thought for sure the Mariners were going to coug it, but Altavia knuckling down after giving up that rub.
No, that 7th inning just proved far too costly for Oakland. Can't be giving up crooked numbers like that, especially when you're in the midst of this playoff race, and you're facing the bottom of the division. No offense to your Seattle fandoms, but I wanted to win, so maybe I do need to get back on the trade block, look at a couple options, but we'll see. I am surfing as their trade rep right now, so it's a good time getting to know the Oakland roster a little more. And now we're gonna head to my true love north of the border. We're gonna see the Toronto Blue Jays headed to Minnesota to face the Twins in this AL Central battle. I think I'm think I'm doing it solo. I'm not sure if Mark's joining or not, but it'll be a fun time.
Well, regardless, have a wonderful call today, Jake. It's been fun here in Seattle, and don't you worry, you got 2 more games here in this series.
Indeed, indeed.
For my broadcast partner, I'm Brother Beard, signing off. See you tomorrow, folks, for more Mariners baseball.
All right, well, we now head to Target Field in Minnesota for this matchup between the Toronto Blue Jays and the Minnesota Twins. My name's Jake, and I'm coming to you solo here. As you see, the Blue Jays 2 games under 500, but the Minnesota Twins locked in a heated division battle in the American League Central with the White Sox and the Indians. They're tied right now for the lead in the division at 61 and 34. And a big reason for that is this man right here, Jose Berrios, with a 2.89 ERA on the season, a 10-2 record. The whip's a little high, but he's been effective, and he's gotten the wins when called upon, so a great arm for the Twins here today. And Bo Bichette will be leading it off, the shortstop here for these Blue Jays. Hitting 273 on the season, does have 14 home runs, 45 RBIs, and 22 two-baggers. So, you know, he's brought the numbers up, and he's really excelled in this leadoff position with that .337 on-base percentage, definitely where you need it to be. For your leadoff guys, the first 2 pitches are balls here. The count's 2-0. Pitch in from Berrios. And that'll be a called strike right on the bottom of the zone. A nice little 4-seamer there. Coming in at 92 miles an hour. And hope all of you have been having a great day here on ML Bot Ball as Bo Bichette swings through that slurve. That had some great sideways motion. That time, though, Bichette able to hold off in our first count. Here's a full count. The payoff pitch from Berrios. Fired in, swung on. Hit out to deep right field. Going. Oh, that's not going to be gone. Out there in right field is Max Kepler tracking that one down for the first out of the inning. And that'll bring up Vlad Guerrero Jr., currently sitting 6th in the AL third base all-star race, but some news out of the actual Blue Jays camp. It seems in the upcoming short season, he might be focusing more on first base and the DH, with Shaw moving over to the other side of the dish, so keep your eyes on that. As that pitch comes inside there, counts 1-1. As we get a look at our home plate umpire, Rusty Valentine. 1-1 is swung on hard, but that is a miss as well. Vlad hasn't had the season that I think most people expected him. The contact numbers are getting higher as he strikes out on that slurve that's been effective so far today for Jose. But yeah, Vlad just hasn't had the power that everyone expected. Just 12 home runs so far on the bot ball season. And I think myself and other Toronto fans would like to see that number go up as the second half of the season progresses. But for now, it'll be Travis Shaw's turn. 0-1 count as that slurve falls in high. Ooh, really going to those moving pitches. That slurve has been his go-to so far today. That one misses inside, 1-1. That one, though, is going to be hit out to center field. So some deep contact so far for the Blue Jays, but nothing going, as that'll be the third out right there. And the Twins will now come up to bat. We're midway through the first. It's 0-0. And want to encourage all of you listening to the broadcast today, watching and enjoying what we do here at ML Bot Ball, to consider making a donation to NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. That's our charity of the week as Matt Shoemaker gets ready here. His 4.02 ERA, 6-5 record. Pretty pedestrian numbers, but he is the 5th arm here in this Blue Jays starting rotation. So the Blue Jays will get Ryu back on the mound for their next contest, but for now, it's Shoemaker dealing, and his first pitch is a strike. These Toronto Blue Jays hanging in there right around 500. Definitely does not look like they're going to be competing for the division title, sitting 12 games back of the New York Yankees right now, 7 back of the Rays, who are in second place. As it's an 0-2 count to Max Kepler, the right fielder. He swings on that one. It's hit on the ground, but Calvin Biggio's over there in plenty of time, makes the throw over to Shaw. That was just hit perfectly into the shift. Good defensive arrangement for Toronto. The Blue Jays just 11 games back in the wild card race. Twins right now have that number 1 wild card slot. So a big game if you're the Blue Jays trying to move up, as that one's belted to center field, but that will be no problem for Randall Grichuk, who's underneath it in a hurry for out number 2. And that'll bring up Mitch Garver, the catcher, who is absolutely just killing it at the plate. Bopball, we've had a lot of catchers who've struggled, but that is not the story for Garver. A 344, 421, 692 slash line with 25 home runs and 63 RBIs. That is one heck of a season at the plate. Good for 7th in the American League in the home run race. So he's been a big part of the Minnesota Twins' offense and success so far this season. But that one goes in for a strike. The changeup there from Garver. Or, excuse me, not Garver, Shoemaker. To Garver. And that one's going to be belted out to left field. That could find fair grass, and it does. Turning around second is Garver. His fantastic season continues, but he's going to run himself into an out on the base paths. Some bad decisions there in terms of what the first base coach was thinking. But we're now through the first inning here. The Twins get a hit, but no runs. It's still 0-0 from Target Field in Minneapolis. And EB's got a great point in the chat. Don't run on Gurriel. His arm is absolutely fantastic. And giving the Toronto Blue Jays a nice out there. And that'll bring up Teoscar Hernandez, who's batting in the cleanup spot for these Jays, playing out in right field. And, he's put together a solid enough season. 314 on-base percentage, 18 home runs. The average, not exactly where you want it to be, but you appreciate the power he's bringing you. And maybe he's showing... Oh, nope. That's just going to be hit right on a line to short. So nothing going to be going there. Jorge Polanco makes the play. And that'll be one down with Rowdy Tellez now headed to bat. Pitch in from Berrios. Ooh, that is an absolutely beautiful changeup right there. Just paints the outside lower corner for strike number 1. And I want to thank you all for joining me here on my first solo cast in a while. Back on Blue Jays duty this week. Duggo and Frango Mint taking the Chicago White Sox-Arizona series. Should be a good game. Beautiful day for Botball. That one swung through for a strike 1 and 2. And that'll be a K. Tellez just looking like he cannot see the pitches up there whatsoever. Swings and misses twice for the K. So Berrios is rolling here early, looking good, much like advertised. And now he's pitching to Lourdes Gurriel Jr. He's 5th right now in the left field All-Star voting, so probably won't be getting a spot on that All-Star team. But hitting a nice 264, 297 on base percentage. He swings through that one and misses. Does lead the team in home runs as well.
I got to count 1 and 2.
Able to hold off that fastball. Count 1 and 2. Jose goes to the slurve once again, trying to find that magic that it was back in the first inning, but no luck getting the chase there. So the 2-2 count, pitch comes into the plate, and it's high. So we'll see another full count here with Grichuk standing on deck. That one's flied out to right. Not going to be an issue there. Max Kepler once again underneath that ball for the 3rd out. So the Blue Jays continue to come up with nothing at the plate. We head to the bottom of the 2nd. Cruz and Rosario going to start it off for the Twins.
Leading off for the Twins, the designated hitter, Nelson Cruz.
Nelson Cruz with the nicest number of RBI, 69 so far on the season, leading these Twins. 28 home runs, though, will help you get those RBIs right there. That is a fantastic number for Cruz, having another stellar season for these Twins. So that one's going to just catch the zone there. 2-1 is the count. And you know, this is just the second to last day of baseball before we head into that, third to last before we head into the All-Star break. And all of our loyal fans should stay tuned. A lot of fun things coming up. We're going to have a broadcaster tournament as that ball's hit on a line down to first. No problem there for Shaw. And you can score that 3 unassisted. So yeah, we're going to be having a 12 broadcaster MLB The Show tournament. Instead of just simming games, we'll finally be playing some. But more importantly, we have some great all-star events. On the 14th, you know, we're going to have the big deal itself, the all-star game. Innings 1 through 5 will be Duggo with the play-by-play, Cookie and I on the colors. That one's going to be hit on the ground to short. The throw over to Shaw in time. And that'll be out number 2. And then in the All-Star game, after the 6th inning, Mike Gay and Big Fun will be on the call. The day before, though, we got a lot of other fun stuff going on. We'll have the MLB Home Run Derby and some exhibitions and tournament games. So stay tuned Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It'll be a lot of fun. We'll be bringing you minor league games, a lot of great content for this nice All-Star break as Josh Donaldson comes up to bat. Ooh, ugly swing there. Swings at one on the inside of the plate, not anywhere near it. Swinging at an even worse pitch. That changeup was about 2.5 feet off the plate, but Donaldson decided, you know what, screw it, we're going to swing at that one too, and he quickly finds himself in an 0-2 count.
Yep, that ball went out.
Shoemaker says, well, if you're going to swing at that one, I'm going to throw a changeup in the same exact spot, but this time does not get the bite. Shoemaker able to foul off the fastball, so we'll stay at 1-2 here as Rusty Valentine throws a new ball out to Matt Shoemaker.
Ball up there.
Shoemaker, a guy who spent most of his time in the big leagues with the Los Angeles Angels, formerly of Anaheim. That one's going to be hit out to left field on the ground, just past the glove of Guerrero Jr., so that's going to be a 2-out single.
Batting seventh, the second baseman, Louis.
Just a perfectly placed ball through the infield right there by Josh Donaldson. And that'll bring up the Twins' second baseman, Luis Arias. We get some dancing from our kind of mascots here on Bopple. I feel like the show kind of just makes most of the mascots look scary. If you don't know what I mean, go check out the Baxter. It's terrifying. It'll keep you up at night. Shoemaker throws in with the 1-0 count. That's swung on. Guerrero able to get that one right on a line for the 3rd out. So the single doesn't mean much. And we're through 2 here from Minnesota. We're still scoreless. It should be a good one as we keep going. Seven, 8, 9 hitters up for the Blue Jays here, which means we'll start off with center fielder Randall Grichuk. Definitely not having the contact numbers or the on-base percentage you want, but a solid option defensively, at least, in center field. Big reason why, though, 114 strikeouts on this ball season. That is not the peak of efficiency. And, you know, if a guy's striking out a lot, you might think he's going for one of those 3 true outcomes, strike, walk, or home run. But your feelings might change for Grichuk when you realize he's only got 11 on the year. So he's just deciding to strike out a lot. Swings on that one down the line, 2-1. We'll say, though, for Grichuk that he hit an even 200 back on May 5th, so we've really seen some growth over the last 2 months from him. Still, though, not where his stats need to be. We can hope that will continue in the second half as he hits one down the line. He's making the turn towards second. Kepler plays it badly off the bounce, and Grichuk will be into second base with ease, his 22nd double of the season. Man, that's about as close to the foul line as you can get. Nice little piece of hitting, which will bring up Kevin Biggio. Another man on this roster who's disappointed offensively. You know, 196 average. I will say that 279 on base percentage helps a bit, able to take some walks. And he's going to hit that one down to first, but it will advance the base runner to third, so now a deep fly ball can score a run here for these Blue Jays. So not the best outcome, but definitely working the base paths here. And that'll bring up Danny Jansen, who does have 31 RBIs on the season, and a deep fly ball could get him number 32.
Oh, that's out.
That one goes just a bit outside. That one isn't a deep fly ball, but it's going to get it done. The Toronto Blue Jays strike first here on the single to right by Danny Jansen. An excellent piece of situational hitting. So it'll be 1-0 Jays. So Berrios was looking great, but now finds himself down in this baseball game as the changeup is swung on and missed by Bo Bichette. He really just mowed through the top of this Blue Jays order, only to find himself in trouble with 7, 8, 9 up to bat. So we'll see how he does on the second run through this order.
1-1.
1-1 pitch from Berrios. Swung on.
2 strikes to count.
That looked like a nice pitch to hit there for Bichette, but he couldn't find the timing on that slow
2
changeup.
balls, 2 strikes.
But able to find the patience to take that high fastball. So it'll be a 2-2 count here. Berrios checks the inside of his cap, trying to figure out if there's something messing up his pitching here in this inning. That'll be swung on. Hit out to deep right field. Not going to be any sort of damage. Kepler underneath it. He's had to make a lot of plays so far today in right.
The third baseman, Vladimir Guerrero.
Done them to perfection so far. That'll bring up Vlad Guerrero Jr. He struck out back in the first, but he does have a runner on. And he watches that changeup come in. 0-1 count.
That's a ball.
Ooh, squeezed on the high outside corner is Berrios, so that's going to be counted as a ball. Vlad didn't do much his last time out, just had a strikeout, nothing productive. Already has a strikeout on his day here, so it'd be good to see him bounce back. And he's going to hit that one up the center. That should be a good single. The runner's going to stay at second, Danny Jansen. So we'll see runners at first and second now. Still 2 down, but it seems like the Blue Jays offense has come alive a bit here in the third inning. Travis Shaw, the first baseman, takes that first pitch for a strike. He's another one of those high strikeout guys on these Blue Jays. Has 93 Ks so far in bot ball. He has backed that up with 15 home runs. You know, nothing crazy, but solid production. And he's going to hit that down the line. That should score a run. Yes, indeed. Danny Jansen comes home on the single there by Travis Shaw. And all of a sudden, the wheels just seem to be falling off for one of the Minnesota's best pitchers here. First 2 innings looked fantastic, but this third inning has been a train wreck. Balls just being hit down that line at first. And now 2 runs have come in to score, and Teoscar Hernandez has a chance to knock in another with Guerrero Jr. standing on second. Teoscar hit a real hard line out back in the second inning, but it was easily played at short.
One ball, 2 strikes.
So it'll be a 1-2 count now here to Teoscar Hernandez. Jose Berrios trying to get himself out of this one. The man from Puerto Rico. 1-2 count, pitch into the plate, swung on and missed. So he gets it, but not before significant damage done. 2 runs plated for the Jays here in the third. And we head to the bottom. It's 2-0 from Target Field. As Hadi Watney is going to give us her beautiful silent analysis as always. And we look in on the Minnesota Twins 2020 hitting stats. They are absolutely lacing the ball. A whopping 5 runs on average per game, good enough for second in the MLB. The only thing you might complain about, just not that quick of a team. They have the slugging percentage, they have the home runs, but no real stolen base threats. Other than maybe Byron Buxton in the 9-hole here. He'll be second up this inning, but the problem for Byron's more getting on base in order to steal. In the first pitch to Sano, that'll be Miguel Sano, the first baseman, swung on for a strike. Another strike there, so the count quickly 0-2. Shoemaker's been working remarkably quick so far.
Ball, that's outside.
Shoemaker readies himself. It's a 1-2 count. Sano does his usual bat gyrations before and is able to take that high fastball. 2-2. Swung on and missed, so Shoemaker's great day continues. Does get his first strikeout there of Miguel Sano, but he hasn't needed the Ks so far. And this is really good to see out of the 5th guy in this Blue Jays rotation. If they can start getting some reliability in their pitching staff outside of Ryu, they have a shot to start making a push, try and compete for a playoff spot. Like I said, coming into today, just 11 games out of that wild card slot, and still a lot of bot ball to play, so don't count them out just yet. That ball's in there for a strike to Buxton. That one too close to the top of the zone. The 4-seamer works to perfection though. Shoemaker's trying for strikeout number 2, but he's going to miss inside and low, nearly clipping Buxton's feet. And now the count's gone full. Byron Buxton having an interesting year on the base paths. Does have 14 stolen bases, but at the same time, 7 times he's been caught stealing, so that's just good for a 67% stolen base rate, but he now has the possibility of being that threat here in the 3rd as he makes it on base with the 7-pitch walk there from Shoemaker, and Shoemaker does not like the call. So that'll bring up leadoff man Max Kepler, who's been busy defensively out in right field today. Now has a chance to get busy hitting. They're going to throw out. They're worried about Buxton over there. He is a speedy guy. An Italian Mamba, you are right. That was a close pitch. I do feel, though, that it was the right call there. And, you know, I trust Rusty Valentine behind the plate. His name might be Rusty, but his calls aren't. Count. Matt Shoemaker needs to find his way back in the zone, and he does it there on what might be a beautiful double play ball. Guerrero over to Biggio, over to Shaw, and the double play is complete. The Blue Jays once again get out of this inning without taking any damage. It's 2-0 still here from Minnesota. Man, that's a beautiful double play. Beautiful dig. Everyone did their jobs. Got to appreciate some great fielding. And we're back to our silent correspondent, Heidi Watney. We'll see what she's talking about here as we get a nice look at the pre-batch stretches here for these Blue Jays. Charlie Montoya looking around like he's a little bit confused. But Rowdy Tellez, also a man who looked confused in his first at-bat, swung at a bunch of really bad pitches. And, you know, he's been serving as the DH for most of this year for the Blue Jays. Made the team back in 2019 right on out of spring training. And definitely has better hitting numbers versus righties. So a good matchup against Berrios despite his talent. But Tellez not rising to the challenge today. threatening to strike out once again here as the count goes 0-2. Instead, he's going to pop that one out to center. It's not going to mean anything, though, as Buxton easily corrals that one. Even with the shift on in the outfield, Tellez just didn't get enough of that one to get it on out of here. As we head down to the minors to take a quick look at the Red Wings and the Blue Wahoos as they defeated the Shuckers 5-2. Caleb Hamilton just killing the ball over the last 10 games. So someone might want to hit up the beard and tell him, is that man going to get pulled up anytime soon?
No, that's low.
So it'll be a 1-0 count here to cleanup man Lourdes Gurriel Jr. Or excuse me, not cleanup man, 6th hole hitter. He's signed out of Cuba. Much better experiment than the Yasmani Tomas experiment back in Arizona. At least this man's playing with the big league roster and playing well, too. Really produced well, playing some solid defense this season. He's taken over the left field role quite well.
That's ball 3.
And he's seeing the plate quite well here as well. It's a 3-1 count. That one's going to be hit to second. The throw is in plenty of time, so that'll be out number 2 in the inning.
The center fielder, Randall Griffith.
And so maybe Berrios has figured it out a little bit, but his troubles all started when this man came up. Randall Grichuk hit a double, eventually came around to score a run. We'll see what he has in store for us here. That high pitch for a strike. Right on the edge. I don't blame Grichuk for not swinging at that one. Not sure he would have been able to do much with it other than just hit a lazy pop fly. So the bat goes on 0-1 as he takes that one inside 1-1. Ooh, Berrios throws that one far too high and just a bit outside. So the high fastball hasn't been getting the swings and misses, but he's been able to sneak a few of them in there into the zone for strikes. The slurve was working early for Berrios, but not anymore. Finally, though, against Grichuk to chase that one 2-2. Jose, an all-star the last 2 seasons in 2018 and 2019, has really started to make a fantastic career for himself. But I think this game wouldn't typify his usual abilities. He's throwing a lot more pitches than normal, missing a lot more than normal, and just not used to getting rocked around by the end of the order. And he's going to walk him on the full count, so Grichuk proving to be a formidable foe today at the plate.
Second base, Kevin Biggio.
And now Kevin Biggio comes up. He grounded out in the 3rd. Not much of a surprise, though. Hitting below the Mendoza line. Just never really found a way to put it together this season. And unsurprisingly, swings and misses. And that'll be outside 1-1. Ooh, he takes a big rip on that ball, but I don't think that's going to get down, and no, it won't. I don't even know who... Was that Luis Arraez? He came in all the way from second base. What a run there. I figured Buxton would be headed on in to get it, but it doesn't matter who does it. It's out number 3, and we're midway through the 4th inning. It's still 2-0 for the away squad. The hometown Twins trying to change that here, though, as the second hole hitter, Jorge Polanco, comes up to bat.
0-1's the count.
Polanco, you see there, 2 for 8 lifetime against Shoemaker.
Ball, that's out.
He takes that one outside, no problem. And a swing and a miss, fouls that one back. Jorge Polanco is 27 years old. Become a solid part of this Twins rotation over the last couple of years. Even though he swings and strikes out there, the Dominican man can rest assured that he's putting in work this season. But now, the biggest bat, one might argue, in this Twins lineup, it's catcher Mitch Garver. I can't say enough good things about Mitch Garver's season. It's just been absolutely unreal. And he continued it back in the first inning. Single. He's 3 for 5 in the series with a home run and 3 RBIs. This man does not stop producing. And, I mean, an on-base percentage at .423. That'll make you quite a bit of money in the major leagues. That one, though, not going to get him on base. It's just a foul down the third baseline.
Two balls, one strike.
2-1 count, and that's going to be called a strike. I think another good call there. There's been a lot of borderline pitches up at the top of the zone. As Garver tries to rope that one out into the outfield, and it will bounce there. Grichuk just not able to run in time. I thought that might have floated up for long enough, but Garver's absolutely monstrous offensive season continues. You see there, he's 4th right now in the average race. And I just don't know if you can catch Yordan Alvarez, though. Yordan Alvarez, are we sure the Houston Astros aren't cheating still? I mean, I know it's a video game, but, like, hear me out. Like, Yordan Alvarez is hitting .355. It seems every ball he touches just gets crushed into the seats. I think someone should go check their dugout for some TV equipment, maybe see if there's any misplaced trash cans around.
Ball, that pitch is out.
But back to these two teams. It's Matt Shoemaker pitching to Nelson Cruz. 1-1 count with the runner on first as that one goes just low. 2-1.
Ball, that's out.
And now 3-1. You know, it doesn't get any easier as Eddie Rosario's on deck, who has 65 RBIs. You really want to get this guy here. That one swung on, bringing the count full. And that's going to do it. He just watches one right in the middle of the zone there, and Shoemaker's able to record his 3rd K on the day. So that will bring up the aforementioned Eddie Rosario, but the runner still just hanging out there at first. Eddie grounded out back in the first inning, trying to produce something a little more productive here. Instead, he's also going to take a strike, pretty much center of the zone there, a little bit high. But Rosario really hasn't done great against Shoemaker in his career, just 1 for 10. Maybe we're looking at 1 for 11 as the count's quickly 0-2. Rosario got to be defending the plate.
I got the count 1-2.
That one goes inside for a ball. 1-2. The slider really hasn't been what Shoemaker's turned to today. Fastball doesn't work either. Goes for the change of speed, the combo. That is going to be fouled off to the side as well. So there's the runner on first. That man is Mitch Garver. It's a 1-2 count. 2 down in the 4th, and that ball bounces. We'll see if Garver goes. He will not. He'll just head back to first. A good little bit of blocking from Jansen behind the plate. Shoemaker's really had to work so far this inning, as you saw. 22 pitches. Just 36 coming into this inning, so nearly double what he was averaging before, but I don't think the Toronto Blue Jays will complain if he can just get out of it here. But Rosario fouling off literally everything. I meant everything. All right, 2-2 once again. We'll see if Shoemaker and Jansen have come up with something new here. Nope, another foul ball. Why not? Two count, pitch in, and a foul again. Do you guys see a repeating trend here? Foul ball after foul ball after foul ball. Let's see something new. And there you go, a swing and a miss. So Rosario strikes out. Mitch Garver's single is stranded on the bases. And through 4, it's 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors for the Blue Jays. No runs, 3 hits, no errors for the Twins. I want to take this quick break to remind you that we still got 2 more games coming up on the BAL BOS slate here today. After my call in this one, the D-backs will head out to the south side of Chicago. Zach Gallen going against Dylan Cease. Duggo and Great Aether Boss on the call. That should be a fun one. Before we head into the after dark slot, with a little bit of interdivisional rivalry going on, the Philadelphia Phillies and Bryce Harper headed to our nation's capital to face the Nationals. Eflin versus Fedde on the mound with Mike A and Tardis 16, your classic Phillies crew. So should be a good rest of the evening here on Bot Ball. As the count's 2-2, and that foul ball's going to keep it there. Danny Jansen does have an RBI on his day, but not going to get one there as he sings on one in the dirt. That slurve coming back gets the 4th K for Jose today. And I liked how much that sentence rhymed. Bo Bichette 0 for 2, trying to change that. Doesn't want to go as long without a hit as his hair has grown. Not sure I agree with his style choices, but I'll take any offense from any Blue Jay that I can get. An 0-2 count here quickly on Bichette. Gets in his stance, and he's ready to go. Thankfully, holds up on that one. He started to go around, but thought better of it, and that was a great call. Count goes to 1-2. Ooh, that one's hit hard and deep out to left field. That's going to bounce off the wall. It won't go over. It's played on the ricochet. And they're able to keep the speedy Bichette to just 2 bases. But, man, that ball was raked. Bo Bichette with his 22nd double of the season. Bringing up the power bat in Vlad Guerrero Jr. As you see Thorpe and another arm in the pen starting to warm up. Vlad had a single back in the 3rd, and if he singles here, he might get in that run, especially with how quick Bichette is on the base paths. So I think Charlie Montoyo and these Blue Jays are hoping for the same result. Instead, it'll be a fly ball out to Max Kepler once again, because, man, he just hasn't had enough work yet today. I think he'll be tired after this ball game. Won't advance the runner, though. So it'll be a 2 outs, runner on second. Travis Shaw playing third base or first base right now, but going to be probably moving over to third base sometime soon. Like we talked about, some you know, switching between him and Vlad Guerrero Jr. seems to be in the future of these Jays.
Outside, that's the ball.
Ooh, I thought that would be strike number 3. Instead, Rusty behind the plate says, oh, no, no. Counts 2-2. And Shaw doesn't want to go down with that runner in scoring position, able to fight that one off. Berrios approaches nearly 85 pitches here through just 4 2/3. And he gets squeezed again. Oh my, I cannot believe that Shaw has not been rung up here yet. But the count is full. Payoff pitch from Berrios coming here. First, he checks on the runner at second, throws to the plate, swung on, fouled off again. That four-seamer high, not getting the job done. Travis Shaw trying to bring home the third run here for the Jays. Instead, though, he's just going to take a free pass and hand the torch over to Teoscar Hernandez.
Right fielder, Teoscar Hernandez.
Berrios once again finds himself in a little bit of a pickle. In the third inning, he wasn't able to get out of it too cleanly. Gave up those 2 runs. Battled back with a solid inning in the fourth, but starting to show a little bit of signs of struggle here in the fifth, as that first pitch goes outside for a ball.
That's a ball.
And that one is going to be a ball, too. Once again, a high fastball that just doesn't get the job done for Berrios. Now he's really got to think about what to do. You don't want to give one over the plate for Hernandez. He does have those 19 home runs on the year. But you also don't want to walk him here and load the bases. I understand you've been just destroying Rowdy Tellez today, but still never a good situation to be in. But that will be the reality of it as he walks Teoscar Hernandez. So after the double and then back-to-back walks, the bases are juiced for the Jays. 2 down, Rowdy Tellez up to the plate. First pitch in is nearly swung on, but not swung on. So it was a strike, though, either way. It'll be an 0-1 count.
1-1.
That one goes outside, 1-1. This is a big spot in this game. Could really turn the tides. And it doesn't look like Jose has the control to get it done. See some jokes about Chase Anderson there. Supposedly Jose Berrios doing his best Chase Anderson impression with now 93 pitches here in the fifth. But he gets Tellez to swing through that one, so he's just 1 strike for getting out of this. But either way, just hasn't been the start he's wanted, even if he only ends up giving these 2 runs up in the game. I think he expected more of himself as that ball gets driven deep to center, deep to center. Oh, it's caught on the warning track. Nearly a grand salami. Instead, that'll just be out number 3. The bases were left loaded for the Jays. We head to the bottom of the fifth. It's 2-0. And our favorite sideline reporter has returned to us. Now Heidi Watney giving us all the insight into how the Twins stretch out before they go to the plate. Yeah, I was so excited for a grand slam. I was ready to just start yelling into the mic. Unfortunately, that's not what we get. Instead, we turn back over to the Twins hitting. Josh Donaldson third baseman. He went 1 for 1 today so far with that single back in the second, but the Twins weren't really able to do much with it.
Ball, that's in.
Still, they need to get some offense going to support their big guy on the mound.
That's out.
Two and 0. Good to see Saray in the chat. Always fun to have a fellow Snakes fan along for the call. Even if we're supporting the Birds here today. And that one's fouled back, 2 and 2. Oh, a terrible, terrible swing from Josh Donaldson. Shoemaker records his 5th strikeout of the game, and he continues to just cruise through these Twins batters. He's looked fantastic. And it's good to see Shoemaker get these opportunities. You know, he was a real promising prospect, but we'll have to hold it there as that ball's out into center. A great play by Grichuk to cut that one off and hold it to just a single. So there's one down, but now a runner on first for these Twins. But as I was saying, you know, when Matt Shoemaker came into the league, came up to the majors, he was doing pretty solid, finished second in Rookie of the Year voting for the American League as a member of the Angels. Won a Rookie Pitcher of the Month award, so really showed some promise. But some injuries have kind of held him back as of late. Like I said, had roughly a 4 ERA coming into today. That's going to be good for a double play ball right there, and the double play saves the Jays once again. The defense has looked great. The pitching's looked great. Now Gurriel, Grichuk, and Biggio are trying to add on to this lead.
Now pitching for the Twins, number 43, Lewis.
And we will finally see a reliever here. So Berrios is done after just 5 innings. Currently on record for the loss. Instead, we get Thorpe here now, who struggled a bit out of the pen for the Twins. That 6 ERA. Not a stat you really wear as a badge of pride. But his first pitch today will be a strike. Gurriel Jr. been hitting the cover off the ball lately. You see that home run stat over the last 10 games. He's been a huge part of the recent offensive resurgence by these Jays. It's good to see them kind of building up some abilities, some offense as this second half of the season runs on. As that will be just a foul ball. Could have been dangerous out there in left field. But to give you the rundown on Thorpe, instead, 1 second, we're going to have to wait as a fantastic sliding play made by Miguel Sano over there to record the first out. I thought that was going to get through the infield. Sano says, hey, hold my beer, I got this one. But yeah, Lewis Thorpe relies primarily on a fastball, not the fastest fastball there, averaging around 91 miles an hour. Uses a slider as his primary breaking pitch, but also has a curve and a change. That curve, though, is a super slow curve, registering an average of 74 miles an hour. And we'll see if he tries to use it to strike out Grichuk, who's been a rather constant strikeout victim this season. As I said earlier, 114 Ks on the year. But Thorpe might not be in there for long as Duffy and Romo are warming up in the pen, so reinforcements might be on the way.
Hey.
And Grichuk will strike out there yet again in his ball season. That's 115 now. As Kevin Biggio, a guy who knows a few things about striking out.
0-1's the count.
And you know, the biggest bummer about Biggio's season is that he has plus speed, he has abilities on the base paths, can make some things happen. We really, you know, expected him to be kind of that two-hole hitter for these Jays here this season, but had to move all the way down to 8th just because of that abysmal on-base percentage. Just .279 as he takes a cut at that slider. So if he could start getting on base more, he could become a pretty poignant part of this Blue Jays offense, but until then, mostly in the lineup for his abilities there at second base. That one swung on and fouled off, so Thorpe not able to retire him there. It's a 2-2 count, 2 down, 2-0 lead for the Jays. We're here in the top of the 6th. That one's going to foul back as well. That one is hit fair, maybe? No, it's just going to curve foul before the home run wall. That was almost a big fly. Instead, that's one heck of a long strike. And he hits that one even, well, not harder. That one's just going to go right to Kepler there. Kepler kind of has to reach down awkwardly to get it, but it's no problem. I swear Kepler's caught like 7 fly balls now in right. But we're midway through the 6th, moving through this game. Byron Buxton will start it off for the Twins as they try and get their way back into this one.
Center fielder, Byron Buxton.
Byron hits the first pitch he sees, and he hits it hard. That ball going to the wall. It'll bounce off, and with his speed, I wouldn't be surprised if he tries for third. The throw in from Grichuk is going to be cut off, and nothing going there. An excellent triple there by Byron Buxton, and that's his first of the season somehow. I don't know how a man with that much speed doesn't have more triples on his line, but hey, he has one now. And the Twins are in business as the tying run now comes to the plate. So it'll be up to Max Kepler to try and get him in here. Just a deep fly ball will get the job done, but Kepler's been better at grounding out today. In fact, he's 0 for 2 with those 2 ground outs. But he takes the first pitch for a ball, so has worked himself into somewhat of a hitter's count as Shoemaker continues to deal, and deals one right down Main Street. Ooh, that was a pitch to drive, I would argue, but Kepler content to just sit back. And that one goes low, so a 2-1 count. Shoemaker needs to be careful here. Could give up the first run of the game for him. And I think that'll do it. That ball's hit deep, 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 deep. And is that a home run or a ground roll double? That was a ground roll double, an RBI double for Max Kepler. Gets the job done for the Twins. They're now on the board just behind by 1. And they still have no outs with a runner in scoring position. So this one's just heating up, folks. Do stay tuned with us as Ryan Dole and recent call-up from AAA Justin Miller starts warming up in the pen. Jorge Polanco now with the opportunity to tie this one up with a big fly, even take the lead. But he finds himself quickly in an 0-2 count. And there we do get a look in at the bullpen. Like I said, Justin Miller was recently called up. Thornton was sent down after extended abilities at ruining baseball games for Blue Jays fans. As EB provides you a little insight into the situation in the chat. But this count's now gone full, so Jorge Polanco's worked himself into this nicer count. It's 3-2, And Mitch Garver's up next, so if you're Shoemaker, you want to buckle down, at least get one here. Because, oof, that's a tough bat to have to deal with.
Nope, that's ball four.
Instead, he's going to lose him. He walks Polanco, so there's runners at first and second, nobody out. And if you're Charlie Montoyo, how much longer do you let Shoemaker go here? He's been fantastic up until this inning, but not much going here in the sixth. The answer, though, at least one more batter, is Mitch Garver, who's 2 for 2 on his day with 2 singles, trying to get another single here and get the tying run to home. Close pitch, but that'll go as a ball. And you see Mitch Garver's stats there, 308 with runners in scoring position. You'd think that'd be great, but he's hitting 344 normally, so I guess a little bit of a drop-off when there are those runners. And that ball goes foul. It's a 1-2 count. Garver trying to get the tying run home. Shoemaker trying for the K, and he's gonna get it! Oh my, rings him up on a 4-seam fastball high, and that is the pitch and the out that Shoemaker needed. Now the double play ball could get him out of this inning, and he's already gotten 2 on his day, so it's definitely doable, but it'll bring up the formidable bat of Nelson Cruz, the designated hitter, in the cleanup spot for these Twins, and it's a cleanup opportunity, but cleanup he will not do. It's an infield fly rule, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget, with runners at first and second, you can't drop that one. Can't try and go for a cheeky double play. Alas, it'll be 2 down now, and Eddie Rosario is the last chance for the Twins this inning if they want to continue the offense they had with nobody down. But what a job by Matt Shoemaker to battle back here in this inning. He gets just a lazy foul ball from Rosario first, who, as we saw earlier, doesn't have great career stats, and they've only gotten worse today against Shoemaker. Swings at that one just a bit off the zone. So Shoemaker approaching 90 pitches, but if he can get out of this inning without giving up another run, I think Charlie Montoyo and these Jays will call that one heck of a successful outing. First, though, actually going to have to get Rosario, who fouls off another. And another. Seen a lot of these at-bats today get extended by just foul ball after foul ball. Seems like both sides have at least been locked into the timing, but just haven't been able to figure it out exactly. But Shoemaker figures it out in this inning. He gets 2 Ks and a fly ball to get himself out of the jam. Does give up a run to the Twins. So the lead's just 1 for the Jays now, but we head to the top of the 7th in a very close ball game. And that'll bring up Danny Jansen, who has one of those 2 RBIs and has a home run in 4 consecutive games. Hit one in the 9th to send it to extras yesterday. Just a solid job by Danny Jansen as of late. A home run here would mean a lot for these Jays. But he won't swing at that changeup. Outside, 1-0. .0 pitch from Thorpe. He's back out there after last inning. But that slider is gonna miss. Do want to take this brief pause, though, to remind everyone once again that ML Bot Ball is all about charity. That pitch goes high, 3-0. I don't get paid to do this. I just like talking into a microphone. Usually I got somebody with me, but today you just got to deal with, Hot Take Jake in podcast form. But if you like my call, if you like what we do here, please consider donating. NAMI is our charity of the week, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. And I think we all know people who have needed support for mental issues. They're real, they're serious. And we're raising money to try and support a number of actions there. And yes, as EB mentions in the chat, as that pitch goes in to make the count full against Danny Jansen. I'll have some support in the booth tomorrow from EB himself as we see another game in this series. We'll be coming at you from the 3:45 Eastern time slot. That one is fouled back, so the count remains full. And that will be a strikeout. So Thorpe gets his second strikeout of the day. Jansen doesn't continue his home run parade. And seeing a couple called third strikes here. And Rusty really getting into the motions with that punch out. Ooh, is that a single? I guess it wasn't caught. That is going to be a single right there by Bo Bichette. Looked like it was caught on a line out there and left by Rosario, but instead it bounces just briefly, and that'll bring up Vlad Guerrero Jr. And that'll be a strike. Oh, 0-1 count goes in there. 0-2. That looked like a nice fastball to hit. But Guerrero said, I'm going to hold back. Well, hopefully he was holding back for something good. Not. Well, it goes down the line. That should be good for 2 for Guerrero. We'll see if they send him home. And no, the runner's going to pause there. Bichette does not try the arm of Max Kepler. So now we will have runners at second and third. Guerrero was indeed holding for something better. The Jays look to have a little bit of momentum back on their side. And honestly, it looked like Sano had maybe a play down there at first. But he didn't go for it. And, well, he did go for it. He just didn't get it. So, I guess you can appreciate the effort, but not the result. Especially if you're Thorpe, because you just got one down, and a deep fly ball would give the Toronto Blue Jays an extra run there. Some insurance. And Shaw's been fantastic this season with runners in scoring position. That 361 average is mighty fine. In fact, it's much better than his normal batting average. So, maybe Travis Shaw just needs the pressure. The spotlight's on him. Well, the pressure's here. The spotlights are here. Let's see what he does with this 2-0 count from Thorpe, the throw in. That's swung on and is going to be hit through the infield. So Shaw's fantastic season with runners in scoring position continues. The run is home. Guerrero makes it over to third, and Shaw is pumped as he should be. It's now 3-1 Jays. Well, Teoscar Hernandez now takes over the reins. He walked back in the fifth, but outside of that, just an 0-for-2 day. Walk here wouldn't be too bad, but I think Montoya would prefer a hit of sorts. And that ball's hit to the gap. That could be trouble. It won't make it past the speedy Byron Buxton, but it will mean another run for these Blue Jays and another extra base hit in this inning. Teoscar Hernandez, RBI double number 22. I swear like every Jay has 22 doubles or has hit their 22nd double here today. And, wow, Thorpe looked good back in the last inning, but nothing going here, and that'll bring in Tyler Duffy. Not sure why Duffy wasn't the option earlier. That 2.34 ERA is solid, and look at that average against lefties hitting under the Mendoza line, righties just barely over the Mendoza line. Nice strikeout numbers, maybe a few too many walks, but I don't think you'll complain. And now Rowdy Tellez has a chance to just hit one deep, get another run, and really put the Blue Jays in the driver's seat here before we head to the stretch. Fortunately, though, doesn't look like Shark Shavery's in the twitch right now, but hold it. Oh, nope, that'll be foul. So unfortunately, no beautiful organ music to mark our time to rest and relax, but instead some more baseball here from Target Field. Duffy got himself a 1-2 count. But Rowdy Tellez says, let me hit that ball over to short. The play is made, but not before the run comes in. So Rowdy does his job. The score's now 5-1 Jays. And my, oh my, outside of these 2 innings, Minnesota's played great, but just 2 innings that can only be described as a collapse of pitching. And now it'll be Lourdes Gurriel Jr., the left fielder. Still a runner on third, so a single here would score yet another run for the Jays. But there are 2 down. Ooh, bad swing and miss there. I think Gurriel thought that was going to be a low ball. Instead, it goes just a bit high in the zone. 0-1.
Nope.
1-1 count from Duffy is going to get him swinging badly. That slider just kept sliding, and then Gurriel kind of slid on his feet towards home plate. Couldn't make contact either way. He's going to make contact with that one, but it'll be right to Luis Arias at second. That'll be out number 3. And mercifully, this inning comes to an end. The Twins not going to like what just happened, though, as we head to the stretch. It's 5-1 Toronto. Please, please, somebody take me out to a ball game. Or, like, just take me out of my apartment. This quarantine stuff's not for me. But I'm sitting here in Arizona at the hot spot of the outbreak. Hopefully you are all staying safe at home while you listen in, watching on Twitch. Josh Donaldson now comes up. He's gone 1 for 2 today. But, you know, his last at-bat really was in a big spot for these Twins, and he didn't connect. And Michael, you know, you're joking about singing it tomorrow during your game, but if anyone wants to go back in the Bot Ball highlights somewhere, there's a beautiful rendition of me and Duggo just singing it a cappella. It went fantastic, as you might imagine. We just got some pipes on ourselves. I mean, I wouldn't call it music, but I would call it a meme. That ball's going to be hit down to shortstop. Bo Bichette throws on. Shaw able to make the grab, and Shoemaker continues to pitch excellently here today. He's at 96 pitches, but already 1 down in the 7th, hoping he can maybe make it through this frame here. That'll bring up the second baseman, Luis Arias. He singled back in the 5th to be going 1 for 2. That pitch goes across. That'll be a strike. 2-seamer there.
1-1.
One and 1 count. Pitch in. Ooh, that catches the zone, says Rusty Valentine. Well, be my Valentine, Rusty, because I didn't think so. That one's just fouled off, though, so the count stays at 1-2. Shoemaker's hit the century mark, but he's still going. And that ball goes out to left field. That'll be a just kind of nice bloop single there. Ball comes back into Bichette. No chance to advance to second. But that might spell the end of Shoemaker's day, and it does indeed. Montoya coming out to the mound. We'll see who he puts in his stead. Got to give it up for Matt Shoemaker, though, coming in, pitching a fantastic game, showing everyone why people were so excited when he first came into the league back in 2013. Just a great job starting here today.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for Toronto, number 38.
And that'll bring in the dullest arm here in the Toronto Blue Jays bullpen, Ryan Dull. Hasn't been up in the majors for long, just 3 games so far this season. 3 1/3 innings in that span, 2.7 ERA. He's trying to just hold it down here and get Miguel Sano out. And his first pitch of the day will be an inside strike. Mo, don't call this game too early. We still got baseball to play. And this Minnesota Twins, if any offense was capable of making up runs in a hurry, they would be the ones. So the Blue Jays got to remain diligent, continue to send out good arms. It's a 1-1 count. The ball fired in just a bit high there. Waste pitch. Misses. 3-1. So there is that runner on first. Don't want to walk a runner into scoring position. Like to see Dull throw something competitive here. And he does. That's going to be called a strike right on the outside edge. So the count's gone full. Miguel Sano does have an impressive .350 on base percentage this season, but the 119 Ks hampering his average a little bit. He won't strike out there, though. He's going to foul that one back to the screen. Full count, runner at first. Dole throws to the plate, and that's going to miss badly. That's going to be ball number 4. Good take by Sano. That'll bring up Byron Buxton in the 9-hole.
25. Byron Buxton.
The one good thing with Buxton here, it's pretty hard to get him to hit into a double play because he can run like nobody's business. In fact, his one hit here today was a triple. Ended up coming in to score the only run here for the Twins. But he's going to take a first pitch strike low. Not great numbers with runners in scoring position, just 192, but that's not too different than his 213 on the year. That, though, might get the job done. Oh, my. Byron Buxton swinging a big bat here today. The first runner turns around third. The second one is going to hold. So that'll be a run home for the Twins. They get just that much closer. The lead's now 3. Byron Buxton gets an RBI double. Having a fantastic day, and if the Twins find their way back into this one, he definitely has some consideration for player of the game. So Pannone and base in the pen. They might be pulling Dole in a second, but right now it'll be Max Kepler versus Ryan. 1 down, 2 runners in scoring position. This game very much in the balance still. But Dole able to get a nice first pitch strike right there. And yes, Italian Mamba, the Jays do need a better pen. I think that's an understatement. But, you know, for a team that's probably not going to compete for, you know, really a playoff series victory this season, I'm not sure that he's really going to, the Blue Jays organization is really going to pull off any blockbuster trade to try and shore it up. That might be more of an off-season type thing. But I wouldn't mind to see them go after a couple arms if they can get them for the right price. Right now, though, the arm is Ryan Dull's, and he's got Max Kepler in an 0-2 count. And he's just going to send one down the middle, and Max Kepler just nothing? Nothing? You didn't want to swing at that one? I mean, Max, what are you doing? That's out number 2. There's still those 2 runners. But it's all up to the shortstop, Jorge Polanco now. And that's a strike there, 0-1. You know, the Twins are probably just pining of yesterday's start by Smeltzer. He went 5 2/3 without giving up a run. A very different picture from what they got today. As Polanco hits that one into the outfield. Unfortunately for him, there's already 2 down, so that will be no trouble. We see Hernandez get underneath it, and that's going to do it for the Twins here. But Byron Buxton's double gets them a run back. We're through 7 here from Minnesota. It's a 3-run lead for Toronto. And just want to give one more reminder that the All-Star festivities are coming up this week as Sergio Romo, the former San Francisco Giant, comes on to pitch. Far more effective against righties than lefties, but man, oh man, this Bot Ball All-Star Weekend is going to be fun. We have some great people calling some great events, and may I point you to July 14th. That's a day that you're going to want to circle in your calendar. Not only do we got the Bot Ball All-Star game going, but we got the quarterfinals of our broadcaster tournament. We got Bot Ball tonight going for you. We got everything going for you this All-Star weekend. And if you want more details, you want more information, I suggest you all join our Discord here. I'll put a link into the chat right now. But that's a great way to stay up on all of our information, all of our updates, even check in on Trade Chatter. And, you know, maybe just say hi to your favorite broadcaster now and then. As it's a 3-0 count to Randall Grichuk. That goes in for a strike, 3-1. So Romo able to figure it out after 3 misses. And, you know, Edgary, 17-24. Who's winning? Well, Toronto's got 5 runs. Minnesota's got 2. That one is going to be swung on, so the count goes full. And to answer your question, Mo, we have had some graphics. I do believe that some of the events have been released on our social media, but yes, you will be getting the schedule. We will be sharing it with everyone. Don't worry, you'll be in the know of when things are going down.
Cabin Biggio.
And, yes, EB, it's Grichuk with a K. Indeed, as he sits down. That's 1 down here in the top of the 8th for the Jays as Guerin and Clippard start warming up in the Twins' pen. Romo, though, has done his job so far, got the 1 batter out that he's faced. But I also want to warn everybody that don't think that just because we're going to the All-Star break that we're slowing down here at Bot Ball. We'll be back with a full slate of games right on after the break, including that LA-San Francisco game on Wednesday, as we conclude our broadcaster tournament on Wednesday as well. So a full week of programming just like normal. Keep it tuned to our Twitch channel. It's a 2-0 count now to Biggio. Swings on that one, fouls it back. That changeup there, man, that's slow. 77 miles an hour. That's just got to be confusing. You're used to 95, 96, sometimes 99 and 100 here in the big leagues, and then you just get something under 80. That's something that, you know, I've gone to the cages and hit against 70 miles an hour. Not that I'm good, but that's just seems like a different league, a different pitch of its own, as it's a 3-1 count here to Biggio. And, ooh, gonna call that just a bit outside. So Biggio able to get on base pretty much the only way he knows how, with a base on balls here in Bot Ball. Seven inches of break on that one, but it broke too far, one might say. As Danny Jansen's trying to continue his home run streak. This would be a good time to do it. Instead, he's going to take a ball that was, clearly below the zone, but call the strike by Rusty Valentine. That one at least will be recorded as a ball low on the slider.
Ball, that's out.
That one outside too. Man, are his breaking balls just slow rollers. The Jays have at least made Romo work. He's through 14 already here in the 8th. And that one's ripped into right field. It'll get down for a single. Nice piece of hitting by Danny Jansen. And he's just been a solid guy in this lineup, playing good defense behind the plate today, hitting home runs as of late, getting an RBI. Good for Danny. And that'll bring up Bo Bichette. 2 for 4 on the day, 4 for 8 in the series with 3 doubles, and a double right now would be huge. Instead, he's going to hit a long strike down the first base line. Sorry about that, folks. My screen's a little frozen and hazy right now. I think that was a strike, though, so I do believe the count's 0-2 here from Romo to Bichette. And it was indeed, but that ball's going to get down as well, and the bases are juiced once again. The Blue Jays came to play in Minnesota today.
The batter, the third baseman, Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
Nice piece of hitting just right through the infield there. Nothing that either of the Twins fielders could do, and Vlad Guerrero Jr. has an excellent chance to bring home some runs. He's 2 for 4 as well with a double and a single. I'd take a walk. Ooh, Guerrero is trying to make some big cuts, but that might be his problem this season with runners in scoring position. He's just going so hard for the power that he's not as worried about the contact. At least he holds off that changeup there, bringing the count to 1-2. But 128 with runners in scoring position, that's not what you want to see from Vlad, one of your young guys who's really supposed to come in and be a valuable bat. But he's not a valuable bat there. He's going to swing and miss on the slider. Romo gets him to strike out, trying to get himself out of this jam. I mean, he was golfing. He was golfing. Not what you like to see. So it'll now be Travis Shaw. He's 2 for 3, 2 singles, 2 RBIs, and a run. Well, he could add to that RBI total here. Readies himself with that relatively open batting stance. Takes a strike there, though. I think those guys like Shaw that open themselves up before the at-bat, but then kind of take that step in as the pitch comes in, that's just weird. I always planted my feet right where they were going to be when I started to swing, usually in baseball. But hey, I'm not playing baseball anymore, and this man is, so what can I really say about his swing? Travis Shaw, a 2-for-1 count here. Swings on that one. Wasn't able to time it properly, though, so it'll just be a foul ball. 2 for 2, or 2-2 now. Don't forget, though, the bases are juiced. There's 2 down. This is a huge at-bat, especially if Minnesota is still trying to work their way into this one. It's into the outfield. Will it be caught? And it is, because Byron Buxton has wheels. So the bases loaded threat does not come to pass. It takes Romo quite a bit, but he works his way out of this one. It's 5-2 Toronto midway through the 8th, and Anthony Bass is going to get the call from the pen. He's got 14 holds in 20 appearances this season with a 3.06 ERA, and I don't think right-handed batters can even see the ball against him. You read that right, folks. A .04 batting average against for righties. Now, as EB's pointed out in the chat, though, against lefties, it's a much different story. Mitch Garver will be his first task. A tough task indeed as the closer Ken Giles begins to warm up in the pen. I've been talking about it all day, but Mitch Garver has been on one heck of a tear this BOT ball season. Originally from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Went to the University of New Mexico. But he's a right-handed batter, so statistically, Bash should just get him out no problem. Garver also won the Silver Slugger back in 2019, on pace to be doing it here again, and doesn't even have to think about that pitch. We get some dog commentary. Sorry about that, folks. Usually I got someone else in the booth to cover for me when the dog goes wild. But not today, as that ball goes out to center field for the out. No problem for Gritchick to get that one going. Hopefully the barks aren't too aggressive in the background. And you are right, EB. My dog's just pissed that the Jays left the bases loaded. But now it's the Twins' turn with one down here. It's Nelson Cruz. And that's going to be called a strike on the slider. An excellent framing job there by Danny Jansen. Gets the job done.
0-2 is the count.
And the count's now 0-2. The slider working once again for Baz. And that is a strikeout there. Woo, so the Blue Jays pen's getting it done here today. I wish that was something I could say every day. But, hey, the Twins just don't look like they have the offensive firepower that they usually do. Ooh, that one, though, rather high. One 1-0 count here to Eddie Rosario is just going to be a bit outside, so that'll be 2-0 now. Anthony throws into the plate, trying to get it done, and he at least gets a strike there. Rosario committed hard to that pitch, but was only able to foul it off down the line. We saw pretty long at bat the last time Rosario was up with foul balls, and he fouls one off there. So, you know, making my my projections come true. Two-2 pitch is just going to be a bit low, so it'll be a full count now. Pitch comes in, swung on, fouled off. So, yes, Rosario, keep it going. Keep fouling it. And that's going to be a foul ball as well. My prediction's coming remarkably true. That one, though, going to be in the field of play. Not going to be a problem, though, as it just hangs up there for plenty of time for Gurriel to come in and make the catch. We're through 8 here from Minnesota. It's 5-2 Jays.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
And now the final pitcher that the Twins are going to throw out here today, Corey Gearin. 2.73 ERA on the season. Solid numbers in the average against. 26 appearances and 6 holds for him. But his first task will be the pretty fantastic Teoscar Hernandez, who's 1 for 3 today. But his first pitch is going to be swung on and fouled off. 0-1.
Ball, that's outside.
Close there on the sinker, but no cigar. 1-1. Rusty Valentine looked like he was calling a good game early, but the last few innings have been a little bit dicey, shall we say, on the calls. Not used to talking this much, you know. I don't see people all the time. I usually got someone in the booth with me. I'm just stumbling over my SH sounds, but hey, it's okay. The Jays are in the lead. We're here in the 9th. It's a 1-2 count to Teoscar Hernandez. The pitch in from Gearin swung on, and that will beat the out there. Swinging K for Gearin.
Now batting, number 44.
Man, that was a bad pitch to go after, but you do appreciate that late motion. That ball is going to be hit down to second. The play is going to be over there in plenty of time, and in just 5 pitches, it'll be 2 down here for the Jays. So I think they'll be kicking themselves for not getting another insurance run or 2 in the last inning with the bases loaded, but they still have this 3-run lead for Giles to protect. The last opportunity for Toronto here today will be Lourdes Gurriel Jr. If he can't get anything going, it'll be up to Ken to shut this one down. But before I say that, he's already going to single. So, hey, he's not the last opportunity. That'll bring up Randall Grichuk, the center fielder, after that nice single, just right back up the middle. And don't forget that if you're coming here for the scheduled 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific time start of the D-backs at the White Sox, that's going to be a fantastic game with Doug and great Aether Boss right after this one. So, you know, stay here, stick to it. Oh, 1 count. Ooh, that looked like it was hit far. We won't get a view of it. But Grichuk swinging hard, trying to get something. Well, you heard my dog growling. Now you know why. Grichuk strikes out there to end the top of the 9th. It's still 5-2. The 3-run lead needs to be protected, which means there's only one name that the Blue Jays will call upon. It's going to be Ken Giles, the closer. He'll be facing Donaldson first. But let's talk about Ken. 30 appearances so far this season, 24 for 26 in saves. And my, oh my, just a 1.82 ERA. Part of the reason why, did you see that? Only 7 walks compared to his 42 strikeouts. That's a 6-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. That's what I call getting it done. Like I said, Josh Donaldson, first chance here for the Twins. Third baseman. Had himself an okay game, 1 for 3. That one's going to be swung on. It's going to be a high pop out there. Looks like Shaw came over all the way from first to make the play easily. So now just 2 outs left for the Minnesota Twins to try and get back into this one. Luis Arias, though, has been doing well today. Has 2 singles and one of those 2 Minnesota runs. So maybe he's the guy to turn it around. Sorry, I had a little bit more dog technical difficulties as it's an 0-1 count here from Ken Giles. He deals towards the plate. That's going to be swung on and missed. So far for Ken, 4 pitches, 4 strikes.
That's the ball.
And that one's finally going to miss. The 4-seamer at a cool, clean, crisp 97 miles an hour. That's not a strike according to Rusty Valentine. I don't know about that, Rusty, but hey, Luis stays alive. That ball's going to be hit to Guerrero at third. The throw across the diamond is in time to Shaw, and we're just 1 out away from a Toronto Blue Jays victory here on the road. And then we'll be headed to Chicago. Miguel Sano, the final chance here for the Twins. He walked back in the 7th, otherwise hasn't been able to record a hit yet here today. If you're a Jays fan, unfortunately, it seems like Danny Jansen's home run streak's going to come to an end, but I'll take it as long as the Blue Jays come away with the victory. Giles throwing heat, 99 miles an hour in there for the strike. Ooh, just a bit outside. The 2-seamer there tries to mix it up a little bit with slightly different movement on that fastball. One 1 pitch comes to the plate, and it's going to be just in there at the bottom of the zone. 1-2. Down to the last strike are the Minnesota Twins. The home fans are cheering Sano on here at Target Field, but it's not gonna matter. Ken Giles gets it with the no-swing K. The Toronto Blue Jays take this game here 5-2 off the absolute offensive onslaught of that 3rd and 7th inning. And hey, if you're a Canadian, you're going home happy. They get that much closer to 500, now just a game below. And this might spell some momentum going forward with your, 5th man in your rotation. Shoemaker pitching an absolute gem. Ryu going tomorrow. He'd be good to go into the All-Star break with some momentum. Like I said, the Blue Jays got 2 in the 3rd, 3 in the 7th. That's all they would need in order to beat the Minnesota Twins here today. Final line score, 5 runs, 12 hits, no errors for the team from up north. Minnesota, 2 runs, 8 hits, no errors. Your player of the game is, in fact, Matt Shoemaker. Jose Berrios is saddled with the loss as we go to the highlights here. Back in the 3rd, the scoring started as Danny Jansen, the catcher, got this nice single into right for an RBI, and then Shaw followed it up with a single to right of his own, right down the line. That got in the 2nd run of the inning, but there would be no more scoring there for the Blue Jays in the 3rd. Then in the bottom of the 6th, Kepler hit a ground rule double that made this game close for a second there. It looked like the Twins were going to be clawing their way back into the game, but that wouldn't end up happening despite the close margin at the time, because Shaw would immediately strike back for these Jays as he hit one again just through that right side of the infield to score a runner. And then Teoscar Hernandez put this absolute shot out to center. This double would also bring in a run. But the Blue Jays weren't done just yet. They had another run in store for us all. Rowdy Tellez grounded out, but it was able to move the runner who was running hard from 3rd all the way home. And the Twins were fine to just take the out at first. But the Twins tried to battle back. They tried to come back in the bottom of the 7th. They were able to get another run across the plate, but just not enough to get everything going. Byron Buxton hit a double. It's part of a pretty good offensive outing. both of these teams honestly had bases loaded opportunities that they really didn't bring to their full fruition, you might say. But then it was a 3-run lead in the 9th for the Jays. Ken Giles came in, and Ken Giles does Ken Giles things. Sano struck out, and that was the ball game. Bo Bichette, your top hitter for these Jays. As we take a quick look at the box score and welcome in the crew for the prime time game here on Bot Ball. It's Duggo and Frango. Mint, how are y'all doing?
I'm probably doing a little bit better than you. When was the last time you sat there and rambled to yourself for 2 hours?
It's been a while since I've done a solo call 100%. It felt a little weird.
Well, it wasn't really solo. You had your dog there with you, so you had a good booth partner.
Yeah, I mean, she just kind of drowns me out, though. That's her only, tool in her toolkit. So it's good to see two in the booth here for, what has to just be a really fun game. Zach Gallen versus Cease. I mean, two hot teams. This is going to be a fun one.
Dude, I've been looking forward to this all year. I know you have too, Franco. We've worked a couple times together. I've got a little bit of Southsider love in my heart. So, this, I'm going to hate however this ends up finishing.
Well, the beautiful thing about this game here, Duggo, is not only is it going to be a competitive game, but we get to see baseball the way it's played with designated hitters. So, suck it.
That is That's the proper reaction right there. I'll make my parting thought that the universal DH is BS. And with that, thanks everyone for tuning in to my podcast. The Toronto Blue Jays will be back with you tomorrow. Until then, enjoy these two fine announcers and have a great night.
Appreciate it, buddy. As we're looking forward to a good one here, a great series of 3 games over this lovely July weekend. The Arizona Diamondbacks coming to town here to take on the Southsiders, the Chicago White Sox.
Yeah, welcoming you guys down to Guaranteed Rate Field, previously known as U.S. Cellular Field, previously known as New Comiskey, at the corner of 35th and Shields. So, yeah, welcome, and let's see these two division leaders head in. And with the results of the game we just watched, the White Sox are once again in sole possession of first place, so long as they can get the W here and keep it.
In that same vein, Diamondbacks coming into play today, 55-38, 2.5 up on the Dodgers for the lead in the National League West. They did drop their last game, though, but, it's been good otherwise.
Well, here we see Dylan Cease taking the mound for the Sox. There have been some trade rumors swirling around this guy we'll talk about later, but you see he's had a nice record at 6-3, spinning that ERA of 4.28, a good improvement off of what he had last year. So looking forward to him facing this tough offense for the Diamondbacks and seeing how he can do.
I know that was one of the big things that they were looking for was Cease and Lopez to kind of turn it around, much like Giolito did. And the first pitch of the ball game is going to be held up for strike one to Starling Marte.
It was a nice little pitch there from Cease. We can take that all the time. If he can hit that outside corner like that, he will have some excellent performances.
I just realized we've got the split booth, and we didn't even think about talking how we were going to do this broadcast. I don't know if you've caught some of these games where we've had competing rivalries in the booth. We've had a fun way of, when your pitcher is on the mound, you call balls and strikes to kind of have that control over your offense or your defense. And while your team's batting, you've got colors. That one's going to be down the line by Starling, but that's going to be roping just foul. 0-2 is the count.
Yeah, I'll let you take the first inning, then we'll switch that in the second. So keep it away there.
All right, 0-2 there is going to be looked at for strike 3. Starling Marte has not gone down on 3 pitches too many times. But here we are. Good start to the ball game for Cease.
Yeah, that Uncle Charlie there was a nicely pitch ball on 4 pitches. He got the strikeout there. So here we see Kettle Marte, second of the Marte twins.
Here we go. I just realized I had some of my settings a little bit off, so I apologize, folks, if that was a little bit not the way it should have been. So now coming up, as you said, the second half of the Marte Parte, Ketel Marte. currently leading the National League in doubles and runs scored. As that's going to be outside 2-0 from Cease.
Cease wearing the traditional pitcher number of 84, also usually a tight end on the Bears.
Dude, honestly, I've loved what these guys have done with the White Sox, man. I feel like they've really embraced that youth, going with those numbers and sticking with them. Those numbers that you really traditionally only see for, non-roster invitees, rookies. It's like spring training numbers, man. It's the first-time called-up numbers, but they've ran with it, man. Cease with the 84, Robert with the 88. Jimenez 74. It's pretty much team wide, I feel like, from all their young talent. I love seeing it.
Yeah, I want to say that Berrios was the first of this generation to do it when he took 79, and it was like, what the hell are you doing? Because he could have had any number he wanted that wasn't retired, but
going to be a walk there to Ketel Marte. Good patience. So the Diamondbacks able to get the first base runner of the game here with one out. Brings up the dangerous yet cold Eduardo Escobar. Had a couple extra base hits in that series against Colorado, but honestly, who didn't? It was a monster for many Diamondbacks. The last game of the series, not televised, ended with a Diamondbacks loss. The complete game shutout by John Gray of the Rockies ended in a final score 2-0.
Another good breaking ball there from Cease across the top of the zone.
Yeah, not exactly what you want to see. That's a dangerous spot for a guy that swings a powerful bat.
It is, but here, as you said, Escobar scuffling a little bit. That might be time he misses that.
Here we go. Leaves another one up, and Mazzara is going to be able to make the play out there in right field foul territory for the second out.
The first baseman.
Now two-way man on. Christian Walker steps up to the plate. Been doing a good job in this clean-up role for these Diamondbacks with the injuries to David Peralta. Still another 3 weeks before he's back with the team.
Yeah, this is a new look for the Diamondbacks from what I've seen, and Walker really has turned it on in the last couple months.
No, Christian Walker's looked good, but it's the man behind him looking at that stat sheet, man. Seth Beer, the rookie, has been up and destroying baseballs. So 1-0 becomes 2-0 as Cease misses with another fastball. Man, I don't think you could have expected Seth Beer to come up, especially as a rookie, and do what he's done here. It's been otherworldly. As Walker looks at the first strike of the at-bat.
Yeah, the numbers have definitely been impressive, and not to pull the fourth wall out here too much, but it's been interesting to see how MLB The Show has treated rookies, and to see Beer do as well as he's done.
Dude, I mean, especially, you want to talk rookies. Zach Gallen's going on the mound for the Diamondbacks, but it's the guy that they sent over to Miami in return, Jazz Chisholm. He is... Dude, have you seen his line?
No.
Oh, my God. Christian Walker works the walk here, so 2 on, 2 out here, threatening with the first man in scoring position of the game. And the dangerous Seth Beer to the plate. But, man, last I looked, Chisholm's I think he's hitting 320, and he's got a 900 OPS, and I'm like, what is going on? They are, it's those A potential stardom rookies that are just, oh my God. You want to talk about balls that should have been out of here? That big breaking ball like that. Oh, big wasted opportunity. 0-1 here to Beer. Outside 1-1. God.
So, those of you in Twitch land may have wondered where I've been. I was on a deserted island for the last month and a half, and came back to the Sox doing pretty well.
Dribbler in front of the plate. Beer's going to try to run it out, and no dice as the Diamondbacks squander their first opportunity of the game. Not going to be too stoked about that. Still looking for their first hit, though, heading out of the bottom of the first.
Yeah, the reason I bring this up is the White Sox are in first place, and that is with Luis Robert really not contributing all that much, with Cease, Dunning, and Kopak really not contributing a whole lot. So, some patience here with these young kids is probably going to be worthwhile because the core of the team is really carrying them very well.
Dude, that's the exciting thing about these teams is, like I've said it before and I'll compare it again. It's like watching the 2015 Cubs. They've made the moves to bring in some of these guys as they see their young core start to maybe not develop, but at least get called up. That's when you saw your Bryant call-up was in 15. That's when, I think, Baez, I don't remember if he came up late 2014, but then saw, like, full-time, at the Major League roster in 15. You saw the same with Addison Russell as much as he flamed out. Contreras eventually back up. But that 2015 is when you saw your Lesters come in, which, your Lester, Hayward, Fowler really coming into his own, as that's a swing and a miss 1 and 2 here to Leury Garcia. But I see a lot of those parallels. That's when you're coming in with your Dallas Keuchel, your Yasmani Grandal, even Nomar Mazara, man, a guy that still is waiting to see that breakout, but maybe this is the opportunity that he needs, just a little bit of change of scenery to really put it together. Man, I don't care that I make that comparison every White Sox game. I see it and I love it, and I can't stop talking about it.
I can't blame you for it. It seems to be apt, and I can only hope it turns out as well for the White Sox as it did for the Cubs for that one season. But again, I'd like to see a longer run.
That's the one that I will sit there and rally about, is just how he almost like Dombrowski'd it. He really... Theo's motto as the count goes full here to Garcia, there's a baseball game in front of me.
Nope.
And that is going to miss to the leadoff man. Garcia works the full count and works himself on base here.
Almost speechless watching Leury Garcia get himself a walk to lead off the game, because that's kind of what you want from him, especially with Tim Anderson following him up.
Tim Anderson is pretty much top 10 in most hitting categories in the American League. He's been doing it all here for the Southsiders. It is pretty much everything you see out of the typical two-hole hitter here in baseball today.
Yeah, we did move him up to the 2-hole out of the 3 spot earlier in the season. I think that did kind of solidify his spot and really has let him show his talents.
Ball in the dirt. Good block by Kelly. Now the everyday catcher here for these Arizona Diamondbacks.
We'll see if he performs better now that he's got the job secured.
Dude, we did see that out of Starling Marte for sure. There was a little bit of a timeshare for the leadoff spot for the Diamondbacks. We saw Tim LaCastro taking over some time against left-handed pitching as he's going to go. Garcia safe, definitely, with seal number 11 here. Here we go, White Sox with a runner in scoring position, no outs here in the bottom of the first.
Gotta love seeing some speed from the Southsiders.
That could be huge here for these guys, as that one's going to be dribbled down the third base line, but foul. 2-2 here to TA7.
He's a good Twitter follow if you haven't clicked the button yet.
It's one of those things that I keep saying I need to do. Is that one's going to be blocked again by Kelly. No dice on Garcia taking off for third. So count goes full, no outs. Pitch to Anderson. Will be roped right at Escobar. The throw going to be in time. No chance to advance on the hard hit ball to the left side.
Batting third, the third baseman.
Well hit ball by Anderson, and Hawk would call it a hang weapon, I think, but still well pitched. One thing I've noticed here is we've seen 3 blocked pitches in the first 13 by Gallen, so he is definitely pounding the ball low.
That's going to happen, especially with guys on, and especially with how much these guys can swing the bat and crush it. These White Sox doing an amazing job at smashing dingers, man, and this is where it really starts. Yohan Moncada here. Oh, my God. These hanging breaking balls, man. I can't do a whole game of this, man.
It might be a long game. You're right.
Oh, God. 16 for Moncada, though. On deck is Edwin Encarnacion, the pair at E5 with 24 to his name. Jimenez starting to kind of put them back together after a slow start to the year, 15 to his name. You know, and Abreu, and as the list goes on, it just keeps being. Oh yeah, there's a lot of home runs in this team, man. A lot of doubles. You know, Diamondbacks leading the National League in doubles by a wide margin. You know, so expect to see him out of the boys in gray today, but the guys in black, it's gonna be big, man. You got some big name pitchers on the mound doing some big things here this year, but there are some big bats opposing it. I don't know how it's gonna play out, but it's gonna be interesting. Full count. They'll ring him up. Moncada goes down looking. Look at that one again. Gallen goes low with the fastball, and that is right at the knees, man. I think no matter how you call it, somebody's going to be pissed, somebody's going to be happy.
Possibly, but I don't think his knees are in his shins. So,
hey, man, you know, for all we know, it's a Cotton Hill situation. Just got his, you know, he ain't got no shins. Tojo blew him off, you know.
Gotta love those counting stats here with Encarnacion sitting at 70 RBIs here right before the All-Star break.
Well, I mean, have you seen what Yordan Alvarez has been doing?
I've seen people mentioning him. I haven't looked at his line.
Last I knew, he was at like 105 ribbies.
Good Lord.
Yeah. No, like I remember when he was like at 90 and the next closest was like 60-something. Oh, my God. So quick 1-2 here to Edwin. Gallen trying to get through this inning now at 23 pitches as, another hanging breaking ball, but did not expect that. So back-to-back strikeouts looking for the White Sox, leave a man in scoring position for themselves. If that's how it's going to go, it's going to be a long game. We're through one.
Hitless.
All right, so if you want to take play-by-play for when you're pitching, let's try that out.
All right, let's try this. Here we see the designated hitter for the Arizona Diamondbacks, Kevin Cron. You can see he's got a lot of time batting at a .250 average with no homers, no RBIs.
You see there on the line, just 1 for 4, made his debut with the team in that Game 3 against the Rockies.
First curveball down and away. A little bit of a waste pitch here with Cease.
2-0.
Another low pitch. That's now a 2-0 count. Cease had 21 pitches in the first inning. Both pitchers had a kind of large pitch count, so we'll see if he can settle down here.
Man, I want to see a lot of big stuff out of these guys. I don't want to see this be an early bullpen game, man. I think both these guys could go the distance if they settle down, and it could be really interesting. Oh.
After a nice tight slider on the inside that Cron swung through, the foul off to the right side evens the count at 2. I agree with you that I hope that we can see a good starter matchup here, seeing guys going to 6th and 7th possible.
Oh. Kevin Cron is just looking for something to crush.
He was looking for the fastball, and he got it, but he just was a little too quick.
Just jumpy. Oh.
Another breaking ball flown out to center field, and Robert camps underneath it, and that's 1 down.
The little brother of CJ Cron. Just, that's where he spent most of his time starting, at least up in the majors, is a little bit of time at first base, but as a big DH option. Expect to see a lot of that in this weird 2020 season.
Here we see lefty Cole Calhoun, and I remember he was doing pretty well to start the season.
Oh, he was a doubles monster, man. Like, every time he'd come to the plate, it was an opposite field double against the shift. I swear.
Well, the Sox do shift pretty heavily, so that is always a possibility here today.
Oh, there we go. Like, just a little bit earlier, and that's what I'm talking about.
You can see that picture down the third base line. Not a Sox in sight. 0-2 pitch. Bounces that one foul on a breaking ball.
That's how you got to pitch him, man. You have to pitch into that pole because he's time and time again in this season, he has hurt it on that outside pitch.
Oh, swings through that low pitch, and Grandal tosses it down to Abreu for the first out. or second out, excuse me.
That will also happen. He does work a lot of walks, but is one of the premier strikeout artists here for these Diamondbacks.
Here we see shortstop Nick Ahmed in the 8-hole against Dylan Cease. Takes a breaking ball on the inside for an 0-1 count.
You know, that's why we saw Jazz Chisholm get moved at the deadline for Zach Gallen, the man going on the mound. It was the confidence in Nick Ahmed that, you know, they gave him the 4-year extension in the offseason after seeing him have the Gold Glove years, the Silver Slugger level years he's had. You know, and it was the long-term confidence in him that allowed them to move their top shortstop prospect.
Well, you know, when you have confidence in a good glove man who can deal with the bat pretty well, you know, that gives you some flexibility, definitely. And he swings through the third strike, so that's a 1-2-3 inning for Dylan Cease, and we head to the bottom of the second, 0-0.
This is not how I anticipated this game going, and this is not how I anticipated a no-hitter going. You know, 3 combined walks so far. 3 combined walks. Seeing some runners in scoring position. So starting off the inning here for these White Sox, 5'6'7", Eloy Jimenez, the former Cub.
Well, that's out.
How long until it's like not? It's just like lame and outdated to say that. Is it already there?
There's a lot of Cub fans who think that that's the case. Although I will say that in the Crosstown Classic last week, I did see that Quintana did get the win against the White Sox in a shutout.
Ooh, that one's going to be inside. Another 2 balls to start off the inning. The control has not been there for Gallen here tonight. 2-0 loses him. 3-0. Randall on deck.
I love this spot in the lineup for Jimenez. I like taking him in the number 5 spot, giving him a little less pressure, and allowing him to see more pitches before he gets his at-bat.
See if Gallen can find the zone. He does, but so does Jimenez. As great tumbling stop out in center field by Starling Marte for the first out.
That was a beautiful catch by Marte. So puts Jimenez away, and now we have I think the prize free agent pickup, Yasmani Grandal.
Dude, I thought that was huge. I did not. That was one of the things that really said to me that this team was going for it. That's going to dribble back to the mound. Gallen's throw in time for this quick second out. Guess we'll have to save the Yaz love.
Yeah, really.
So now with 2 quick outs of the inning, Jose Abreu. You're a Diamondbacks fan, you got to love how quick this inning has been for Gallen after that, 25 pitch, top of the, or bottom of the second. Abreu not so great in that same-handedness matchup, definitely thrives in the opposite hand.
He does, that is true. And another thing that I like about this White Sox lineup is the fact that we're talking about this guy who did lead the American League in RBIs last year, batting 7th.
Right? It's almost like that Dodgers level lineup where it's like, how do you even start to figure this out? You know, like everyone is like heart of the order hitter, but somebody has to bat 8th. Like what? That's a swing and a miss as Abreu goes down quick, and a great bounce back inning for Gallen here. 1-2-3 goes the bottom of the second.
Yes, good innings for both pitchers for the second inning as we head into the top of the third. Yes, Carson Kelly, catcher extraordinaire.
Carson Kelly.
The lovely former Redbird. It was some confidence in Carson Kelly that allowed Arizona to make the big deadline move that they have, or the big July move that they have so far. Did you catch that at all? I know you're just getting back to reality.
I did notice, although I think that still there's maybe a backup catcher on the south side that would look really, really nice in the snake gray.
Man, I'm telling you, I'm really thinking that there is somebody that could look really nice in Sedona red. sitting in that White Sox dugout. I'm just saying.
Cease with a nice fastball there to get one back. So 2-1. Kelly pops that out to right field. Plenty of room for Mazzara, who had him positioned well.
Oh, God, what's going on? It goes from Carson Kelly to Starling Marte. I don't like this. Get me out of this American League hellscape, please.
As we see the White Sox with a half-game lead against the Twins, with this game being the difference. So the Twins have played 2 more games than the White Sox have, however.
There we go. So it goes 9-1, and there's no pitcher. I don't like this. What is this?
Well, you have those smarty pants National League managers who like to put the pitcher 8th anyway. So
I am a fan of that. Diamondbacks roll that with against left-handed pitching all the time. Oh, there we go.
Sneaks past Abreu down the right field line. Mazzara gets to it, throws it in, and that will be a double easily. So the first hit of the game is a double by Starling Marte to be the second batter in the 3rd inning and get these Diamondbacks going. That one was just fair.
And that's what speed do, ladies and gentlemen. He was thinking to the second that got off the bat, as soon as you knew that was going to be by that first baseman, taking that hard turn at first, going for second. Good job of Starling getting double number 19 on the air.
Another high pitch, so it's a 2-0 count now with a runner on second base. See scuffling a little bit, and we see that Starling Marte has a pretty good success ratio on his steals.
No, currently second in the National League in stolen bases, trailing only Trey Turner, no surprise.
Now a 3-0 count against the number 2 batter in the Diamondbacks' potent offense.
I was really enjoying that transparent butt cheek.
That was an interesting look, wasn't it?
Man, like, I know I've got no ass, but that's like no ass. Like, that's impressive.
That was impressive, yes. It's a 3-1 count against Marte.
Oh,
swings through that breaking ball. That was a changeup. Excuse me. That was a nice pitch.
That was a great pitch out of Cease.
Tries to back that up. But he gets pushed through the right side. And no throw back home. So that is a 1-run lead now for the Diamondbacks as Marte hits in Marte.
Man, that is a true Marte parte here for these Diamondbacks, getting it started here. After leaving a couple in the first, here we see a little bit of life in the 3rd. And, man, it's that aggression from Starling, man. You saw it taking 2 on that hit, and you saw it going second to home.
Well, bounces that, and that allows Cattell to get second on what I believe is a wild pitch.
They pretty much score everything a wild pitch. I don't think I've ever seen pass ball.
Fair point.
It's just lazy coding, man. You can figure that out.
Or it's just like massive love for the catchers, one of the two.
Something like that, man. Oh my God, how many
high change up there, or curveball, excuse me.
How many of these high breaking balls are we going to see here today before somebody finally takes one and puts it in that party porch and right?
Well, it's almost like I am controlling the batters because I cannot hit a breaking ball on this team to save my life.
See, that's where, I play lazy and I just play on directional.
As he laces that down the right field line, fair ball. And that will score 1, and that will put runner on second base with another 3rd hit in a row for the Diamondbacks.
Now batting.
So remember that time I said the Diamondbacks were leading the National League by far in doubles? Yeah, last I looked, it was like 210 for the Diamondbacks, and the next closest was like 178. It's kind of like that.
Here we see Don Cooper come and talk to Cease for a second and see if we can settle him down. That pitch to Christian Walker goes low.
Like, for some reason, when you said that, like, my brain heard Don King. Like,
I don't think the Sox have hired Don King to be their pitching coach yet.
and I'm like, I don't think Don King has ever calmed anybody down in the history of ever. And I was like, I don't think this is going to be productive at all.
Well, you know, maybe he'd be a better pitching coach for a veteran staff. I think with the youngsters, you want to calm them down. Maybe the older guys, you want to challenge them. So,
My God, just like, that's the kind of hire I could see like Dusty Baker making.
I wonder if Dusty has a suggestion box. You can put that in.
Oh my God, Dusty Baker, just give me that bench coach Don King. That'll be something. Holy shit. Oh my God.
2-1 count against Christian Walker as Cease tries to somehow salvage this inning with a nice breaking ball on the outside. Looking a little bit better there against Walker.
Just too much movement on that changeup. It's hard to call.
Appreciate that grace, but still, my error. Full count.
It
again.
is though, man. Like, Cease has some nasty stuff, man. There we go. There it is. Get Walker looking. He doesn't look too pleased about it, but man, it's been some borderline stuff, man. We've seen some good stuff out of both pitchers trying to paint the outside edges, you know, and flirting with the corners.
Here is the sensational rookie Seth Beer. Now, who did you guys acquire him from? Or did
Seth Beer was one of the 4 pieces in the Greinke trade.
Okay.
It was Seth Beer and Josh Rojas as the position players that came over. And it was Corbin Martin, who is currently recovering from Tommy John, and JB Bukauskas, who's likely going to see some time up with the team this year. Just not sure when exactly it's going to be.
Cease now with 60 pitches in the top of the third, 2-1 to Beer, and did not get the call. In fact, they didn't even look down the line, so that's disappointing.
So there we go. The rookie able to work that 3-1 count, and lovely Kevin Crone on deck.
That was a nice little. I'm going to look at my other screen. That was a slider. For my again, breaking the fourth wall down. My Discord is grainy. The Twitch stream is clear.
You know, sometimes you just got to wipe the schmutz off your glasses and,
Agreed.
you know, chalk it up like that, right?
Another full count to Seth Beer here for Cease.
Oh!
And it gets skied to right field. Mazzara back, plenty of room.
One of those ones that just looks so dang pretty off the bat. Oh.
2 runs for the Diamondbacks as we go to the bottom of the third. A 2-0 lead, and the Sox still have not gotten a hit.
I mean, Diamondbacks coming into the top of the third hadn't either, so, you know, maybe there's some life for the good guys here. It'll be 8-9-1 due up here. Nomar Mazara going to start off the inning.
And I definitely like Mazzara in this situation up against a right-handed starter.
Yeah, Mazzara's he's pretty split heavy, isn't he?
He has been, yes, and so far in bot ball he has been as well. But that's one of the hopes that the Sox have, is that they can get him to face left-handers and be a tough route.
So what kind of options do you have maybe against right-handed pitching that might serve you a little bit better? Anything you can cook up just looking at everything?
Well, you know, it really depends on how, again, Robert performs. And, you know, if you could potentially put Garcia in the outfield on those tough lefties and then put Madrigal at second base, that might be one thing that you can do. But so far this year in bot ball, Mazzara has been as good as Madrigal is.
As there you go, there's one opposite field. And just like it started in the top of the third, it is a lead-off double, or rather a double as the first hit of the ball game here for the White Sox now.
Yes, lacing that the opposite way, again, against the shift. Zara did work his way to second. Now we do have Luis Robert sitting on 6 home runs and 30 RBIs in the number 8 spot. So 2-9 for that team.
Talking about how a beard jersey's got to be a must over here in Arizona. Like, I need, Diamondbacks getting the new kits with Nike here this year, getting rid of the snakeskin print, going just something a little bit more traditional. And going heavy on the Sedona red. If it wasn't for the Nike swoosh and all that garbage on it, maybe that would be the move. I guess I haven't looked at, my typical knockoff routes as of late. With everything going on, I kind of didn't feel like ordering something from China. Let's just,
Fair
I'm not trying to be like an ass or anything, but just kind of hasn't been on my mind.
Well, you haven't had the opportunity to leave the game and buy a shirt 3 blocks away from the stadium from a guy who's selling them out in his van.
Dude, we don't really get that over here. It's kind of disappointing. It's that was one of the fun parts about going to the North Side last year was all of the knockoff merch. Obviously the Clark Street store is always there hawking everything, but all of the knockoff Cubs gear all along Waveland and it was just nuts. 3-2 here to Robert. And I think that's the first time I've ever called him that. I'm going to never do that again. 6-3 goes the put out for the first out of the inning.
Well done. I appreciate you doing it correctly.
Oh my God, dude, there are so many things to pick a fight about tonight, and that's the one we're going to do it on.
We've done it before. I don't know if you remember the last time we did a soccer game together.
How I wasn't allowed to call him anything.
Referred to as Voldemort.
Yeah, he must not be named.
Exactly.
Player to be named later. The White Sox center fielder, number 88. That guy. All of the above.
It seems appropriate.
Lineup flips over here for the White Sox. Garcia walked and stole second in his first plate appearance. So with Mazzara at second, White Sox have the possibility of getting something going on here. Try to close that gap that Arizona busted open in the top half of the inning. 1-1 is looped to Garcia. Neither team able to punish one of those yet. I'm just waiting for it.
Another one of those, yep.
I'm just waiting for that camera cut on like that, 500-footer. Kelly sets up outside. The pitch goes where intended. No swing from Garcia as the count goes 2-2. Gallen takes his time, delivers. Misses outside. Count goes full. Tim Anderson on deck. Wouldn't be the worst idea to put a man on first.
What are you talking about there, Mo?
As that's going to be 5-3. Another one of those hits to the left side is going to stop that runner from advancing. I think that's happened both times the Sox have been able to get somebody over there at second. You got to push that ball to the first base side, allow that runner to break for third. That's the big stuff you need to see.
Yeah. Now we'll see if Tim Anderson can drive the run home with 2 outs.
Count 1-0.
Got to give him something to hit first. Fastball high, 1-0.
I'm sure Gallen is okay not giving him much to hit.
Oh, that's what's going on. It's a Phillies Naps game. That one's going to be down the line and just foul. I thought that was otherwise.
I was a little frightened by the chat. I thought maybe there was a trade that put Harper in his place.
God.
Oh, that's off the plate. Ball 2.
Send him to Las Vegas. That's going home, right?
Well, people think that the Cubs would be home for him since he and Bryant were friends, but we'll see if Bryant even stays with the Cubs.
I think it's the other way around, man. Honestly, I think Bryant ends up on the Phils, they really, I guess they do have Alec Boehm. But, I think having that third base and potential outfield piece that Bryce Harper's been wanting, he's been, crying out to keep JT to, help build a team. You have to think that was part of why, part of the pitch that Philly put together. was that they were going to build this team around Harper. He was going to be vocal about who he wanted, like almost in an NBA-esque style. That one's going to go out to right field. They're going to hold the runner at third, so runners on the corners, 2 outs here. And Yohan Moncada now coming to the plate.
Yeah, I'm okay with that hold there. I mean, 2 outs, you don't want to be the third out at home, plus you've got the number 3 hitter coming up. So
no, that would have been good. It's kind of one of those things they tell you not to do, make the last out of the inning on the base pass, or at home especially.
Exactly.
Gallen misses outside to Moncada 1-0. You said runners on the corners, 2 outs. Moncada takes something juicy, must have been sitting off speed there. And so another long inning for Zach Gallen. The pitch count creeping on 60, just trying to get out of the third.
You know, it's a little early, but I still would approve Anderson trying to take second.
I don't think it's a bad idea. You know, maybe you get another walk out of it, you know, leaving first base open. Allows Moncada to take a walk, and you put Edwin at the plate.
Puts 2 runners in scoring position, and if he gets thrown out somehow, you've got Moncada leading off, right? So you don't want that. You know, you'd rather have him with runners on base, but still.
But is it the worst thing in the world to go 3-4-5 to lead off the next inning?
Exactly.
3-1 misses, so he doesn't need to steal second. He just ends up working the walk here. Zach Gallen with already just the 2 walks. I guess looking at Cease's walks, too, I thought it was a little bit higher. But
Gallen walk 2 in the first?
No, that was Cease walk 2 in the first. He just the first inning went walk, ground out, strikeout. Now bases juiced. Edwin Encarnacion at the plate. Big, ribby guy for this team, 70 on the year. 24 home runs, also leads the team. Very dangerous spot. Gallen has not been able to find his spots all game. All it takes is one left a little bit hanging, and this game is definitely changing positions here.
You were saying something about a cut to see a 500-foot home run?
Oh, no. 1-1 from Gallen.
Oh, and that was the pitch.
Oh, that would have been it right there. Oh, my God. Instead, that's a foul ball, 1-2. Oh, jeez. 1-2 here. Delivers to Encarnacion outside. That is like the perfect waist pitch. That change up on the outside edge.
That was well pitched.
Oh, good job of Gallen, but better job by Encarnacion laying off. Goes high and inside there. Gets another foul ball there. Stay at 2-2. The sequencing is working for Gallen. Just no swing and a miss stuff. Great patience out of the White Sox. Another 2-2. And that's going to dribble. Ahmed there makes the short throw. Almost beats it out as Moncada. Instead, the White Sox leave them loaded. They get their first hits of the ball game, but no runs as we are through 3. Arizona on top, 2-0. That's rough.
Here we have Heidi. You want to talk a little bit about our charity sponsor this week?
I can. Right now, the rotating charity we are choosing to support at the moment is NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI is the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization dedicated to providing advocacy, education, support, and public awareness so that all individuals and families affected by mental illness can build better lives. And let me tell you, as somebody who thrives on work and has used the mantra, working a lot is cheaper than therapy, this has taken its toll on me, man, this last couple of months. So, this is the kind of charity that at the moment to me is near and dear to my heart. As Kevin Crone almost takes out Dylan Cease. Oh, my God. Good job of Cease getting out of the way of that one.
That was had to be quick on his feet to get out of the way of that one. But well said there, Duggo, on talking about NAMI. Definitely a charity very worthy of our support. And especially in this time of social isolation and unemployment, it's definitely a very important charity.
It's tough, man, for a lot of us. Like, I don't know about you, but a lot of the time my work has become my family, too. Like, outside of that, like, most of my social circle ends up being my coworkers.
Sure.
So work also becomes that social thing. We get the work done, obviously. But, but it's just as much social as it is anything else. But it's like I said, a lot of us in that job, we work those 60-hour weeks just to keep our minds busy.
Yeah, understood. Yeah, it's, work can definitely be satisfying, as can watching Calhoun watch strike three. That's very satisfying.
The bat, number 13.
Maybe for you. Fifth strikeout of the day for Dylan Cease. No, I mean, that's kind of what we wanted, though, right? We wanted to see a little bit of offense. We wanted to see a good job of the pitchers, So Cease already with 5 strikeouts, though he has given up those 2 earned runs.
He has, and, his pitch count is a little bit high, so we got to see him get through Ahmed here and hopefully do okay against Carson Kelly as well and get out of this.
So 1-0 becomes 1-1. Oh, no, that's you. This is your half inning. Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Just it just happened, man. I don't know if you caught it. I'll let you get that.
Oh, 3-6 back to 3. So double play. So forget Carson Kelly. We'll get out of here and go into the 6th. 4th. But yeah, fuzzy screen. Fuzzy screen.
I was like, oh my God, that's. I hope it's not the 6th inning. Like, did I just really black out for half this game? So it'll be 5, 6, 7 again. That's how the second inning went down. Went down in order. Jimenez lined out to center. Grandal dribbled back to the pitcher. Berrios struck out. That was the second inning. See if the White Sox can offer up a little bit more resistance here. Brush back pitch brings the count to 1-1 to lead off the inning.
Saw some commentary in chat reminding us that Andrew Miller is now in the bullpen for the Diamondbacks.
I can't forget that, as we do see a little bit different of an inning there. And Jimenez lines that over the head of Ed. For the first hit of the inning. Just the 3rd hit of the White Sox ballgame.
Jimenez barreled that one up nicely, rocking it into left field.
Man, that's some old school hitting, man. You don't see that with the launch angle stuff so much anymore. Just like a well barreled up ball hit on a line. As wasting no time here is Yasmani Grandal popping that a mile high out to center. Easy second out for Marte to camp under.
First baseman.
It's been my experience, even though Grandal was brought in to create some patience in the lineup, that I do see him swinging at the first pitch quite frequently.
So you see that, but you also see 30 at-bats out of James McCann.
Yes, you do.
That makes sense. Oh, so with 1 out and a man on, it's Jose Abreu. Sorry, I'm just getting ahead of myself. I just want to see him in Sedona Red, man. Oh, there it is! There is a tied ball game as Zach Gallen leaves one in the zone. It is tied 453 feet out to left field, and those pinwheels are spinning here on the south side.
112 miles an hour, not bad. So well done by Jose Abreu, tying up this ball game with one swing of the bat.
Is there a catchphrase you want to give out here?
Well, I did it in Twitch chat. You can put it on the board. Yes.
And there we go. It is a tied ball game. This is
obligatory.
This is what I thought would happen here, man. I thought there'd be some runs. It would be a close game all the way through. We'd see some strikeouts for both teams. Let's see what happens here.
The interesting thing to me is that came after that difficult inning for Gallen last inning, where he did load the bases and did have to challenge Encarnacion with the bases loaded, right? So wonder if he's lost some of his mental toughness here or if he can bounce back after that.
as that one's going to be right where the shortstop should have been playing. And Mazzara has beaten the shift successfully twice tonight. He adds on now on a 2-for-2 day. See, this is that, like, that Abreu home run really highlights where it gets weird with these split booths. Like, all of a sudden, I've got to get super stoked for the opponent scoring.
Yes.
But, man, it's fun. It's like a good exercise, too, you know? Otherwise, I just end up, I sound like Hawk. All of a sudden, I'm like, and it's a tie ball game. Instead of getting, like, excited like I should.
Hawk was great to watch because you would know when he was just really frustrated and ticked off when he wouldn't say a thing.
As that's going to be Joe just fouled down the first base line over the head of Christian Walker. Could have been trouble here for Kluber. That was like the driest. There was like no R in that. It was just, it wasn't even, it was just, gross.
You need a drink, maybe.
I need something. Maybe I just haven't heard anybody, you know, saying churro like for a while, and that's really where I'm losing it.
Quite possibly, yes.
Count 2-2 here, as that'll be a foul ball. We'll stay at 2-2. Mazzara at first, 1 out.
Somebody's accusing you of being a Southsider because you've been on the red line. Is this true, Duggo?
I have definitely lived off the red line. The first place I lived in the city did have a number in it.
Oh, okay.
So technically the south side. It was the South Loop, so it doesn't really count, but it was the south side-ish. Payoff pitch is going to be into right field. Calhoun heading towards it. He is there for the second out. It was that luxury life living student housing at State and 8th. So, yeah, I mean, you know, I lived off the it was the Jackson Red Line that spit itself out there. That like super sketchy set, like that southern exit off that Jackson Red Line platform, where it like bottlenecks real hard. So after dark, it's not exactly where you want to be getting off, regardless of gender.
Understood.
It was a little bit spooky. 1-0 here to Garcia in the zone, 1-1. Zach Gallen over 80 pitches now. Still trying to get out of the fourth.
I'll still put that at 93, so he still has some gas left.
And that one's going to be fouled. Now 1-2. Gallen is 1 strike away from getting out of the inning. And I mean, it was, I guess I kind of joke and say luxury tongue-in-cheek. It cost me an arm and a leg, but the fact that it was student housing, that was part of the price tag. You know, everything included. All you had was the rent, but my room in a 2-bed was $11.50 a month.
That's inside.
I don't miss that.
A little cheaper in suburban Phoenix?
No, I'm in Metro Phoenix.
Oh,
I'm not in the suburbs. Counts 2-2. Swung on and missed. As that'll be another man left in scoring position. But Jose Abreu goes deep and ties it up. There was the camera jump we were looking for, as it is a brand new ball game through 4.
He did not disappoint on that swing, so yes, a new game going into the 5th. As we see Carson Fulmer warming up in the Sox bullpen. An interesting choice because Carson Kelly is batting.
Ooh, some Carson on Carson action. We're used to the Kelly battery here. Merrill Kelly pitching to Carson Kelly.
Nice fastball on the inside half to get strike 1. And there we see Carson Fulmer with his funky sunglasses or eyeglasses.
So remind me, was Fulmer homegrown?
Let's
or
not
was he
talk
one
about that, yes. He
Oh,
was a
no.
first-round draft pick who has not really paid off. Is that gets dropped? No, it was,
Yeah.
for a single, okay.
Carson Kelly improves to 1-4-2 on his day. Some nice little piece of slap hitting there.
It was. In fact, he put that ball where his pitch nicely. Here we have Starling Marte, who started off the action in the third inning with his double. And he's 1 for 2 on the day with that average just under the Super Mendoza line of 250.
Like I said, man, he's really come back into his own. Before, in that split timeshare, he was batting about 220. On-base percentage flirting at 300, man. It just wasn't great, but as soon as he was told he was back to the everyday guy, top of the lineup, right field, center field, somewhere out there, he the switch flipped, man, and he's back to the Starling Marte we know and love.
We see that he's it's an interesting camera angle. See that he's scored 9 runs in the last 9 games, so he is being productive at the top of the lineup for those Diamondbacks. 1-2 count now from Cease.
Some of that is just how out of control that Colorado series got. First 2 games combined score was Arizona 21, Colorado 5.
Swings through that high fastball for strike 3. That's 6 strikeouts for Cease.
The batter.
There it is. It's working, man. It was just that little bit of a rough inning in the third. Outside of that, it's been good. 1-2-3 inning in the second, 1-2-3 inning in the fourth. It's just that rough third inning is all he's really had.
Indeed. So here we see Ketel Marte.
Count 1-0.
He's really stepped it up with the absence of David Peralta. We haven't seen it out of Eduardo Escobar. We have obviously seen Seth Beer step it back up, but Ketel Marte has sustained that production, if not maybe tossed it up a notch.
32 doubles, that's a beautiful number, and takes that fastball down the middle, so it's now a 1-1 count from Cease.
It's just been good to see him coming back to life here.
And, a nice change-up there on the lower half to push the count to 1-2. I hope you can hear me, Duggo, because I'm having some internet problems.
I can hear you plenty fine, man. As long as you got me. You might not have me. That might be the issue.
It's now a 1-2 count. Slap to the left field, and it's in for a single, and hold the runner at second.
Do you have me in your ears?
I now have you in my ears.
All right. I love it. I was like, there was a time he stepped on me, and I'm like, I don't know if he's got me.
Yep, I could not hear you for a bit, so sorry about that.
All good. And to answer your question, Sir Ray, I am a lovely art school graduate from Columbia College. And, that was close.
Push that one foul. It's now a 0-1 count.
No, definitely didn't go to Loyola, UIC, anything that actually mattered. Went to Columbia.
I know quite a few graduates of Columbia, though, so it's a good school to go to.
I mean, it's up and down, man. It's got a weird reputation with, how it was open admissions for so long and, kind of just churned out folks, had a massive, had a very low graduation rate because of the price tag and the open admissions. So, the reputation, maybe not so much there. I think I did myself a service moving away from Chicago.
Yeah, I do know quite a few graduates who have gone on to do either work in the field or not, but have had successful careers. So
I'm trying, man.
Flipped into center field, rather deep. Robert backs up and throws it in. I don't think we'll see Carson Kelly moving on to third. So
no,
out to center.
No, not much of an aggressive base runner. If you look at the line, there is one caught stealing. And I don't like to think about it, but I'm going to bring it up because it is comedic. It was the suicide squeeze in that 17-inning game.
I saw that. That's right.
And it was he pulled back the bunt, or the bunt missed, and he was just dead in the water.
And a hit up the middle. They're going to send him, but no throw home. Very disappointing. Would have liked to see Robert gun him down, but no such luck.
Oh my God!
Christian Walker with an RBI.
There we go. Christian Walker getting it done, man. These cats have really come up and made it work. You know, in the absence of David Peralta, it's really refreshing to see. I was really worried with Mike Leake out and David Peralta, just how things could cool off. You know, we saw the Dodgers do it when they lost Justin Turner. It got a little bit cold there, but glad to see it's not happening for the Diamondbacks.
Understood. So a 1-out count now to Seth Beer. And he pushes it to right field. Does Mazzara have enough room? He goes back. And no, it's out of here for that terrible 3-run home run for the Diamondbacks that pushes them to a 4-run lead against these Southside White Sox.
See, it's fun. It's fun. It's not fun. It's
not
really
fun,
not fun.
Nope.
But, man, there you go. That is some stuff right there. 3-run jack by Seth Beer, and he continues to make his case for Rookie of the Year.
And that will have to be it for Cease.
Oh, yeah. It sucks. That does. They are not going to pull him.
The batter, the designated hitter.
Well, we've got the designated hitter, Kevin Cron, now batting a lofty .333. He could be close to 400 if he gets a hit here.
He was 1 for 4. He made his 2020 debut like yesterday.
I know.
Oh my God.
6-2 lead for the Diamondbacks against the White Sox here on the south side, where it appears that the White Sox don't want to hold on to first place all on their own, but we still have our outs in front of us.
And Kevin Crone, man, he just swings such a monster bat. I was a little bit torn. I kind of wanted to see Yasmani Tomas stay up because he was unfortunately the call we made to fill the 26th man when Peralta went down. Just looking for something with power. And we went to AAA, looked at the numbers, and unfortunately Yasmani Tomas's numbers were out of this world. But, part of me really wanted to see Tomas sit in here as the designated hitter on the south side, just do something stupid.
Another drive to right field. Back to back.
Kevin Crone and Seth Beer.
Yes, Crone with a 380-foot home run. So, now 3 for 7.
Oh, my. There we go. That is what I want to see, man. If you're going to make me play by your designated hitter rules, you're going to see some designated dongs. Oh, there we go.
So
Kevin
you understand that it's a superior form of baseball, I'm okay with it.
Nope. Refuse to admit that. I don't care that it got my Cubbies a World Series win in 2016. That doesn't happen without Kyle Schwarber being able to play 4 games. But it is inferior baseball.
I don't want to give any White Sox fans heartburn, but as you see Ricky Renteria in the game MLB The Show walk up, he does remind me a little bit of Robin Ventura. So,
now pitching for the White Sox, number 51,
Carson Fulmer, in yet only his 3rd game of the season, and he drops his glove. So we're not sure what that means, but you see it about the 4th time that a reliever comes in.
Oh God, designated dongs. I'm happy about that one. That's the only thing that can get me excited about it. Maybe that's what I'll have to yell this year is Jake Lamb and Kevin Crone just go up there and smack dingers and just provide defensive liabilities left and right.
So the only person happy to see Mr. Cease leave is Cole Calhoun, who struck out twice against him.
That'll happen, man. Like I said, Calhoun's he's the Adam Dunn over here, man. There was a time he was leading the team in strikeouts, walks, and extra base hits. So,
goodbye! Back to back. This is why Carson Fulmer is such a grand disappointment. 401 feet, 105 mile an hour exit velocity, and Fulmer, if he had his real haircut, he'd be pitching much better.
Oh my God!
That's not a good rendition of his hairstyle.
Oh, this is not a good rendition of this White Sox pitching staff, man. The one of the facts I had gathered up for tonight was coming into today's game, the 3rd best runs allowed in the American League at 338, only bested by somehow Tampa Bay and Oakland.
Yeah.
And, you know, up there with some of those National League teams, even considering the designated hitter, but not what we're seeing here tonight. That's this is what happens when you leave Coors Field, I guess. You take Coors with you.
With you, yes. Here we have Nick Ahmed up to bat. He's 0 for 2 with the strikeout and ground out, but apparently it's softball night here. They're playing 16-inch.
My God, have you ever done that? Like, I've never actually seen it happen, and I've been terrified the whole time as soon as I saw that was a concept.
I grew up on 16-inch.
Oh, my God. It's like, oh, that's so ridiculous. That's like a kickball, dude.
The idea of wearing a glove while you played softball was completely foreign to me until I was, like, in college.
Oh, my God. No, and I mean, I'm the opposite. Like, a normal softball is what, you know, I grew up with, watching my mom play on, like, the hospital softball team.
Swings through that, and it's a throw down to first to get the third out, but wow. 4 hits in a row, including 3 home runs back to back to back, gives the Diamondbacks a huge lead, breaking it open 8-2.
So, would you say that they went diamond back to back to back?
I wouldn't say that, but if you want to be that dork, be my guest.
I will always be that dork, man. I'm a former theater kid, and I work in a theater again, so I love the cheese.
Excellent.
Man, speaking of cheese, like, there was like a little bit of discussion about Chicago pizza again the other day. Have we talked about this before?
I don't know that we have, but, you know, if you'd like to talk about that while the White Sox go 1-2-3 here, that's fine with me.
Got a lot of faith in yourself there, man. I think this one has the possibility to ending in a football score, man, and you know it.
These
teams
will
have
not
some
be happy
offense.
if the Sox score unless we go to extra innings, damn it.
Oh, my God. Even if you end up winning this one, you're not happy unless it goes to extras?
Right.
Okay, fair. Alex Young getting loose in there. I know we've talked about it. There's your 1-for-1, right? Give me an Alex Young pitching appearance with James McCann pinch hitting, right?
Yeah, we can see it.
I'd love it. That one's ripped down the line by Tim Anderson here, quickly behind 0-2. Surrey's going Giordano's or Gino East.
It's Aurelio's.
Okay.
Deep dish pizza is actually just a casserole.
Oh, don't buy into that, dude.
Well, you know, I like it. Like, when I lived there, I would have it when people would come to town, right?
Yeah.
If I'm just, on a Tuesday night, I'm ordering a pizza, it's going to be a thin crust.
As that one's going to be down the line. That's fair, as Tim Anderson's got his second base hit of the day. The 6th hit given up by our man Zach Gallen here today.
See Anderson in 4th place, almost catching Mitch Garver now. Alvarez at 355 with all those
It's
RBIs.
stupid. It's stupid, dude. And yet their pitching staff has melted down so bad that they're like 10 games below 500 or something. Like, their offense is otherworldly, but somehow just not there. So, Aurelio's, I'm trying to remember whereabouts in town. They're all over, right?
Mostly south side.
Okay.
There may be 1 or 2 in, like, the heart of the downtown, but there's, like, 1 in, like, maybe Addison. I think that's the farthest north they go.
Okay.
Although you can
Actually,
get them in a couple cities outside of the metro area.
that one's going to be into the outfield. Starling's going back, makes the catch at the wall. Could have been a 2-run shot for Moncada instead. A disappointing first out of the inning.
Disappointing, or is it just frustrating?
Heartbreaking?
Yeah.
That's going to be the end of the line for Gallen, as Alex Young going to come on and try to give a couple here for these Diamondbacks. I like looked down and I'm like, where's the batting order right now for the D-backs? And I'm like, it doesn't matter, and I don't like it. Ugh.
So sadly for Gallen, he will not get the win.
Oh my God, he didn't even go 5 full. It's going to be a no decision for Gallen, and a loss at worst, no decision at best for Dylan Cease. So they bring on the lefty Alex Young to face two righties and a switch hitter. That makes a boatload of sense to me, man.
Yep.
You know, Edwin Encarnacion 0 for 2 against Zach Gallen today, and
I'm guessing the 6-run lead is more an indicator on why he came in than the handedness.
I guess, man. Honestly, at that point, like, there's no real bad options now in the bullpen for these Diamondbacks. I think the worst options really right now are Andrew Chafin and Andrew Miller. It's both the lefty Andrews, as that one's going to be into high right field. Cole Calhoun makes the long run to get there, but camps under it for the second out.
It's an interesting choice when you've got Marte with all that speed in center that Calhoun came to catch that, but okay.
That happens, man.
Here we have Eloy Jimenez.
Looks like, okay, I'm looking at Berrios. Looks like it's just the one in the city proper, down in the South Loop. And it's mostly, yeah, you're right about the south side, but south suburbs.
Yep. Like Homewood is where the original one was.
Okay.
Yeah, lots of south suburbs have them. Although there's also one, I know that they're in Indianapolis, they're in Atlanta, and Las Vegas.
Okay, looks like the one down in the South Loop on Michigan, just south of Roosevelt. So, okay. So not something I've ventured to myself personally.
When you're in town, you should go. To me, it is the best thin crust pizza in the city. But I grew up on that when I was a little kid. That was when we lived in Joliet when I was a kid. That's where we always would go.
3-1 to Eloy. You're going to say that one snuck in the zone. Fastball at 89. Alex Young, and not much of a flamethrower. Payoff pitch. Swung on and missed. Another one left on base here for these White Sox. But that is the end of the day for Zach Gallen. Andy Young and the bullpen are going to take it away from here. 8-2 through 5.
Leading off for the Diamondbacks.
All right, and now we have Carson Kelly again, the Sox killer, coming up. He did single his last time up.
It's Diamondbacks batting through in that 5th inning, sending 9 men to the plate.
Good use of the proper terminology. Yes, they did not bat around; they batted through.
Right? No, that's been some like big discussions on here, man. I think I accidentally said batted around at 9 or something like that, and then it kind of sparked from there.
So Fulmer, he, I believe, is out of options this year. So there is some, without COVID, there would have been some consideration of whether or not they would have kept him or tried to send him down and see who picks him up. Because he has, to some extent, worn out his welcome on the south side because they drafted him in the top 10, I'm pretty sure. I think number 8 when his year was. And he just has not really performed as a starter the way that they needed. So they've invested a lot of money in this guy for him to be a middle reliever.
No, I mean, I've heard some rumors about the White Sox trying to move some arms, definitely a position of depth, trying to shore up some pieces.
His bouncer over to first goes 3-1, and Fulmer does cover the base correctly. So first out of the inning.
Darling.
But I mean, I've heard a little bit of rumbles about that. Why has Carson Fulmer been any talks about that? Maybe him being the piece that ends up trying to get moved?
From what I understand, there has not been a ton of interest in him around the league because other teams have seen the struggles that he's had. Oftentimes you'll have a pitching coach who thinks they can fix any pitcher, right? So I'm sure somebody will want him. But I haven't heard him being somebody who has that great trade value, given the fact that he's out of options and people know that there's a good chance that he will get essentially released. As he bounces that in front of the plate, and Grandal steps out and throws him out 2-3.
The batter number 4.
So we got 3-1, 2-3. What do we got next?
Marte.
Can we get maybe, no, he's too fast. I was going to say maybe a 9-3 would be fun.
Ooh, man, I love that stuff. I saw a 9-2 double play on a game not that long ago. That was demoralizing to watch.
Yes. So Fulmer here against Ketel Marte, who has 18 home runs. It's an impressive number for the second baseman in the number 2 hole. Was that third on the team? So that's a nice big number.
No, man, he's been solid. Like, after that breakout year last year, we saw flashes of it in 18, but really didn't see it come to fruition until 19. I love that trade so much because how much the optics on it have changed. I don't know if you remember, it was Mitch Haniger and Gene Segura for Taijuan Walker and Ketel Marte.
That has worked out well, hasn't it?
Like, at the time, it was Taijuan Walker, the budding, young pitching star, for Gene Segura, the shortstop in his prime.
Right. Flipped out to center field. Here comes Robert, and he camps underneath it to catch it for a nice 1-2-3 out inning for Fulmer as we move into the bottom of the 6th.
See, there you go. Maybe this game all of a sudden turned into an exhibition for 2 possible trade pieces, right? Right?
Maybe, but at the same time, it's like, how frustrating is it to see your bullpen pull things together when they're down 6? Couldn't you have done that the inning before and kept it like a 4-run game?
Well, maybe that's what you want to see. If you're selling to a team that's losing, maybe you want to see a guy that can hold a lead when he's down by 6. Speaking of 6, 7, 8 due up here for these White Sox. Yasmani Grandal leading off the inning. Grandal grounded to the pitcher and flew out to center in his 2 at-bats. Alex Young came on and relief of Zach Gallen and quickly worked 2 outs and a fly out and a strikeout. Gets back in the count now. 2-1 here to Grandal.
One would think that if he has a good performance here in the 6th inning, that he can put himself in position for the W.
He can put himself to maybe take an at-bat, right? That's how that works, right? Eventually he's going to come up and swing the bat.
Only if your designated hitter batter leaves the game.
Maybe he should. Maybe I want to see some pitchers bat. How are you going to have Bumgarner on Sunday not bat? How are you going to tell me that the first year on the Diamondbacks, nobody gets to see Madison Bumgarner swing a bat, as I'd rather see him swinging the bat there. That's a nasty strikeout. Grandal goes down. Second strikeout for Alex Young.
Your designated hitter is batting close to 400. He had a home run tonight, so you're going to say that Bumgarner is going to be better than that?
He's a monster. That one's down the line. Great stop by Eduardo. Throw going to be in time to get Abreu for the second out.
The right fielder, number 30.
Yeah, I am. I would rather see the pitcher hit. I want to see double switches. I want to see stuff that makes sense. You put 9 men in your batting order because you put 9 men on the field. That's baseball. Nomar Mazzara.
Hey, Shark Avery, how you doing?
I've been better, all things considered, because my hand's a bit messed up. But I have a really weird arrangement of the stretch. I'm here early to make sure I don't need to load something else. Am I good, Doug, for this ridiculousness?
I think you're good, man.
Okay, it's like 46 seconds, just so you know.
I mean, you're like half an inning early, so.
Oh, no, it's just in case I had to load something else up.
Oh, okay. No, you're good, man. Do whatever you want. This game has clearly gone from really great, no hitters on both sides, close game, and all of a sudden, not so much anymore. The only man to the left to second base with the throw beats him to the bag as they go down 1-2-3 here to end the 6th. Arizona with the commanding lead here on this Friday night.
Now that I think about it, this stretch is actually kind of fitting, considering what happened.
The third baseman,
Carson Fulmer for his 3rd inning here against Eduardo Escobar. Jimmy Cordero has been warming up for about the last hour and a half, so you'd think that he would be ready.
Who was it that was doing that in the playoffs? Was that Dave Roberts that was doing that?
I think so.
God, that guy just does not know how to manage a bullpen. I think this year is going to be like the year that we forget how bad Dave Roberts is at managing a bullpen because he doesn't have to deal with the pitcher spot coming up, and he can't tinker with the 3-batter minimum.
Right, yeah, it's going to be weird seeing the teams come back with that rule in place after being off so long.
Now that I think about it, I'm really curious to see how Dave Roberts looks this year.
It's now a 3-1 count again against Escobar. He waves the bat behind his head. And he earns the walk to put the leadoff runner on here in the top of the 7th against the White Sox, bringing up Christian Walker.
Saw Christian Walker get that parade started. 4 straight hits, but 3 of those going into the seats.
Indeed. So. Fulmer out of the stretch, looks over his shoulder and serves that one inside.
I mean, like,
his knee.
Outside of that Calhoun home run, like, I guess you can just call it momentum or whatever. He's looked good. That's the first base runner he's given up since.
Yeah, I have a hard time giving him compliments at this point, but yes.
Oh, trust me, I got plenty of guys like that.
The 2-0 count now against the cleanup hitter as Walker turns on that one foul down the left field line.
You know what? Now it's going to get to like that nasty power hitting section, man. It's 3 guys that do a great job of getting on base, causing trouble.
Served into left field. But Jimenez, throws the glove up at the last moment. He is a very casual-looking fielder in the left field.
Kind of a big, long dude. Like, I feel like he's a lot lankier than you'd think. He's kind of gangly.
Yeah, he's not a small human by any means.
Both of those are accurate adverbs.
Yes. Here we see Seth Beer, he of the big home runs, coming up here in the 7th with 1 on and 1 out.
But, like 1 through 3, you got your Marte Escobar. It's, a lot of well-rounded stuff going on there. But then you go Walker, Beer, Prone. That's filthy.
A bit, yes. So Beer pops this one up to the left side. There is Mancada who pulls it in, and that is now 2 outs.
That is... Okay, let me just double check.
Kevin.
I'm pretty sure that is the first pop out of the game for either team.
Wow.
That's nuts.
That is crazy. Kevin Crone.
Had King Kong's in the trunk in that big 5th inning. He was the back-to-back part of that.
He was. If he gets a hit here, I think he will be batting 400 or 500, on the season.
Yeah, coming in he's now 3 for... No, he's 3 for 6 right now.
3 for 6 or 3 for 7?
He was 6. 3 for 7. You're right.
Again.
Ooh.
What's up with this? Is that John Jay?
Oh my God, dude! I forgot how good that was.
Batters by their rear ends.
Dude, okay, you had John Jay on your team. You know damn well you could identify John Jay just by looking at his hindquarters. That is one of the best butts, if not the best butt in baseball.
Survey? Do we get a
They don't call it luscious for nothing.
A response from Twitch chat? Does he have the best butt in baseball?
Find me someone better.
Another pop out.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen.
That is through 6.5. It is stretch time, folks.
Did anybody get the reference at all?
I love
Hey, there we go, Mo. Thank you. In honor of an American treasure who just retired.
Oh my God, that is beautiful. The Undertaker stretch here on the south side.
I did that starting in like the bottom of the fourth. So thanks for letting me do that. That was pretty fun considering I can't play right now. So enjoy the rest of this game. I'm loving what's happening to the Sox right now. So peace out.
That's what happens when we grow up in Michigan, man. It's going to be like that. You grow up with the Tigers' blood. Or at least he did.
Fair enough. So down by 6. Now we have a runner on first with nobody out.
Luis Robert with the leadoff single, followed quickly by, oh my God, that could have been 2. Almost should have let that drop as Ketel Marte. Instead, he takes it on the line for a quick out number 1 on the inning.
That's a tough thing to do, to let that ball drop intentionally.
Right. You almost need to just like block it, let it drop, and then quick make the shovel. Instead, and like I said, man, I think that's going to be kind of a gift there to the White Sox, especially if they can get a little bit something going here. 1 out, 1 on for Tim Anderson.
Get down, 1-1.
A lot of fans sitting on the seats right now, not feeling that engaged as the Sox are losing by a boatload.
But man, there's so many solid like food and drink options here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh my God, dude, I wish I could just go there for like a week. Like one game was not enough. I feel like I did not quite get the experience just from one game.
Well, it's funny because White Sox Twitter exploded yesterday when the schedules for the 2021 season were released, because there's a 3-game series that the Sox will play up in Miller Park.
Ooh, that's going to be good, as the White Sox do have something cooking. A walk here to Tim Anderson puts 2 on, 1 out for Yoan Moncada. Still looking for something big here today. He's had a couple opportunities with base runners on, and I think runners in scoring position, but has not been able to capitalize.
Agreed. He has missed some opportunities, but
gonna be tough though if you're getting calls like that. A cutter low on the zone ruled strike 1.
Agreed. You can't defend against the umpire.
Another one taken. Not sure what Moncada's sitting on. That could have been something tasty. Down 0-2. Young fires.
Have to think he was looking for the heat there and didn't get it.
I mean, there's not much heat out of Alex Young. I mean, it was a cut fastball there at 85. His 4-seamers are really only touching about 89 from what I've seen today. There we go. There's another cutter, and that's going to be flared out to Ketel Marte in that shallow right. 2 away.
Now batting, the designated hitter, Edwin.
So there we go. We go so long without a pop out, and we see 3 here in the 7th. But man, there we go. Edwin Encarnacion. You want to talk about the real missed opportunities? It was bases loaded for the White Sox for Edwin Encarnacion. Ended the inning grounding out to the shortstop. That could have been big. It was in that tied ball game, too. Could have been a 4-run lead for the White Sox. Instead, they had to end the inning tied. So we'll see if Encarnacion...
At that, right? Because they ended up tied at 2, and then Arizona has taken off after that.
Dude, like you're talking a totally different ball game at that point. You know, the complexion changes. You know, Gallen's probably run. Is that going to get down? No! Seth Beer grabs that one on a line as another pair are left stranded for the White Sox. It has been missed opportunities, the story of this one for Chicago. Through 7, Arizona still clinging to that 8-2 lead.
Your attention, please.
Clinging? Here we see Jimmy Cordero.
Hasn't changed, man.
No, it hasn't. So Cordero is the biggest fan on the White Sox staff of the cutoff sleeves, because he does like to show or have the gun show.
Got to get that, with the turn ahead the clock night?
Yes.
Oh my God! Was that last year that the Mariners did it again?
I'm not sure.
It was like last year or 2 years ago. It had to be 2 years ago because Nelson Cruz was there.
Okay.
And oh my God, those guys rocking out there. It was like D. Gordon and Nelson Cruz, like D. Gordon rocking the kid look with the sleeveless hat backwards and everything. Nelson Cruz with a gun show out there. It was ridiculous. I'll see if I can find like an article with a compilation of all that here and toss it in the Discord.
Sweet. It's now an 0-2 count against Cole Calhoun as Cordero has come in throwing strikes. And that one gets tapped foul. Cordero was really a nice story in the 2019 season as he kind of came in to the bullpen and really showed his stuff very nicely. So, a bad season for the bullpen. He did well, and he struck out Calhoun there.
Number 13, shortstop.
Here we go. You see those two starters, neither one really living up to what their team expected of them. I mean, I guess you could go out there and say that Cease was disappointing. You might have expected that, but I didn't expect it coming into today.
No, I didn't expect it to be that bad, honestly. I thought he'd be a little more competitive today than he was, but there are some players that really struggle when the trade rumors surround them, so it could be that he's suffering from that.
See, there are a couple guys getting loose. Jace Fry and Kelvin Herrera.
Yeah, Cordero does hit triple digits pretty well.
On a sinker, too, man. That's filthy. I feel like we've seen a lot more of those in recent years, guys, with the triple-digit sinker. Like, how disgusting is that? Ooh.
That was the key to his success last year, I feel, and why the Sox are so high on him as, maybe the seventh-inning guy, right? Because the names that they haven't put him in that specific role, but just to have this extra arm out of the bullpen to be that filthy is just beautiful.
Yes, there we go. That is the second out of the inning. Ahmed grounds out.
Strikeout of the inning.
Oh.
Wild strikeout.
There you go. Shows how much I'm apparently paying attention.
It's okay.
Paying more attention to fun things like the turn ahead the clock uniforms.
As Kelly tries to push that one, but it was in on the fist, so he now has a 1-0 count, or 0-1 count, excuse me.
I'd like to see Kelly at least with a 1 for 3 today. I'll take it, man. It's better than the 181 coming into play today.
True. Anytime you can get a hit out of your catcher, it's a good thing. So 1-1 count now from Cordero as he looks in, and I bet this will be the sinker.
Nope, inside. Ball.
Looks like it. Oh, there you go. See, this is why I'm going to be an early exit in the Broadcasters MLB The Show tournament going on next week. It's a perfect segue. Perfect time to talk about it. It's not like there's real baseball happening anymore. Yeah, the next week's going to be real fun.
Oh! Right size, wrong shape.
Oh, could have been close. But, man, next week's going to be fun, folks. If you haven't paid attention, Sunday through Thursday with the All-Star break is going to get a little bit more fun. Sunday night, we're going to kick off All-Star Game festivities with the Futures game. Monday, July 13th, is going to be the Home Run Derby at 8 Eastern. Tuesday, the 14th, obviously, is the All-Star Game. Wednesday, the Minor League All-Star Game. But in there from Monday to Wednesday is going to be an MLB, all your bot ball, or a couple of your bot ball broadcasters running an MLB The Show tournament against each other, narrated by a couple of us.
As Cordero strikes out the side on that nice pitch, that puts us to the bottom of the 8th with the Diamondbacks up by a touchdown with the missed extra point.
So, man, we are still going to be held to no fun appearances, man. I have yet to see either of the guys coming over in that St. Louis trade make their debut.
Alex Young at 37 pitches.
He's a starter, man. That's the thing. Like, he can do that.
Right.
You know, Alex Young, if you're watching,
One ball, one
may be available for the right price. He's been a good option in long relief for these Snakes. You can see here right now through how many scoreless innings. He came in halfway through the 5th, and we see him out here in the 8th. So, I mean, you know, he's a solid starter. Brought him up to be long relief here for these Diamondbacks and be another lefty option. You know, Diamondbacks with a bevy of those, like, quad A pitchers still have yet to really break out. You know, in Alex Young, John DePlantier, Taylor Clark, Taylor Widener. You know, and that's not to say that J.B. Bukowskis and Corbin Martin aren't, you know, about to break out after that Greinke trade as well.
The Sox have some of the same issues with the Fulmers and, like you may say that for Dylan Cease and Kopech.
Dunning.
Incredible Dunning, yeah, in AAA. And we're expecting all those guys to perform well in the major leagues, but Fulmer has kind of flamed out.
Payoff pitch here to Jimenez. Going to go low, as that'll be the second walk issued up by Alex Young here today.
So I would like to take a moment here, Duggo, and congratulate you on the accomplishment of 100 games broadcast this season. So, well done. You have been fantastic, and you have been an asset to this league and to help us get through this baseball-less spring and early summer. So thank you so much.
Hey, man, I'm just here to put the ass in asset, as that's going to go 6-4-3 for another twin killing here today.
Now batting.
Actually, yeah, that is the second of the ball game, the first for these White Sox. Yeah, just not getting it done today, man. That puts him at 0 for 4.
Yep.
So what you're saying is maybe you should have started James McCann.
Maybe. Yes, maybe so.
Jose Abreu comes up now. He had a home run earlier in this game. 2-run shot. The only runs the White Sox have been able to push across.
So that's one of the questions for MLB The Show is I wonder if a catcher like Grandal, who is known for framing pitches well and stealing strikes, if they have any benefit in this game. And I don't think that they do. So,
see, now I guess Texas needs to run that experiment because they have the #1 strike stealer toiling down in AAA. Man, like, honestly, I might just make like a, you know, push for like a minor league 1-for-1 and steal Jeff Mathis back.
Ah, yes.
I don't even care, man. I don't care if he goes. What? Carson Kelly's hitting a $180. That's what Jeff Mathis does anyway.
Right.
Like, what's the issue there? Count 2-1 now. 2-2 to Abreu as he takes strike 2. But yeah, no, like, I really do want to run Jeff Mathis out there, see what happens. You're right. Like, I've always been curious about that. If there's any sort of thing that takes that into account, or, you know, if you play with the API on, if the catchers call a better game behind the plate. But that is going to be popped out to shallow right. Ketel Marte is there, and we have just 3 outs apiece before this one is officially over. Arizona 8, White Sox 2, heading to the top of the 9th.
We'll say mercifully over as Cordero comes in to face the top of the Diamondbacks lineup,
Marte Escobar, man. It's where the magic happens. Where the magic starts. So, you want to talk a little bit about the next couple of games in this series, since this one appears to be
why don't
all
we?
but over? You got it in front of you, or you want me to take it?
I don't have it in front of me, so.
Oh, all right, so game 1 here featuring Zach Gallen and Dylan Cease, looking to be probably an Arizona win unless something crazy happens, as that's going to be a leadoff single here, making it a 2-for-5 day for Starling.
The batter number 2.
So game 1 seems to be handily Arizona's to lose. Games 2 and 3 here for these White Sox and Diamondbacks. Tomorrow night, game 2, Merrill Kelly comes out here and I think still just in single-digit starts after an incredible start in the bullpen this year. 4-5 record, 3.24 ERA, taking on one of those guys we talked about in that little bit disappointing, maybe underachieving role for these White Sox, Dane Dunning.
Another guy with a fantastic pair of glasses, yes.
1-1 record, 4.94 ERA. Not exactly what they expected out of him coming into the season, I don't think. 2-1 here to Cattell. Is chopped at 2-2. But
push that one around.
Game 3, I hope you're here for me on this one on Sunday, man. This one will be a treat. Game 3 features the National League wins leader, Madison Bumgarner. The double play is botched. I looked over just in time to catch that.
The third base.
But they did get the out at second, so they said that the ball was dropped in transition.
See there, the toss from Garcia just lofts up there, loses the ball, trying to go over to first, so they will score that.
No, that's just a 4-6. You can't. There's no error in a missed double play.
Fielder's choice then. As I apparently stopped writing that down, I'm like, why is that not the right batter? Done that a couple times today. My score sheet looks worse than normal.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Here's Eduardo Escobar up 1 for 3 against Cordero here.
Ooh.
Another pitch low that allows Marte to advance to second.
All right, so I'll take your mind off this. Game 3, again, I hope you join me on this one. National League wins leader Madison Bumgarner coming in with a 12-3 record. ERA leader as well, 2.24 ERA. Taking on the anchor of this White Sox staff, the young Lucas Giolito. 10-5 record, 2.56 ERA. That should be one that ends with a lot of strikeouts, low scoring. It's going to be probably first one to score late in the game takes it.
That should be the ESPN game of the week, I would think.
Dude, that's what I'm talking about. Sunday night, you got those two studs going right before the All-Star game. I think Madison Bumgarner for the National League is supposed to start that game. I'll have to see if they take that into any consideration.
With a, 2.5 game lead on Dodgers, I doubt that they would mess with their rotation for the All-Star game.
Right, and coming off that short rest, because he'll go Sunday and then All-Star game on Wednesday, so like 2.5 days rest, not ideal.
Yeah, he might get an inning out of the All-Star game, maybe.
Guess we'll see what. Oh God, who's managing that? That'll be Davey and oh my God, it's gonna be Davey and my boy, my least favorite manager in all of baseball.
Really?
Oh, I can't stand Dusty Baker, man.
I noticed. So here we head to the bottom of the 9th. Sox only down by 6.
All I got to tell you, I just got to point to two of my favorite jerseys sitting in my closet. Oh my God, hold on. This is the Arizona debut of Giovanni Gallegos.
This is exciting.
The incredible kid over there in St. Louis came over in that blockbuster that sent him and Andrew Miller to Arizona in exchange for organizational number 5 and number 8 prospects it was Dalton Varsho, number 74 on the MLB pipeline. Actually, no, that was the original deal. It was supposed to be number 8 Levi Kelly. We could not find him in the system.
Okay.
So we ended up settling. Let me find this trade here. It was Dalton Varsho, starting pitcher Josh Green, another guy in that, I think, 2018 draft class, a young high school arm, supposed to make his debut somewhere around 2022.
So is Varsho a son of Gary Varsho?
I want to say yes. I will double check. Dalton Varsho. If I can spell it right at all. He is the son of former Major League outfielder, manager, and coach Gary Varsho.
Fascinating. So he'll wind up on the Blue Jays sooner or later.
Oh, no, don't do that. I mean, he's not mine anymore. Right. He's on some colored bird. The Redbirds.
Yes.
So Gallegos 2-2 here to Mazzara. Gallegos looking for his first Diamondback strikeout. He'll have to settle for his first Diamondback out as the 5-3 toss is in order for the first out in the bottom of the ninth.
Center fielder,
Luis Robert comes up with 2 outs remaining for the White Sox.
Excited here for this Gallegos debut. Far from a safe situation, but we're seeing it here. Exciting to see. I was waiting just for that Andrew Miller.
Yeah, that's him more than Gallegos.
Guess he hasn't seen some work in a few days. Hasn't seen it since he got traded, obviously. Got to keep him fresh. 0-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. Do we see his first Diamondback strikeout here? Stay tuned. 0-2 is the count. To number 88. They got me just doing it for fun now. 0-2 pitch.
Ball 1.
Good job. Not swinging at that one. Fastball comes in high and away at 94.
Don't know that we'll see a lot of patience out of Luis Robert this year, but I do still like seeing it.
The on-base percentage here, 275. There we go. The slider away gets him in. That is his first Diamondback strikeout, folks. Under team control for 4.5 more years, so expect plenty of them.
Garcia.
That was a nice pitch, yes.
That's why it took so much prospect capital to get him, even eating that contract of Andrew Miller.
You don't have to tell me.
Still owed a good chunk of money, man. I'm talking to the fans, too, man. I ain't just talking to you. I love talking to you, but there's how many folks are paying attention now? Somewhere around, numbers have dropped. It's in the low 20s. But I appreciate everybody that stuck with us. Stay tuned. There is still one more after us as we run late here. The Philadelphia Phillies heading over to take on the Washington Nationals. See how many boos Bryce Harper can get.
The Nationals really pulling away. I mean, a 3-game lead on Atlanta, but 12.5 up on Philly.
Foul ball here, and as that count goes to 1-2, the White Sox down to their last strike. Gallegos trying to punch out Garcia to mercifully put this one in the books. There we go. Swing and a miss on something in the dirt. Garcia out at first, and there is your ball game. Arizona takes the first of 3 here in the lovely Southside Interleague matchup.
Yeah, definitely a victory for the Diamondbacks coming in here to Chicago and having an excellent performance against the Division leading White Sox. So good job for the Diamondbacks, and it's clear that the White Sox have to go into the clubhouse and figure out what to do tomorrow to change the outcome, because this was an ugly game for the Southsiders. Even though there were no errors committed, still plenty of opportunities left on the field and lots of mediocre pitching. So we got to turn it around and get a W tomorrow.
That's the thing, man. But looking at that line right there, it was just that big inning that did it away, man. And unfortunately, that's the kind of thing that's going to get in your head. You know, but if it wasn't for that inning, we're looking at extras. You know, Diamondbacks, that was the only time they were really able to string things together. I mean, it was really stringing things together with back-to-back-to-back jacks, but, you know, it was – otherwise, it's a 2-2 ball game.
Right, this is the 2020 version of Dylan Cease. that hopefully we won't see, right? That we're hoping that what he performed last year in 19 will allow him to mature, be more effective, and not be hit around quite as badly as we saw today. So hopefully the real-life version of baseball that starts here at the end of this month will have a better Dylan Cease showing.
For sure. I imagine we're going to look at some highlights here eventually, but like I said, we can look forward to those matchups. We'll have a game for you tomorrow. Get the time for you here. I think it's outside of my usual hour.
I think it's 7:30 Eastern.
Or 7. Where am I looking at? I'm looking at this wrong thing. 7:15 Eastern tomorrow. We'll have game 2 for you. As we said, hopefully a little bit closer. Merrill Kelly facing off against Dane Dunning. So we'll see another righty on righty sort of situation here. But yeah, Alex Young picking up the win as we saw starter Zach Gallen not able to go 5 full. I don't know if I agree with that, man. Not just letting him get out of the inning and put himself in line for something.
Yeah, that was an interesting choice, but clearly that was when, that was in the 4th inning that the Sox scored the run, so there was no run scored there, so it's an interesting choice for them to pull him when they did.
You know, especially considering it was that same inning, it was the 5th inning, that's when the score turned to 8-2. And that's where you're going to yank him when he's got a very, very comfortable lead. You know, got a lot of a cushion to work in. And you're not going to let him get the decision? I don't know if I like that.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice, but, you know, see what Alex Young did earning the win. I mean, he definitely was ready to go.
There we go. And scoring started here in this one in the top of the 3rd. Saw ourselves a Marte Parte. Starling getting on base, putting himself in scoring position, followed by a Cattell single to get it started. Followed in short order by an Escobar double. Oh, my God, that almost kicked up chalk there.
Very close, yes. And then we saw this moonshot by Abreu, which was the really only highlight of the game for the White Sox here tonight, as he put that close to 450 feet away.
Right there. We were waiting for that hanging breaking ball all game. Both starting pitchers really bad about that. You know, a lot of high curveballs, you know, a lot of high changeups, just problems like that. But it was the top of the 5th. Started with that single to make it 3-2. Seth Beer, the rookie phenom right there, made it 6-2, putting that one into the bullpen. And that's just where it started. There was one home run. Immediately followed by Kevin Crone. Putting it in the same spot. That one actually did drop into the bullpen. 380 feet. His boys got to see that. And Cole Calhoun, not to be outdone, also had to put one into the right field bleachers. And it was that top of the 5th that's what chased Dylan Cease, but that's also where Carson Fulmer's night just started off poorly as well. No score for the rest of it as Alex Young, Carson Fulmer, Jimmy Cordero combined for a couple solid innings, but game would end with the debut of Giovanni Gallegos in Sedona Red as he would get a hit allowed, followed by a fielder's choice and 2 strike. Nope, I'm looking at the wrong one. Ground out and 2 strikeouts.
Yep.
To end the ball game. Final score here on the south side: Arizona Diamondbacks 8, Chicago White Sox 2.
Welcome to Eddie and Tardis as we move on to the next game. I'd like to thank Twitch chat. Great chat tonight, and once again, Duggo, a great call. You are the consummate professional here, so very well done, and it's always a pleasure to work with you. So thank you much, guys, and Eddie and Tardis, good luck.
I always laugh when somebody calls me professional because it's so not, dude. If you've met me, that's like so far from the case. But I'll take it, man. I'm looking forward to working with you again tomorrow night, as you said. That's 7:15 Eastern call. Got game 2. Hoping that I can get you with me on Sunday for that outstanding matchup between Bumgarner and Giolito. But
my agent on that.
But here is what we've got in front of you. It is a National League East matchup featuring the Phillies and the division-leading Nationals. It is your boys Eddie McCarthy and Tardis taking it away on this lovely Friday nightcap.
Well, thank you, Duggo, and I have to say that coming here to you guys at the 10 o'clock slot, I feel a little awkward because you are the trademark Duggo After Dark, and maybe we should have switched so you could have had the 10:45, but we know how much you love those D-backs.
Oh, man, like the 9 o'clock hour, man, I don't know if you were there for that. There's like a month and a half where like 9 o'clock was like the Duggo hour, like no matter what. Like it was like a month and a half solid that was me.
Well, you guys did a great job. You and Frango both, so thanks so much. But now it's time to switch our focus, and we'll go to the East Coast. Obviously, a little bit weird to be starting a game at around 11 o'clock Eastern time for two teams in the Eastern time zone, yet that's exactly what we got. Eddie McCarthy alongside Tardis 16, Phillies and Nationals, the first of 3, right before the All-Star break from Nationals Park. And Tardis, it's a beautiful day here in DC. We're gonna see Eric Fedde first, 5th starter for the Nationals, kind of getting a spot start, only his 6th appearance of the year. What are his keys to be successful today?
The Phillies lineup has been scoring more runs than they had been previously. Coming into today, they had a lineup shakeup. They benched their second baseman, Gene Segura, who is doing pretty much nothing. So they've been on a little bit of more run-scoring streak, and he's got to avoid giving up hits to guys like Josh Harrison and Adam Hastley and JT Realmuto.
There are the numbers for Eric Fedde, making his 6th start of the year, 1-3. Only 25 innings pitched with a 4.97 ERA, a 1.26 WHIP to go with that. Main pitch is the sinker, and he'll get rolling against the former MVP Bryce Harper, who is situated in the leadoff spot today. Phillies in their traveling grays, the Nationals in their home reds. First pitch to Harper is inside on the curveball. 1-0 the count. First pitch crosses 11 o'clock. So for the 10:45 hour, not too bad, only 15 minutes behind our scheduled start time.
And assuming Harper's getting some booze here like he did last year, coming home for the first time this season.
It is a picture-perfect night in our nation's capital. 73 degrees, barely a cloud in the sky, hardly any wind. A beautiful evening for baseball. As we wrap up the last series these two teams will play before the All-Star break early next week. We'll have more on the All-Star break and those festivities later in the broadcast. But this right now is a shot into left, and it's a good start for the Phillies. Bryce Harper on to start the night with an opposite field single, and already making some noise against his former team.
Harper got moved up to the leadoff spot a couple weeks ago. Phillies trying to shift up some things, trying to get more people on base to score some runs, and you wouldn't expect Harper to be the best leadoff hitter, but he's actually been doing a decent job up there.
Here is one to short, and Harper is erased, and so is Realmuto. Good job by Eric Fedde. He induces the ground ball. Harper erased as quickly as he was aboard, and 2 out in the inning. And that'll bring up D.D. Gregorius, who is hitting 3rd today. Well, it's Harper, Realmuto, and Gregorius. Those are the top 3. Then Rhys Hoskins, he hits cleanup. Then Adam Hastley, Alec Boehm, who's playing 3rd today. And then rounding out the order, 7, 8, 9. That's Scott Kingery, Josh Harrison, and of course the pitcher, Zach Eflin. Eric Fedde coming off the double play. That misses first pitch to Gregorius, 1-0.
Hockey's team is going to show this, but De Gregorius has been a much better player on the road, hitting over 300 on the road, struggling at home in what seems to be a better stadium for lefties to hit in Citizens Bank Park. So maybe that'll help him here today.
Gregorius in Nationals Park today, but this is rolled to the right side. Zimmermann will put it away, and that will take care of the Phillies in the top of the first. They get a hit, but it's a race with a double play. Bottom one coming up here in D.C. As we welcome you back here for the bottom of the first in Washington, we'll get a look at Zach Eflin, who will toe the rubber today for Philadelphia. 18 starts, a 5-4 record. I asked the same thing for Fedde, but Tardis, what does Eflin have to do to enjoy success today?
Eflin's been having some pitch count troubles. He's going to get to 50-60 pitches. Like the fourth inning is about when that generally happens to him. He was fantastic to start off the season and has just started to do that recently, and that's his downfall so far. That's what I'm expecting to see from him, and hopefully he can maybe figure some of those struggles out.
Trey Turner leads it off for Washington. That's one's eye level for ball one. Phillies 45-48 on the year. They've remained around the 500 mark, sometimes a little above, sometimes a little bit below. But that's not good enough to be anywhere near contention in the NL East. They're 12.5 out of first place. Here's a 1-0 to Turner. Upstairs again, 2-0.
Hey.
2-0 is outside, but on the outside corner for a strike. And 2-1 now to Turner, who's hitting .323 coming into today.
That's ball three.
And now he's worked it to 3-1. Trey Turner yet to take the bat off his shoulder. And worked himself into a 3-1 count.
And this is partially what Zach Eflin's struggles have been caused from. He just gets deep in counts and has trouble getting people out on less than 5 pitches.
High strike to Turner right there, and it's a full count on the first batter of the game. Payoff to Turner. That is hit into right. This is falling fast, and it will be caught. What a play! Bryce Harper. He knows how to play right field in this ballpark, and he shows it right there. Full extension. That's out number 1.
Harper, one of the Gold Glove finalists in the National League last season, not generally known for his defense before that. Last year he kind of had a defensive breakout, and he's doing some great things again this season.
Well, it's Zach Eflin on the mound for Philadelphia, and supported, as we saw, by Bryce Harper in right. In the outfield, Harper's joined by Adam Hazley, who plays center, and Scott Kingery, who's in left. Around the diamond, it's Alec Boehm at third, D.D. Gregorius, Josh Harrison turn it up the middle. Rhys Hoskins is at first, and J.T. Realmuto, who won a Gold Glove last year, doing the catching today. There's a bunt attempt by Eaton, and this is a perfect one. But they still get the out. What a play, Alec Boehm. Boy, I thought they had no chance. That towed the line perfectly. Nice play by the rookie.
Alec Boehm, definitely not known for his defense, making a couple plays in previous series that allow at least a run to score, and sometimes he'll just get in a lock and make some fantastic plays you saw just there.
So Zach Eflin on the receiving end of some great defense early. We saw the diving catch by Harper, who that was off Turner, the leadoff batter, and then a great bare hand coming in on the charge on the Eaton bunt right there. That came from Boehm. Here's a 1-0 to Kendrick. Flied in the air to right. Harper is over near the line. Nice play, and he'll put that one away. Zach Eflin, a 1-2-3 inning, but some hard-hit balls. We've played one here in our nation's capital. No score. Rhys Hoskins will kick things off here in the top of the second. 4, 5, and 6 for the Phillies. That's Hoskins, Hazley, and Boehm. Eric Fedde only needed 8 pitches to get through the first inning, so very economical thus far. And he starts Hoskins off with a curveball for a strike. And Tardis, the Phillies, went so quickly in that first inning. we didn't get a chance to tell you about Fedde's defensive support. It'll be Michael Taylor in left, Victor Robles in center, and Adam Eaton in right. That's the outfield. As this one is hammered into left, and this is trouble. This will roll to the wall. Michael Taylor will pick it up, but it's a leadoff double for Rhys Hoskins, and the Phils are in business to start the second.
The center fielder, Adam.
Rhys Hoskins hitting around the 220 mark, which not great, but he's leading the team in RBIs and home runs. You can see they're up there in the doubles leaders for the team as well. He's been doing good things this year.
Double number 19 for Rhys Hoskins right there, and he's in scoring position with nobody out and Adam Hazley due up, as that's outside for a ball. To finish up the Nationals' defensive alignment, Starlin Castro plays third, Trey Turner, Howie Kendrick up the middle, Ryan Zimmermann at first, and Kurt Suzuki, the man with all the pads, he's behind the plate. As Eric Fedde now has to work himself out of a little bit of a jam, as this is on the ground, and that sneaks fair. This will bring around the first run of the game, as delivering with an inside-out single is Adam Hazley, and the Phillies strike first here in Washington.
The third baseman, Alex.
Hazley was the leadoff hitter for the Phillies, but he was the main guy getting hits, so they moved him down the lineup so he could try to drive some people in, and that's what he's doing here.
Certainly a bit of an awkward swing there, Tardis, on the inside pitch. And he put it picture perfect right down the left field line, but the Phillies will take it. Back-to-back hits to lead off the inning. They find themselves up 1-0. So Eric Fedde only needed 8 pitches to get through the first inning. It only took 5 pitches in the second for him to give up his first run of the ballgame. Here's an 0-1 to Bohm. On the ground left side, foul, 0-2. Alec Bohm hitting .242 on the year. This his rookie season. Behind, no balls and 2 strikes to Fedde. This is on the ground right side. That's going to get through. 3 straight hits for the Phillies. And Eric Fedde is in serious trouble here in the second.
Alec Bohm, the third baseman out of Wichita State University, been struggling against righties all season. Maybe that'll help him turn things around.
Scott Kingery lays down the bunt, fielded by the second baseman to second. They get the out. And what a weird play that was. Kingery bunts it, but it goes to Kendrick. Tardis, you ever see anything like that before?
I've seen something close to that, and that was actually here in Nationals Park earlier on in this ball season. I forget who it was, but they tried to bunt to drive a runner over, and the second baseman caught it, and it turned out to be a triple play.
Oh, what a weird one that was, as Josh Harrison takes a strike. But of course, Fedde will take any out he can get right now, and now that they're at the corners, ground ball can get him out of the inning. And it's a ground ball he'll get to Fedde. He'll go to second for 1, Turner off the bag, but he recovers and fires to first. That's not 2. I apologize. I thought Trey Turner held the bag, but it appears, Tardis, that Fedde pulled him off.
That's a routine play for anybody, especially a pitcher whose job is to throw the ball in a straight line. So Fedde's going to get some maybe reprimanding in the dugout after this one.
So a run will score as crossing the plate is Hazley, and it's now 2-0 in favor of the Phillies, with Zach Eflin, the pitcher, trying to add to his own cause right here. The 1-0 is in the air right field. This could be trouble if it's fair, and it is. The pitcher delivers. Zach Eflin into second with a double. Scott Kingery scores, and it's all going wrong for Eric Fedde here in the second.
pitchers who rake right there. Phillies have Vince Velasquez hit an RBI double earlier in the year. He's obviously not with the team right now. Zach Eflin doing the same thing.
That is the third run of the inning put across by the Phillies on Eflin's first double of the season, his fourth in his career. Offense from a very unlikely source, and already Bryce Harper will bat for the second time here in the second. You see Zach Eflin with the jacket on at second, as the first pitch inside to Harper. Harper hitting .244 on the year, was 1 for 4 with a walk, a run scored, and 3 strikeouts yesterday. Trying to bring even more runs across right here in the second. 1-0 laced. Foul down the right field line, 1-1.
As you pointed out, Eflin wearing that jacket. It is about 90 degrees in DC. You gotta wonder if he is considering taking that off.
It's gotta be a little hot under there, I would think. As now Fedde is 1 pitch away from getting out of the inning. 1-2 to Harper. On the ground right side, foul. And we'll do it again.
They are lucky this game was not in Philly. It was raining all day here in Philly. It's supposed to rain here for the next couple days, so it's a good time to have a series in DC.
A strikeout ends the second, Fedde's first of the day, but the damage is done and it is extensive. 4 hits in the inning, 3 runs come across, and the Phils up by 3 on the road.
Leading up for the Nationals,
Kurt Suzuki will get things started for the Nationals in the second, who already have a fairly sizable hill to climb. Suzuki hitting .254 on the year, 1 for 4 with a double in yesterday's win. As this is grounded to the right side, easy for Harrison. 1 pitch, 1 out here in the second.
Phillies, like I said before, Josh Harrison just getting that starting job a couple weeks ago. He's doing lots of great defensive things out there, and he was their main double switch man at second base before that.
Josh Harrison, of course, the longtime Pittsburgh Pirate. Would spend last year in Detroit as this is lifted a good ways into left center. Off the top of the wall. Going into second will be Starlin Castro, who was inches away from a home run. And it's the first hit of the day for the Nats. Good start here in the second.
Zach Eflin got really lucky there. That one just made it off the top of the wall. Otherwise, it was gone. He's lucky he's getting this ball back at all.
Good point, Tardis. He is lucky to be getting the ball back, as it's a 1-out double right there from Starlin Castro, the only player on this Nationals team, by the way, who's in the lineup today, who was not a part of that World Series championship team just a year ago, as Zimmermann takes ball 1, 1-0.
So we've got a trivia question in the chat from our man, the big guy. What 2 Phillies players have hit over 300 home runs while playing with the franchise? I, of course, know this, so I'm going to give people a couple minutes to get it.
That's into left center. It'll be misplayed in center by Hazley. But he'll recover. But it's back-to-back hits here for the Nationals, and it's runners at the corners with only 1 out, Tardis. Victor Robles will have a chance to get some of the runs back for his team, as both pitchers having trouble getting through the second inning. It is Zimmermann at first, Starlin Castro at third with 1 out. First pitch strike to Robles. And for the 25-year-old right-hander, Zach Eflin, now is where he's going to have to bear down. Was bailed out by defense in the first inning. Now he might have to do it himself. 0-1 in the dirt. Good stop, Real Muto. It skips far enough away, down to second. He's safe. Well, Real Muto did well to keep it in front, so the runner on third would not come home. But wise was the veteran Zimmermann to get to second, and now they're at second and third. Robles on the ground right side, that'll get a run in. Josh Harrison makes the play, but Robles does the job. It's an RBI ground out, make it 3-1. And now also Zimmermann moves up to third.
Eflin's got to at least be happy that only 1 run scores, and now he's got only 1 more out that he needs to get this inning.
That 1 more out is going to be Michael Taylor, who gets the start in left field here today. Spot normally occupied by Juan Soto. Taylor trying to deliver with 2 out in the inning. Strike 1.
0-1.
Here's an 0-1 to Taylor. That's in the dirt. Good stop, Real Muto. Throw back to third. Unnecessary. And now the count's 1-1.
Nope, that's the ball.
Misses low. 2 balls and a strike. Michael Taylor, 1 for 3 with a run scored yesterday. He's a career national. He's been with the team since they drafted him in 2009. 2-1 on the way. Just missed inside. And for Eflin, it's a 3-1 count, but Tardis not the worst thing if he puts them on. The pitcher spot is up next.
Yeah, definitely. You just got to be careful that you don't accidentally give up something similar to what he did in the previous inning.
It's a good point. Eflin had the double. This is a high fly ball into center. Should end the inning. It is Hazley with the catch. And Zach Eflin only gives up 1 run despite 3 hits, and we're through 2 in Washington. 3-1 the score in favor of Philly.
Leading off to the Phillies.
JT Real Muto leads things off in the top of the third. It'll be Real Muto, Gregorius, and Hoskins. 2-3 for the big bats. Coming this inning for the Phils. Real Muto, 249 on the year. 10 home runs, 37 driven in. Also provides terrific defense behind the plate. Here's a 1-1. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Well, Eric Fedde, after a disastrous second inning, by all accounts that could have been worse, gave up 3 in that frame, looking to right the ship here. Slowly hit left side to Turner. Real Muto runs well, but Turner guns him down, 1 out.
Now batting, shortstop, Urquidy.
As we take a look at our standings in the National League East, obviously, Washington right now, unless they lose all 3 this weekend, will most likely remain in first place as we transition into the All-Star break. You saw Atlanta, they're 3 back. The Phillies, who as we said in the open, they've been hovering around 500 all year, just unable to really put together a winning streak, Tardis. They sit at 12.5 back. They got to get something going.
Yeah, the Phillies have always, last couple years especially, been a streaky team, especially the last 2 years where they are in first place for a majority of the season and then drop out at about at least the halfway point. This year they haven't gotten there yet, but I feel like they're due for a win streak at some point.
Here's a 2-1 to Gregorius. That misses down, 3-1. Well, Rhys Hoskins on deck, and then Adam Hazley after that if the inning gets that far. Gregorius, though, in a good spot, ahead 3-1. On the ground, foul, and we will have a payoff. Well, Gregorius had arguably the toughest job in 21st century baseball. That was replacing Derek Jeter in New York. But he strikes out here. High strike awarded. A The second strikeout of the day for Eric Fedde, and he's retired the first 2 in this inning. So that'll bring up Rhys Hoskins with 2 out. He takes a first pitch ball, and you see the shift they put on Hoskins. 3 fielders on the left side of the infield, Howie Kendrick on the shortstop side of the second base bag. 1-0 to Hoskins. That's it. That's on the outside corner, strike 1.
So that shift shows he's known as a pull hitter, although this year, every time I say that, he gets an opposite field hit, so we'll see.
There he goes, Oppo again, but a little bit too far to the right side. It's a foul ball, and it's 1-2, and Fedde is on the doorstep of 1-2-3 inning. 1-2 to Hoskins. Struck him out. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Eric Fedde. That's his 3rd of the ball game on Hoskins, and he rights the ship at least a little bit. Home half of the 3rd coming up. Washington trails by 2. As we welcome you back here for the bottom of the 3rd inning in Washington on what is a beautiful night as we take a look at the Washington hit stats. And TARDIS, this is why this team has been so good. Look at them in the National League. They're topping all the charts except for home runs. One thing you really want to highlight is speed, and that comes in the form of stolen bases. This team puts an incredible amount of pressure on opposing defenses. You have Trey Turner, Adam Eaton, Victor Robles. They all can run.
And yeah, you gotta love the small ball there with the speed. That's a good way to score runs. You just get a single. Someone first can score easily if they're fast enough.
9-1-2 for the Nationals this inning. Fedde, Turner, and Eaton. Eric Fedde, career 182 hitter. It's this one in the air, right side. It'll go foul. Now the count is 0-2. Well, Zach Eflin ran into a bit of a jam last inning, but was able to limit it to only 1. And he's kept that pitch count fairly low. Started the inning at only 23 pitches. Correction, 24 pitches. 0-2 to Fedde. This is 1-2. Well, Eric Fedde is a guy who played his college ball at UNLV. That's inside. Fedde's doing a good job working the count. Underwent Tommy John surgery in 2014. That didn't stop the Nationals from taking a chance on him. Though he strikes out right here. Make that Eflin's first strikeout of the night. And it's the first out of the inning.
You look very surprised about that. I love that 6-inch hop he did. That was beautiful.
So that'll bring up Trey Turner as the lineup turns over, no pun intended, for the first time tonight. First time through, Zach Eflin allows 3 hits and 1 run. As here's a 1-0 to Turner. That's inside, ball 2. Trey Turner, first in stolen bases. Not a guy you want to get on base. It also gets on base a lot. Not here, though, as that is hit hard, but right at the shortstop, Gregorius. Second out of the inning, and I'll tell you, these Nationals hitters so far, they're hitting balls hard, but right now, at least, all the Phillies defenders are in the right spot.
It's the shift working out modern age statistics helping out, and you gotta wonder if he kills the Braves so much, I don't know if he kills the Braves that much. They definitely named that stadium that they don't play in anymore after him.
Of course, Turner Field, one of the classics. Braves playing in a new barn as of what is it 3 years ago? Is it 3 years now that they've been in their new barn, or is it 4?
I believe it is. Yeah, it is. They moved in 2017. It was SunTrust Park then. Now it is Truist Park. So you got to wonder what kind of Colts run out of there.
What a job this inning by Zach Eflin. He's got another 1-2-3 inning. And the Phillies defense so far putting on a show. We're a third of the way through in our nation's capital, and the Liberty Bell is up 3-1.
Leading off for the Phillies.
Adam Hazley starts things off here in the fourth inning as we welcome you back to Major League Bot Ball on Twitch.tv. Eddie McCarthy alongside
Green went down there for a second.
0-1.
It'll be Hazley, Bohm, and Kingery this inning for the Phils. So here's an 0-1. This is lined right field, sliding, and making the catch is Adam Eaton. Boy, we've seen some terrific play from both right fielders. It was Harper, the diving catch in the first, and now Eaton adds his name to the list. Terrific play, Tardis.
Oh yeah, definitely. That one might be even more impressive than Harper, because when you're sliding on your butt like that, you have less control over direction. And if the ball gets past, I guess you have an easier job of getting up. But
what a pickup Adam Eaton was for the Washington Nationals. He would come up with the Angels, traded to, he would come up with the Diamondbacks. He'd be traded to the White Sox, where he would spend 2014 to 2016, but the Nationals would poach him off the market before the 17 season, and he was tremendous in their playoff run last year, and this year he's leading the National League in average, as there goes Alec Bohm, called looking on the outside corner, and Eric Fedde putting together another strong inning as we take a look at our pitch speed comparison brought to you by Topps. Both guys get it up to the mid-90s. Zach Eflin sits at 96, Eric Fedde, he sits at 94. And right now, of course, it's been Eflin who's gotten the better of his counterpart, as here's Kingery with 2 out, takes a strike.
0-1's the count.
Scott Kingery, pretty impressive story. Not recruited at all, went to the University of Arizona where he would walk on, and then he would just turn around and win the Pac-12 Player of the Year, and turn that into a high draft choice by the Phillies. Came out of nowhere, did Kingery, and he hits this one into center, but coming on is Robles. And it's a second consecutive 1-2-3 inning for Eric Fedde. Kendrick, Suzuki, Castro, the big bats coming up for the Nats in the bottom of the fourth. Howie Kendrick, who Tardis is enjoying himself a career year this year. Usually a guy who hits between 5 and 7 historically, but he was leading the National League in average for a while. He's third in RBIs with 69 driven in, hitting .314 on the season. What a terrific success story this guy's been.
oh yeah, definitely. I want to know where this was when he was with the Phillies a couple of years ago. But it's nice to see these guys succeed, especially at this point in his career. And I just wish he wouldn't do it against the Phillies as much.
Fouls that one off to the right side, 1-2. In case you're wondering how we got to where we are, all our scoring done in the second inning. The Phillies would get 3 in the top. The Nats would respond as look out. Oh my goodness, I hope Howie Kendrick's okay, and he is none too pleased. And I can't say I blame him. 95 miles an hour, that's how people get hurt.
Looks like he's okay. There's no coach coming out of the dugout. He's staying over at first.
I can't imagine there's any ill intent right there, as Eflin was ahead in the count 1-2. Probably just the fastball that got away. You can understand why Kendrick was upset. Though he's now on first base. Good start to the inning for the Nats, although they did have to pay a bit of a price for it, as here's Kurt Suzuki. 1-0 is popped up foul into the seats, 1-1. Like I was saying, the Phillies would come and score 3 in the top of the second. The Nats would get one of their own in the bottom of the frame.
Ball, Akin side.
Kurt Suzuki, a ground out to second, his first time up. Hitting .254 on the year and taking over cleanup duties while Juan Soto is absent. This is on the ground, right side, just, and I mean just foul. Because that was extra bases in the making right there.
You gotta wonder if Juan Soto is gonna teach him his Soto shuffle if he's gonna be on injured list longer.
That is hit into left center, and that rolls to the wall. To third goes Kendrick. He stops there. Kurt Suzuki in at second. And the Nationals are armed and dangerous here in the bottom of the fourth. Runners at second and third, nobody out.
That's, again, like we said before, where the speed pays off. Those are the slower guys in the lineup, so they don't score, and Adam Hazley's one of the faster defenders in the outfield, so he gets to that ball pretty quick. If you have, like, Jay Bruce running to that ball and you have Trey Turner and Roman Quinn on base, they're going to score easy.
So Starlin Castro will be the batter now. What a find that he's been for the Nationals. This is the Nats' 95th game. He's appeared in 93 of them, this being his 93rd. Not an easy task replacing Anthony Rendon at third base, but Castro's been everything that the Nats could have asked for as far as both his play with the glove and with the bat. Not expecting Anthony Rendon, but they'll take what Castro has given him. 88 hits on the year with 10 home runs and 53 RBIs. Hitting just a hair over 250. Up at a big spot right here. Here's a 1-1. That is into left center. Should be deep enough to get a run in. Back is Hazley on the warning track. He'll make the catch. Scoring from third is Kendrick. Tagging at second with good base running Suzuki. The best type of sacrifice fly where both runners move up and the Nats inch a run closer. So now here's Ryan Zimmermann, who takes a strike on the outside corner. And you can see from behind the plate the fans starting to get to their feet here. And we mentioned it in the third, I believe, Tardis. Some hard-hit balls by the Nationals off Eflin. They were just all in the wrong spot, but this inning, they've hit them hard and they've been in the right spot. Now it's a runner at third and only one out.
Yeah, the hard-hit balls can kill you, but you gotta wonder. Starlin Castro is kind of becoming a little bit of a star this year. You gotta wonder why the Miami Marlins can't get a guy like that.
Here is a 1-2 to Zimmermann. That's on the ground to first. That's a fair ball, and that is down the alley. Zimmermann will turn first, and he heads for second. It's an RBI double for the seasoned veteran. And the Nats have evened things up at 3 here in the fourth.
Harper's got to do a better job of picking up that ball. He ran past it. Took him a little while to realize he had missed the ball. I think if he had picked it up right away, that would not have turned into a double.
Yeah, that is big, Tardis, because most likely Zimmermann, who is 35 years old, does not run as well as he used to. To be honest, he never really did. Zimmermann probably held to a single if Harper can pick that up cleanly. So, if you take a look back, the nightmare inning for Fedde was the second, and now the fourth is turning very troublesome for Zach Eflin. He's already given up 2, and there's a runner in scoring position. Two-one to Robles. That's in the air right center field. That's down for a double. Robles can run, but he will turn the corner and go to third. The throw is not in time, and Victor Robles slides into third with an RBI triple, and the Nats have taken the lead.
Like I said at the beginning of the game, Eflin gets to about 50 pitches in the fourth inning, and that's when he starts to falter, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now.
Well, we've pointed out the speed of Adam Hazley a couple of times, and I apologize. I thought immediately off the bat it would be just 2, but you can't underestimate the speed of Victor Robles. That's his 3rd triple of the year. This one brings around a run. Zach Eflin still not out of the jam. Now he's got to deal with the runner at third, and still only 1 out in the inning. Michael Taylor now up in the count 2-0. And Eflin, who was, despite giving up some hard-hit balls, working through the Nats lineup relatively quickly is now all of a sudden at 56 pitches. 2-0 to Taylor. That's down, ball 3. And you can see Real Muto trying to get Eflin to calm down, but he's visibly rattled out there.
This reminds me of what happened to Eflin last year. He was on a great pace, and then the Phillies decided to do some roster shuffling and send him down to Lehigh Valley because they didn't need him for a week, and they call him back up, and he was struggling. This year, he's doing it unprovoked.
Well, he did manage to find the strike zone right there. It's 3-1 to the 8-hitter Taylor. This is a fly ball into right. It's shallow, and it will be caught for out number 2 by Harper. No tag from Robles. So that was only about 50 feet into the outfield. So 2 out now for the pitcher, Fedde. Eric Fedde's opposite, Zach Eflin, already has a hit. It's an RBI double. And now Eric looking to at least try and match that with a single, which would really help his cause right here. Ahead 1-0 here on Zach Eflin. Fedde, career 109 hitter. That's up the middle, base hit. Eric Fedde delivers, and now both pitchers have hits and both pitchers have RBIs. Make it 5-3 Washington. Already, TARDIS, we can see some action in the bullpen. Nick Pivetta getting loose. He's the one I saw. Didn't get a number on the other one. We'll update you when we can. Now it's already time.
Enyel De Los Santos there.
Good eye. So it's Enyel De Los Santos and Nick Pivetta both getting loose, as TARDIS was wise to point out. And Trey Turner already up for the 3rd time out of the leadoff spot tonight. And now he's fallen behind 2-0. That has Eflin has. And you look at the splits, obviously you want to be around 15 per inning. This will be pitch number 30 right here from Eflin. On the ground, left side, foul, 2-1. Well, Trey Turner, another guy who was not heavily recruited. He'd go to NC State, the only school that would offer him a scholarship. There he would turn into one of the best players in the country. And he has worked out incredibly well for this Nationals team. 0 for 2 so far tonight, though, and here's a 2-2. This is back to Eflin, and he will end the inning, but not before. 1, 2, 3, 4 runs come across in the bottom of the 4th from Washington, and they've taken a 5-3 lead here at home as we head to the 5th. Josh Harrison will lead it off as the Phillies now all of a sudden have to play catch-up. Although the good news is, TARDIS, both pitchers, neither one of them has really been on their A-game. Although, to be fair, Eric Fedde, he's now retired 7 in a row.
Though Zach Eflin continuing his struggles, he's got to be careful. The 2 guys we saw warming up in the bullpen last thing, Pivetta and Enyel De Los Santos, are both failed starters. He doesn't want to join that list.
Not a good list to be on, as this is hard hit, but foul, as that just missed being extra bases for the speedy Harrison. Now the count is 1-2 to the ex-Pirate. In the dirt, stopped by Suzuki. Harrison doesn't bite, 2-2.
Pirate can apply to a lot of guys on this Phillies team. They have Harrison, they have Andrew McCutchen on the bench, and they had Neil Walker to start off the season. He's now down in Lehigh Valley.
3-2 now, the count to Harrison. And if he can get on base, manager Joe Girardi will have an interesting decision to make with the pitcher's spot up next. Full count to Harrison. That is hard hit. That is up the middle. That is through. Josh Harrison is on to start the 5th. And now if you're Joe Girardi, what do? It's an obvious sacrifice situation if you leave the pitcher in, and that's what he will do. Have to imagine Eflin is up to bunt.
He had double earlier, but
Eflin
he is going to
squares
bunt.
and bunts. This is too hard. It's a poor bunt. They get both. Wonderful job by Eric Fedde. It's a 1-6-3, a backbreaker for the Phillies. The sacrifice backfires, 2 out in the inning.
Maybe Eflin was hoping we would see another mistake there from Fedde throwing to second base. Fedde throwing to second base. Instead, we saw Trey Turner doing a flip there, throwing the ball. But he's fine, and that's a great play.
That couldn't have gone any worse for the Phillies, as the leadoff base hit from Harrison is essentially wasted. So now it's Harper with 2 out. And he quickly falls behind 0-2. So Eric Fedde, despite the 3 runs in the second, is 1 pitch away from the minimum 5. We'll have to wait another one, though, as that one's inside to Harper. Count now 1-2. 26-year-old right-hander from Las Vegas, Nevada. Interestingly enough, Bryce Harper also from Vegas. The Vegas showdown will end with the ground ball right side. That gets through. Kendrick gave it a very good try, but it outpaced him, and Harper's on with 2 out.
Up next for Philadelphia, the catcher.
That's a good attempt there by Kendrick. That's a hard play to make on that ball, especially to make the throw once you get the ball. Good on him not giving up on it.
Yeah, he was pretty far in the outfield, so even if he had been able to glove it, doubt he would have made the play. But it sure was fun to watch, as it'll bring up JT Realmuto. This is the part of the Phillies order that certainly can hit the long ball. Realmuto, 10 home runs on the year. Boy, would the Phillies like number 11. But this they'll take 2, as Harper scurries down to second on the wild pitch. And now he's in scoring position for the 2-batter Realmuto.
And they got to be real careful with Harper on base. He's got 14 stolen bases this year. You don't generally think of him as a stolen base threat, but he can be, and if the ball gets away from the catcher, he's going to go.
No reason for Harper to try and run here, yet he's got good enough speed he should be able to score on anything hit to the outfield. And he has a head start with 2 out. Now, though, it is 3-1 to Rhys Hoskins. If he can continue, D.D. Gregorius waits on deck. Excuse me, 3-1 to Realmuto. My apologies. But Realmuto, Gregorius, call it whoever you want. Realmuto works the 5-pitch walk, and now they're at first and second. And Eric Fedde once again finds himself in a jam. And it's D.D. Gregorius who he will have to face to get out of it, who has grounded out and struck out so far tonight. And he starts him off with a strike. And you can see Kurt Suzuki trying to pump him up, and so is this crowd. Packed house tonight here on a Friday night. Crowd out in full force to watch their first place Nats, as that one misses 1-1. Here's a 1-1 to Gregorius. That is into right field, moving over Eaton. He can't get it. It hops off the wall. 1 run is in. Here comes Realmuto. He'll score. And D.D. Gregorius delivers another double for the Phillies. And we have an offensive explosion in Washington. 5-5 here in the 5th.
DD doubles, as I like to say. The man slugs on the road, and he's continuing that.
What a job by Gregorius. Adam Eaton just did not have the height to grab that one. Missed it by inches on the leap. Now we're tied up once again, and there's a runner in scoring position. That's Hoskins, who's at the plate. Gregorius, of course, after the double, he's on second. Good hitters count right here for Hoskins, 2-0. Hard swing, but drives it foul. Eric Fedde already at 22 pitches this inning. This will be number 71 right here on the outing. And it's fouled away by Hoskins, 2-2. Well, D.D. Gregorius came in today with 30 doubles. Now he's moved up to 31. Good enough for the team lead. 2-2 to Hoskins. That one got away from Fedde, 3-2. A full count set up with Eric Fedde trying to limit the damage. Hoskins hits one in the air to left. This is chasing Taylor back, but it's off the end of the bat. And Michael Taylor's got it in his glove. But not before the Nats return with some offense of their own. We're halfway through here in Washington, deadlocked at 5.
Leading off for the
Adam Eaton will lead it off in the bottom of the 5th, with Zach Eflin remaining in the game. Neither pitcher has been very good, but the one thing we can say, TARDIS, is they've at least kept the pitch count fairly low, which is why they've been able to work into the 5th. Here's an 0-1 to Eaton. Little flare center field. Not going to be able to get there in time is Hazley. And Adam Eaton is on to start the 5th.
The second baseman, Ali Kendrick.
So with Eaton at first, that's going to bring up Howie Kendrick, who was hit by a pitch in a bit of a scary play his last time up just an inning ago. But he would be the catalyst of the rally. As he would get on, then Suzuki would get on. They'd both come around and score. And the Nationals would tack 2 more additionally on. It would all end in a 4-run 4th, which at the time gave them the lead. 1-0 to Kendrick inside, ball 2. So the scoring goes like this. The Phils scored 3 in the second, 2 in the 5th. The Nats 1 in the second, 4 in the 4th. As the hitters are coming to play today. Zach Eflin, who just gave up the leadoff base hit, now behind 3-0 to Kendrick.
Nope.
And he walked him. So now they are at first and second, and while the pitch count for Eflin may not be too high, TARDIS, it becomes a quality over quantity type scenario. How long does Joe Girardi want to ride his starter?
Girardi's shown a hook that sometimes lets the pitcher go more innings than they should, and sometimes he pulls them what could be considered too early. It's always a guessing game until he does it.
That is hammered into left, but just slices foul. And Eflin breathes a sigh of relief after that one. But that got the crowd up on their feet. They've been entertained so far. Suzuki left side could be 2. Bohm to second for 1, to first, and a double play, a killer hit into by Kurt Suzuki. And that is a ginormous 2 outs for Zach Eflin.
I think his arm went through the runner's head there. I think that should have counted as a tag, but...
Yeah, it for sure could have been maybe a triple play. As Suzuki does not run all too well, and Bohm did have the runner, that's Eaton, right in front of him. All he had to do was stick the glove out, and they would have had time to go around the horn. So maybe a missed opportunity now, and it's Starlin Castro, who had the sacrifice fly to drive in a run his last time up. "1-1 to Castro, inside, ball 2. And for Zach Eflin, this is a guy who's been fighting himself since his first pitch of the ball game. It has been a struggle to get to this point. Now just trying to get through 5. Two-1 to Castro. Just missed. That's low and in. And now it's 3-1 with Ryan Zimmermann on deck. Castro hits one in the air to right center. This ball is down and against the wall. Scoring is Eaton. Pulling into second with the RBI double is Starlin Castro. And the Nats have regained the lead here in the 5th.
Like I said before, why don't the Marlins get some of these star players? They could go on a real run.
Marlins certainly wishing they'd held on to this guy, and despite that being his 6th run allowed, Zach Eflin will stay in the ballgame to Zimmermann, who had an RBI double last time up. Starlin Castro is at second, Ryan Zimmermann the batter with 2 outs and the count 0-1. Make it 1-1 as that one misses. Curveball low and away. Ryan Zimmermann, 283 career home runs spanning 15 seasons. The Nationals' first ever draft pick when they changed their name and moved from Montreal. He is Mr. National, one of the bedrock pieces of this organization. And boy, wasn't it nice to see him get a championship last year.
Yeah, you love to see the lifers for a team get a championship, and he says he's not done yet. He's planning to play at least one more season, so we'll see more of him to come.
Victor Robles waiting on deck, but it's a good count to hit in right now for Zimmermann. Ahead 3-1. Hammers that one, but foul just out in front. And now it is a 3-2. Pitch number 85 on the day for Eflin. Shattered bat. And it'll be caught by Suzuki for the final out of the inning, but not before Starlin Castro. The RBI double to right center. And it's the Nationals who take over the lead, 6-5, as we head into the top of the 6th.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for
Daniel Hudson will come on for Washington as we welcome you back to Nationals Park to start the top of the 6th inning. So, Dave Roberts deciding that he has seen enough from Eric Fedde, who lasts only 5 innings and gives up 5 runs, but is in line, at least right now, to pick up the win if the bullpen can hold it for him. Daniel Hudson, 33 years of age, native of Virginia. Here's a guy who can dial it up, likes to sit 97, 98 on the fastball. This is grounded right side. Kendrick, 1 out.
now batting, third baseman.
So for the Nats, this game has been a continuous seesaw. One team's had the lead, then the other gets it. No one seems to want to hold on. But now the Nats are into the strength of their team, and that's their bullpen. They've been terrific on the year. So here now is Alec Bohm. Count is ball and no strikes to Bohm, the rookie. It's been the pride of their minor league system for a while. And now he finds himself ahead 2-0. Amazingly enough, with all the hitting and all the offense we've seen in this game, we've actually yet to see a home run, although don't get me wrong, we've come close. We've had a couple of guys clip the top of the wall. .2-0 to Bohm. That is hit in the air right field. Adam Eaton is there. And that is out number 2.
And that's the kind of swing last year we would see leave the stadium somehow. Now it's just a normal flyout.
That one looked like it may have jammed Bohm a bit on the hands. And so now Daniel Hudson trying to work what has been something of a novelty in this game. And that's the 1-2-3 inning. He'll face Scott Kingery, who has reached on a fielder's choice and flown out to center. There you see the numbers for Kingery against Hudson. Career 0 for 5. The 0-1. Slider misses. Count now 1 ball and 1 strike. Kingery high, chopper to short. Turner on the run. Dug out by Zimmermann. And Hudson has got the 1-2-3 inning. Middle of the 6th here in Washington. The home team, they lead at 6-5. Victor Robles, Michael Taylor, and then the pitcher spot this inning will be what's in line for the Nationals as they look to pad their lead. As Victor Robles, who last time was able to triple, that was his 3rd triple of the year, and he'd score the 4th and final run of that big 4-run 4th inning.
Now pitching for Philadelphia.
As just as we expected, Zach Eflin is also going to be done after 5 innings. Nick Pivetta, former starter, will come on for the Phils. So we have got ourselves a good old-fashioned bullpen game here in DC with both starters pitching a little too much batting practice, as bunting, or at least attempting to bunt, was Robles, but he fouls it off.
I want to see Real Muto dive between the umpire's legs trying to catch that. That'd be amazing.
I don't think Real Muto was able to locate it until the ball actually hit the turf, but I agree with you, would have been a heck of a play. As this is popped up right side, but it'll drop in front of Hoskins before he can get there. Foul ball, but the count 0-2. Nick Pivetta, 27 years old, native of Canada. This is his 51st appearance on the year, a 3.5 ERA, one of the most reliable arms for Joe Girardi out of the bullpen. And a strikeout starts the 6th. As Robles goes down on strikes, first of the day for Pivetta.
Number 3, Michael A. Taylor.
So with Robles gone, that'll bring up Michael Taylor, who hits 8th and plays left today. He's flown out twice, and now make it 3 times, as that one's into right. Harper will handle it, and quickly 2 out here for Nick Pivetta. So now presumably we'll see a pinch hitter
Number 17,
who is going to come in and bat for the pitcher. Looks like it's going to be Andrew Stevenson, the youngster, who will get the call. First pitch swinging, fouled off, 0-1. Stevenson out of LSU. Was a 2nd-round pick by the Nats back in 2015. To make his debut in 2017. Here's an 0-1, way behind it. And now it's 0-2. So Nick Pivetta has been brilliant thus far here in the 6th, and now trying to put Stevenson away.
Ball 1.
Up and in, ball 1, 1-2. If Stevenson can continue, it'll be Trey Turner who's next. 1-2, got him swinging. Well done in the bottom of the 6th by Nick Pivetta. 2 strikeouts, a flyout, a 1-2-3 inning as we head to the 7th. With Washington on top by 1. And it is a good day when I can see Shark Shavery in the booth. And that means we are in for a lovely 7th inning stretch after Hunter Strickland is finished with his half inning of work. Shark, pleasure to be with you as always. How we doing tonight?
I have been better, have some weird nerve stuff going out of my hand, but I opened a random instrument in my music program, recorded a single take of Take Me Out to the Ball Game, and we'll see how it sounds. It was on a harp. I think it sounded fine.
Well, hate to hear that you got a little bit of a hand issue there, Shark, but I'm sure it won't be enough to stop the best Twitch organist in the business. Although, as I say to you every time we're on, I've only ever heard one.
It did lead to the Undertaker stretch, if you heard that last game. Duggo asked me with, I don't know, 25 minutes morning, hey, you want to just play one of your pre-range stretches? And I was like, I mean, I could do that. Or I could do this awful idea I had. So in like 15 minutes, I threw together one of my masterpieces.
Well, we're glad to have you as always, as we have a pinch hitter to tell you about. That's Gene Segura. 0-1 the count to Segura. Hard hit right side, but right at Kendrick, and that's the second out of the inning.
Gene Segura doing pretty much nothing as the Phillies starting second baseman, getting moved to a bench spot, and now for some reason it's the first man off the bench.
Strickland is no nonsense right now.
Oh boy, cue the bad blood coming up right here. We know the history that these two guys have, Bryce Harper, Hunter Strickland.
I expected the other side of the plate if it was that far out of the zone.
Here's a 1-0 to Harper. On the ground, right side, diving play. Turner knocks it down, but won't be able to get Harper. Heck of an effort by Turner. Of course, it will be a base hit, and Harper is on for the third time tonight.
Good job sacrificing one's body to block that ball there.
That was a missile from Harper. But not one at his head, as we've come to expect from those two. As there goes Harper, throw to second is not in time, and Harper catches the Nats sleeping right there. It is stolen